do turn up to training, we have the rapid tests that we have to do every time before we get in to get cleared before we can actually go in and train. So there's little things in and around that to make sure that we are doing the best that we can. So everyone's staying safe and healthy, and just so we can get this competition underway.
And just speaking to Nathan Burke a moment ago about the amazing sacrifice that semi-professional female football players in this country at the moment are making to get out on the pitch. How would you rate the way that the National Rugby League has supported you in the formative years of the women's competition, and obviously among the extra pressures of the pandemic?
Yeah, obviously it's really tough being a semi-professional athlete, having to, I guess, juggle your work life, and I guess sometimes with the NRL restrictions, sometimes our work doesn't quite fit the category. So some of the girls are unable to work, and then that causes a lot of issues, I guess, with the loss of income and things like that. And depending on their work environment and their situation, depending whether they can actually go back to work after NRL or if they have to actually find something else. So it's been a bit of a tricky time, and I know 2020 was probably worse than this time round. So I guess a lot of the girls are able to still sort of juggle that work life, but I guess either starting early just so they can knock off early to make the travel to come down to training to actually make it on time. So there's a few things that gets really tough, but all the girls, they would do it over and over again just to get this opportunity. Some girls are unable to, I guess. It all depends on every situation. And then some girls have to actually pull out of NRLW just because of that, of it being really tough in that regard and not being able to support themselves. And I guess not being funded enough, I guess.
Yeah, time's about to beat us, but you back up that sentiment that we heard from Nathan Burke as well. Thanks for your time, and let's hope everything can go to plan and you can get that season underway in the last weekend of February. That's Kezzy Apps, NRLW star. We're about to head to the news on ABC Sport. On the other side, Grandstand Test Cricket and the build-up to the second day of the Hobart Test. Here at the Golf, it's Jed Morgan by 6 in the men and Suo and Grace Kim tied in the women at the PGA.
Hello, ABC News with David Rowlands. The President of Serbia claims tennis star Novak Djokovic is being used to enhance the re-election prospects of Scott Morrison. Alexander Vucic has posted an online video message aimed at Australia's Prime Minister following the second cancellation of Djokovic's visa, which the world number one's lawyers are contesting in the federal court. The Serbian leader says his country's favourite son is being used as a political football. Is this all necessary to win the elections and please your public? A president of a small country has appeared who has courage to say that to one great prime minister of a large country. I can because I'm telling the truth, and you know I'm telling the truth. More than 48,000 new COVID cases have been recorded in New South Wales, along with another 20 deaths. Cecilia Connell has the details.
Just over 27,000 positive cases were identified through PCR testing, and 21,748 rapid antigen tests were reported in the 24 hours to 8 o'clock last night. While that's an overall decline of around 14,000 on the previous reporting period, health authorities say this figure is likely to bounce around as people record historic rapid antigen test results from the start of the year. Another 20 people have lost their lives. It brings the total number of deaths in New South Wales since the pandemic began to 848.
Queensland has recorded 6 more deaths from COVID-19 in the past day, including one person aged in their 20s. More than 19,000 new cases have been reported, with around 6,000 of those self-registered infections from people using rapid antigen tests. There are now 649 COVID patients in public hospitals with the disease, 46 of those in ICU and 14 on ventilators. Chief Health Officer Dr John Gerard says the 6 latest deaths were people who had major underlying health issues.
All of these people had in fact received vaccine. They all had significant underlying medical problems, and I don't want to go into any more detail than that out of respect for the families. It is a reminder that even the vaccinated can get severe disease, particularly if you have underlying medical issues.
A COVID patient is receiving treatment in intensive care in Tasmania for the first time since the borders reopened a month ago. Will Murray has the latest.
The state today recorded 1,139 new COVID infections, bringing the total number of active cases in Tasmania to just over 7,100. 10 people are in hospital being treated for COVID-related illness. One of those is now in the intensive care unit. It's the first COVID patient to be moved to ICU since Tasmania opened up to New South Wales and Victoria on December 15. A further 12 people are in hospital with COVID-19 but are receiving care for other conditions. Nearly 1,500 people were released from isolation yesterday, bringing the total number to 9,800.
Victoria's COVID-19 hospitalisations have risen to 1,054, while the state has recorded a further 23 deaths. The state registered 25,526 new infections, but with testing networks overwhelmed, the true number of cases is likely to be much higher. Meanwhile, the Victorian government is extending support for commercial tenants until mid-March for businesses with a turnover of $10 million or less. Landlords will be required to provide rent relief in line with the business's drop in turnover. There's also a freeze on rent increase and a moratorium on evictions. Victoria's Small Business Minister, Jala Pulford, says it's all about providing support during what's been a very difficult time.
They're doing an extraordinary job in really challenging circumstances. Lots of staff away, challenges with supply chains, challenges around consumer confidence about people wanting to be out and about while case numbers are quite high.
There have been large demonstrations across Mali after the authorities called for protests against sanctions imposed by the West African ECOWAS group of nations. ECOWAS has imposed a trade embargo, frozen the country's assets and shut down its borders after the military government reneged on an agreement to hold elections. Among the protesters was one of Mali's youth leaders, Ibrahim Traoré.
Today, Mali has called on all its sons and daughters to come out and show their love for their country that is under threat. Our motherland was sanctioned, but these sanctions are illegal, unfair and inhumane.
And you're up to date with ABC News.
ABC Sport. The Ashes are here on the ABC Listen app.
And he swims into this, he's got it covered.
Hear every ball.
It's bowled, second ball.
Every catch.
Edges and he's caught.
And every wicket of the Ashes.
Hits it in the air, he's caught. He launches him this time, pokes him all the way out of the ground.
Grandstand Summer of Cricket. Live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app. ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
Grandstand Cricket, The Ashes. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital and on the ABC Listen app.
Ball seaming around, the crowd's up and about, the game's in a unique position.
In comes Robinson, bowls, and that's edged and caught. Caught by Crawley at slip. And Warner looks suspiciously at the pitch as Robertson absolutely hit the mark there. Robertson bowls to Smith, it's edged, caught. 3 for 12, a duck for Smith. And this game's rattling on at quite a pace.
Can't really make too many mistakes, 3 for 20 I guess, and look, we're just trying to play the line of the ball. If there was one with our name on there was, but we're going to be ultra positive around whatever scoring we could get, and then again just enjoying that.
Here he is again, Head waits for Wokes. Yep, chops away at this, gets it away behind point. At least one, they'll come back for 2. And Travis Head resumes his rightful place in this Australian team and does so in the best possible style. He has bookended a dominant Ashes series for Australia with hundreds of his own in Brisbane and now Hobart. What a knock from the South Australian captain who acknowledges the fans. Salutes to all parts of Bellerive Oval.
Yeah, obviously great to contribute. Felt like we're in a great position.
Grandstand Cricket, The Ashes, on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and on the ABC Listen app.
A warm, sunny, if possibly a little humid afternoon greets us for day 2 of the 5th Ashes Test in Hobart. Day 1 was highlighted by Travis Head's second century of this Ashes series, as you heard there, as well as important contributions from Cameron Green and Marnus Labuschagne. But the hosts now with the opportunity to build on their score of 6 for 241 after some very light rain brought a premature close to play last night. Welcome once again to Bellerive Oval. My name is Brett Sprigg and I'm joined firstly here by former Australian fast bowler Dirk Nannes and former Aussie leg spinner Kristen Beams. We thought we had an idea of where things were going. Australia lifting the tempo basically after the first hour yesterday, and then we were basically denied 2 hours of play all up last night due to those interruptions. Welcome to you both. KB, firstly, how are you?
Afternoon. Yeah, I'm great. It's good to be here and I'm excited to see what's going to unfold. We're still 20 odd overs away from a new ball, and I'm interested to see what England can do at the start of this session to hopefully put themselves in a position to challenge in this test match, or is it going to be Australia?
Dirk Nannes, welcome.
Great to be with you, Brett and KB. It's nice to see the sun out. 20 overs to go till that new ball, and I just wonder what sort of attitude Australia are going to come with in this next period. Are they going to just try and bat and accumulate, or are they going to come out and be a little bit more aggressive like we saw them yesterday? And how is this pitch going to behave?
So 6 for 241 with Alex Carey on 10 and Mitchell Starc on naught, and everything bar that first hour belonged to Australia yesterday, didn't it?
Yeah, it really did, and the way that they counter-attacked, it was just an absolute masterclass in how to go about it. And we've seen it time and time again in this series that every time England start to get a little bit of momentum, they're able to shift it and then move the game forward so quickly. And it was a really incredible innings. I think Marnus Labuschagne really started off that intention of how they wanted to go about it, and I love the Head-Green partnership. Head really aggressive, Green worked his way into his game, and it's those partnerships that really break you as a bowling unit.
What was unique, I thought, about yesterday was how stark the contrast was between England absolutely dominating and then Australia having all the running from then on. And it really came about from the first bowling change. Once Broad and Robertson went off, the Wooden Wokes came on, Head just put away every single bad ball. Marnus Labuschagne responded in kind and was super aggressive as well. And it just seemed that England had nothing. They had no answers, they had no plans. The first time they had a plan was when they started bowling short to Cameron Green, brought about his wicket, but that was way too late in the day.
Now, curiously, just while it has remained clear for much of the morning and afternoon, the ground staff did rush to get the covers on about 15 minutes ago and then peeled them off. So hopefully we don't get any kind of trivial rain delays which robbed us of most of the late session last night. I have felt a couple of drops in the last few minutes. I don't know if that's just drainage coming off the top of the grandstand where we're sort of sitting underneath that on the western side. But anyway, some word out of the England camp. So just on their bowling woes, and Ollie Robinson, a statement on him from earlier, or just a short time ago, that he continues to struggle with a back spasm. He will not be in a position to bowl in the first session this morning or this afternoon. He is expected to field during the first session, should he be fit to bowl later in the day. And that's going to be another challenge thrown their way if we know that Ben Stokes is not bowling, and Ollie Robinson, who we saw plagued by problems yesterday, that will make life harder for the English.
Why would he field? If he's injured, just go off and sit in the rooms for a while and be on the physio bench. He was out here doing a few run-throughs this morning just in front of us here, and he looked in horrible condition. It was sort of the style of the first run when you're just coming over a hamstring strain and you're just doing that first little tentative jog when you're overcoming hamstring soreness. That's what it looked like.
Yeah, and surely your best chance of bowling in the day's play is when they can do the work on you early, you get yourself through the warm-up. You would think his best chance to bowl is going to be right now rather than later on today. I think it's just a bit of hoping and assuming that they're not going to need him.
But I worry about his second innings and being able to get right for the second innings, because looking at the way he was moving, it's going to take an extraordinary recovery to be up and yes, he might be able to bowl, but if he bowls like he did on that first over after the first interval yesterday, he may as well not be out there.
So more on that shortly, and in terms of the way England have structured their bowling attack in this Test match. But in reflecting on the way Travis Head and Marnus Labuschagne went on the counter-attack yesterday, what does it say about Australia's attitude at this stage of the Test series? Obviously, they've already won it. It can't be 5-0, but it could be 4-0. They're determined to do the next best thing and really continue to attack against an increasingly demoralised and depleted touring side.
There's no doubt that it's easier to play the way that you are when you haven't lost a game in a Test series, that you go in with all that sort of confidence. But they actually played it nearly like a white ball game yesterday. I think they were prepared to use their feet, move around the crease and find different ways on what was really tricky from a pitch point of view and a bowling with some pretty good swing bowling. So I think it just shows that they're able to find those ways to counteract, and so that gets a big tick for me.
I think it's also easy to play that way when you see what the ball was doing, and the first 3 wickets were lost to unplayable deliveries. When it's like that, you can't just be a sitting duck. I mean, I heard Travis Head say he just tried to be as positive as he can at the opener at the top of the show, and so you have to have that attitude. Otherwise, Australia would have been 5 for 30. And it was that attitude that they had to counter-attack that actually gave them the advantage.
Cameron Green yesterday, he's now made back-to-back scores of 74. How disappointed would he be in the way he was dismissed? Because the same could be said in all 3 of those dismissals, that really we saw the Aussie batsmen getting themselves out. Marnus Labuschagne fell across the crease in rather unorthodox yet spectacular fashion. Travis Head ballooned a ball to mid-on the very next ball after his 100, and Cameron Green was out caught hooking on the boundary, and we'll speak to him very shortly as well before the first ball in about 17 minutes' time. But really, he could well have had 100 out there last night, and probably feels like he left a few runs out there.
Yeah, he definitely did. And you know the plan, you're saying to yourself, don't fall for it, and then it's a bit of a test of patience for bat v ball, and he decided to play at one. I think he'd be more disappointed because Mark Wood was the only bowler that was going to be able to bowl that sort of plan with that sort of field, and he's not going to be able to bowl long stints. So even that, it was only ever going to be 4 or 5 overs maximum that little barrage was going to be for, and unfortunately he fell for it.
And it's a coach killer as well. It's the type of dismissal that you'd just be shaking your head in the room saying, why? It was so obvious.
Well, keep your voice down because Cameron Green is coming across to join us pre-day 2 here at Bellerive Oval. Cameron, after a challenging start, a very good response yesterday from the Aussie middle order, including yourself. What was the assessment from the group in the rooms last night?
Yeah, obviously we're under a lot of pressure early doors, and basically how proud Paddy was of us to kind of get through that, and kind of shows we're growing as a team to kind of get through that and still probably get even throughout the end of the day. So, yeah, good day.
It's been noted that you are obviously proficient with playing straight, and then as your innings progresses, opening up a few more of those areas a little squarer of the wicket. Is that always something which has been a part of your game?
Yeah, I guess so. I normally try and build into my innings, but kind of batting with Heady at the other end, he kind of put the bowlers under pressure, so there was a few more balls to score off early, so yeah, kind of how it went.
Back-to-back scores of 74 now for you. How important was it to get that time in the middle in Sydney when perhaps a bit of the pressure was off when Australia controlled the game, and just getting that time for yourself in the middle?
Yeah, time in the middle was always so valuable. You speak to anybody, and when you're not in form, when you're not making runs, any time in the middle is awesome. So yeah, it was always nice to bat with Uzi in Sydney, and then had the best seat in the house watching Travis yesterday.
Talk us through your dismissal firstly. Are you the sort of batter who spends a bit of time introspecting, knowing that you may have gone on with things, or are you happy to move on pretty quickly?
Yeah, definitely. You can probably see how disappointed I was after I got out. It's not normally a shot I'd normally play. I think there was just so many things going through my head. So, but I'll learn for next time.
Given the match situation, the pitch, how does this innings rate for you in your Test innings so far?
Yeah, well, it's my top 3, so top 3. Yeah, I think we kind of had them in where we kind of wanted them. We had them a bowler down, and Joe Root was their main spinner, so hope we can put them under pressure today, and then have another good crack later today. And how important was that partnership? And talk us through what it's like batting with Travis Head. He was super aggressive. Did that allow you to just work your way into your game? Yeah, definitely. Yeah, there's absolutely no pressure on my end. I think he was putting the bowlers under so much pressure that we're ticking the scoreboard over. So, yeah, I didn't really have to try and do anything, just bat and just watch him do his thing at the other end. On your own game, across the season we've seen a number of technique changes. Can you talk us through those changes and what you've actually been working on across the season? Yeah, well, it always seems in Shield cricket I have a pretty close stance, and for whatever reason when I come to Test cricket I feel like I have to access the ball a bit more. So I don't know what it is, but I just stand my feet a bit more splayed apart, a bit more open. And then when I do trigger, then I'm even more open. So it's something I had to work on to basically get my start and trigger in line with each other, and then I can trigger open. Probably doesn't explain it that well, but hopefully you guys can explain it better than me.
And those changes that you make, is that driven by you, or is that driven by some of the coaching staff tapping on your shoulder and saying, let's go work on this?
Yeah, just conversations with the coaching staff. I heard a few people saying different things around, and just basically talking to the people in my circle of influence and people that I trust. So, I think we worked it out, and it felt good yesterday.
And at the end of the day, take us inside the rooms with the chat around Marnus's dismissal.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I went out to bat after it, so I didn't get a chance to look at it, the replay, and I thought it was a bit funny when I first looked at it in real time, and then coming up and seeing the replay yesterday, it's probably one we'll give him some stick for it.
Bit of WhatsApp work?
I'm sure, yeah. There'll be a few things coming out from that.
Cameron, Hobart has certainly done the occasion justice so far, but this match was supposed to be in your hometown of Perth, and unlike every other guy on the team, you have been able to go home and spend some time in your own bed, for example. Has that been particularly challenging for you, or is it just part and parcel of the current situation?
Yeah, always nice to go back to your home state, and unfortunately the 2 test summers I've had, I haven't had a chance to go back at home. And it didn't really hit me until we actually landed in Hobart, and I was like, oh damn, today would have been the day I would have been going home. So no, it's not too bad. Obviously got 5 more days of cricket, and then got to spend some time over east before I can go back before the borders open, but we're getting close. I was going to say, in a weird situation where your entire career has happened with the backdrop of this pandemic, how many games has your family actually seen you play in person? Yeah, my dad's come to my debut, and my mum came to the first game this test series. That's been it, so yeah. Just lastly, Mitchell Starc came ahead of Pat Cummins last night. Is he going around telling people he's the new all-rounder in this Australian team? Do you have a bit of competition? Yeah, he's telling everybody there's Michael Bevan now, so no, I'm just joking. He's not saying that, we're saying that, so yeah. Are you looking forward to bowling out there later on? Yeah, definitely. I was always presents a bit at Bellerive, and I'm sure we're really looking forward to bowling out there. Well played yesterday, Ken. Best of luck for the rest of the match. Awesome, appreciate that, guys. Cameron Green, the young Aussie all-rounder, with us here with the first ball about 10 minutes away at Bellerive Oval. You're with Brett Sprigg, Kristen Beams and Dirk Nannis. He just has a certain presence at the crease, doesn't he? Maybe it's the fact he's 2 metres tall or close to it, but he just sort of hunches over his bat. He's so confident with his stride forward, plays his shot straight at the wicket. Just has a certain presence, doesn't he? Yeah, he really does. He's an imposing figure, and it makes it even more exciting to think what he can become with games under his belt, where you actually forget how young he is. I think because he is that imposing figure, you think, well, this guy's really only a kid. He's a long way from feeling completely comfortable within his own game, but it's an exciting thing for Australia to think that they can have a genuine all-rounder in this team for a long period of time. And he seems so unflustered, doesn't he? His body language is exceptional. I found it really interesting to hear him talk about the changes between Shield cricket and international cricket and accessing the ball. I can only think that that's due to a little bit of extra pace on the ball, but I mean, the English bowlers, apart from Wood, aren't necessarily a major step up in pace compared to other Shield bowlers around there. So I find that fascinating. Well, I hate to acknowledge the pandemic, I guess, so often, but it is appropriate in some way that in this summer where COVID has derailed a few things, that the only Australian player to miss a test match due to that particular illness found his way back into the team as he was assured of regaining his place. But the day belonged yesterday to Travis Head, who brought up his 4th test century and the 2nd of this series.
Robinson bowls to Travis Head, and he whips this away forward and square through mid-wicket. And that ball races away for 4. That was an ultra-aggressive stroke from Travis Head. Stick head and off the back foot, runs this time, plays that beautifully through point, and that races away for another boundary. Looks from the far end, bowls, that's going to be 4. Off the pad, maybe. Doesn't really matter what it is. No, he got a bit of bat on it. It's wide of Billings, and Head reaches 50. He missed the last test with COVID, but they got him back in the side. They've been quite dropped to open, and Travis Head's excellent season continues.
Wood is on his way, delivers this time to Travis Head. He plays this uppishly between first slip and gully, and it races away to deep third man.
So there in goes Wokeson and bowls, and Head just flicks him away easily into the leg side. 4 runs.
Here he is again. Head waits for Wokes. Yep. Chops away at this, gets it away behind point. At least one, they'll come back for 2. And Travis Head resumes his rightful place in this Australian team and does so in the best possible style. He has bookended a dominant Ashes series for Australia with hundreds of his own in Brisbane and now Hobart. What a knock from the South Australian captain, who acknowledges the fans, looks out to the Ricky Ponting grandstand, salutes to all parts of Bellerive Oval. Wokes into Head, it was 2 in the end, tips it up in the air and straight to mid-on and caught. He brings up the milestone and departs the very next ball. Travis Head spooned it straight to mid-on. Wokes has the breakthrough. Head departs for 101.
It was pretty enjoyable. There's no, you can't really make too many mistakes. 3 for 20, I guess. And look, we're just trying to play the line of the ball. If there was one with our name on there, but we're going to be ultra positive around whatever scoring we could get. And then again, just enjoying that, like ball seaming around, the crowd's up and about, the game's in a unique position, and it was a very enjoyable partnership.
What's the chat in the change room before you're coming out for that innings? Was the idea to go out and counterpunch?
Good luck hitting them, pretty much. It was hard not to laugh at some of the balls, and I think that's the change room, the dressing room that we've got at the moment is extremely relaxed. And look, it was pretty humorous watching the ball go past the bat. And, well, we've played enough cricket. I think a lot of the guys here play enough cricket here in these conditions to know that, look, it's going to be tough, and hopefully someone can get through that. And today, myself, Marnus and Greenie did a fantastic job of that.
What do you make of the wicket and then how it's evolved across the afternoon? Was it just a matter of the pink swinging ball shifting, or did you see the wicket play differently?
I think a lot's going to dictate on the hardness of the ball. I think we're going to see a new ball wicket. Obviously, we've seen it do a fair bit this afternoon. But I think as we got out of innings, whether the water on the ground had an impact on the ball, but it did feel like as the innings got on, it got a little bit softer, it did a little bit less. So we've got to make sure that over our bowling innings that we can pick up those moments, that the transition of our plans, when the ball gets softer, what are we going to do, how are we going to try and still take wickets, and when we get that new ball, how crucial that's going to be.
You were assured of your place in the team, obviously having missed in Sydney, but the fact that it was been made consecutive hundreds in either innings, what was your mindset coming into this game today?
No different. There's selectors, coach, Pat, they've been fantastic in their communication. I was obviously shattered for the first few days having got COVID and hopefully not taking anyone down with me. And there was a fair bit of anxiety around that, I'm not going to lie. So after 3 or 4 days of everyone being cleared and healthy, and my partner being healthy, then it was a matter of watching the boys on the TV and then getting to Sydney. So it was tough 7 days, but I knew that I had just prepared myself for Hobart, knowing I was coming back in. I was going to say, the experience of getting through COVID, how did you find that, and how bad were things for you or otherwise? Nothing, yeah.
No, okay.
I was one of the fortunate ones, I guess, in that I had no symptoms whatsoever, felt normal. So it's just a matter of getting through my 7 days and getting back with the boys. So probably more tougher to take when you're not feeling sick at all, but these are the things we got to go through.
So Travis Head, who we spoke to after stumps last night, Centurion on day night 1 here in Hobart. From the England camp, we saw Ollie Robinson leave the field through injury. We mentioned that. The statement this morning says he won't be bowling in the first session. He'll be fielding, though, with a view to him bowling later on today if he is fit enough. Dirk, there was quite an honest assessment of this last night from bowling coach John Lewis about his level of conditioning through the early part of his international career. Here, have a listen.
Just talking about Ollie, there are 1 or 2 people suggesting, not there's anything wrong with the injury as such, but that his fitness levels might be improved if someone has a word in his ear.
Yeah, that's something he's definitely looking at, and definitely we're working on with him. You know, it's something that he will need if he's going to perform consistently over a long period of time at this level. He will need to be a fitter bowler. That's 100%. We've had those conversations with him, been pretty frank with him, and now it's up to him to go and do the work.
How's he responding?
Well, so far he's been okay. But like you see with our schedule, the way we play, we've had a lot of cricket and training and playing at the same time isn't always straightforward, even though we can do it. You know, and I think that's something he's learning. You know, it's something in county cricket doesn't often happen. The guys don't train and play together at the same time because they play game after game after game. But international cricket, he's on the road a lot. He's going to have to learn to look after himself better than he probably does at the moment.
So England bowling coach John Lewis there speaking with David Gower on BT Sport on English television. The suggestion, Dirk, that essentially he's not as fit as they want him to be, and it's partly his own doing.
That's a very calculated rocket that he fired there, wasn't it? It's an unusual thing to hear, and you might say it's unusual in the middle of a test match, but my attitude to that is if you wait till the end of the series, it doesn't get put in the press and it doesn't actually have the desired impact on this guy. Clearly in the way he's talked about that there, they've tried all sorts of things, and this is almost not a last chance, but this is the time for them to fire their biggest rocket, I guess.
It does seem as though that the tour post-mortem has already begun, with some very honest assessments arising from some very important questions. James Anderson is not playing, and to my mind yesterday would have suited him perfectly. There seems to be no real accountability for that non-selection, apart from Aggers telling us yesterday that there may be a minor niggle. It sounds as though he's being rested, and Gideon Haigh pondered this in his column this morning. Are they resting him for the flight home? When we reflect on this series, we'll probably say that at nearly every turn, the Australian selectors got it right, and the England selectors have got it very, very wrong. There are light clouds overhead, blue skies mostly. Australia will resume at 6 for 241 with Carey on 10 and Stark on 0. Very quickly, Dirk, how does day 2 in Hobart take shape?
I think a bowler down, Australia are going to try and grind England as best they can, having just the tail out there, Carey and the tail. But I think Australia are going to put on 350 odd and see how they go with the ball.
For those unaware, Jim Maxwell is not with us in commentary for this test match. He is sitting out due to COVID-19 protocols, but the honour for the first ball today, which is about to get underway, of course, play on day 2. Let's head upstairs to get things happening on day 2 and say a very good afternoon to Andrew Moore.
Thank you, Spriggy. And in the words of our missing friend, the voice of summer, Jim Maxwell, hello, and welcome to the show. And Jimmy, I spoke with him this morning, and they're in a COVID lockdown situation at Chateau Maxwell. Spoke to Jen and Jimmy this morning, and in good spirits, enjoying listening to the coverage. Would obviously love to be here. Kristen Beams has made her way up the staircase and is raring to go with ball 1 of the day. 98.5 overs to be bowled. Australia 6 for 241. Beamsy, you sprinted up those stairs. Very impressive.
Yeah, my heart rate's high, and I'm not sure whether that's the stairs or my excitement for this session this morning, but probably a bit of both.
Well, anything could happen, couldn't it? The game moved for the 59.5 overs we had yesterday. There was great action, and it's just a shame it was shortened at the end of the day. All right, so Mark Wood to continue his 12th over. He got some tap yesterday. Then comes the big fast bowler, and he's bowling to Carey, who clamps down on a quick Yorker, and the ball dribbles away to square leg. He did well to get down on that first ball of the day at 145k an hour. No run, 6 for 241. You just don't know what's going to happen in this hour, because it seems like we've been here a bit through the series, Beamsy, that England need to roll Australia in this first hour.
Yeah, and what bowlers are they going to be able to use in this first hour? We know that we're going to have Wood and Broad open up, but what happens post that is anyone's guess. So their plans need to be spot on. They need to get the fielders in the right spaces and make sure that they can make every ball count here this morning.
Wood around the wicket, bowls, and Carey's back, beaten, nicking. Wood thinks he's got him. Carey stays put, and the umpire says not out. Rodney Tucker shakes the head. There was definitely a noise as the ball passed the bat.
Stokesy said no.
You can hear Mark Wood saying Stokesy says no.
I think it just brushed maybe the pants, maybe the pocket on the way through. It didn't sound like it was bat.
And we saw Carey walk, didn't we, in the second innings in Sydney?
We did, yeah.
In a confusing moment. And he went back and across, and I think you're right, maybe bat touched his pad. That was the noise.
Just flicked it. And he's missed that by quite a way. That's a good decision, not to refer that.
Yeah, his bat seemed to come through and touch the flap of his pad. So good decision by Rod Tucker. Already some action here on day 2 of the 5th and final Ashes test. Wood bowls and Carey's forward. Bat on ball this time as he plays it down to mid-off. No run, and that ends the abbreviated first over of the day. Australia, as when they started, 6 for 241. Carey 10 not out, and Mitchell Stark will be on strike. Mark Wood 12 overs, 1 for 79. It was the first time yesterday, Kristen, we saw Mark Wood struggle for line and length, and to get some consistency in his spells.
Yeah, it probably wasn't his kind of pitch early on. It was one of those swinging wickets, and we've seen him do so well on some of the harder pitches where he's really been able to bang the ball into the wicket, and he's been really effective with that higher pace that he's got. But it became a little bit easier, and I think particularly because there wasn't as much swing, I think for the Australian batters thinking, well, this is actually an easier bowler to face compared to the swing that we saw from the other bowlers. But this is going to be really important, this broad spell, because I think he needs to try and find some sideways movement, because he's going to have to do so much work in this initial bit to try and break through, to allow it to be a little bit easier, because we know Wood's not going to be able to bowl long spells.
Skies have been a little temperamental in the last hour, but as play starts, it's bright sunshine, beautiful day here in Hobart. Spectacular view out over the Derwent River, and about a 10-minute cab ride from our hotel in the city to the ground, and all you see is water the whole way. It's beautiful, beautiful city. And it had a stunning, albeit abbreviated, day's Test cricket yesterday. Stuart Broad is in from the northern end, bowls down the leg side. There's noise as it may have flicked the pad on the way through to a diving Sam Billings. No real appeal, more that was close reaction from the Englishman behind the stumps. And there's two slips of gully, a point cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg.
It's hot. Is that too far? Is it too far to say it's hot?
Slightly too far.
What would be appropriate from your point of view? Very warm?
It's a beautiful warm. I don't think it needs a very. Okay. But it's a beautiful warm day here in Hobart. What would it be? 23 degrees?
26 today.
Is
it? Yeah, it's probably 24 at the moment.
Very warm. Here's Broad, bowls to Stark, and Stark on the drive to mid-off. Will get off the mark. He set off quickly, shy at the stumps, hits the stumps, and then ricochets away. It was a good throw by Stokes, but Stark makes good his ground, and he's off the mark from the 7th ball he's faced, and that's the first runs of the day. Australia 6 for 242, and he's been so good with the bat in this series, averaging over 75, Mitchell Stark.
He's an all-rounder. He's a bowling all-rounder, but I think he's a genuine all-rounder, and we actually watched Ben Stokes field a little bit in the warm-up, and it's the side that he's injured is actually his front side when he throws, and so he actually was doing the warm-up, keeping that arm in close to his body, so he's still in a lot of pain, and we thought it was a bit odd. Why not just roll the ball back in for the purpose of a warm-up? But I wouldn't be surprised if they try and take him on knowing that he is in pain.
Broad with the sun at his back. In bowling to Carey now, and the lefty defends back to the bowler, no run. Rick Finlay tells me it's officially 23.2 degrees at the moment.
Warm. That's what he's saying. Yeah.
That's a bit off.
People down here would be like, it's hot.
Well, there were people queued up down the... Is it Derwent Road down the past the ground here? And there were people queued up for hundreds of metres at about 1 o'clock this afternoon, desperate to get in. I think a few were struggling with the humidity and so on, but no, it's a stunning day. To see this ground bathed in sunshine is terrific. So Broad at the top of his mark in his 19th over, 2 for 49. In fact, he bowls to Carey, who drives, can't beat Stokes a bit off this time, no run. Great first spell yesterday. He's probably, bearing in mind Ollie Robinson only bowled the one over after the dinner break and was suffering from a stiff back. He was the pick of them throughout the day, Broad.
Yeah, definitely, and his ability to move the ball. When he got his lengths right, at times he was fuller than what we've seen in the series, and that's when he looks his most dangerous, when he is getting the ball up and full, and was getting the batsman caught a little bit on the crease and not sure whether to go forward and back, and that really is his bread and butter.
Now Broad bowls to Carey, doesn't offer outside the off stump. Through it goes to the keeper, 6 for 242. It's not as big a crowd as yesterday yet. People making their way into the ground with a half-hour early start. We ended up with an official crowd yesterday of 9,002. There'd be, 4,000 or 5,000 in at the moment, still streaming in the gates. Nice atmosphere.
Well, they might have gone a bit hard too early. First Ashes Test here in Hobart. They might be just working their way into the day. Maybe we'll see them roll in a little bit later.
Well, we went to Salamanca for breakfast this morning. Self, Spriggy, Matt Clinch, and they had the markets going. There were people everywhere. It's great. Here's Broad. Bowls now, and Carey's forward driving. Can't beat Stokes at mid-off. It was well timed by Carey, but unfortunately for him, straight at the fielder, and that will end the over. So Broad's 19th, and he has 2 for 49. And the Australians are 6 for 242 with Stark 1, and Alex Carey 10 off 34 deliveries.
And not a lot of movement so far from what we've seen. We're pitching a little bit full at the moment. Hard to see if there's a lot of swing on offer, but they might have to make the decision pretty early on into this first session, knowing that there's a new ball that's going to come into play, is that Wood and Broad actually can't bowl themselves into the ground in this sort of first hour, because they're going to have to bowl with that new ball. So wouldn't be surprised if we actually saw Joe Root come into effect pretty soon. But it's going to be can they get a breakthrough now? And if they can't, I wouldn't be surprised if they went for some spin and some part-time spin, I should say.
I think there was a problem with what they did in Sydney in the first innings. They were playing for the new ball for the last 15 overs.
Yeah.
And it just made it really easy for the Australians.
Yeah, and then if you don't have impact with that new ball, then you're well and truly behind in the game situation. So the conditions there was more cloud cover. It's a bit different. It's still a little bit humid out there, but it's not like it was yesterday. So I think the new ball will swing, but I'm not sure it'll be as prolific as it was yesterday.
So a Stark on strike to Wood. There's a slip, gully, point, cover, short leg, square leg, deep backward square and a mid-wicket. As Stark plays this one between mid-wicket and square leg and gets a cheeky run. Well played by Mitchell Stark. He moves to 2 and Australia 6 for 243. Stark has both runs today. Just getting word from Cricket Australia, 5,262 in at the moment. So building nicely. Dare say we'll end up on this Saturday around about the same or more than yesterday.
I don't think there might not be club cricket on either. I think they're trying to maximise, give everyone the opportunity to get down to the game.
Good idea. So Mark Wood is exploded out of the blocks. He's bowling in the mid-140s. And he's into Carey with a very similar field as we saw for Mitchell Stark. And he's a bouncer, and Travis Head watches from the dressing rooms. Alex Carey duck underneath that one. And through it goes to Sam Billings. Carey remains on 10. These lefties.
That was good. You did a good job to see him over there in the window.
Just noticed him. He had the binoculars out watching his South Australian teammate. 98.3 overs to be bowled in this extended day. And we'll have the same scenario tomorrow after the time lost yesterday. By the time we got out of here, getting a taxi outside, not a sign of rain. It's actually quite...
It was magic, yeah.
Wood bowls and Carey sways out of the way of a short ball outside the off stump, and through it goes harmlessly to Sam Billings, who looked really tidy yesterday without having anything dramatic to do. All the Knicks were going to the slips yesterday in that first session.
Yeah, it's if you don't notice them, they're doing a good job, and you didn't really notice him from a catching point of view or the way that he cleaned up, which means he did a really good job. But his energy was good. There was lots of chat. He was trying to get things going at a time when they were under pressure, England, and that's all you can ask of your keeper.
So Alex Carey has had a mixed run of it with the bat. Half century in Adelaide. The pink ball test at that ground as Wood bowls, and Head will get a run at least down towards fine leg. And they do get one run, Alex Carey. And Carey moves to 11, 6 for 244.
It's a bit of a surprise for us when the fielder comes out from our view that we've got here. So It's always a surprise. We don't know who it is or where they're going to field the ball, but they pop out and we get to see who it is.
Unless you stand up, you cannot see the fine leg fieldsman here. So there's a fine leg, deep backward square, square leg, short leg, mid-on, nearly mid-wicket, and on the offside, slip gully, point, cover. Stuart Broad yesterday had the white floppy on for a bit. He had the blue England cap on, but now it's just that white headband. So at least he stands out, Stuart Broad. Over the wicket goes Wood now, and it's a short ball to Stark, and he defends it away square on the offside. Can't get a run as Chris Wokes picks up. Score remains 6 for 244. Rick Finlay posted a question that I saw just before we came on air on Twitter about... What was it, Rick? Comparing Cameron Green to a Bangladesh player. Can I have a stab at it?
Go for it.
Who was the Bangladesh player?
Tamim Iqbal.
I'm assuming. My guess was that two players to score back-to-back 74s in Test cricket.
That's right.
Nice.
The answer was on Twitter too.
I didn't see the answer.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Here's Wood, bowls and Stark is defending towards mid-wicket. Early and quick call, early and loud call of no. As the ball's fielded, end of the over, or have we still got no? That's it, 1 for 81. Mark Wood after 13 overs. Australia 6 for 244 with Alex Carey on 11. And Mitchell Stark has a couple to his name. Australia resumed on 6 for 241. So a pretty sedate start to this second day.
Yeah, I think they're just working their way into it at this stage, and they'll probably give themselves a good sort of 10 overs once they get themselves in to say, well, before this new ball comes, I think we can try to put them under a little bit more pressure. And knowing that there might be some Joe Root, there'll be some part-time bowlers maybe in the lead up to that new ball as well. They've been eyeing that off.
So Stuart Broad on his way into Carey, and Carey turns it off his pads and will get a run to Wokes at square leg. He had to move about 10 metres to his left. They took off immediately, so Carey moves to a dozen. 6 for 245. And you do think this hour and a half to start the day is more important to England than Australia. Because if England don't rip in and clean up Australia within an hour and a half, then this game will be right away from them.
Yeah, and I'm interested to see how Wokes bowls as well. I think he probably hasn't been as good as they've needed him to be. So what role he can play will be really critical, because he's going to have to bowl more overs than they intended.
It's Broad bowling to Stark, and Mitchell doesn't offer. Outside the off stump, through it goes to Billings. And Joe Root, the skipper, applauds from his position in the slips. But it was just too wide to tempt Mitchell Stark. And that's one of the more impressive things about him, I reckon, in the last year or two, Beamsy. Unless he's in late and they're going for big runs and he's going the slog, which he can do effectively, it's his judgment about leaving the ball alone, which balls to play at.
Yeah, and he's wanted to play longer innings, and we've seen him do well in Shield cricket as a batter as well. So he's really evolved his game to say, well, I can play that role, but I can also spend some really good time at the crease, and no better opportunity than right now.
Broad bowls, again outside the off stump. Stark doesn't offer. Don't forget your text messages are welcome right through the day, and night 0467 920 222 is the number to send an SMS. 0467 920 222. Alex, who's in Hobart, says, don't be fooled by the temp. It's the UV index that'll get you down here. It's hot. Cheers from Alex.
Well, there is a bit of a theory that you're more likely to get burnt down here at a lower temperature, and maybe it's got something to do with the ozone layer, or the hole in the ozone layer here. It just gets you a little bit more. I'm not sure how scientifically factual that is, but
just run with it confidently.
Well, everyone in Tasmania talks about it like it's the thing.
Broad's coming around the wicket now to Stark, and he forces Stark to play, and he drives it confidently down to Stokes at mid-off. Can't get a run, however, and the score remains on 6 for 245. Tony says, hi, Andrew. Is Chappelli joining the team for this match? No, he's taking care of business back home in Sydney, Ian Chappell. Thanks for asking, Tony. Hello, Ian. I know you'd be missing us.
Well, missing you? Missing me. I'm not sure if he's missing you.
That could be close to the mark. I love Chappelli. We miss him. Now there's a bit of a discussion about the ball.
It's not swinging very much. Let's have a word to the umpire. Let's see if we can get another one.
They're getting out the metallic object to put the ball through the hoop. No? Maybe just a little tidying up there from the umpire, Paul Wilson. Hands it back to Stokes and says, let's go. Stuart Broad's ready. Mitchell Stark's ready. 6 for 245, the Australians. As Broad bowls, and Stark gets the ball full of length, and he punches this down to mid-on. Broad tumbles as he tried to pick it up, and he's followed through, but the ball finds wood at mid-on. And it's another dot ball. One ball to come in this over. 63rd of the Australian innings, the second new ball due at the 80th over mark. But honestly, you would hope England come into this day hoping they don't have to even consider a second new ball.
You would hope so, but based on some of the tactics that we've seen, the want to go back to the short pitch bowling on a wicket that's been seaming, at times it's been a little bit confusing to know what their best plan is. But I agree with you, they need to get the ball up and full, ask as many questions as they can, and not really consider the new ball.
Broad aborts his run up halfway through.
Stop moving the robots!
The robots down at the other end of the ground are moving, and it's distracted Stuart Broad. Love how players in the modern day are using the stump effect microphones to convey messages.
Yeah, it's not the intended purpose, is it, that you chat into the stump mic? I also wonder how much that kind of bothers you when you...
You can understand it perhaps confusing a batter.
Yeah, but maybe not the bowler as much.
The robot's still moving, but now out of Broad's line of vision. He bowls, and Stark will get a run just to the right of Stokes at mid-off. Well placed. And a single taken. Stark moves to 3, and at the end of the over, Australia 6 for 246. Stuart Broad now 20 overs, 2 for 51. 6 for 246, the Australians having resumed 5 runs ago at 6 for 241.
And they haven't had the sort of impact that they would want. The challenge hasn't been there as much. They haven't seen too many balls going past the outside edge, and it's a bit of a signal of what we're going to see today. And whilst the wicket still looks pretty green, it's not swinging around and doing anything too crazy, and it's allowing both Mitchell Starc and Alex Carey to work their way into it, to leave as many balls as possible. There's no urgency at this point for Australia. That they would ideally like to be bowling under lights with a pretty new ball, I think.
So I've got Root at slip for Wood to bowl to Starc, Crawley in the gully, Wokes at point, Broad at cover, Stokes at a wide mid-on. That's really a mid-wicket as Wood's on his way, bowls to Starc, a short ball, and he gets up on his toes and defends it away on the onside. And Ollie Pope is fielding at short leg, races away to field, no run. Rory Burns there at square leg, and one of the substitutes is down there at deep backward square in Dom Bess. And there's a fine leg as well in Dan Lawrence. So there are a couple of subs on there for England.
Everyone's having a rest, a bit of treatment.
Ollie Robinson's not out there, that's one. Who else did I not mention? David Milan. In comes Wood. Starc awaits. He's on 3 and he gets a short ball. He skies it. Pull shot. Rory Burns under it. Takes the catch. Starc is out. And Mark Wood strikes. Good catch. He had to retreat Rory Burns from square leg. A top edge pull from Mitchell Starc and he's out for 3. Caught Burns. Bowled Wood. England strikes. Australia 7 for 246.
Well, they needed that. That was a really good delivery from Mark Wood. He's been accurate with his short pitch bowling so far. He'd hit Mitchell Starc on the glove the previous over, and that was very well directed. And Mitchell Starc, it was 2. He wanted to have a go at that. He didn't want to let that one go. And that's a really good catch from Rory Burns, just moving back. They're always a little bit harder than what you think. And this could be a little moment for England here. 7 for 246. They need to jump in here.
So they've only conceded 5 runs this afternoon, and Mitchell Starc out for 3 from 17 deliveries. And that partnership worth just 10 runs between he and Alex Carey, and that'll bring the Australian captain to the middle, Pat Cummins, who demoted himself down the order behind Mitchell Starc for this test match, and he gets a roar from the crowd here at Bellerive Oval.
I can't believe that. As a captain.
I know, but the case for Mitchell Starc was quite compelling. Not that Cummins hadn't been doing his bit for the Australians.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
What did he score in the first innings at the SCG, Cummins? 24 or 47 deliveries before Stuart Broad got him, caught behind. Had a 46-run partnership with Usman Khawaja. It's one of those... Rory Burns would have been kicking himself for 15 years if he didn't take that catch. But it's one of those, as you say, he was backtracking. Things could go wrong, but it didn't. He took it nicely.
Yeah, with a blue sky, sometimes you know that can be a difficult catch, and we've seen him not be as safe with his hands. So I think every time he gets one nice and clean, he'd be very pleased, Rory Burns, and he'd no doubt be feeling a lot of pressure, knowing that he's going to have to bat today at some point. You just got to focus in on what you can do in the moment and be in the present, and that was a good catch.
Now he's heading down to a very fine third man. Pat Cummins takes guard. Rick Finlay.
Starc series average dropped from 75.5 down to 51, which would be disappointing.
Crushing blow. Wow. All right, so with Cummins, there's a slip, a backward point, cover, a fine third man, onside fine leg, short, or a leg gully, short leg, deep square leg, and all of that goes to waste as it's a wayward bouncer from Wood down the leg side, a nice diving take by Sam Billings with his left hand. Yeah, so that onside field, fine leg gully in Crawley. There's a deep square leg, short leg in Pope, and a mid-on. So there's been some obscure-looking fields over the course of the series.
Yeah, and you know what you're going to get, and you can see even Pat Cummins in his setup nearly slightly more open to be able to get to that offside and sway out of the way.
So it's Wood to Cummins, and he plays it square on the offside. The backward point, Dom Bess is there to field, and there's no run. On the SMS line, hello Grandstand team. Amy and I are on the road on the way to Condo, loving the coverage. Good on you, Tom. Hope you and Amy having a good time. Michael and Kate at Mount Kolar. Afternoon, all is Alison Mitchell on the team for this test match. Unfortunately not Michael and Kate. She's in Melbourne with the Channel 7 crew. And we've missed her the last couple of tests, as you have no doubt. Listening to the coverage through Grandstand in the backyard with my sons, Jackson, Xavier and Henry. The summer cycle continues. From Theo at Balaclava. Thank you, Theo. Wood bowls Cummins, ducks under a bouncer. And that's another good diving take by Billings down the leg side. Bouncer itself wasn't too bad, but it really moved down that leg side and Billings had work to do, and he did it well.
Yeah, he moved really well, taking it clean. He's done all of the right things, and that's all you can hope for. It is an opportunity because there's been a lot of talk about Butler being the right person for the job, Bairstow, the different roles. So I think for Sam Billings, this is a really, really good opportunity for him to stake his case moving forward.
So last ball of the over, Mark Wood has 2 for 81 in his 14th over. Australia 7 for 246. Cummins face his 4th delivery as the leg gully Crawley moves a little finer and the fine leg moves a little squarer, almost right behind Crawley. Wood around the wicket, bowls, and Cummins fends away. He took his eyes off that one, and fortuitously it bounces along the ground to Bessett Point. Ends the over. A good one from Wood. A successful one with Mitchell Stark out for 3. Australia 7 for 246. Cummins yet to score. Carey is on 12. The Sprigginators here. Brett Sprigg coming in now on Grandstand Cricket.
Grandstand Cricket, the Ashes, Australia versus England. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital and on the ABC Listen app.
Your body on mine, body in mine, my body's in the basement. Your body on mine, body in mine, body's in the basement.
Well, this is more like it. Blue skies, bit of warmth, not much cloud around. What a day. G'day, Kristen.
Hey, Spriggy, this is just normal Hobart.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Every day.
You over here from Stuart Broad, the northern end. Following here to Carey, who squared up defending, straight to cover point, no run. It's, you can actually see basically all of Kanani, Mount Wellington. This is a nice picture. We didn't get that yesterday. Although I feel like the more cloud you have around a mountain, the more imposing it looks.
It's a bit more dramatic, isn't it?
Yeah. But,
for effect.
Nice to see that nice scarp on Kanani. Beautiful day. The hills packed. Australia having lost the wicket of Mitchell Stark a short time ago. 7 for 246. No run since that dismissal. Here is Carey again pressing forward, defending back to Broad, who fields in his follow-through.
Good length from Broad there, and that's where he needs to challenge. He wants Alex Carey to drive him as much as possible. We've seen some slips taken out for Mark Wood going to more of a shorter plan, but we see the 3 slips in play for Stuart Broad, and that's going to be his way forward to take wickets in this game. And I just feel like they can do the job before this new ball. It would really set them on a good path.
Broad again, top of his mark. Powers away from us. Carey taps his bat, waits here for Stuart Broad. He's pulling this forward of squares. A fielder in the deep who collects it with ease, and Carey in the meantime adds 1 run to his total. He is 13. Australia 7 for 247.
Yeah, for me that's not as threatening. It's 133 kilometres an hour. Doesn't quite get the same height as a Mark Wood, and for Alex Carey, I think he'd be thinking this will make it nice and easy for me to work my way into my innings again this morning before a new ball. So not bad as a change up, but I think you want to see as full as possible. And coming head to head with Pat Cummins, this is the matchup that Stuart Broad wants.
5 for 101 in the first innings at the SCGs, figures Stuart Broad. He's got the 2 wickets in this Australian innings so far. 2 for 52. Here is Broad again. The Australian captain Cummins shoulders arms and lets it go outside the off stump.
They've still got time on their side, Australia. There's no real need for them to push the game forward at this point, and it looks like to me that they're saying to England, yeah, you make the play. You try and show us all your moves. What have you got? We'll leave as many balls as possible, especially on length, with the ball not moving around.
Cummins yet to score. He's faced 5 balls. Second last ball of Broad's over. Here he is past the umpire. Cummins works across the crease, turns his ball behind square. Will take off for a quick single, thinking about the second and thinking better of it. He's sent back, and it's in fact a leg by. So Pat Cummins remains on naught, and Australia is 7 for 248.
Moved well there, Billings, as well, to get after that as the keeper and make sure it's only 1. And you have to do those little things just to set the tone for what you're trying to do from a fielding point of view as well. It's easy to just let those things just go along when it just feels like the game's meandering a little bit, but good energy from Billings.
2 slips and a gully in place here for Carey back on strike. There's a backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on. Quite a square mid-wicket. Fine leg as well. Australian wicket-keeper on 13. Waits here for Broad. Last ball of the over. In behind this and just strikes it back to the bowler, who misfields in his follow-through. It is a dot ball to finish off. Just the 1 run against the bowler's name. 2 runs off the over. 2 runs off the over complete, including a leg by. 7 for 248. The Australians.
Yeah, and Pat Cummins looks pretty comfortable. What a time to come out and bat before the new ball, and to give yourself a chance to get in as well. We're still, 15 overs away from that, so there's still plenty of time for these two to get a really good partnership going and feeling comfortable and get some more time into these England bowlers. And based on the field that we see in play, we're going to see some more short pitch bowling from Mark Wood. And how many overs is he in this spell, Rick, already?
Well, he had 3 balls to finish an over from last night, and he's bowled 3 since.
So maybe another 1 or 2 maximum, I reckon, in this spell.
Third man, a bit finer as well. That's Rory Burns. Just the 1 slip here as Cummins gets set to face Mark Wood. Comes steaming in around the wicket. Cummins up on his toes, defending where Broad picks up at cover. Dot ball.
That one not getting up a lot either off the wicket. Pretty comfortable there. Played around mid-drift height. And that's the tough thing. It's very hard on the body to come in and be constantly trying to bang it into the wicket and make something happen. And it's why we see those shorter spells. But Pat Cummins is the one, I think, that they would be trying to get the matchup right, get as many balls as him as possible and trying to make him play as well.
Dirk Nannis blamed our rain delay last night. The blame square on Mark Wood as he's in again here to Pat Cummins, who's a little unsure of this, but just pats it down behind square where Ollie Pope is at short leg. He's off the mark. Pat Cummins on 1, 7 for 249. Because Mark Wood had been bowling short for much of this series, slipping over, perhaps that accentuated the risk of the moisture coming out of the sky. That's why we lost 2 hours to rain last night.
I agree. He was doing all of the right things and having the conversations with the umpires, kept scratching around. It felt like they were getting sawdust every 2 seconds. I think he was sort of saying, well, this is a little bit dangerous, but I just think England needed to spend as much time out there as possible and give themselves a chance to get that new ball under lights last night.
So Carey taking some time to assess the field. Got that fielder in the deep. Burns is in front of that Ricky Ponting stand at a deep square leg, forward of the wicket. Ollie Pope is getting close. 1 slip, gully, Broad at cover on the approach, and Carey is trying to uppercut this one from Wood. He misses that, and it's through to the gloves of Sam Billings.
He did lose his footing a bit there, Mark Wood, just with that effort ball. And for Alex Carey, it's not a bad plan. He's showing up, he's giving away the stumps, but he knows that the ball's going to be short and just giving himself some room. There's definitely more space on that offside with only a point and cover. So he'd be looking at that gap in between and saying, look, this is a really good spot for me. It also gets me out of the way of it. It keeps my hands out of it. I'm less likely to get struck. And for that reason, we're actually seeing a field change, and Crawley's going to what it looks like the fly slip again. So they're saying, well, we're happy for you to take that on if you like.
Wood coming in around the wicket. Left-hander Carey again waits and to tuck this away, but he misses all of that, and it's flying past his back thigh and into the gloves of Sam Billings again. Dot ball, 7 for 249. Your text's welcome, 0467 920 222. I'll have a go at this. Hello from I think it's the Huschel family, driving home from the sunny Blue Mountains. Appreciating the coverage. Appreciate your company as well. Eddie and Nikki travelling to Woodgate from Harvey Bay. Loving the coverage. No one does it better than the ABC. Go Aussies. It is tennis season, Kristen, so it sort of is the season for bluffing your way through names which are a little bit tricky.
You said that with very good confidence.
It's all in the conviction.
You didn't hesitate. You just went for it. And I'm sure as a family they would appreciate that, even if you got that wrong, because of the confidence.
You don't know, sometimes people want to get it right as well. Not just sound like it's right. As Wood continues into Alex Carey. Another short ball, nudges this up behind square. It's wide of Ollie Pope.
down to the fielder at long leg, collected there by the sub-fielder, and that will be just an easy single. So Dom Bess out there doing the fielding. 250 up here for Australia. Still with one ball to come in the Mark Wood over. The 66th of this Australian innings.
That was well directed from Mark Wood, and we saw Alex Carey giving up his stumps and going to the leg side and to try and access the offside, and then we've seen him try and go the other way and move across to that offside to move the ball into the leg side, and I think that suits Mark Wood a little bit more catching options with somebody under the lid on the leg side.
In comes Wood, last ball the over. Cummins the open stance, ducks under a bouncer. And that will be a dot ball to finish. 7 for 250, with Australia having lost the wicket this morning of Mitchell Stark. I keep saying this afternoon. Mitchell Stark for 3, caught Burns, bowled Wood. That was 3 overs ago, but just the 4 runs since then, with Carey now on 14 and Pat Cummins on 1. That's all from Kristen Beams for now. Dirk Nannis taking his position back in the commentary box. Jenny says, can confirm it is hot sitting in the sun on the hill. 0467920222. Good evening from Banff in Canada. Very warm, -5 tonight. A dozen Aussies and 1 Pom watching the game live via the internet with your commentary, says Maddie and Zach. Good on you guys. I hope to bring day 2 from Hobart to you and right across Australia or beyond, in your case, listening there in Canada. Stuart Broad, new over from the northern end. Right arm around the wicket. Carey again taps his bat and waits. Coming forward here, semi-defensively. Plays it straight to Mark Wood at mid-on. No run. Welcome back, Dirk.
Afternoon, Spriggy. Good to be with you. Good to be with everybody. It's been a circumspect start from Australia. It's interesting to see that tactics with Wood, and quite amazing after what we saw last night, that they actually worked. To dismiss Stark being lured into that pull shot.
Australia's new emerging all-rounder is Broad here. It's wide of the crease, chopping away at this. Carey almost chopped on. It was very wide. He was shaping to drive, miscued that. The inside edge almost bounced onto the stumps, but he lives to fight another day. Carey 14, no runs off that ball, 7 for 250.
As soon as a fast bowler goes into that mode of bowling exclusively bounces, it's almost, in some regards, it's almost a battle of ego. In some regards, it's a battle of survival, I guess, from the batsman's perspective. The guy can't, particularly when they're one bowler down, the guy can't keep bowling that length for long periods because it's just too...
Broad can sense the opportunity coming. He digs in a short ball here, which Carey moves inside the line of and hooks it down the fine leg along the turf for a single.
It becomes too physically demanding to do. So at some stage they're going to have to stop. And when you're one fast bowler down already in Robinson, who I don't think we're going to see again, certainly for this innings, who knows what his back spasm's like. It's I just find it interesting how some teams or some players in teams get kind of lured into that battle when probably the smarter players just to let the ball go or try and get out of the way.
Ring field here for Cummins. Broad has pushed the mid on a little squarer here, a little bit in closer as well. It's Mark Wood. Broad into Cummins, who is on the back foot and then coming forward late to defend, to cover point. No runs. 7 for 251 here, the Australians. 1 run off this over so far. Cummins has 1, Carey 15. Just curiously, the statement around Ollie Robinson said that he will not be in a position to bowl in the first session on day 2. He's expected to field during the first session, which he's not. Should he be fit to bowl later in the day? Under what circumstances would Ollie Robinson bowl later in the day?
None.
Well, he's not. Australia are going to be all out in the next little bit if they don't. Can't imagine they'll declare. It's only if England get rolled for 50 would they be bowling again later on, England. So,
Rick, how are you on the rules of the game in terms of the bowler being off? Is it still that you have to spend the time that you've spent off the field as penance when you're on the field?
Cummins here waits for Broad. Another short ball. Pulls this down to fine leg. Easy single again for the Australian captain. He doubles his score to 2 and Australia 7 for 252.
And does the change of innings reset the clock? so he can come out at the change of innings and bowl from first ball next innings regardless of what happens?
All good questions, Dirk.
Not in your remit there, Rick.
So traditionally, the rule is or was that you have to spend X amount of time on the ground fielding before
Correct.
you can bowl.
Yes, so you're given... Well, my understanding was that you've got up to 2 overs to be off the ground without any issue.
Carey waits for Broad, back of a length, and just flaying it down to mid-on for no run. And it is a dot ball to finish off the Broad over. 2 runs off it, Australia 7 for 252.
For example, a relief break. You go off, you spend a couple of overs, or you quickly see the physio. You can come on within the 2 overs and just bowl the very next ball. Once you've been off a certain amount of time, then you need to, let's say it's 20 minutes, then you have to be on the ground for 20 minutes before you can bowl again.
Yes.
That's how it works. And so, I just wonder whether the change of innings, if you've been off for 5 hours, does the change of innings reset the clock and you can go straight away from ball 1 of the next innings? I'm feeling you can. It's amazing how little you know the rules though as a player.
Cricket's like that. Wood around the wicket. Cummins, so to him, another short ball. He pulls this high in the air. This will be caught. Almost identical to the Cameron Green dismissal last night. This time it's the Australian captain, Pat Cummins, who falls in that trap. Out for 2. Australia 8 for 252.
The plan is working. It's amazing to see the Australian captain also go down that way. It's a decent-sized boundary out there, and 3 men out on the boundary for that exact shot. Quite remarkable.
Pat Cummins trudges off. Mark Wood's pretty chuffed with himself. He had those 3 men out there in the deep, and Zach Crawley was the one to take the catch, sitting on the fence behind square. So 8 for 252 here, the Australians, and applause here for Nathan Lyon in at number 10.
It's quite remarkable. It's such a simple plan, and you know that it's happening, and you know the reason they're doing it, but Stark's fallen for it. So too Pat Cummins has fallen for it. Green fell for it. It's as though it's a chat that you need to have in the change room. No matter what you do, don't hit it out to the man in the deep.
So that's Wood's 3rd wicket of the innings. Nice way to start the over. So still 5 balls remaining. Well, this could all wind down pretty quickly from an Australian perspective. England may yet get plenty of afternoon daylight to bat. If they can get these last couple of Aussie wickets. Off the SMS, Mark in Adelaide. Hello, what purpose does the paint on the ground in the bowler's run-up serve? Well, it's to mark the run-up, I imagine.
Exactly right.
Referring to.
It's you don't want to bowl no balls, and you want to make sure that you're running in from the same distance every time and have that rhythm. So that's why they mark it out. Some people mark it as where they start running from. Some people mark it as it's the 3rd step of your run-up.
Fine leg, long leg, deep square as well, as Wood is around the wicket to Lyon, who just pulls this into the turf. And it just rolls along to Crawley out there on the fence again, who took that catch a short time ago. Nathan Lyon's off the mark straight away. Australia 8 for 253.
And it's a wonderful field. It's one for junior cricket because you've got short leg, regulation square leg, and deep forward square leg. So you've got 3 players in a dead straight line. In cricket, I used to be in under 10s, you'd have a backstop behind the wicket keeper, but I can't think of another occasion where you would actually have players directly behind each other. There's 3 of them.
Wood continues here to the left-hander Carey, who's waiting here, ducking under a bouncer, and again Wood loses his footing in his delivery stride. He's taking some time to adjust the popping crease and the sawdust and the various bits and pieces out there, Dirk.
How many times do you reckon he's fallen over this summer?
Rick? No.
Could we be up to 100?
We're in double figures in this match alone. Probably not for him.
I'd say easily over 50.
Happened in the very first ball, Stuart Broad. sort of anticlimactic in the end. History-making occasion, first Ashes Test match in Hobart. Stuart Broad face planted on the very first ball. 8 for 2, 5-3 Australia. Carey waits here for Ward around the wicket. Just cuts this late. Leaning back on this delivery, and it's down to the fielder in the deep at third man. So one more run here for Carey.
And curiously, I think that was the last LBW appeal that we've had. The only LBW appeal. Can't recall another one across this innings.
Rick, a record for England. Zach Crawley, 4 catches in the innings. A record for a test match in Hobart. Beating 3. Hold on, guys, I've got 3. First to 4.
8 for 254 as Nathan Lyon takes some time to assess the field. Slip in place here. Short leg is still there. Regulation square, as Dirk said, then in one straight line. A deep square leg out behind him. Wood around the wicket. Second last ball this over. Lyon pulls up in the air. Crawley's out there. It may split the fielders and go all the way for 6. Wokes was running to his right as well. It just carried between them and just over the rope. Oh, the crowd loved that. Nathan Lyon ticks along to 7. Australia 8 for 260.
And you can shake your head about other people falling to this shot, but it's something that Nathan Lyon's just going to keep playing. He's going to back himself to play that shot. It's the way he fends off short bowling. So he'll continue doing it. Might bring about his downfall, but he might also be 20-odd by the time that happens.
I've just flashed up the wagon wheel on the big screen. All of Nathan Lyon's 7 runs so far in that zone behind the wicket. Last ball, the Wood over. Lyon, the open stance. This is a bouncer. He ducks underneath it. And that will be a dot ball to finish off. So 8 for 260 Australia, having lost Mitchell Starc and Pat Cummins for 3 and 2 respectively this morning. 8 for 260 with Lyon on 7, Alex Carey on 16. Dirk Anna sticking around, and Aggers is joining him.
Grandstand Cricket, The Ashes, Australia versus England. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. What a beautiful day. It really is a transformation from yesterday. Sun shining, lots of blue sky. And Derwent is sparkling in the distance too. And what a couple of, well, certainly that second, absolutely bizarre wickets. I mean, I think sort of forgave Cameron Green yesterday for his youth and his enthusiasm and his inexperience. But what Cummins was doing holding out there, I have no idea. It's extraordinary, isn't it? But he did. And so Australia are now 8 for 260. And it's game on. It still feels that Australia's got the upper hand in the game, I must say. But at least England have chipped away for a couple of wickets and have a bit more of a smile to their faces. They've got a lot of batting to do, mind you.
Is that perception, though, Angus, because of the nature of the way the ball was moving around yesterday, and England had Australia in so much trouble, that you thought that they would have rolled Australia out for a lower score? And if you look at it, if you look at 8 for 260 and you think as a bowling unit, you'd be pretty happy about that at the start of the test match. Would you take 8
at the start of the test match? Yes. In goes Wokes over the wicket, bowls, and that's turned away into the leg side by Carey. He wants 2 here, and we've got Broad rushing in from deep square leg, and he doesn't pick it up cleanly. Crowd will enjoy that. Give the chance to give Stuart Broad a bit of stick.
This would be halfway through the evening session.
Yes, no, I understand what you're saying, but I think it did so much yesterday morning, the first session, didn't it? And to be 12 for 3 should have been 4. Yeah, this felt like England's moment.
4 for 12.
Really, yeah. Yes, 4 for 12. I'm going box to box. I'm getting it right most times. Why can't you just do the score the right way round in Australia? It would solve so many issues. Wokes again runs in, bowls to Carey, who flicks that away, finds Broad again. This time it will only be 1. And his friends on the hill there give him a big cheer. And 1 more, so that brings Nathan Lyon down on strike. But it's a gorgeous day. Matt Wellington poked her head out for a little while this morning. A quick look up there.
It's out now.
She's there now in all her glory. There you go. You can see it from your box. You can't see it from ours. Yep, she's there with some big transmitter on top. But beautiful setting. There's the outside chance of a storm this afternoon, the airport says, but otherwise we'll settle for this. It's humid, very bright. It's glorious. Wokes runs in, bowls to Lyon on the back foot, trying to force the ball away, doesn't quite time that. It dribbles out for Ben Stokes to field. Crowd enjoying themselves. It's not quite, I suppose, as big a crowd as yesterday, I don't think. We got sort of 7,000 maybe, something like that. 5,000 it says on our screen, 5,000. That feels about right.
I'd be disappointed if it doesn't get to at least yesterday's total.
Saturday, there's lots of people out on their yachts. Have you seen out on the Derwent? Sorts of colours of sails, size of sails bobbing around there. Wokes runs in and bowls. Nice shot from Lyon, coming forward, driving. Wood's able to field there at mid-on.
I'd love to know your take on John Lewis's comment on Ollie Robinson.
Oh, you're probably right. No, it's funny. I mean, you've been watching the whole series, Dirk. I mean, he can bowl. He can bowl, and he's been around in county cricket a long time. But it's that step up, isn't it? It's if you want to be a success, Test cricket, everything's got to be a step up from where you were in Sheffield Shield or county cricket. Goes Wokes, bowls, and that's pushed away out into the offside. And some people need telling, and some people perhaps you don't tell. Maybe they think actually Robertson needs telling in the public. He needs to get himself a bit fitter, because looking at the last Test he played, he didn't look fit then. I didn't think. So
I can understand that if someone starts the day at 132 and finishes the day at 118 or 115 because their body just can't do it, and that's a fitness thing. But having someone in the second session go down with the back spasm, that's necessarily a fitness thing.
Maybe they used that as a sort of a bit of a prod on the other front, maybe. I don't know. I mean, he's not on the field now, is he? He goes Wokes again and bowls, and that's driven down to mid-off. And he's not on the field, despite them saying that he was going to be on the field. So I don't really what's going on there either.
I think the messaging from the England camp across this entire summer has been bizarre.
Well, we actually had a statement saying that he would be taking the field, but he's not. We've got Don Bess out there somewhere, running around, doing his bit and so on.
I said in the build-up to today, we saw him trying to run and do sort of stride throughs in the warm-up this morning. It looked like he was doing his first jog after a hamstring strain.
Oh, you saw that? Yeah. So let's gave up when he was fielding yesterday down there. He just looked like an old man. I mean, this is horrible. Anyone's got a back spasm, we know, and it really gets. It's a horrible thing, isn't it? It affects so much your legs, your movement, your mobility. But it didn't look like a man who's going to be looking forward to bowling. But now he's off. Well, he's going to have to spend some time serving his time to get back on. We need to nail down that rule. It's one of those that constantly changes about how much time you serve on and serve off the field to come back on again. You could do with an umpire really getting in touch and answering that one. Wood comes rushing in, bowls for Carey, who plays off the back foot down to a man at backward point. Just got a quick ball there from Wood. He'll be pleased he's picked up a couple of wickets this morning to make up for yesterday.
I don't know what they did in the UK, but certainly in Australia as a first-class player, they give you a massive book with the rules, the playing conditions every single year, and it goes in the bottom of your cricket bag and you never take it out. And at the end of the year, you empty the cricket bag and there's the book.
Yeah. It's true because A, are probably a bit lazy, and B, you just rely on the umpires, don't you? They know the laws back to front. Here comes Wood and bowls, firing it down the leg side. Carey can move inside that. So I'm afraid virtually every first-class cricket I know just leaves it to the umpires, don't they? Because that's their job. So you don't. It's amazing how ignorant of the laws professional cricketers are, actually. I'm not saying that with any pride. I'm just saying. I mean, it's true. It is true because it's the umpires that enforce them. It's the umpires that know them, and sometimes you get caught out of it.
Normally, it's either the coach or the captain who know the rules in your team, and everyone else is just going along for the ride.
Yeah, just go out there and do your bit. Wood rushes in the sunshine, bowls down the leg side. Oh, he almost gave Billings his first catch. As Carey went to hook that down the leg side, he just got a bit of a deflection. And Billings dived across there to his right, but it was always out of his reach. So there's another boundary to Carey. 8 for 267. He's got some useful runs here. 23 now.
I think Carey obliged there because the ball was so far down leg side he thought it was almost a free hit. Could have brought about his demise. Made it caught very high on the bat. Maybe a little bit of glove on the way through. kind of ballooned its way past Billings.
Wood again. Bowls now, and it's short and pulled. Short leg fields with their ducks as the ball whistles past him. There's Best, the substitute fielder for Robinson. Tossing the ball back from deep square leg. And that brings Lyon down on strike. Much more summery scene here today. Not those black Tassie tuxedos that I've never seen a crowd quite like it as that one yesterday evening. Virtually everybody wearing black tops. It's more summery today.
I actually thought that was exactly the uniform that you see at all the English grounds.
Certainly not. The Tassie tuxedos.
No, maybe not the puffer jacket, but certainly dark coats.
Oh, well, it goes a bit with the weather, doesn't it, to be fair? Here comes Wood, bowls short, he's swung that away, that's gone way over for 6. Out of the ground. And the problem here is that Lyon knows exactly what Wood's going to serve him up. And he's got hold of that, and he's planted it beyond a big tree. Beside the stand, some kind chap there with a mask on and some shorts has tossed the ball back again. Well fielded, sir.
That's a remarkable stroke. I think that's actually it's certainly gone out of the ground. I think it's gone over the road that is on the north side of...
But it's come back again, so maybe went into someone's garden. It's been like a sort of a relay throw.
They're trimming the roses out there.
Someone's garden, back to that chap down there, who's tossed it back in. Tonight it has to be sanitised. I don't know how you sanitise a cricket ball. Anyway, it is sanitised. And so play can continue, but it's just such an obvious field here. And Lyon doesn't play that shot badly. I mean, he might well hold out for one because he's a number 10 eventually, but these are useful runs.
He'd be very happy with that. That was massive. He's actually hit that on a perfect trajectory to hit that out of the ground.
No, excellent shot. Here's Wood again, runs in, bowls to him, short, he goes for another one. Where's it gone? Into the hill. And they're scrabbling for it there. It's gone to the family section. And Mark Wood was all smiles when he was handing this out to Pat Cummins in Sydney. He's not smiling now. Nathan Lyons dumped him into the hill. He's hit him out the ground. And Australia registering some really important runs. 8 for 280.
I don't think this is necessarily a tactic that is going to get Nathan Lyon out.
Just get him out. Just pitch it up and get him out.
Because that's his best shot. You're bowling into his best scoring zone.
He's at number 10. Get him out. Rick.
Nathan Lyon's 10th, 11th and 12th sixes. He's never hit more than 1 6 in an innings before. He's got 3 this morning.
Well, there you go. It's him. He's got the smile on his face now. Just look at him leaning on his back. Looking very, very smug.
Never, Rick, in any innings. I find that a remarkable stat.
He's played, 9 innings with a 6. 1 6. This is the first time he's got more than 1. Yep.
8 for 280. And goes Wokes, bowls, and that's steered by Carey into the offside. Let's say hello to Kev. He's in Albany, West Australia. Aggers, why don't you join the majority of the planet? Big comment this. And go metric. Loving the commentary as I walk the dogs in Albany. I'll be walking my dogs next week, Kev. Looking forward to it. What metric? That's European, isn't it? That's French and stuff. Certainly not. We're yards and miles, Kev. Sorry. You don't get kilometres and those things in England. Oh, you do here. I don't know why you do here. No, certainly not. We're English and proud. We're yards. In goes Wokes, bowls, and that's driven down to mid-off.
What do you use metric?
Why?
No, what do you use in metric?
Nothing. Well, kids use more of kilograms and stuff. But if I went into the butcher's and asked for 2 pounds of mince, or I went into the butcher's and asked for 1.3 kilos of mince, I don't know what the mince in pounds looks like. I wouldn't have a clue what the kilos looks like. No.
So what do they measure it in? Are they measuring in pounds? I thought it was kilos.
Well, he's bowled him. As Carey there came forward, and it runs off the inside edge into the stumps. And it's the 3rd wicket down, and Wokes has got a wicket. And so relief for him at last. 9 for 280. And Australia's innings subsiding here this morning. It's the 3rd wicket they've lost.
It's awkward sort of a chop on because it was a long way. It hit right up near the shoulder of the bat, inside edge. Carey might see himself as being a little bit unlucky there, but that's the way.
Played well, 24 useful runs those were.
Sometimes they go your way, sometimes they go the other, and this time the bowler's got him.
Right, a big cheer for the sort of local lad, Scott Boland. So they love him here, don't they? I mean, he plays his T20 here, doesn't he? His blast. To Victorian normally, as it were. But anyway, he's coming out about number 11. No, I'll just finish up it. I think legally it was the case that you had to measure stuff in kilograms and things from now on. It's very mixed. We do not use kilometres.
Was that an EU thing?
Well, it's all to do with Europe. It's kind of a bit of a dodgy, all that stuff at the moment. But most people of my generation would talk about pounds and ounces. You would. You just do. Yards, not metres. And never kilometres. Kilometres do not exist in England or the United Kingdom. So it's a bit of a mixture. There was a time where it was illegal for a butcher to weigh his meat out in pounds and ounces, and some councils went round and fined people. It all got very unpleasant. So Kev, I'll grant you, it's a bit of a grey matter. Now this is Wokes again, bowling to Boland, who plays that nicely, defending from off stump, and plays back up the pitch. We're definitely yards. We're talking about, how many metres are there in a cricket pitch?
20
metres.
Bang on.
Precise.
Near enough.
Near enough. You don't have near enough. It's not near enough. It's not near enough. It's 22 yards precisely.
It's probably near enough that as a bowler who plays on a cricket pitch all the time, you won't notice the difference.
You mark that out. That's 22 yards. In goes Wokes, bowls, and back goes Boland, and plays the way into the offside. It's an old farmer's chain. 22 yards. That's 20.0139 or something metres.
A farmer's chain.
That's a farmer's chain. It's 22 yards.
What was the chain used for a farmer?
Well, that's one of his measurements. That's how he used to measure his fields and his crops and there's a chain. 22 yards is chain. That's why it's 22 yards long.
20.117 metres.
There you are. So that's just. Are you calling it 22 yards or 20.0117 metres? In goes Wokes. Bowls, and that's driven to backward point by Boland. There's no run. More importantly, what's Kev calling it in Albany? Come on, Kev. Sound like it might be a farming type out there. Have you got a chain out in the back in your shed somewhere? Possibly. It's 22 yards long. That's why it's 22 yards, you see. Anyway, there you go. A little cricketing lesson for Dirk Nannes. Metric and Imperial's all a bit of a mess, I think, as a bottom line back at home. Andrew's coming in here.
Grandstand Cricket, The Ashes, Australia versus England. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
When the sun came up.
Thank you, Aggers. 9 for 280. Can Nathan Lyon continue his assault? He's 19 off 9 deliveries. And there will be a change of bowling. Mark Wood looked exhausted enough. And Mark Wood, figures of 17 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 108. That last over to Nathan Lyon, back-to-back sixes, and he conceded 17 runs. So now Stuart Broad, 22 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 54. After a 4-over spell to start the day, he'll resume from the river end on this stunning, beautiful day in Hobart. Day 2 of the 5th Men's Ashes Test. 3-0 the series in the bag for Australia. But a good contest here. 9 for 280. It's Nathan Lyon awaiting Broad, and it's well pitched up this time. And Lyon defends it back to the bowler. No run. And his strike rate takes a hit now. 19 off 10 deliveries. Stephen Finn, former England fast bowler, has replaced Dirk Nannes. Hello, Finny.
Good afternoon, Maury. That's more like it, I must say, today. That shirt, yeah,
it's as bright as I have.
Yeah, that's more like the Maury we know and love.
Yes.
Yesterday you were a shadow of yourself on the dressing front.
I apologise. I think you're going to see a few shadows over the 5 days. There's a couple of bright sparks, being a very pink one. A slip and a gully. Broad bowls and Lyon is driving. Another well pitched up delivery. They've abandoned the short ball to Lyon after he kept whacking them out of the ground. and played those magnificently, didn't he?
The first one was an absolute monster. It must have bounced down the road. I don't know whether they got it back, but it went right over the stand, down the road, probably in someone's back garden. Yeah, you absolutely creamed that. I mean, England again persisting with the short ball theory, but in a low scoring game, 12 runs or 17 runs off that over from short pitch deliveries could end up being significant.
Deep square, deep backward square still in place as Broad bowls, and he's forward defending his line to Burns in the cover, and there's no run. Score remains 9 for 280 after Australia resumed at 6 for 241, so they've lost 3 for 39. Mitchell Starc went for 3, caught Burns and square leg off Mark Wood's bowling. Pat Cummins was holing out to the plan down a deep backward square by Zach Crawley, or deep square leg off Wood's bowling for 2, and then Alex Carey chopping on, bowled by Chris Wokes for 24. It was 7 for 246, 8 for 252, 9 for 280 as Broad bowls, and Line clamps down on a Yorker, missed it in the end, went under his bat just outside the off stump. Broad appealed, but there was no chance that he was going to get a favourable response from umpire Tucker, and the score remains 9 for 280. So how would you regard this first hour in terms of England's perspective?
Oh, England will be happy that they've taken the 3 wickets naturally, especially getting rid of the 2 probably most dangerous aggressive batters in Carey and Starc, but they'll be disappointed that Nathan Lyon has scored 19 off 13 balls, I think, but if they were to clean up this last wicket, I think it would have been an even morning's cricket, I would say.
Deep points coming into a more regulation backward point as Lyon clubs this to mid-off. Gee, timed that nicely, but couldn't beat Mark Wood, who nearly lost the ball, but picks it up. No run, 9 for 280. Lyon 19, bowling yet to score. Rick Finlay, what have you got?
Nathan Lyon joins a select couple to have hit 3 sixes in an innings, batting from number 10 in Australian Tests. Dennis Lilly did it in 1975 at Lord's, and our erstwhile commentator last Test, Stuart Clark, did it at Headingley in 2009.
Surprised Stewie didn't remind us of that repeatedly. Here's Broad, bowls, and Lyon is playing a shot down very fine on the onside. He'll get one and come back for a second on the return, but he just rolled his wrist on that, I guess, Nathan Lyon. It was an odd-looking shot, but effective enough. He moves into the 20s. He's 21 off 15, 9 for 282 at the end of the over. Stuart Broad, 23 overs, 2 for 56. Finney, how would you describe that shot from Nathan Lyon?
It was like a bit of a one-day scoop, to be honest. It full straight on leg stump from Stuart Broad, not pitching, aiming for the Yorker, and he just almost helped it on its way, like a one-day player trying to beat short, fine leg in the opening overs of a T20 game. So he seems to have got the full repertoire out for the crowd, Nathan Lyon, and they're very much enjoying it.
So how long is left in this Australian innings? 9 for 282. It'll be Scott Bolland on strike to Chris Wokes, who's in over the wicket from the northern end, and Bolland looking very competent in defence. Comes forward and pushes it away square on the offside. No run. Score remains 9 for 282. After yesterday, Dave Warner went for a duck. Khawaja 6. Steve Smith, no score. Marnus Labuschagne 44. Travis Head, a brilliant 101. And Cameron Green 74. And Stump 6 for 241. Now Wokes on his way. Past umpire Wilson, over the wicket, short, ducking underneath it is Bolland, and through it goes to the keeper. Tell you what, his English, it's a wide this time called by Paul Wilson. It was very short. And another run for Australia, 9 for 283. How would you cope, Finney, with your energy levels when you're being asked to bowl bouncer after bouncer after bouncer after bouncer?
It certainly saps you. Certainly it takes it out of you, especially the captain keeps asking you to keep going. In this heat, I mean, it's blooming hot today.
Now it's good delivery from Wokes outside the edge of Scott Boland's probing bat. Through it goes to Sam Billings. It remains 9 for 283. 25 degrees, it's got to you?
It feels hotter than that today. I mean, I went out dressed like this morning to go and get some breakfast in Salamanca Place, and I was sweating up an absolute storm as soon as I got 10 metres outside the hotel. I don't know whether that speaks more volumes of my levels of fitness at the moment or the heat outside. I'm unsure, but it certainly caught me by surprise.
Wokes is in and Bolland is forward, edging just wide of a diving gully, and the ball will race away to third man for 4. Scott Bolland is off the mark with a boundary. An edgy one for sure, but it doesn't matter. Ollie Pope had no chance moving to his left at gully. Bolland 4, 9 for 287 Australia in the 73rd over of the innings.
Yeah, any runs that Australia can eke out here towards 300 or beyond 300 will be significant, I think, because it certainly feels as though 300 is a very good score on this pitch. We've seen enough significant seam movement, especially early in the day yesterday, but even with this old ball, Alex Carey getting beaten on the inside edge suggests that there's still plenty there with an old ball.
Wokes in again, and Bolland is getting a well-pitched-up Yorker in the end. And he clamps down on it. It ends up at mid-on.
His first test match for Scott
Bolland. Nice. Something to remember for him here at Belrive.
Yeah, edge, yeah. I mean, that's relatively normal, I'd say, for a number 11.
Yeah.
You certainly do remember the ones that you crunch through the offside or the pulls. My favourite one, the pull off Dale Steyn, just in front of square.
That's handy.
He hit it in the head about 3 balls later.
Yes. You're always going to live to regret it.
Yes, I was. Well, I actually, in that test match, in the first innings...
Where'd you go there, Finney? You just disappeared.
I know, I just realised I got my hat on backwards and I'm 32.
I was going to ask you about that. As a square leg goes deep, why would you do that for the number 11? And Bolland expertly works the delivery from Wokes off his pad through mid-wicket for 4. He'll remember that one.
There we go.
Scott Bolland moves to 8. And Australia 9 for 291. That was beautifully played.
That's the shot of Marnus Labuschagne, you'd have to say. He must have been in the nets practising. I mean, he almost looks sheepish that he's just hit a 4 through mid-wicket here, Scott Bolland, and full straight, whipped. In England, we say that it's clipped like toenails through mid-wicket.
Nice.
Races away, beats the deep square leg fielder, and yeah, Scott Bolland will be happy with that, straight out the middle of the bat. I'd be surprised if this one's not slammed halfway down.
It's Wokes. No, it's pitched up and it's runs again for Bolland. He plays that nicely with an open face backward of point. Coming back for a second run, and Scotty Bolland, ladies and gentlemen, is into double figures. He's 10, Australia 9 for 293 at the end of a disappointing Chris Wokes over. 15 overs, 2 for 64 his figures. But I've got mounting questions for you, Finney. Why are you dropping square leg back to the boundary in the number 11?
Because you want him to
Why were you
think.
wearing your hat back to front?
Okay, well, I'll address the cricket question first.
Okay.
You put the square leg back in that scenario because you want the tail ender to think that you're going to slam one in short. And so the man goes back, and immediately as a tail ender, your footwork is not as precise in getting into the full length delivery because you're hanging back expecting a short one, because when we bat down the bottom, we're not able to react to the stimulus of the ball being banged in. We have to almost preempt it. So by putting the man back, you automatically as a tail ender think that the ball is going to be short, and then you don't get into the full ball as much. But it didn't work for Chris Wokes, unfortunately for him. So that's the first question answered. Second question, why was my hat on backwards? I'm really uncomfortable today. I'm just hot and sweaty, and I feel really clammy.
Because you've gone super cash today.
Yeah.
As I think we're going to get a new box of balls coming out in the middle after, well, the second new ball's 7 overs away, but it's not. Well, no, I'm watching a close frame and the ball's fitting through the hoop okay, but there must be some other issue with it. And so the new box of balls comes out before the actual new ball, 7 overs away, with Australia 9 for 283. Yeah, you look super casual. The pearl necklace is outside the shirt today.
It is, yep. Yeah, we're rocking it today. We're proud of it today. We're not shy, not embarrassed, proud of it. But yeah, the black jean option was probably not the most sensible decision that I've made, and it was out of mere just fiddling around and being uncomfortable that I ended up putting my hat on backwards and forgot that it was until I looked in the camera directly ahead of us that we've been recorded on a number of times, that I realised that it was backwards and I needed to grow up.
Well, you've had an epiphany.
Yeah, a mild epiphany, I'd say. I mean, I'm sure I'll slip back into being a child at some stage, but for the time being, I'm going to try and behave like an adult.
Well, while you work that out, we've got stuff to do. Australia 9 for 293. The drinks are coming onto the field. Let's get to the latest ABC News headlines.
Hello, David Rowlands with the news headlines. Just over 50% of Australians currently eligible for COVID booster shots have had one. The Federal Health Minister Greg Hunt says there were 245,000 booster shots issued across the country yesterday. The Northern Territory has recorded its second ever COVID-19 death after a fully vaccinated woman in her 40s passed away overnight. NT Acting Chief Minister Nicole Manison says the woman was from the Bagot Aboriginal community in Darwin and had underlying health issues. Novak Djokovic's lawyers say his visa's been cancelled because he's seen as a symbol of the anti-vaccination movement. The world tennis number one is fighting his visa cancellation in the federal court. And the judge in Ghislaine Maxwell's sex abuse trial in the US has set a sentencing date of June the 28th. The 60-year-old faces up to 65 years in prison after being convicted of trafficking teenage girls for the late financier and convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein.
Grandstand cricket, the Ashes.
Hits him straight down the ground. That'll be 6. This time he swats it up in the air, cuts it all the way for 6.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital and on the ABC Listen app.
Drinks at Bellerive Oval, Australia 9 for 293. Quentin Hull with you at Royal Queensland for the Australian PGA and inaugural WPGA events. It's a one-horse race in the men's. Jed Morgan, who started the day 6 clear, is now 7 shots clear, playing the 12th hole of his third round. He's picked up 4 shots today. The youngster, who was the Australian amateur champion at this course a couple of years ago, 18 under and a leader by 7 over Andrew Dote, who's picked up 3 shots today to be at 11 under for the tournament. Then Louis Dobbelaar at 10 under, Jake McLeod at 8 under, and David Micheluzzi rounds out the top 5 in the men's at 7 under. But it's been all but flawless for Jed Morgan. 1 bogey, which came on the first day on the 13th hole. He's been outstanding since and leads by 7. In the women's, a much tighter affair. It's Suo at 8 under, ahead of Grace Kim 7 under, and Sarah Jane Smith at 6 under. Back to Bellerive.
Good timing cue. Stuart Broad is about to bowl. There's been a lot happening today. We've had 3 wickets. We've had 3 sixes from Nathan Lyon. We've had a new ball coming out of the box, a drink. Stephen Finn's decided all of a sudden he needs to become an adult. There is a lot going on here at beautiful Bellerive. And Stuart Broad will begin a new over. And he's end bowling to Nathan Lyon, who's on 21 or 15 deliveries, and an edge just short of Pope at Gully. And Nathan Lyon survives. The score remains 9 for 293.
It's one of those awkward periods now where the opening batsman will be just thinking, right, get this over and done with. My head's on batting. Mentally, you're trying to switch yourself on to dealing with Pat Cummins and Mitchell Stark with the brand new ball on a wicket that could be sporting. So the longer that Nathan Lyon ekes this out here, the longer the anxiety of the England batters continues, and would be a good thing for Australia.
Very open stance here for Lyon as he waits for Broad, and he flicks this away to mid-wicket, can't pierce the field. And no run, as was fielded by Zach Crawley, one of those opening batters. At least he'll take some confidence in after a really good, composed knock in the second innings of the SCG of 77. He looked terrific.
Yeah, he was impressive, wasn't he? I think he looked like a test match batsman in that innings, pulling an Imperious off short of a length and climbing into anything full, making sure that the Australian bowlers had to be really on it when they bowled to him. So hopefully he can continue that.
Broad to Lyon, whips it off his pads down to deep backward square. We'll get a comfortable single to move to 22. Australia 9 for 294. And as you're talking about Zach Crawley, he's looking at Rory Burns in the covers, and he had his hands on his hips, doing his best to look relaxed, but that tummy would be churning.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, whenever you're waiting to do anything in cricket, whether that's waiting in the hutch to have a bat, especially as a lower order player, and someone's bowling quick, you do start to get the nervous wheeze and start walking around the dressing room. Yeah, you end up needing the toilet about every 3 minutes because you're nervous about going out there and facing someone who's bowling absolute thunderbolts. So yeah, you start to get nervous, and it starts to get the butterflies, which it does get the juices flowing, as long as you can control them.
You really do have a way with words.
I try my best.
Here's Broad in again to Scott Boland this time. He's very compact in defence, just pushes it to mid-on. Now, some news here. Mitchell Marsh, Josh Inglis, Mitch Swepson and Michael Neser have been released from the Australian Test squad to return to the Big Bash. The four will take a charter flight from Hobart to Melbourne tomorrow. Marcus Harris and Jai Richardson will remain here in Hobart for the remainder of the Test, but Mitchell Marsh, Josh Inglis, Mitchell Swepson and Michael Neser are off to the Big Bash. Jamie writes, just as well Steve Finn wasn't in Karratha a few days ago. I'll tell you why. Broad bowls and Boland defends. Square on the offside, can't get a run. Dom Best from backward point moves to his right to field, where it was 50.2 degrees.
Celsius?
Yes.
Blimey neck. That's a bit hot.
It's twice what you're going through at the moment.
I know. The humidity here in Hobart. You know, the guy in the lift, actually, a porter in the hotel in the lift, I was carrying a jumper. He told me, "You won't need that, mate." I was like, "What do you mean? It was freezing yesterday." And he was like, "Mate, it's going to feel about 35 for you being from England, mate." I was like, "Okay, fair enough."
He's nailed you, by the way.
Yeah, you get sledged everywhere you go in this country.
He's spot on. Broad bowls to Boland, doesn't offer. Nice confident raise of the bat above his head, and it's 9 for 294 at the end of the over. Broad has bowled 24 of them, 2 for 57. Rick Finlay.
It might be pertinent to point out that Scott Boland actually holds the record for the slowest 50 here at Bellerive Oval in the Sheffield Shield game. He scored 51 off 213 balls, 23.9 runs per 100 balls. It's the slowest in terms of runs per 100 balls, the slowest 50 ever made at this ground.
And a very similar strike rate to your night watchman half century against New Zealand.
Yeah, was he trying to save a game there, or was he just... He must have been trying to save a game, surely. Is it fourth innings?
I'll have a look.
Sorry, Rick, I've been under the pump there.
Stand by all cars.
Yeah.
So now it's going to be Wokes. He picked up a wicket today. In fact, he's been replaced after a pretty ordinary last over. And Mark Wood, who looked knackered after his previous over that Nathan Lyon was smashing all over the place. And Nathan Lyon awaits. They're back. Deep square leg and fine leg, and Wood bowls to him, and it's pitched up. And Lyon pushes to cover. Can't get a run as Rory Burns moves smartly to his left of field. Dot ball 9 for 294. You got it, Rick?
He came in number 5 in the first innings as a night watchman. Stuck around the next day for a long time.
In the first innings?
Yes.
The synergy between your knock and his.
No, well, I was trying to save a test match. It wasn't the first innings.
Yeah, but night watchman, I mean.
Yeah, night watchman, fair enough. But...
Yes, you got defensive there,
didn't
didn't
you? Scotty boy. Next day, well, if you make it through in the first innings of the night watchman, it's party time the next morning. I have a big slog. You do everyone a favour if you get out, and it's fun if you don't.
Mark Wood bowling to Nathan Lyon, who big windy wolf that time. He tried the pull shot over square leg again, but he missed this one. Through it goes to Sam Billings, and he remains on 22 off 20 deliveries. 14-run partnership so far for the 10th wicket, and Scotty Boland's strike rate much better today, 10 off 12. And he didn't really get close to that short ball that time, Lyon.
No, it wasn't that short. I have to say that was more back of a length than an actual bouncer, but Nathan Lyon, naturally, when someone's bowling 90 miles an hour at you as a tail ender, you do hang back in your crease, open up your front foot as he is, and just have a big carve across the line.
Wood bowls to Lyon, and he plays this brilliantly backward of point for 4. He just rocked back and carved that away between point and gully. And I reckon, Stephen, that went exactly as he envisaged in his mind as he played that shot. That was a ripper. Nathan Lyon is 26. Australia 9 for 298.
That's a late cut out the MCC coaching manual like Don Bradman would want you to play. Just tap it on the head, hit it through that gap between gully and backward point. The field is immediately changed. Third man goes back to stop him doing it. He's having fun out there, Nathan Lyon.
Is the short ball coming here from Mark Wood? Bowls the line, it is short. It's hoisted up in the sky. Billings chasing, diving, dropping. And Nathan Lyon will get a couple. He has run 40 metres there, Sam Billings, and a desperate lunge at the end. The fielders out there were a lot closer to the ball than Sam Billings. And Billings has done a great job to get close enough to have an opportunity. But in the end, 2 for Lyon, he's 28. And the 300 is up for Australia, which looked most unlikely when they were 3 for 12 yesterday, 9 for 300. It was a great effort by Sam Billings. Dived one-handed and didn't quite get a glove to it.
Yeah, he's covered a lot of ground there. He's had shoulder problems in the past from diving for balls, and you're just slightly worried when he was gingering, removing himself from the turf that he may have done something.
Wood bowls to Lyon, well pitched up, and a slot by Lyon just wide of mid-on. Diving save by Chris Wokes, and that ball was travelling. Nathan Lyon, he's feeling it out there. 29 off 23, 9 for 301.
I don't know how you make your cars over here, but fifth gear, I mean, I presume they're made the same.
Yeah, you don't see a lot of manuals these days.
Yeah, I don't know whether you make them strange over here, but...
No, we had fifth gears.
Nathan Lyon is firmly jammed in fifth gear and can't remove himself now, unfortunately, so it's go time, which is so much fun as a tail ender when you're just having a dip.
Unfortunately for who?
Well, unfortunately for England and myself, but it's fun to watch. I can admit that on Australian radio. I couldn't say that on the BBC.
Here's Mark Wood to end the over. Bowls to Scott Boland. He's forward, pushing it to cover, and Rory Burns fields to end the over. Mark Wood, the extraordinary figures of 18 overs, 3 for 115. Australia is 9 for 301, line 29. Boland is 10. Stephen Finn, I must depart. And Brett Sprigg to pick up the action here on Grandstand Cricket.
Grandstand Cricket, The Ashes, on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and on the ABC Listen app.
Thank you, Andrew. 9 for 301, the Australian. Start of a new Stewart brought over from the river end. With Nathan Lyon on strike. He's clamping down on this, defending back to the bowler. Dot ball. So still Australia are there. 9 for 301. G'day, Steve.
G'day, nice to meet you.
It's actually our first time meeting together.
It is, yeah.
Yeah. I must admit, it's it's a tough act to follow. Coming in after Andrew Moore, given the rapport you've carved out through this series, which our audience loves to note. I thought, well, I've got to, get to Hobart and sort of begin my own nice relationship with Stephen Finn as Nathan Lyon here waits for Stuart Broad. He pops it up in the air over mid-wicket's head. It'll roll out towards the rope. Builder in the deep comes up. They'll come back for 2 in the meantime. And Nathan Lyon adds 2 more to his total. He's 31. Australia 9 for 303. So I thought, well, okay, Steve Finn and I are similar in age. I'll be able to get on like a house on fire. And lo and behold, we still can. But Andrew Moore, even the Bass Strait couldn't keep you apart. Andrew Moore's down here, and the love God and Morey can continue the little love in.
It was meant to happen,
Grandstand cricket.
Written in the stars, you'd have to say.
Nice to meet you.
Likewise. It's all very cordial, isn't it?
There is Stuart Broad. Bowing in towards us, Nathan Lyon. Another full ball, clamping down on this straight to mid-wicket, semi-defensively, and no more run to the score. 9 for 303. So this is the highest, this is the highest score than, as we've touched on before, England haven't passed 300. Their highest score of the series is 297. What's the bigger concern then, Steve? The fact they haven't made a score that's 300 plus, or the fact they can't take 20 wickets?
I think a combination of the two is mildly concerning for a Test match team. But I think the batting has been the thing that has been most difficult to comprehend over here.
Here is Lyon waiting for Broad. It's back of a length. He's bowled. Swing across the line, clip the top of off stump, and with that, the Australian innings concludes. Lyon out for 31. They rush off. With a change of innings, Australia all out for 303. Stuart Broad finishes with a 3rd wicket. I'll run you through all the details, the bowling figures very shortly, but Stephen Finn, your immediate thoughts on what's transpired across the first innings so far, the Aussie first innings of this match?
I think England much improved today, you have to say, aside from those few overs where they persisted a little too long with the short pitch theory to Nathan Lyon, who managed to bag himself 31 off 27 balls there at the end, which would have been frustrating for the England bowling unit. But to have wrapped up this Australian innings for 300, again, you'd have to say it's above par for what we've seen this wicket behaving like over the course of the last 24 hours or 25 hours or so. And the most fascinating period of play of today will be this initial 10 over burst from the Australian bowlers, and see if they can get the extravagant, lavish seam movement that England managed to get yesterday, or whether this Belrive Oval pitch has mildly flattened out and could become a little bit more friendly to bat on. I can't imagine that that's going to be the case, and I think the Australian bowlers will be licking their lips at the prospect of being able to take a brand new pink ball on that. But I think England will be disappointed, having had Australia 12 for 3, for them to have finally scrambled their way to 303 all out.
So England's turn with the bat shortly under relatively clear skies here in Hobart. It wasn't the case yesterday. We were pushed back half an hour, and we also lost 2 hours at the back end of play, but England won the toss, elected to field. The call, the Australian card, looks like this. Warner was the first to go for a 22-ball duck yesterday, out for naught, 1 for 3. Khawaja went for 6, 2 for 7. The score was 3 for 12, as Steve Finn just mentioned. Smith went for a second ball duck. And after that, Labuschagne 44,
They got to dinner at 4 for 85. Travis Head, the highlight, 101 yesterday at almost a run of ball. Cameron Green also chimed in, 74, the equal second highest score of his career. That was when the score was 6 for 236. He was dismissed, and at 6 for 241 we had stumps called early due to, you could barely call it a rain delay, but we did lose a couple of hours of play. Play got back underway half an hour early this afternoon, with Australia resuming at 6 for 241. The wickets to fall today. Stark for 3. He was caught Burns bowled Wood in the 64th over of the innings. Cummins went for 2, caught Crawley bowled Wood. Carey went for 24, bowled by Wokes. And the 10th and final wicket to fall, Nathan Lyon for a quick fire 31, being bowled by Stuart Broad there at the end. The England bowling figures look like this. Stuart Broad with 24.4 overs, 3 for 59. Ollie Robinson, 8 overs, 2 for 24. And Mark Wood, 18 overs, 3 for 115. Chris Wokes, 2 for 64 from his 15. And Joe Root, their sole spinner in this test match, none for 35 from his 10 overs, the England captain. So then, as you say, Steve, they'll be disappointed with what's transpired here to go from 3 for 12 to all out 303.
I can borrow a bigger
England
one.
have to do now with the bat.
Yeah, it's certainly a musical interlude there.
Yeah.
It was pleasant to try and talk along to, but... And another one, lucky us. The batting, they're going to have to try and lay a solid foundation. I think the most important period of this is quite romantic, isn't it?
Yeah, this is instrumental.
Lovely. I feel like I'm David Attenborough talking to the polar bears.
We'll get to the golf shortly.
Okay, sorry. I'll return to the cricket. It's going to be about getting through these initial 6, 7, 8 overs with... God, this is dramatic.
It is.
Yeah. The England batters will be approaching the crease. They come out with the sun beating down.
We can't figure out where this is coming from. We lost everything. Now we're back. Beautiful. Rightio. All out for 303, the Australians. Thank you, Steve Finn. We'll have to cut you short there, but we'll just get around the grounds and see what else was happening with England's innings to get underway in about 5 minutes' time. Our first stint was eventful, if nothing else. But, 4 wickets falling this morning. Stark, Cummins, Carey and Lyon. Australia's turn with the ball to come. We'll just sort of reset things and be back at Bellerive very, very shortly. This is Grandstand Cricket.
Summer, the perfect time to dive into a world of entertainment on ABC iView with favourite shows like Back to Nature or Kangaroo Beach.
I don't believe it!
And something to suit every mood like Universe with Brian Cox or Born to Spy.
I'd like to see that.
And how about all the episodes ever of Bluey? Hooray! All your summer streaming on ABC iView.
In the summertime.
Grandstand Cricket, The Ashes, on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and on the ABC Listen app.
In comes Wood. Stark awaits. He's on 3 and he gets a short ball. He skies it. Pull shot. Rory Burns under it. Takes the catch. Stark is out. And Mark Wood strikes. Good catch. He had to retreat Rory Burns from square leg. A top edge pull from Mitchell Stark and he's out for 3. Caught Burns, bowled Wood. England strikes. Australia 7 for 246.
Wood around the wicket. Cummins straight to him. Another short ball. He pulls this high in the air. This will be caught. Almost identical to the Cameron Green dismissal last night. This time it's the Australian captain, Pat Cummins, who falls in that trap. Out for 2. Australia 8 for 252. Here is Lyon waiting for Broad. It's back of a leg. He's bowled. Swing across the line. Clip the top of off stump. And with that, the Australian innings concludes. Lyon out for 31. They rush off. For the change of innings, Australia all out for 303.
Grandstand Cricket, The Ashes, on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and on the ABC Listen app.
That's the story so far. Australia losing 4 wickets to be all out 303. The England innings to get underway very shortly under bright clear skies at Bellerive Oval in Hobart. Meantime, Quentin Hull is following the golf. Q, what's happening?
Hot and steamy here at Royal Queensland, Spriggy, and a name which those that follow golf in Australia would have heard, but the general sports fan probably doesn't know too much about Jediah Morgan, this young man from the Lockyer Valley, just inland from the Queensland capital of Brisbane, where his grandparents actually owned a golf course. He grew up there and then came into town and played this track essentially as his tutelage and game grew in his younger years, and actually won the Australian Amateur at Royal Queensland here a couple of years ago. He's ripping the place to shreds. He leads by 7 shots with 5 holes to play in the third round of this 2021. What year is it? 22. Thanks, Zane. I'm like you with the voices in sounds in the head. 2022 Australian PGA. He's picked up 4 shots today to be at 18 under and a leader by 7 over the current Australian Amateur champion Louis Dobler. He's picked up 4 shots today as well. He's at 11 under. Shares second with Andrew Dote at that mark. Dote himself picked up 3 shots today. David Micheluzzi at 8 under and Jake McLeod 7 under, tied with Chang Ji Lee at that mark. They round out the top 5. Jed Morgan is on track for a piece of history. You look at some of the biggest wins in this tournament. Greg Norman's won it by 8 strokes twice. Jeff Ogilvy has compared Jed Morgan to a young Greg Norman, and interesting that here we are at Royal Queensland, where Charlie Earp taught the great man from Mount Isa the game before he went on to make such a name of himself. History here with the WPGA being played for the first time as well. This is the close one. Sue O has picked up 5 shots today. She's got 5 holes to play and is at 9 under, leading by 1 over Grace Kim, who's 3 under for the day through 12. Karis Davidson 5 under. Sarah Jane Smith 5 under, and Karis Davidson 2 under. So Suo and Grace Kim in a tight race for the WPGA at the moment, but Jed Morgan 7 in front in the men's event.
Thank you, Q. The tennis happening in a few different corners of Australia. Ben Cameron keeping an eye on that. Ben.
Yeah, certainly, Spriggy. One Australian in action at the moment. That's in the doubles. It's John Peers who's pairing up with Philippe Polasek to take on an all-Italian pairing, Fabio Fognini and Simone Bolelli. Currently on serve in the first set, 6-5. They came from love 30 down in that 11th game of this first set, Peers and Polasek, but hold their serve, so they lead 6-5 in this first set. Spriggy, I'll keep you up to date.
Sounds good, Ben. Players are out there here at Bellerive. England's first innings getting underway in a matter of moments. Australia all out 303. So, as I touched on earlier, for England to go past that and have a first innings lead, they would have to achieve their highest score of this series so far. So Rory Burns scratching out his guard at the river end of Bellerive, and Zach Crawley joining him. Kristen Beams is back joining me. G'day, KB.
Hey, Spriggy. Good to be back, and it's a good time to be back to see how this contest is going to unfold and to see what Australia can get out of this wicket. So England get some early swing, and then it looked a little bit comfortable for batters moving forward. I think with the additional pace on the ball, someone like Mitchell Starc with such an amazing record.
Well, Rory Burns hasn't played since Adelaide. He has scores of 0, 13, 4 and 34. Of course, that duck from the very first ball of this series, I'm sure is still in his mind somewhere, and Mitchell Starc has the new pink ball in his hands. He'll be powering away from the northern end to get this innings underway. So will it be a nervous start, as we saw from the Australians yesterday? What can Australia do? There is a bit of a breeze fluttering away towards the northwestern area of the ground up there where we are. Rory Burns to face the first ball here for Mitchell Starc. 3 slips, a gully, backward point, relatively short cover in mid-wicket, square leg, fine leg. Rory Burns just wants the side screen moved as well. But Mitchell Starc, the pink ball specialist, 52 wickets and counting. An average of 18.2 in the day-night test format. We'll get things underway for us here in Hobart. Burns the left-hander. Wide open stance. In comes Starc, back of a length. He's defending his Burns. Plays it straight to Labuschagne at cover and no run.
Huge sense of relief, I think, for Rory Burns. You're right, it would be in the back of his mind. Also a tricky one when you come back into the side off the back of not playing any cricket. You know, we've seen him lose his spot within the team. He's then only really had net sessions to work on his game. So not a lot will have changed from the last time we actually saw him out there. And The only thing I think you can take confidence in is they're willing to back him in this last match of the Test series. So it's just about saying, well, can he be really positive and really think about his career moving forward? And I love this battle with Mitchell Starc.
Long one up here from Mitchell Starc. He's in past the umpire now. Bowling here to Rory Burns. On the stumps, but he right across. Big shout, but somewhat half-hearted from most of the Australian fielders, including the bowler himself, as he was well across the line there that time, Rory Burns, but that ball was fading down the leg side. And 0 for 0 here, the England team in their first innings.
And not a lot's changed for Rory Burns, and neither will the plan from Mitchell Starc. And he does have that deficiency, steps across well and truly, gets in front of his stumps, and it's a bit tangled for him then in terms of how he plays. He wants to play on that leg side. He nearly has to, the way that he's falling over. And Australia won't do anything different in the planning.
One of the 5 inclusions for the England team in this Test match, Rory Burns. He waits here for Mitchell Starc. Back of a length this time and again. Squared up, defending the Labuschagne at cover. Another dot ball.
And one of the big differences that we see is Australia v England is just the number of balls where the batter is playing. And we saw with England early on yesterday that they were willing to leave a lot of balls and could leave on line and length. Right from the word go here, Mitchell Starc is asking a lot of questions, and that's been a feature for Australia in this series so far.
303 Australia's first innings. England looking to open the account here. Mitchell Starc again, top of his run. End of Burns, just wide outside the off stump and let go by the English opener.
Good decision that. And they'll want to try and leave as many as they can and try and ask more questions. Not a lot of swing either. Looked pretty straight up and down. There wasn't a lot there. But as we've spoken about, the pace on the ball is another element that they can call upon, and not necessarily meaning that they've got to bowl that short plan that we saw England employ, but they'll quicken up and hurry up the batters a little bit more, which means they can still continue to push the ball as full as possible.
Voice of Kristen Beams on Grandstand Cricket. Second last ball of the Starc over, the first of the English innings. This is another good length ball, almost chopped on by Burns. He was coming forward defending, it just squeezed out between his bat and his pad and bounced over the stumps.
And he's faced the first ball here, Crawley, which is Burns, which is an interesting one as well. We did talk about it across the series that he liked to take the first ball, but he was in not a great run of form and then chose not to face the first ball.
There's never any real rhyme or reason, is there? Some opening pairs prefer to rotate it instead of switch things around. Maybe some have a proven method they enjoy where one batter always faces the first ball. Last ball of Starc's over. Burns gets set here to see it off. As Starc pitches up here, he's beaten outside the off stump. It flies past the outside edge of Rory Burns straight back and into the gloves of Alex Carey. So a maiden to start. England none for none, as Australia was recently all out for 303. Short and sharp from me, Beamsy, and Jonathan Agnew's joining you.
Grandstand Cricket, The Ashes, Australia versus England. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
Well, this is going to be a fascinating session up to the break. We've got 50 minutes to go until lunch. Let's see if these openers can hang on until then. I'm crossing fingers, Christian.
I was going to say, is it a crossing fingers or is it they're going to do this?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, well, Crawley's in form. Burns, goodness knows if he's in form or not. I mean, he doesn't know. He hasn't played for weeks. So, it's all interesting. But that was... I'm going to make a big statement here.
Please.
I haven't got Starc down as my major threat for England here.
Because you're naming another major threat, or you just...
Well, I think Boland.
Ooh, yeah.
I think he could bowl beautifully on here. Starc, quick, pounding in. I don't think it's going to swing so much. I'm going more for the Boland approach myself. In comes Cummins, bowls outside the off stump. Crawley lets that go by. I mean, Boland just bowls immaculate line and length, doesn't he? Just ball after ball after ball. And if he's fit enough, and we know he's got a bit of an issue, don't we? That almost ruled him out of this Test match. But just to put the ball on that place, ball after ball. I think he's the danger man. We shall see.
Yeah, I feel like if there's anything in this wicket, he can get every inch out of it just because of that length.
Absolutely. Oh, some more oysters. Are those yours?
They're not for me.
4 oysters. Where do they come from? Here comes Cummins, moves in, bowls, and that's run away past Gully, down towards third man, with Smith in pursuit from slip, and they're not going to come back for the second run.
That makes me feel a bit ill looking at them.
No,
That's how
it's
much
lovely.
I dislike them.
That's just gorgeous. How am I going to eat those while commentating at the same time? What are these green things?
People can hear the experience of Jonathan
You think?
Agnew eating an oyster.
Yeah, but see, I'll make a mess of it. I mean, you don't live on air. There's a bit of pressure on, isn't it? I mean, it can be quite messy things anyway.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, with the shell. Yeah.
See a little snicko mark there. Hang on. Here comes Cummins, bowls down the leg side, and Crawley has a little nibble at that. Now on the snicko there.
I thought there was a little sound.
Ah, there you go. Well, I
thought it might have been bat onto pad. So
I think Burns nicked that last ball through to the keeper.
Well, he
nobody
needed
appealed.
that.
He did need it, but nobody appealed. How about that?
Sure, maybe Marnus Labuschagne, there's been a lot of talk about his excessive appealing. And if he didn't go up, maybe they've told him, don't go up for everything. But he would have been the man for me that would have...
I think someone would have appealed. Comes Cummins and he bowls, and Crawley's on the front foot. Oh, Burns late setting off, and the throw hits the stumps. Crowd like it, the Aussies like it. Umpire Wilson's waiting. The ball rolls away. It will become dead. I mean, my own I think he's in, but they're going to have a look. It's a great piece of fielding.
TV umpire director, we have.
It just seemed like a bit bigger load up from Marnus Labuschagne. He took the extra second.
I don't think Labuschagne thinks he's out. He's just saying, I can see him there just... We're going back to metrics and imperials again. I think he's showing about a 2.5. No, he's out. He's going to be out. He is going to be out. By literally a frame. What a disaster for Rory Burns. He was probably caught behind anyway. Off the last ball, the first over. And now he's been run out for a duck. That's a really miserable return. He was late setting off. Called it at the time. Crawley pushed it round. Burns is slow. And Burns is walking off there. You can tell when a batsman is dejected by the way he carries his bat. And he's walking off there with it sort of held horizontally. Off goes old Daddles the duck. Haven't seen him for a little while. And that's a disaster for Burns. It's an awful start for England. Might have someone run out in the second over, I'm afraid. Only one thing for it. I'm going to have an oyster.
Yeah, go on, yeah.
I'm just going to have one.
Because it is a horrible, horrible way to get out in Test cricket, run out. Rory Burns had the freebie. We saw the nick on the screen, and you've got to ride your luck. We saw Marnus Labuschagne rode his luck really well. Did a great job with the bat. But for Rory Burns, in many ways, it feels like cricket karma got him a little bit, and he just needed that luck.
I just don't care anymore. I don't care.
That maybe
I just don't care.
I hope that England don't lose 4 wickets, and that you're going to have an oyster for every wicket that England lose in the next 30 minutes.
That's heaven.
But you have to agree that they don't look nice. Because this got sat down, and this little plate of the oysters, very well presented, by the way.
Beautifully presented.
But I don't look at that and go, oh, that looks like something I'd like to eat.
Well, I do. Right, I'm ready for it. Just whatever you throw at me now, I'm ready. Poor old Burns. I mean, come on, isn't that awful?
Oh, it's horrible, isn't it?
He was slow setting off. I mean, Crawley's going to feel a bit of guilt for that. It was his call, though. And he got in okay, and Burns was slow. Burns didn't set off.
No dive either.
No.
He obviously felt that he could get in without diving.
Yeah. Well, Milan's arrived. England are 1 for 2 as Cummins bowls. Oh, that's a bounce, and Milan's on those fingers again. Still a bit tender from Sydney, I suggest. 1 for 2 in the second over. The wicket a run out on a green pitch. I don't know.
It's a bit of a heartbreak, isn't it?
It's a great piece of work from Labuschagne. I thought he was just saying, you know, he just put that. Well, I'd call it an inch. You're going to call it 2.5 centimetres. That I thought he was saying he was in by. He looked in from here, didn't he?
He did. Yeah, it looked comfortable. It was close, but
Cummins runs in, bowls. That's edge just wide of third slip. Quata couldn't get there. And a scrambled single gets Milan off the mark. 1 for 3. I feel like anything could happen at any moment. And the batsman confers, applause for Cummins, but actually it was Labuschagne's wicket after Burns was so slow setting off. 1 for 3. 45 minutes to go until the interval. Wow.
And just the impact for Crawley as well. You do feel that guilt when it's you, even if it's the right call, even if he was slow to get off the mark. You do carry that with you a little bit, and he just has to free his mind now, and that has to just go from his mind and say, right, like I'm in really good touch here. We've seen him in good form. He needs to pick up where he left off if England are to any chance to post near what Australia did.
You need Tabasco in your bag?
You and the spice. You
got a bit of Tabasco?
So you'd just put Tabasco on that, would you?
Yeah, a bit of squeeze of lemon. I'm ready to go. As soon as the wicket falls. Number 2. Right, Milan's on strike. It's 3 slips of gully. Stark bowling from our end. Towel poking out for the back of his trousers. Tall man, black hair, and he bowls outside the off-stump of Milan. Takes the bat out of the way. It's taken there by the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. 1 for 3. You hear the buzz in the crowd too. Love that. Because sense here that England could end up in some strife.
I've got a stat to help you with your bowling theory.
All right.
He's played 8 Sheffield Shield matches here. He's taken 13 wickets at an average of 64.
64? Is he?
Yep.
Ooh, I'm surprised at that.
So am I, yeah.
Well, I'm still nailing my colours to his mast at the moment. We shall see. 3 slips and a gully, crouch. Sun's out as Stark goes in, bowls and Milan drives him firmly. So Labuschagne at mid-off again. And there's no run. England desperately trying to regroup here. Had a poor day yesterday. Such a good start. They should really have bowled Australia out for 140, 150, I thought, in those conditions. Well, they got over 300. Now, up against it thanks to a run out. Stark looks at the ball. It's shiny, it's pink. Grips it in his left hand. Shadow just to his left. In he goes again. Bowls down the leg side. Milan tries to fish it away. It's taken by the keeper. Stark didn't complain about the robot camera there, did you see? It was on the move like Stuart Broad did earlier.
It's a funny one at the bowler's end, isn't it? Like when it gets in the bowler's eyesight, it doesn't feel to me like it should be that big an issue. But when things aren't going your way...
You're right. I think Broad was trying to find something to make him angry.
Yes.
Just give him a bit of a rev up, you know?
And if you need that, then I'm for it.
I mean, he can't have been genuinely angry about that. I mean, it's an innocent little thing.
Well, it's funny. The next ball, the guy actually walked past and he was in his eyesight as well, and he didn't say anything, so...
I mean, it's moving now. Stark runs in, is there, and he bowls. Oh, Milan fishes and misses. Past the outside edge it goes. Just a little bit of movement. It's not prodigious, stark, pink ball movement, but just enough to beat the outside edge. The slips are ready. You see Warner there. He doesn't miss much. Smith missed one the other day. But again, they're a pretty useful trio there lined up. And Green's excellent in the gully. He's waiting for the edge.
What does the robot do?
I think it just takes some interesting shots, doesn't it?
I don't know.
That's all it does. Well, I mean, off it goes again. It seems to move whenever the bowler starts running. It goes quite fast. Stark again bowls, and Milan plays a lovely on drive. That'll go for 4. A big quick outfield here. And he's beaten Cummins at mid-on. And it's a nice way for Milan to move on to 5 anyway. Stark is searching a bit for the length.
Yeah, that was a bit of a gift. Missed on line and length. And that's what you need early on in your innings. To feel like you just get one out of the bat, middle of the bat early on. But Australia will continue to push the ball full as much as they can, so it's not going to deter them from that plan at all.
Stark. Cruises in again. Milan waits for him. In he goes. Bowles. Short this time. A flashing back foot forcing shot from Milan. Bit of extra bounce there from Stark. The ball flies past the edge. And into the wicketkeeper's glove. So it's lively. It's lively.
And they have wanted to have a crack at those ones that have been short and wide. Both Milan and Joe Root have been caught out a few times wanting to play at those deliveries when they really don't need to. And I think such has been the pressure of Australia being full and challenging the stumps. And it nearly feels like a freebie when they get a little bit of length and width. But for me, just too early on in the innings to be playing at those sort of deliveries. Let them go. Get some time into your innings and some balls into each of these bowlers before you have a crack at that.
Cummins on his way. Bowles beats Crawley. All ends up pushing forward. Some bounce. Rears past the outside edge. Crawley goes gardening. I think the pitch is hard enough. There's still that bit of grass. Shiny pink ball. That new seam stands quite proud.
It's very different to yesterday, isn't it? It's not the huge swing, but I think it's the pace with just a hint of movement that's what's making it dangerous.
And tentative batting. Sort of batting that's kind of sort of clutching and clinging to the wreckage of this tour. Cummins runs in, Bowles, beats him again. I don't think it's done very much. It's just in that right place. So if you just bowl and bowl and bowl, you're going to be in business. It's just done much. Just have a look. Perhaps just straightened ever so much. Cummins is quite clever because he does tend to get the ball coming into a right-handed batsman, and that one's just held its own.
Yeah.
He makes you play at balls that you really don't feel that you should when you look at it. I mean, it's only deviated an inch maybe, but it's enough. Cummins again, bowls, and that's on the leg stump. Worked away by Crawley. It's his third run. It's tossed back by Stark. I'll be interested to see when they bring Boland on. I would think early, wouldn't you?
I think it'll be definitely early and
give Stark another couple, and then what Cummins tends to do is he's not afraid to take Stark off. If he doesn't get a wicket in his first 2 or 3 overs, off you go, and change things around. So maybe.
I think that helps when you're a bowling captain a little bit. You've already got those good, really good working relationships, and you can have those conversations to chop your bowlers around a little bit more perhaps than if you had a batting captain, and I think that's a strength that for Pat Cummins.
Cummins on his way. Bowles and Milan. Shoulders, arms. Allows that to go through to wicketkeeper Carey as 4 slips lined up now. So Australia really on the attack. On this beautiful day. It really is absolutely lovely. See, there's multicoloured sails out there. Have you got a boat?
No, I've got a kayak. Does that count? Probably not.
But here it's taped to the water.
I can go.
Do you kayak out there?
I'm
around the corner.
Yeah, I'm the other way. I don't live that far from here. Actually.
Is it calmer there? Is it?
It is. Yeah, it's a little bay. It's
lovely.
Nice.
Cummins on his way again. Bowles and appeal for leg before wicket. He likes it. I heard 2 sounds. I think he nicked it into the pad. So it's been given not out, and I think probably correctly so. As in no review, England 1 for 8. Got a bit of bat on this. They might have pitched just outside leg stump as well, but let's have a look, see if we've got a bit of bat on. My ears have gone. Hit back pad.
Maybe height, but I reckon I think you're right, it's just the outside leg, I reckon.
Yeah.
Just.
He did the right sort of things, it cut back. And Cummins immediately withdrew there, and then he made the signal. He thought he hit it. He made the signal with his hand there. Up he comes once more, Bowles, and it's a nasty one. Oh dear, that's another one in the midriff. I think I've ever known so many batsmen hit round there in a series as we've had in this. It's been something of an eye-watering series. This one, and oh dear.
Ouch.
Another one goes in. Say something, I'm going for number 3.
You haven't led me in there very well. I feel like that's not a topic I want to go near in terms of talking about the midriff. But I want to talk about who I think is going to have a bit of an impact with the ball. You've mentioned Scott Boland.
Go for it.
And it might be a little bit controversial, but I think Nathan Lyon is actually going to play a pretty important role here. I think when it's a pink ball test, we go straight to swing bowlers and what they can do. And we didn't see England use a lot of spin. They didn't come in with a frontline spinner, but I think Nathan Lyon will get a little something out of this wicket.
Does it spin? Does it take him to spin?
It'll take some spin, I think.
Okay. I'll be interested how England play him. So it seems to me that they're going to, when he comes on, which he will, they've got to get after him. They've got to be positive against him and force Cummins to go back to those quicker bowlers again. But we'll see. That's down the line for now. It's 1 for 8. England lost Burns for a duck to a run out. And Stark's on his way and bowls full. There's a lovely shot from Crawley. He likes the cover drive. A little bit of width there, and it's a bit full from Stark. A rather flamboyant signal of 4 runs there from umpire Blocker Wilson. The ball rolls into the boundary out there to our left. Shadows coming on slightly from the left. Mount Wellington, look at her. She's looking beautiful up there. Got sort of the dark side of her here, haven't we? The southern side, I suppose. But, got to get up there one day. We've got a couple left. So, get up there and take in the view. 1 for 12. Stark. Comes in again, picking up speed. Hits the crease now and bowls to Crawley. It's down the leg side. That's flicked the thigh pad. And Boland's down there, and he can't do anything about it. The crowd are willing him on. Just running out of his range down there, really. 4 more to England off the pad.
Probably not a chance to get there, but I also don't expect Scott Boland to throw himself around too much. He did land very heavily in that delivery, and elbow went into the side, and we thought that he might be in a little bit of trouble. So I don't think we'll see him dive around too much. He'll be quite content to be down there at fine leg and just do some nice easy work fielding wise.
Dr. M took on to Salamanca to get some oysters with Tabasco. It's lovely down there this morning, that market.
Beautiful.
Oh, it was buzzing, yeah. Then goes Stark and bowls outside the off stump. Goes whistling through. There's no stroke from Crawley. My usual little breakfast place, forget it. It was packed.
No chance.
Couldn't get in there. So that's disappointing. But no, all sorts going on there. Really busy. And people out and about and sort of enjoying the sunshine. You know, it's a nice feel down there at Salamanca. What's going on? That's an ominous sound. That usually involves stewards, that noise. Some sort of outbreak there on the hill. 1 for 16. Stark wheels round again. Crawley waits. 3 slips in a gully, also crouching there as Stark moves in, bowls. Crawley dabs that away off the front foot into the onside. I have to say, he's not looked put off or affected by that run out. I mean, whether he was feeling some sort of blame for it, I don't know. I don't think it was his fault, really. I think Burns, if Burns had set off when Crawley called, and it was Crawley's call to make, then I don't think that he wouldn't have been run out. He'd have been safely home.
Yeah, I think the disappointment for Burns is probably in himself, and for Crawley, he knows he's in really nice touch, and it's a nice place to be as a player, and be trying not to let that affect him.
Graham from Geelong, this is interesting. To do with Mona, the museum there. This is driven by Crawley out towards mid-off. Good stroke here. Long chase there for the field. It might just get there. The ball rolling on its way to the boundary. It's going to beat into it. One of those that just gets there at the last moment. Labuschagne tried his best. Ball is always just going to win that race. So it's 1 for 20. Graham from Geelong. Got a speeding ticket there once. I'm not keen on Geelong.
Oh, you don't like Geelong?
Chap on a wow, speeding ticket. Chap on a motorbike. Anyway, love the Tassie oysters. My son is the head curator at Mona, which is that the museum?
Yeah.
There's some quite unusual exhibits in it.
Yes.
So let's move that oyster for a moment. Always keeps me well stocked in the magic of the oysters. Enjoy, I certainly am. So there we go. I haven't been there yet this time.
Oh, I thought you were going to go.
I was going to go. I've been busy. I've had things on. But some of our group have been. In goes Stark and bowls, and that's turned away down to mid-on. And there's no run. So, no, some of our, I mean, it's an interesting place. There's some unusual exhibits, apparently.
Yes. But it's a nice place to go to.
Shall I have my last oyster?
You should. I mean, I thought you were having them for wickets, but you weren't actually having them just because. But what an experience for you. Who would have thought, being in a commentary box, that there would be just at the end of each over, you could just have an oyster. That's a fairly special...
John Arlott had red wine, claret,
Yeah.
while he was commentating.
And your oysters.
This could be the thing now. Oysters.
You'll be helping to petition for Hobart to be
Well, I will.
hosting
Every
more test matches.
Every
Surely
test match from now on should be based in Hobart. I can't imagine having oysters in Leeds or Manchester for test matches up there, to be honest. But here, wow, so much of it. Oh, there's a steward walking behind the side screen there. He's getting a boo, which is quite right.
It's a bit funny that it keeps happening, isn't it, with the people walking behind?
Yeah.
It seems like a fairly straightforward thing to just sort of look up, the bowler's coming.
Well, normally
that
there are
way.
stewards there to stop people walking across, but my steward's done it himself there. Here's Cummins, bowls outside the off stump, not by much. That kept low. That kept very low through to Carey.
It's the first time we've seen that, a ball keeping low. We've seen a couple jump off the wicket. We've seen swing, but it's a really interesting sign there, especially when leaving on length. It'll become more difficult for England if there's a question about whether you can or can't leave on that length, and they're going to play it more deliveries. And I can see your man Scott Boland warming up, I guess.
Yeah, I think take Stark off, bring him on. Well, that's going to be danger. 1 for 20. Here's Cummins, bowls. Oh dear, Malan drove there. He likes the cover drive, but he wasn't quite in position to play that. It was an adventurous stroke. Now the imperial measurements. Well done, Wayne. The length of the cricket pitch is a chain, which is 4 rods. It's 22 yards. There's 80 chains to the mile. I think you missed this conversation.
Yeah, Dirk was filling me in. I was
trying to educate Dirk. But it's not easy. But anyway.
He's sitting right behind me. I'm not going to
that's
say
all right.
anything.
In comes Cummins, bowls, and that's clipped away by Milan down to mid-on. Oh, and there's a misfield there by Boland. Perhaps they're still thinking about coming on and bowling, but straight through his legs there. And so they could profit by a run. Yeah, so that's how it all works out. So the length of cricket pitch is 1 chain. I hadn't realised about the rods bit, if I'm honest, but so yes, 22 yards is 80 chains, and that's how they marked out the mile, and their measurements a very long time ago. But that's why a cricket pitch is 22 yards long. We're having a debate about some things that are imperial and metric. I tend to be an imperial man,
I see.
if I'm honest. Kilometres a bit confusing. You multiply them by 0.6, don't you?
Yes.
Here comes Cummins, bowls outside the off stump, and Crawley lets it go by. So we at home are a bit metric and a bit imperial. We haven't really made the full dive metrically.
Haven't wanted to go there yet.
No, not really. It's a French thing and Europeans. So no, we're sticking to our miles. It's funny how things work out in different places, isn't it? I mean, you drive on our side of the road, which is you've hung on to that, whether the pressure on you to change or not. In comes Cummins, bowls, and has driven it in the air past Lyon, who will just follow that into the boundary edge. That was not a controlled drive, rather a sliced stroke. But the runs are coming. 1 for 25. It seems a while ago that Burns has run out for naught. So they've got a long way to go yet.
And getting the balance right of how they want to attack, and we spoke about the way Australia went about it. They tried to move around the crease a little bit more to make that happen, and that's when you're not going as well. It's a hard balance to say, yeah, we want to be really attacking, but you don't want to be nicking balls all the time either.
Crawley waits, and comes Cummins. Is there any bowls? 2 minutes forward, playing out of the way comfortably, back up the pitch, and there's no run. You're about to receive an offer that you cannot possibly refuse, Kristen.
What's that?
You're going to come and speak to me on the BBC during lunch.
Oh, I can't wait.
Okay,
let's do it.
Is that you accept?
I accept.
Brilliant. Okay, and Andrew's coming in here.
No oysters.
Grandstand Cricket, The Ashes, Australia versus England. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
Thank you, Aggers. 1 for 25, England, after Australia was bowled out for 303. And Zach Crawley and David Milan out there with Milan on 6, Crawley 15. And now the crowd roaring because Scott Bolland is coming into the Australian attack to replace Mitchell Starc, the former Hobart Hurricane. Just a tremendously popular figure wherever he goes. Melbourne, big ticks. SCG, performed brilliantly. It's his third test. He has 14 wickets, and that bowling average has climbed up to an unseemly 8.64 runs per wicket. It is amazing. Double change here with Dirk Nannes alongside me as we watch Scott Bolland, 3 slips in the gully. First ball, and he's into Milan, who doesn't offer outside the off stump. Through it goes to Alex Carey. Good afternoon to you, Dirk.
Good afternoon, Andrew. Can't do it again, can he? He can't.
I'm not prepared to write him off for anything. The golden arm. It's just an astonishing start to his career. You were there in person at the MCG to watch him claim that 6 for 7 on the back of the excitement of his 2 wickets in an over late on day 2, and just destroyed England in that third morning. He'll be looking to do it here just after 4:30 of the afternoon local time. On his way, and Milan, the left-hander, is forward defending down to mid-off, and it's picked up by Labuschagne, no run. What is it about him that you saw live in Melbourne and during your travels while the 4th test was being played that is making him so incredibly effective thus far?
Well, he doesn't necessarily move the ball much in the air. It's the lateral movement he gets off the pitch, and the incredible percentage of balls he asks a batsman to play.
Here he comes again, bowls to Milan, who plays and misses. That was a flash outside the off stump looking for a cover drive, and it beat the outside edge taken by Carey, moving in front of Warner at first slip. Nearly had 1 for none.
He would never have picked that this would be the start he'd have. He's an excellent shield bowler, but doesn't have that, I guess, the X factor that you're looking for a player that gets elevated to test level. You're not going to say, oh, it's going to be amazing, he's got so much pace, or he moves the ball so much.
He's in again to Milan, who chops this to square leg, inside edge to Travis Head fielding there.
It's kind of like a Marnus Labuschagne. When he got elevated to the test side, you thought, oh, yeah, he might go okay, but you don't know how he's going to go. But Scott Boland's been exceptional. And it is just that relentless line and length that he bowls. It's not as though they're unplayable balls that he bowls at every ball. It's just the sheer weight of numbers game that he plays.
Milan with the high back lift now taps the crease as he's defending Boland back to the bowler, who picks up in his follow through. England 1 for 25. Milan's still on 6.
It's amazing that noise he makes at the crease as well, that slap that he gives his left leg with his front arm.
Yeah. And for someone to develop this superstar status so quickly, he is the most unassuming, almost shy, humble person. His status doesn't fit his persona, like a Merv Hughes with Bay 13 waving to him and Shane Warne and all of that. It suited them down to the ground, bowling around the wicket, and Milan's defending compactly down the pitch. So Scotty Boland finishes with a maiden, and England is 1 for 25 in reply to Australia's first innings of 303. Milan 6, Crawley on 15 off 16 deliveries. So the status, just doesn't suit his personality necessarily. And when the crowd at the SCG was roaring him for everything he did in the outfield, he just put his head down. He didn't dare look at them. That's a tremendous story, tremendous watch.
And you see him down, he lives near me in Melbourne, and you see him down at the local shops, and no one recognises him at all. I'm sure that's going to change now.
Yeah.
Down at the Parkdale shops.
I reckon next week when you're wandering down there, his life has changed forevermore.
Significantly.
So we Pat Cummins to continue from the river end. Bowling to Zach Crawley. 3 slips gully, point in place. As Cummins is in over the wicket and Crawley's forward. On the bouncer goes back to the bowler Cummins, who fields in his right hand. 3 slips gully, point mid-off. Is there a third man out of our view? No. There's a mid-on, short leg, and Boland's there at fine leg. The pitch so far at the start of this innings with the new pink seed, he's seeing any terrors?
He's probably doing enough to catch an edge every now and then, but nothing like what we saw at the start of yesterday. That was Just ridiculous.
Cummins into Crawley, who works this through mid-wicket. Nicely played. The chase is on for the mid-on. Mitchell Stark out towards the boundary. Gee, this outfield's quick. Diving save by Stark. He does really well to stop it going from 4 in front of the mound out there just in front of the scoreboard, and he saves a run for Australia. But that 3 to Zach Crawley, that was expertly played on the onside. He's 18 and England 1 for 28 in the 8th over.
I really enjoyed hearing what Travis Head had to say about the reaction to the change room when that ball was moving around, and just saying that everyone was laughing. And that, I think that's probably a bit of a credit to Travis Head and
Cummins bowls to Milan now. He just chops it down with a dead bat on the offside square, and they scamper through for a quick single as Travis Head came into field. So they exchange strike. Milan is 7, England 1 for 29.
I think just to have the confidence of your position in the team now, to just sit there and laugh when someone is so good, to be able to just giggle and think this is ridiculous. You've clearly played a lot of cricket to that stage to realise that this is one out of the box. And that's what yesterday first session was. It was something out of the box that you're hardly ever going to get.
Cummins to Crawley. He's forward defending. Almost wanted a quick single, but he just pushes it to cover. Labuschagne comes in from mid-off to pick up. There's no run.
And all you can do is laugh, because the ball's... It wasn't just beating the bat, it was beating the bat by
a long way.
5 centimetres, not 2 inches.
On the SMS 0467 920 222, on that you could keep Dirk happy by telling that a cricket pitch is exactly 100 links. It equals 1 chain. That's from Henry, Victoria. I'll leave that wonderful debate to you and Aggers. Here's Cummins bowling to Crawley. Struck on the pad, doesn't offer. Shout for LBW. It looked outside off stump. And not out is the decision from umpire Rod Tucker. Cummins briefly wanted to check with those behind the wicket to see whether it was worth a DRS, and decides not the case. Risky play, and it actually struck him on the back pad on its way through to the keeper, but he was well outside off stump.
Miles outside. Just casting my mind over that entire England bowling effort, and I think the only LBW appeal across that whole innings was the very first ball to David Warner when he shouldered arms and Broad was laying on the ground.
Cummins into Crawley. Bat and pack close together. He's caught it short leg by Travis Head. Cummins strikes. Crawley's out for 18. Inside edge onto pad. Taken a juggling effort by Travis Head. And England, as they always seem to be, are in the early mire at 2 for 29.
A terrific catch in its short leg by Travis Head. This ball came quick to him and almost looked as though he was parrying it over the crossbar at one stage. Just got his hands on it, and fortunately for him, the ball bobbled back into his hands on the way down. Terrific fast bowling again. Zach Crawley, you could see what he was trying to do. He was trying to negate that nip away towards the slip cordon, and this time the ball nipped back in and just caught the inside edge.
He did a great job in the end, didn't he? Because with his hands above his head, when it's on the way down, he's got to totally find it again. And he did it very calmly, and then almost does the baby shark.
And once it goes over your head as well with those helmets, you can't actually see the ball anymore. So sometimes you've got every intention of trying to find it, but your protective wear stops you actually seeing where the ball is. It's done that well.
So it's 2 for 29, and Joe Root, England's captain, is out there to join Dawood Malan, and it seems like from day 3 of the first test at the Gabba, we've been talking about this is the key partnership. They're not getting any support for the most part at all, and both Malan and Root's seasons have just dropped away a little, but Root in his 114th test, 9,555 runs, an average of 49.5. Still desperately seeking a first test century in this country. He was out for 24 in the second innings at the SCG. But with Milan, his figures have just fallen away a little. He was out to Scotty Boland for a duck in the first innings, 2 ducks in the series. But it will be Boland to start a new over from the northern end. 2 for 29 and the dinner break 15 minutes away. 3 slips and a gully. Bolland around the wicket to David Milan, and he's not offering outside the off stump. It goes low down to the keeper, Alex Carey.
Rick, how does this sit in terms of the time that Root walks to the crease? 2 for 29, I would think, is almost on the higher side in terms of runs. I feel like he's been in so early across the entirety of this series.
I'll have a look.
2 for 74 in the second innings of the SCG, I reckon, would have been their best.
By miles.
Because otherwise it's been this the whole time.
Yeah.
SCG first innings, 2 for 36. Here's Bolland coming into Milan, round the wicket. Exertion there from Bolland and defended by Milan on the onside of the pitch, and Head will pick up no run.
The idea of putting your best bat at 4 is to have the openers in your number 3 knock the shine off the ball so that you don't expose your best batsman to a moving ball.
There's been full exposure.
It's the whole time.
2 for 13 and 2 for 7 at the MCG. And then going back to Adelaide, they were 2 for 12 in the first innings as Bolland bowls to Milan, who's forward, pushing back to the bowler. So 9 balls into his spell. He hasn't conceded a run. Second innings in Adelaide when they scored 192, 2 for 48. So that's up there. There's probably less 2 for 20s than we may have seen, because it seems like it's been like that all the way along, and it started at the Gabba on that opening morning when they were, England was 2 for 11 in the 4th over, and in the second innings 2 for 61. Here's Bolland bowling to Milan, and he's driving thickish inside edge down to mid-on. Cummins moves to his right, picks up dot
so
ball.
This is almost middle of the road, but middle of the road.
Well, they're
terrible.
Their opening partnerships have been so minuscule the whole way through the series. And there's a question here about the 10th wicket stand for Australia, which was 23 runs between Scott Bolland and Nathan Lyon. How that compares to the English opening partnerships, reckon it compares pretty favourably.
Over the whole series, England's averaged 12.8 runs per opening partnership. And after this ball,
Bolland around the wicket again, and Milan chops it down on the offside to Green at gully, no run.
Australia's 10th wicket partnership is averaging 14.
That's a damning stat if ever there was one. England's openers averaging 12. Australia's average 10th wicket partnership 14. Ouch. Today it was 2 before Rory Burns was run out by direct Marnus Labuschagne hit for a duck. So 6 deliveries and was run out advancing from the non-striker's end. Now Bolland back over the wicket, and Milan pushes forward down towards mid-off. Labuschagne picks up, and there's yet another Scotty Bolland maiden. 2 overs, none for none, and England is 2 for 29 after Australia was rock and roll for 303 before dinner on day 2.
Scott Boland's so unusual with that noise that he makes. The slap that he has. He's got this sort of... It's almost old school coaching where you pull the chain. You taught in junior cricket to pull the chain in your bowling action with your front arm, which it's not really what you're trying to do with the front arm. The front arm is used basically to get your actual bowling shoulder through quickly as possible. That's what you're trying to do with your front arm, with some level of accuracy. But when he slaps that down on his thigh, it almost stops him being able to do that. It's really unusual the way he does it.
So now it's Cummins bowling his 5th over. He has 1 for 13, and Joe Root facing his first delivery is wide of off stump, and he doesn't offer. Through it goes to Carey. So looking at the field for Root, 3 slips, gully point. There's Labuschagne at cover, Stark at mid-on. Head just forward of the square leg umpire, and Bolland down at fine leg. Bolland should have played for New South Wales, would have played Test cricket 5 years ago, reckons Colin. He did play limited overs for Australia and then got left behind. Love the call, guys. He's played 14 ODIs, 16 wickets, Scotty Bolland. 3 T20s, 3 wickets. At the start of his Test career, quite something. Cummins to Root, struck on the pad, shout for LB, not out. Says umpire Tucker, and Cummins almost greets the batter with his appeal. He checks, he ignores Marnus Labuschagne, speaks to Steve Smith, Dave Warner, Alex Carey, and he's going to walk back to his mark.
A little bit outside the line, perhaps.
Well, it had to have been that or an inside edge, I'd imagine. The only things that could have saved Joe Root. The ball came in, I think he's inside edged it, yeah. So good decision not to go to the DRS. Mark listening in Bris Vegas. Why are the English like a broken concertina? They can fold but not play. On the front foot, Mark. Thanks for your text, 0467 920 222. Cummins again and Root is forward. Defending. Cummins picks up and he's followed through. Still no run. And as we've seen occasionally from England, what was it, 70 deliveries in Sydney in the first innings when they were 4 for 36 without a run scored. Not that we're anywhere near that at the moment, but things have really dried up with Zach Crawley out for 18 and earlier Rory Burns for a duck.
It's back to that text about playing for New South Wales. I don't think that bias is really valid these days.
Not at the moment, but a lot of Victorians normally think that. Here's Cummins bowls and Root plays it away square on the offside. No run, line will pick up.
Yeah, there was a period when I was playing, so that'd be late noughties, early 2010s, where it just seemed that no matter how many games of cricket Victoria won, no one seemed to get a go for Australia. And I've spoken about it before. There was a concerted effort all of a sudden to start trying to promote our own and start trying to talk about our own players and pump them up to try and get them at least spoken about in the media, because New South Wales was so good at doing that.
Cummins to Root, struck on the body, almost near the Joe Roots again, where he's been struck numerous times in this series. They've just about renamed that part of the body. And he doesn't show any pain here, Joe Root, apart from a bit of an exaggerated walk towards square leg.
And there was a period there where it just seemed every sort of 50-50 call tended to go the wrong way, I guess. And I don't think that's necessarily the case these days.
I like this from Jimmy in Newcastle. Enjoying the coverage, not picking bins up today, having a beer with my old man in the shed, loving the coverage. Good on you, Jimmy. Hope you and your dad are having a good time as Root plays and misses outside the off stump. He nicks off just about every single time he's dismissed Joe Root, and he nearly did there for a duck. It's a maiden from Pat Cummins, 5 overs, 1 for 13, and England is stuck at 2 for 29 in reply to Australia's first innings of 303 late in the first session on day 2.
I think this is why England never quite get away. They don't have that respite in the bowling effort. Australia just are monotonous in the way they challenge the defence of England. And all of a sudden, like that last ball there, they get a ball that's slightly wider and draws Joe Root into the shot, whereas Australia just always seem to be given, across this series, given the ball to score off.
Here's Scott Bolland again, hasn't conceded a run in his first 2 overs and doesn't here as Milan bat and pad close together, and it squeezes away on the offside to Cameron Green along the ground at Gully, and the score remains 2 for 29. Well, I'll be fascinated through the course of the test, Dirk, to see how Mitchell Starc bowls, because obviously his pink ball prowess is unparalleled, really. But as Rick pointed out during the Sydney test, there are alarming statistics about him bowling-wise through the course of a 5-test series, where, paraphrasing, bowling average in the low to mid-20s for the first 2 tests. Here's Bolland to Milan, forward, defending, can't get a run. Labuschagne sprints in at cover to field. Score remains 2 for 29. And then you're in the early 30s in the 3rd test of a home series, up over 40 for the 4th test of a home series, and averaging 50 runs plus per wicket by the time you get to the 5th test of a series.
I think in previous years, it's sort of gotten to this stage of a summer, and you can see that he's gone off the boil. And you know that he's not necessarily going to be taking wickets. I think that differs for now.
Bolland to Milan, and he plays this away square on the offside, the line at point. Dot ball.
I think he's bowling enough dangerous balls to take wickets. I think this is different, certainly this summer. I think it's certainly different to what we've seen previously at the end of these 5-test series.
Love the coverage, guys. Just wondering, is a great bowling team always going to beat a great batting team? That's from Gaz Ace, listening at Penshurst in Sydney.
Yep.
I knew you'd
every
say,
time. Bowling teams always get you to finals.
Boland bowls outside the off stump. Milan doesn't offer. Through it goes to the keeper.
Always. It's just the way it works. Every good bowling outfit will get teams to the final, and then it tends to be, a great batting in and maybe in a final. But over the weight of a season, you'll find that the better bowling teams tend to be the ones that make it to the finals.
Is that the same in all forms of cricket, do you think?
I think so.
Even T20 stuff?
Yep.
Yeah. Sam has written in big capital letters. He's yelling at us. Some of us can remember the early 1950s when there were 7 Victorians in the Australian 11. Thank you, Sam. Now, Boland back around the wicket. Short leg in place. 3 slips gully, point, mid-off, mid-on, and a fine leg. And Boland has Milan again playing, and a diving save by the 11-foot Cameron Green, moving to his left to save a run. Gosh, he's good in that area. There's a nice smile on his face. And as I said yesterday, I think it was to Finney, Dirk, that when you had this morning interviewing Cameron Green in the pre-game show, by the time your eyes work their way all the way up to his body, and he's an enormous human being, and then you see this cherubic 11-year-old face grinning at you. It's disarming.
Smiling, almost nervous to be fronting the media.
Boland on his way, and Milan gets a run here as he tickles it off his pad past Travis Head at short leg. One coming back for a second. Head tracks it down, and Milan gets a couple of runs to move to 9, and mercifully for England, they get off the dreaded 29. They're 2 for 31. Milan is there with Joe Root, who's yet to score, and Milan 9 off 33 deliveries. Scotty Boland 3 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 2. Rick.
The data organisation CricViz have done some analysis on balls faced by English batsmen, given the problems that English batsmen have when they come to Australia. They worked out that 35% of the balls they face when they play tests in Australia are over 140 kilometres an hour, but back in the English County Championship it's only 0.6% of those balls that they face is over 140 kilometres an hour. So
yeah, I saw something.
You can see the golf
through the week. Yeah, Cummins starts a new over, strikes Root on the body again. He's copping it between top of pad and waist almost once every 10 minutes this series. How the bloke's still breathing and not sounding like a soprano when he opens his mouth is beyond me. There's not a box alive that could handle this punishment.
Do you think he carries a suite of boxes?
You can imagine him walking off. I'm right now, no run. Wait! Cummins is getting a 2 for almost every time he bowls at him. He's on his way again. Joe Root comes down the wicket and flicks this Labuschagne style through mid-wicket. Chases on for Stark. I'm not sure he's got enough on it to reach the boundary, although Stark has to slide, knocks it into the field of play, and Joe Root will get 3 runs to get off the mark from the 8th delivery he faces. England 2 for 34, and that was an entirely different approach by Joe Root. Dirk, he decided to move his feet and try to make something happen, and he played a beautiful shot.
He didn't want to play the sitting duck and just sit there and have Cummins dictate terms. Little shuffle down the crease just to keep Pat Cummins guessing. He's always a bit intimidating as a bowler when you see batsmen start walking at you. Doesn't matter whether you're number 1 in the world or well down that pecking order in terms of bowling experience. It's something that just throws you a little bit the first time you see a batsman walking at you in an innings.
This will be the last over before the dinner break, and Cummins around the wicket to Milan, bouncer, and Carey ends up having to go up one-handed and parries the ball in front of him. There was a lot of lift from that Cummins delivery. Score remains 2 for 34. On the SMS, got a listener riding his bicycle between, or he or her, I'm not sure, between Goulburn and Canberra. Listening to the cricket on the ABC. Life's good. Hope you're enjoying your ride. Oh, this might be the same text from Mark, who's enjoying the Ashes commentary with a cuppa at the top of Mount Buninyong during the Road National Cycling. A lot of bike action. The players picked their numbers. I didn't think Joe Root was that clever, says Chris. As Cummins bowls to Milan, he chops it down on the offside with a dead bat. Doesn't get a run. Coming in from point, Marnus Labuschagne. 2 for 34. Players do pick their numbers up.
To a degree, because sometimes there's other players that got them.
Yeah, but that's best first in, best dressed, right?
True. I ended up getting Glenn McGrath's one-day number 11, because 26 was already taken, which seemed to be always my playing number, which was just sort of given to me.
Was there some consternation about you wearing the 11? Here's Cummins, bowls, and no shot offered by Milan. Not too wide of off stump. Did it represent anything other than your place in the batting order? Or Glenn's, for that matter.
Yeah. It was funny because I took over his position in my first IPL season. He was playing for Delhi in year one of the IPL, and I came in year two and sort of took his place in the team. A lot of people sort of saw it as a case of me taking over from him, but it's nothing like that at all. Completely different bowling skill sets.
Last ball of the session. Cummins to Milan. Wayward down the leg side. Milan flicked at it, missed. Tumbling take by Carey, and that ends the session where we have seen 6 wickets fall at dinner. England is 2 for 34 after 12 overs. Dawid Malan is on 9. Joe Root is on 3. And that is after Australia resumed at 6 for 241 and was bowled out for 303 in the 76th over. Mitchell Starc was caught at square leg by Rory Burns off Mark Wood for 3. Pat Cummins caught at deep square leg by Zach Crawley off Mark Wood for 2. Alex Carey chopping on, bowled by Chris Wokes for 24. And Nathan Lyon bowled by Stewie Broad for 31 of 27 deliveries with 1, 4 and 3 belting sixes. And Scotty Boland 10 not out, 8 extras, all out 303. For England, Stuart Broad, 24.4 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 59. Ollie Robinson not on the field today, 8 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 24. Mark Wood, extraordinary figures, 18 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 115. Chris Wokes, 15 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 64. And Joe Root, 10 overs, a maiden, none for 35. And having to face, 55 minutes, England's lost 2 wickets, 2 for 34. Rory Burns was run out. Great throw by Marnus Labuschagne out for a 6th ball duck. It was 1 for 2. And then Zach Crawley tapped one onto his pad. Good catch above his head. A juggling effort by Travis Head at short leg of Pat Cummins for 18 of 21 deliveries with 3 fours. It was 2 for 29. Now 2 for 34 at the lunch break. And in terms of the extras so far in this innings, there's only been 4 leg byes. Mitchell Starc, 3 overs, a maiden, none for 12. Pat Cummins, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 16. And Scotty Boland, 3 overs, 2 maidens, none for 2. Once again, Dirk Nannis, no shortage of action.
No, it was a very interesting session where both teams had the potential to blow the opposition away at times, but no team really did that. But losing those 2 wickets in the England top order, particularly disappointing was that run out for Burns, and you just feel as though this game's going to slide into oblivion for England, as it so often has across the series. But I think Australia earlier on with their batting effort, a couple of dismissals there where you think, that's pretty horrible in the context of the game, where you saw the plan for Wood. He was going to bowl short, and Australian batsmen today, we saw Green fall yesterday to the short stuff, but then Starc and Cummins were 2 really disappointing dismissals. But then they persisted, the England bowlers persisted with that and ended up getting carted everywhere by Nathan Lyon late in the innings. So you thought that there was probably a missed opportunity for both sides in that early period of the session, but there are no questions about the Australian bowling effort so far. They've been fantastic as they have been, and they've just continued where they've left off in the last few test matches. It's absolutely relentless, and it's hard to see how these, on a still seeming pitch, how they're going to be able to resist for long periods of time that are required to put up an excellent total, given that you know that there's going to be movement around at night time tonight.
Well, we've got a stunning day here at Belrive Oval. We've got plenty of action going on day 2 of this 5th test, but you ain't seen nothing yet, because on Grandstand at Dinner with Matt Clinch, special guest, the love god, Steve Finn, taking your calls about goodness knows what. England at dinner, 2 for 34, trailing by 269 runs, back very shortly at the Belrive Oval.
ABC, your trusted source of accurate and timely emergency information.
We've had the ABC on basically all afternoon listening.
There's so much going on, and getting news is a priority.
Well, I'm a fan of the ABC.
It must be love, love, love.
I listen to the ABC every day. I'm extremely grateful.
ABC Radio, reliable source for information.
On radio, on the ABC Listen app, and the ABC Emergency website.
It must be love, love, love.
ABC, stay connected.
Grandstand at dinner.
And he gets the edge, cornered, second slip. Goes off the edge, down to the boundary, and he's caught. Caught it, flying late. Driving through cover, he's hit that one with better timing. He'll race to the rope before.
England have lost both their openers as they begin their response to Australia's first innings of 303. So England able to get the breakthroughs early this morning. They eventually dismissed Australia, losing 4 wickets for 62 runs in the opening session. But in response, it didn't go according to plan. Rory Burns run out for a duck. Some great feeling from Marnus Labuschagne. Zach Crawley was caught Travis Head. Great work at bat pad from the bowling of Pat Cummins. Out for 18. So David Milan on 9 and Joe Root on 3. At dinner on day 2 here at Hobart, it's England 2 for 34, still trailing by 269 runs. Here are the highlights as heard on Grandstand Cricket.
In comes Wood. Starker waits. He's on 3 and he gets a short ball. He skies it. Pull shot. Rory Burns under it. Takes the catch. Stark is out. And Mark Wood strikes.
Wood around the wicket. Cummins says to him, another short ball. He pulls this high in the air. This will be caught. Almost identical to the Cameron Green dismissal last night. This time it's the Australian captain, Pat Cummins.
He's bowled him. As Carey there came forward, and it runs off the inside edge into the stumps. And it's the 3rd wicket down, and Wokes has got a wicket.
Here is Lyon waiting for Broad. It's back of a length. He's bowled. Swing across the line, clip the top of off stump, and with that, the Australian innings concludes. Lyon out for 31. They rush off for the change of innings. Australia all out for 303.
Comes Cummins and he bowls, and Crawley's on the front foot. Oh, Burns late setting off, and the throw hits the stumps. Crowd like it, the Aussies like it. Umpire Wilson's waiting. The ball rolls away. No, he's out. He's going to be out. He is going to be out. By literally a frame. What a disaster for Rory Burns.
Cummins into Crawley. Bat and Pat close together. He's caught it short leg by Travis Head. Cummins strikes. Crawley's out for 18. Last ball of the session. Cummins to Milan. Wayward down the leg side. Milan flicked out of missed. Tumbling take by Carey. And that ends the session where we've seen 6 wickets fall at dinner. England is 2 for 34 after 12 overs. And that is after Australia resumed at 6 for 241 and was bowled out for 303.
Grandstand Cricket, The Ashes, on your radio, ABC Sport Digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
England 2 for 34 at the dinner break on day 2. Welcome to Grandstand at dinner. I'm Matt Clench alongside Andrew Moore and Stephen Finn, both wearing sunglasses. I'm not sure if this is in anticipation for what might come next when we take some of your calls, but let's start with some cricket to begin with. Amori, it sort of felt like if Australia could get over 300, that was going to be a good task. How much more past that target was going to be the challenge for England?
Well, not as big a challenge as me finding my microphone button, apparently. I'm not sure they needed much more for it to be a challenge for England. I think, as we're already seeing, Clinchy, with England's openers again not being able to get the job done this time via a direct Labuschagne hit. Zach Crawley nicking one onto his pad, and all of a sudden it's such a familiar scenario at 2 for 29. England reeling against the Australian fast bowlers, and so much again relies on Joe Root. So I think to get up to 300 may have had an effect on England, that they couldn't keep them under that. But to me, 300 on this wicket in these conditions, a really challenging score no matter what.
Stephen Finn, Rory Burns, discuss.
Well, he'd be sat in there. I'd imagine the first thing that Zach Crawley would have done, I mean, he'd have been disappointed that he was out, but would have apologised for slinging him on the barbecue, I think, there. The hesitation, I think, did for Rory Burns. And, yeah, not the way that you would want to go with your first foray back into Test match cricket after being left out and dropped for 2 games, and hoping to come and make a statement, because not only is this an important test match for this series and for people's careers, but when you look at the squad that they'll be trying to select for the next series in the West Indies in a couple of months' time, anyone who puts their hand up in this test match is going to be one of the first names on the team sheet that you would imagine.
Take us inside the psychology for someone like Rory Burns. You think of the first ball of the series with Mitch Starc. He gets his way back into the side, right or wrong call, push that to one side. But, I mean, it's unlucky, isn't it? Ricky Ponting sort of said he wanted to see a bit more desperation. I think that's probably a little bit unfair, but he was sort of hesitant with a yes-no call.
Yeah, I mean, but it's not his call. It was Zach Crawley's call because it dropped into the extra cover fielding zone, and Labuschagne came round, and the hesitation and the stutter from Zach Crawley when you're the non-striker makes you hesitant yourself because you think you could just turn on his heels and head back to the crease. So that would be where the extra inch that he would have needed could have come from. It would have been that hesitation. Yeah, he could have dived. Then it would have also meant that he's throwing his head into the firing line of a full-blooded throw from Marnus Labuschagne, which your natural instincts tell you not to do. So, yeah, I mean, if he was willing to wear one in the face in order to try and preserve his wicket, but yeah, ultimately it's the hesitation that has done for him.
What does that do, Finney, to the mood of a dressing room, particularly with a team that struggled so much?
Well, you're a bit flat. I mean, England would have been flat coming into today anyway, because I feel as though they missed an opportunity yesterday to put Australia on the ropes. They had them 12 for 3 and let them recover. And then through the day, Australia built a total that was going to look to be imposing. They then added on that today. And it's all about momentum. And you look at that Nathan Lyon slogathon, I suppose, 31 of 27 balls for the number 10 in tricky conditions to bat in, with a tired attack that's missing Ollie Robinson, and then you come out straight away and you lose a wicket in the second over, your opening batter run out without scoring. There'd definitely be a flat feeling in there.
There's a couple of shots there. Nathan Lyon would pay homage to Ricky Ponting. He would have been happy with the pull shots here at Bellerive.
One went bouncing down the road. It was absolutely ginormous. Over his left shoulder, pulled it over fine leg, and it literally went out of the ground. So not often a number 10, who hasn't always looked that comfortable against the short ball, we must say, gets to pull one out the ground, and I've only managed it a couple of times in my career, and it's a mighty good feeling when it happens.
The voice of Steve Finn alongside Andrew Moore. I'm Matt Clinch. This is Grandstand at Dinner. England 2 for 34 after Australia's first innings of 303. So we've built it up nicely. Now Finney's here to take some of your calls, which is what we're all looking forward to. So if you want to join the conversation, 1300 558 222. That's 1300 558 222.
Can I start, Clinchy, with a couple of questions to the love god?
I'd be disappointed if you didn't.
Why have we got sunglasses on? Is this your shock jock routine? Because you haven't worn sunnies at any stage during the Test series while on air.
It's quite a contrast just for the listeners. So Finney is in a white T-shirt with a white cap and sunglasses on. Maury is in a bright pink shirt. And
the only thing missing is a pearl necklace.
They are Dad's sunglasses, Maury. I'm sorry. The old wraparound black sunglasses.
These are survey ones. I've left the good ones at home.
You packed in a rush, didn't you, though?
I did. So what's the story?
So, well, I just want to be able to deal with these questions, with as little emotion as possible. I've got to be succinct and to the point when answering people's questions, whether it comes to cricket or your personal lives that you can ask me to put right.
Well, let me ask you the next one then.
Okay, go on.
Just a couple of quick ones before the callers basically throw their lives in your hands. You mentioned on air you had an epiphany by looking at yourself in this camera that Damo from our digital department set up, and you're there, you had your hat back to front, you were hot and sweaty and bothered, and you said, I've realised I now need to become an adult.
Yeah, probably about time to grow up. I mean,
what does that mean? How are you going to put that into effect?
Well, probably stop wearing white flat peak caps and Supreme T-shirts and start dressing like a middle-aged man that I truly am like at 32. Yeah, no, maybe not quite like that, Maury. Let's not get carried away. But maybe a plain white shirt, or and a nice pair of chinos or something, and a straw hat. I don't know. Might be more befitting of my age. Yeah, maybe more befitting of my age.
You're only 32, not 52.
I feel 52 when I wake up in the morning sometimes.
And my last question is this: before listeners unleash their lives on you, I was just talking to my wife at home, and dogs are running amok. We've got 3 little moodles, and they're yap, 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 yap. One thing we haven't learned about you, we've heard about your fear of the water and so many other things. Pets, do you have any dogs in your life?
I don't. I'm currently on the hunt for a puppy when I get back to the UK, but working out whether I'm actually going to be able to look after it properly and give it a proper life is the thing that's mulling over in my mind. I do have a cat, though, a house cat at home. Her name's Ethel. She's a British short hair, and she, much like her name sounds, and sorry if there are any Ethels listening, she is a grey fat lady, a grey fat old lady,
right?
And yeah, she likes lazing around the house and loves eating and getting stroked. Yeah, she's a nice little pet to be able to share my time with at home.
1300 558 222. Stephen Finn, the love god, is here answering your calls. Let me just fire a few on the SMS that have come through that I've had saved in my phone. One coming through, guys. This is from Mark. Stephen Finn is such a great commentator. Just wondering why he isn't still playing.
That's to the point. Okay, I thought there was going to be more to that. There might be a part two to the question, but I am still playing back in the UK. I've just moved from my boyhood club, Middlesex, to Sussex, which is down on the south coast of England, which will be a slight change of pace of life, hence me looking for a puppy when I get back to take on romantic walks down the beach whilst the sun sets. You know, you can just vision it now. Beautiful, isn't it? It's a pebble beach though, which isn't quite so quite so as nice as the beaches here. But yeah, international cricket. I came here on the 2017-18 Ashes tour, and I got injured in the first week of the tour and had to go home and have knee surgery, which I'm just going to show more in my scar now. There, to have a big old knee surgery. When I went home, and yeah, I've not really bowled with the same pace since then, I think. So yeah, that's why I wouldn't be playing international cricket still.
I've just realised you had long pants on before, now you're in shorts. How many clothes do you bring to the cricket?
Hey, I've got my own wardrobe stylist here with me, and she advised me that you're not looking that good in those jeans. You look a bit hot and bothered. And actually, do you know what? I'm far more comfortable now, and
you look happier.
To deal with the pressure of the callers, the questions, I felt as though it was appropriate that I put shorts on.
All right, Andrew's given us a call on 1300 558 222. Andrew, you're chatting to Stephen Finn, the love god.
Yeah, hi Steve. I just wanted to get your thoughts on the non-selection of Jimmy Anderson in this particular test. I think it's perfect for his bowling, his conditions. I mean, I can't understand why they've left him out. Probably would have been all out for 120, I think, if he was there.
Yep, I certainly believe that it would have been a far trickier proposition for the Australian batters yesterday, but the news coming out of the England camp is that he had a slight niggle, which is something that they weren't willing to risk. I mean, they wouldn't have anticipated Ollie Robinson going down in the manner that he did after having bowled 8 overs. But I think, yeah, with Jimmy Anderson, I don't think it would have been a selection thing. I think it would have been a fitness thing, because if you could wrap up a wicket and deliver it to Jimmy Anderson at Christmas and wrap it and tie it in a bow under the tree, I think he might have picked that one at first thing yesterday at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Good on you, Andrew. Thanks very much for your call. There are a few SMSs coming through as well on 0467 920 222. Concerned listeners wondering, if you do come back on the next Ashes tour, who will look after the puppy?
That's a very good question. I've sort of floated the idea to my parents the other day, who are typically cat people. And my dad's response was, there was a couple of expletives in there, but it was along the lines of, "You're stupid, don't do it." But it was a slightly longer sentence and a few more swear words in there, but I can't repeat those on national radio.
Who's the main person you listen to when it comes to life advice like that? Is it your straight shooting father? Is it your girlfriend?
No, I need someone who encourages me and helps me make bad decisions, because if I listen to my father too often, I don't think I'd ever leave the house. He's got a slightly pessimistic outlook on life, however much I love him.
Look, we have a cat, Ollie.
Yep.
And 3 dogs. You're welcome to one of them if you want.
Okay. Well,
my kids might object.
Yes, yeah. I might not be the most popular person in the Moore household if I were to steal the puppy.
I've got a feeling if Finney moves to Australia, he's not near you, Maury. He's going to be at Coogee setting up camp there.
Yeah, well, I'll come for weekends at Maury's house.
Come swim in the pool.
Just inviting himself.
Yeah. No bugs in the pool.
That's it. Fight in my undercrackers, wander around your house. Yeah, how about that in the morning?
There's a visual picture for all our listeners out there. Yeah. Welcome to the party. Righto, Steve, take over.
Okay, right. We are doing talkback on Grandstand Cricket. The number to call if you do want to contact me at all, no pressure, but make it interesting if you do, 1300 558 222. And now the first person top of my list is Ravi from Sydney. Ravi, what have you got for us, mate?
Love God. Good to talk to you again. I rang in during the SCG test. I have a potential addition to Finney's gripes here. Now, you mentioned during the Sydney test that you play a lot of FIFA. And my question to you as an avid gamer is, do you detect a meaningful difference between each edition of the FIFA game? Aren't they all the same and trying to rip us off that way?
Well, I think there are the more ways that they're trying to rip us off than just releasing the same iteration of the game. And it's nice to hear from you again, Rav. I enjoyed your question last week during the test match. But yeah, FIFA is something that I've dedicated far too much time to over the last couple of years with lockdown. I've dabbled in a bit of online on Twitch, people streaming, I think they call it now that I'm grown up. I don't actually know what it's called, but Twitch streaming. But certainly the game can become frustrating and can feel very similar. But having played a lot of it, I do feel a distinct difference between each game. But if you read my tweets or my frustrated tweets after I'd lost to a 7-year-old somewhere in the world who'd pulled my pants down and given me a good beating, I think you might not think that I enjoyed the game, but I actually do.
Going beautifully, promoting his Twitter page, his Twitch page, Stephen Finn. You're a Watford man, is that your team?
My team is Watford back in the UK. Yeah, we've got a big game against Newcastle coming up today. A basement battle. Newcastle have been taken over by Saudi Arabian owners who've produced a lot of money for them to be able to spend in this January transfer window. But I'm hoping that Watford can take advantage of the lack of cohesiveness of that team and hopefully get a win and start to leave the bottom three of the table would be handy.
Stephen, I have a text message here from a listener, Jen. Question for the love god.
Okay.
What do I do when my husband watches and listens to cricket 24/7?
That's a good question. I mean, I'd like to know what type of energy drinks he's drinking if he's up 24 hours a day listening to cricket. I would say my tactic would be, if I were in your position, I'd just remove a battery from the radio or unplug it and just pretend that it wasn't working, or if he were to go to the bathroom or something, just throw it out the window, because
not a great suggestion.
That's actually good advice. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Sorry. Apart from when he's listening to it on ABC.
What if her husband's name is Jim Maxwell?
Well, Jim must be switching in between the horse racing, unless he's got two TVs, or he's got two radio channels going at the same time. Jim might switch out to get the horse racing on, so maybe distract him with that.
England 2 for 34 at dinner. I'm Matt Clinch alongside Andrew Moore and Stephen Finns, taking your calls on 1300 558 222.
And now, Trevor from WA, what would you like to tell us, Trev?
First thing, I'm a Liverpool supporter, so there we go. But
okay, we'll cut you off there then. Thanks a lot for that, Trev. Cheers.
And I like the ABC. I've been listening to it for years for the AFL and cricket. It's absolutely brilliant. My question is, why is Matthew Wade not in the Test team?
Well, I think he's had opportunities in the Test team, hasn't he? And I suppose the natural cycle of wicket keepers is that you don't tend to go back. Like, once you move on from a wicket keeper, it tends to move almost as a transition phase. I think they've identified Alex Carey a little while ago as someone who has the technique and the temperament to be able to deal with Test match cricket. We've not quite seen him come up trumps with the bat in his hand, but he was very tidy with the gloves in the first 3 Test matches. But Matthew Wade, I think, has now turned himself more into an aggressive top-order T20 player and is doing a very good job doing that for his country. So you wouldn't want to blur the lines between the two. He was obviously very important in Australia winning the T20 World Cup. So maybe a separation of the roles slightly in order to let each keeper concentrate solely on that particular format of the game.
It was an interesting question leading up to the summer, given he'd been asked to do different roles in the Test side when they had injuries, when David Warner was out, but they didn't see him as a Test player at the moment, more of a white ball player. Maury, have you got any advice for Finney? You would have been away now for, 2.5 months, 3 months? So when you return back to the UK to be reunited with your girlfriend, are you a romantic kind of guy? Will you take her out and celebrate?
I mean, I'll be disappointed if she hasn't laid a love heart of roses across the bed when I return home and lit every candle.
I think you're going to say be disappointed if she hasn't moved on.
Well, yeah, I mean, she's a fool for not moving on, to be quite frank. Imagine having to listen to this drivel.
So is she more...
What's
her first name?
Amber.
Is Amber more romantic than you or less?
I'd say she's more romantic. Actually, I got a message off her yesterday, and I would implore all the listeners to the Love God 40 Minutes on ABC Grandstand Radio to do a love language test. Do you know what the love languages are, Maury?
Hit me.
Is this radio version?
Yes.
No, this is very much the radio
Very
version.
good question, Clinchy.
This is very much the radio version. So the love languages are things that you can use to communicate better with your partner.
Right.
And they are quality time. So you could enjoy spending quality time together. Gifts.
Yes.
Acts of service.
You'll be under pressure, having been in Australia for so long.
Absolutely. I'm under pressure
gifts.
to do all of these. Do you know how many gifts I'm taking back?
Don't answer that out loud.
It's zero. Apart from myself. I mean, I'm taking myself home, which
what bigger gift? Well,
naturally is a gift enough.
Having seen you in action, you could give us some of your jewellery without any problem.
You can have a pearl necklace. I actually borrowed one of her earrings to come over here with me. So, and I wore that for you very affectionately one day, Maury, last week during the Test match. Quality time, gifts, acts of service, speech, communicating well.
You're a good communicator.
I'm a relatively good communicator. Yeah. Again, at times I might let myself down, but that it's natural. We're human beings. We do let ourselves down every now and again. And the other one I can't remember, which means it must not be an important one. But I had to do the test, and my love language is quality time.
Is it?
Yeah. So it's no wonder that as the series has progressed and we've spent more time together, more quality time together, our relationship has blossomed.
100%.
Knuckle bump that.
Yeah.
In terms of cricket following, is Amber? Will she know when the Test match is over?
Yeah, okay. She will do. She's not an avid cricket follower. She's had to learn to deal with it and live with it, unfortunately for her. But
is she listening to you like in the middle of the night on the beeb?
No. Unless she can't sleep, then she might try and do it to nod off. I don't know.
Have you sent her any of your Love God stuff? Does she know you are an Australian Love God?
But no, and if I describe myself as that to her, I'd imagine I might get kicked out the door the first time
Does she know you become a shock jock broadcaster, talkback host in Australia?
Well,
because otherwise your communication that you talk of, it's leaving a bit to be desired.
No, she knows my aspirations to be able to hold a talkback show at some stage in my life. I enjoy listening to talkback radio when I'm in the UK, and I mentioned to her that I was getting some experience in dealing with people's questions during the lunch intervals or the dinner intervals as they are today during the Test matches. But no, she's seen the meme and she's seen the picture of me, and she said, you don't dress like that. That's not actually you with a wig on and a fake tash, is it? And I was like, no, I've not quite stooped to those levels yet, but there's still time.
Let's take one final call. Let's take Roger from Victoria. He's got a good question for Stephen Finn. Welcome, Roger.
Oh, hi guys. Hi, Stephen. The England captaincy, it feels like Australia have had sort of people to go to when needed, a bit of a succession plan maybe. It sort of begs, does it not, the England captaincy? I just wonder what your views were on succession, and you may not be able to say a lot on radio, but, what's being done to sort of get that ready?
Yeah, nice to meet you, Roger. You sound English, so it's nice to see a fellow Englishman in Australia. I think the English captaincy is an interesting conundrum for them. I think that in the build-up to this series, England talked a lot about the succession planning and the planning that was being done for this trip to Australia. Under Joe Root's leadership with the help of Chris Silverwood. But I think when you look at the team at the moment, it's so unsettled that outside of Ben Stokes and Joe Root, I don't actually see anyone who's guaranteed to play the next Test match. I think Zach Crawley has adapted himself well here with the one innings that he played in the second innings at the SCG. But certainly, when you look down the rest of the list, Broad and Anderson will almost certainly be there. But can you make them captain, or can you make them captain at this stage of their career? No. Do I think that Josh Buttler would be an outstanding captain if he were to be asked to do it? Yes, but he's not assured of his place because he had a tricky time of it down here. So I think the conundrum is that they would have to either say Ben Stokes or Joe Root would be the captain into the future.
Beautifully done. Stephen Finn taking your calls. It's always a pleasure. Thank you for coming past.
Pleasure. Hopefully see you tomorrow.
Look forward to that. Maury, what's going to happen here? Can England fight on?
Yes, they'll fight on. But they've got 67 overs left in the day. Can they survive the day? Good quality time, gents. Thank you.
Bit to go. England 2 for 34 at dinner. On the other side of ABC News, Ned Hall will be along, keeping you updated with what's taking place all around the world. We'll be back at the cricket scene.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. Novak Djokovic's lawyers say his visa's been cancelled because he's seen as a symbol of the anti-vaccination movement. Amelia Tuzon with the details.
The world number one is fighting his visa cancellation in the federal court. Documents show the Immigration Minister, Alex Hawke, revoked the unvaccinated tennis player's visa yesterday, despite accepting that he poses a negligible individual risk of transmitting COVID-19 to other people. Instead, it says his visa was cancelled on grounds he'd potentially stir up anti-vaccination protests and even civil unrest. Djokovic's lawyers say there's no evidence he'd stir up unrest and that he's being painted as a talisman of a community of anti-vaccine sentiment.
The Northern Territory has recorded its second ever COVID-19 death after a fully vaccinated woman in her 40s died overnight. NT Acting Chief Minister Nicole Manison says the woman was from the Bagot community, an Aboriginal community in Darwin, and had underlying health issues. There are now 32 people in Northern Territory hospitals. 18 of them are receiving acute care. There was no one in intensive care. 412 new cases were recorded in the 24 hours to 8 o'clock last night. Approximately one-third of those were reported with rapid antigen tests. Outbreaks have also been recorded in the Alice Springs Correctional Centre and Alice Springs Renal Hostel, where people from out of town stay to receive dialysis treatment. 4 more people have died with COVID-19 in South Australia. There are 236 people in hospital, including 26 patients in intensive care, 7 of them on ventilators. SA recorded 4,349 cases, down from yesterday's 5,679. Under the state's Omicron modelling, the outbreak's expected to peak sometime between today and January 25th in the range of 6,000 to 10,000 cases per day. Health authorities in Queensland are urging people who test positive for COVID-19 not to call the ambulance service unless they need urgent medical attention. The state's recorded another 6 deaths from the disease and 19,709 new infections in the past day. Queensland Health Minister Yvette Darth says there are many avenues for people who test positive and are seeking advice as opposed to calling 000.
Our ambulances and our paramedics are under a significant strain with the calls that they're getting, and we want to make sure that we don't have people ringing simply because they've got a positive test but otherwise are feeling well.
The judge in Ghislaine Maxwell's sex abuse trial in the US has set a sentencing date of June 28th, but the judge says he's still considering the British socialite's request to overturn her conviction over concerns about a juror who says he shared his experience of sexual abuse during the trial deliberations despite not disclosing his abuse during pre-trial screening. The 60-year-old faces up to 65 years in prison after being convicted of trafficking teenage girls for the late financier and convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein to abuse between 1994 and 2004. The US State Department says 2 senior officials will visit strife-torn Ethiopia in the coming week. It says they'll urge the government to stop airstrikes and lay the ground for talks with rebels from the northern Tigray region. The UN says more than 100 people have died in airstrikes in the past 2 weeks alone. A 9-year-old Queensland girl holidaying with her family in the New South Wales Blue Mountains remains missing. Danuta Kazaki reports.
A large-scale search is in its second day, with more than 100 emergency personnel, including New South Wales Police, Ambulance and Rural Fire Service. 9-year-old Charlize Mutton was reported missing from her property at Mount Wilson yesterday morning. She was last seen by her family on Thursday night. Acting Superintendent John Nelson says the girl was holidaying with her family.
We are here to pull out every stop that we can to locate her, hence why we have all these resources here today and continuing.
Acting Superintendent Nelson says she was last seen wearing a pink top and black skirt. He says the Mount Wilson area is surrounded by some rugged bushland.
And Western Australia's Gang Crime Squad have charged a number of members of outlaw motorcycle gangs with breaches against unlawful consorting and prohibited insignia laws. WA police say on January 8th, police received information about some Rebels and Hells Angels members in the pool area of a Scarborough hotel and had gang-affiliated tattoos visible. They were celebrating the birthday of one of the Rebel motorcycle gang members. 5 members were charged with displaying prohibited insignia and the groups were issued dispersal notices. ABC News. Get more news from our website at abc.net.au/news.
Grandstand cricket, the Ashes.
Hits him straight down the ground. That'll be 6.
This time he swats it up in the air, cuts it all the way for 6.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital and on the ABC Listen app.
And Ned Hall in the host studio, back to Belrive Oval for the next session, which is around 5 minutes or so away. But first stop for us here, and a quick roundup, is the Australian PGA Championship. To give us all the latest from the Royal Queensland Golf Club, it's Quentin Hull.
Well, we're scrambling for the record books here, Ned, because we're seeing an outstanding performance from 22-year-old former Australian amateur champion Jed Morgan. He has just completed his 3rd round and will go into tomorrow's final round with a 9-shot lead. And that's after he bogeyed the 18th hole today. A 6 under 65 today for Jed Morgan. He is 20 under for the tournament, and his nearest opponent is his playing partner of today, Andrew Dote, who actually completed a 2-shot swing on the last today by birdieing 18 to move to 11 under. Can you believe that after Morgan birdied the 17th hole, he was 11 shots in front, but now that's been trimmed to 9 with that 2-shot swing on the last today. David Micheluzzi is at 10 under, and rounding out the top 5, Jake McLeod 9 under and Louis Dobler at 8 under. But as much as this may be a weaker field for the men's PGA this year, hard to ignore such numbers. A lead of 9, 20 under. This young man has been compared to some of the greats in Australian golf. He is at the start of his career, but the record winning margin in this event, Greg Norman won twice by 8 shots in 84-85, and the great American Hale Irwin in 1978 won by 8 shots at Royal Melbourne. Jed Morgan's a real chance to beat that going into tomorrow, leading by 9. Of course, not only playing for the Kirkwood Cup here for the men, but for the first ever Kari Webb Cup for the WPGA Championship. A much tighter finish coming up there. Sue O goes into tomorrow with a 2-shot lead. She's at 7 under, 2 ahead of Sarah Jane Smith and Grace Kim, who are both at 5 under. And the only other women's player under par is Julianne Sue, who is at 2 under. So it's O leading by 2 in the WPGA. Jed Morgan, we've known about him, but this is some performance. Tomorrow's story could make it even bigger as he stamps his real mark and announces himself to the world, leading the Australian PGA by 9 shots at 20 under going into tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Q. We'll keep us all across that tomorrow as well. There's a lot happening in the world of tennis right on the eve of the Australian Open, and Ben Cameron has got his eye on everything that's happening around the country at the moment in the world of tennis. Ben.
There certainly is, Ned, and it's been a good start to the day for the Australians because John Peers has claimed his 26th Tour doubles title. So he's won the Sydney Tennis Classic in the doubles with Filip Polasek. They took down the Italian duo of Fabio Fognini and Simon Bolelli 7-5, 7-5. Now, they were actually down 2-5 and love 40 in the second set when they then won 9 consecutive points and 5 straight games to claim the second set and the championship. So the Aussies off to a good start on this big day of finals. We do have coming up later Tanasi Kokonakis. I'll get to that. But in Adelaide at the moment, we've got the All-American final between Alison Risk and Madison Keys. As it stands at the moment, Keys has taken the first set 6-1. She also leads 3-1 in the second set with a break. So Madison Keys playing some sublime tennis at the moment to lead 3-1 in the second set. Already a set to love up. Now, still to come later today, as I said, we've got Tanasi Kokonakis who'll be taking on Arthur Kinderneck. That is in this Adelaide International, the second Adelaide International later this evening following this final between Risk and Keys. And at the Sydney Tennis Classic in the men's singles, we've got Andy Murray taking on Aslan Karatsev, who is the number 1 seed. Now, Murray got a wildcard entry into this tournament, but that final will take place later tonight. And then off court, the big news, of course, Novak Djokovic, he's returned to the Immigration Detention Hotel, Ned. Now, he will spend the night there tonight before tomorrow's hearing, which is scheduled for 9:30am. It's bizarre. Who would have believed us if we'd said 2 years ago that the world number 1, 20-time Grand Slam champ, 9-time Australian Open winner would spend the night 48 hours out from his first match at the Australian Open in an immigration detention hotel. But that's where we are, Ned, with all of the tennis. It's truly bizarre.
It is a very unusual build-up to the Australian Open this year as well, and back in court, I believe, tomorrow morning. And just on the way back to Bellerive Oval, I can tell you that Coolangatta has won the Magic Millions on the Gold Coast today. Time, though, to head back to Bellerive Oval now and rejoin our commentary team, Dirk Nannes and Brett Sprigg.
Thank you, Ned. Yeah, second session about to get underway in a matter of seconds. England 2 for 34 in response to Australia's first innings of all-out 303. Welcome back, Dirk.
Good to be back, Brett. It's going to be fascinating to see whether these two, Joe Root and Milan, look like the two most difficult batsmen to dismiss earlier in the series. Milan's slid a little bit. Joe Root's still out and out. Seems that dominant batsman in the England side. Can they stay out there and withstand this onslaught?
Milan on 9, Root on 3. It'll be the England captain to face the first ball after the resumption from Scott Boland, who began his spell from the river end, and here he is continuing on from the northern end away from us with Root on strike and behind it and defending. Straight to short mid on, no run.
It is uncanny how quick Boland is onto the mark and that line and length. It's an incredible rise.
You were talking earlier about his character, his demeanour, what a sort of a humble bloke he is. You guys would have played for a few years together at Victoria?
No.
You didn't?
No, it sort of ships in the night. It was me out, him in.
I assume when I saw he debuted in 2011, I thought you must have had a couple of years beyond there.
No,
the first-class system.
So I was sort of...
Root here waits for Boland. It's a slower, fuller ball, and it's driven straight to mid-on, no run.
I believe my last first-class game was 2009, I think.
Goodness, that long ago.
And then my last one-day game would have been early 2011.
Just missed him.
Yeah, and so it was sliding doors, really. I was out, he was in.
Crowd certainly still in good voice. Midway through day night 2 here in Hobart. Root on 3. Boland ambles in. England captain defends. This time to the offside. Labuschagne picks up at short mid-off. What's made him so successful in this series so far in your mind?
As I've said earlier, the amount of balls he asks batsmen to make a decision. And given the way the ball's been nipping around, he had it just doing enough at the MCG. Same again in Sydney. And this wicket will suit him as well. If you ask enough questions of the batsman's defence, eventually they're going to make a mistake.
Boland in past the umpire. This is back of a length and Root lets it go.
And you're always waiting for that release as a batsman. As a bowler, you can't just keep bowling good ball after good ball after good ball. Eventually you're going to try something that fails and get pounded to the boundary. And it just doesn't seem that he has bowled that ball. Certainly not often.
Three slips, a gully, backward point, mid-off, mid-on. Fielder forward of square and a fine leg as well as Boland into Root, playing it is, whips it away off the hip, out behind square to the fielder at fine leg for 1 run. So Root ticks the strike over. He's 4. England now 2 for 35. First innings deficit is 268. Australia earlier all out for 303.
I was talking a little bit earlier about that, the front arm of his and how he slaps it down on his thigh. It's quite unusual in that most other Australian fast bowlers, or most fast bowlers around the world really, they do what's called clearing your front arm. So rather than the front arm actually coming down and hitting his left arm in this instance, coming down and hitting himself in the hip and almost blocking himself, you're supposed to clear that left arm so it goes past the left of your body and your whole upper body can rotate. But he's unusual in that he blocks himself, so his front arm comes down, pulling the chain, and actually almost lands in his hip and it goes no further.
Kawaj has moved from third slip across to leg slip here for the left-hander Milan, who taps his bat, waits here for Boland. Right arm around the wicket this time, driving again on the bounce to Labuschagne at short mid-off, and that is a dot ball to finish. Just the one run from the Scott Boland over, the first after the dinner break, and England at 2 for 35.
And almost becomes a trade-off as a bowler where you want this perfect action, but a perfect action won't be as fast a ball as having a slightly imperfect action, I guess. You know, he tries to be nice and tall and release the ball from a good position, and clearly when he blocks himself, he bowls a bit more consistent. Look at someone who does really well in clearing their front arm, and you know, the genuinely fast bowlers, they tend to just spray the ball a little bit, and you've got to find that balance between hitting the right spot and pace.
Change of bowler here for Australia. Cameron Green, our friend from this morning, on the chat earlier, from the river end. He'll be bowling now from that end of the ground. So Joe Root just taking some time to assess the field. 3 slips, gully, backward point again here. As Green wastes no time in here to the England captain. It's back of a length, very short. Moves inside the line of this, and it just flies past the rib cage of Joe Root down the leg side. The dot ball to start. Little loosener there from Cam Green.
I quite like this. He's had good success against Joe Root. Straight away after the break, bringing him on. All about matchups here. That's what Australia are trying to do. They're changing the bowling lineup based on who's facing down the other end.
One of those slips has come out. They've got a couple now, a cover and now a mid-off. Switching around there as Labuschagne now comes into that cover position. Root defends, just puts this down the line at backward point, dot ball. 2 for 35, it remains here, England. Of course, Joe Root is also Scott Boland's buddy. What is he had him? He's been dismissed 3 times out of a possible 4 by Scott Boland. Not bad.
It's like kryptonite at the moment with these two bowlers to Joe Root.
Sun shining in. It's in from that western side, sort of bouncing off the glass of our commentary box as Green. In here to Joe Root. Is sort of cramped up here on the toes. He just works it away out behind square for an easy 2 in the end. As Boland comes in off the rope to do the fielding. Root now has 6 runs to his name. England 2 for 37. I'm trying to think what's missing from the Bellerive commentary box. It's a superb ground. Love being here. The atmosphere's been great. The wicket's been intriguing. The sort of first day and a half. The Combox doesn't have an open window. Now, I don't really mind as Green continues here in past the umpire. Root with a high bat lift, and again he's just deflecting this out to line at backward point, 2 for 37. But Jim Maxwell, and you know this because you've worked with Jim for long enough, huge proponent of the open window. Because as he says, you have to be able to touch the game, feel the game. And says that the first design element any commentary box should be a window you can open or a sliding door.
Oh, we've got the little sliding window next to Rick there.
But not front on to the playing arena. As Green into Root again, defending back past the bowler. It's picked up though by Labuschagne at short cover.
It's more a case of touching the catering staff, isn't it, really? It's not really getting a feel of the game out the front of the commentary box, is it?
No. But yeah, it's the way it goes these days. Multi-purpose stadia and all that. Not always keeping cricket callers in mind. That's sort of neither here nor there. No further complaints from me. 2 runs off the over so far. Here is the last ball off the green over, and Root is playing and missing. Superb length from Cameron Green, and it just flew past the outside edge. 2 for 37 England, 2 overs into this second session on day 2.
Once again, just relentless.
Now, there is a rather lengthy text here. I would rather wade into geopolitical conflicts in the Middle East than stuff like this. This is from Stuart from northwestern Tasmania. Another poor cricket crowd in Hobart.
It is such a huge mistake playing international cricket in Hobart because Hobart is in the far south of Tasmania. All big-time cricket in AFL should be played in central Launceston so the three main regions of Tasmania can support it. People from the northwest of Tasmania will never support sport in the far south in Hobart, according to Stewart. No, just offering that as a statement, not even going anywhere near it beyond reading it. Boland here into Milan, the left-hander, again just cramped for room, defends it to the offside, dot ball. It is a hotbed of political discussion.
So you're changing the location of your main cricket ground based on the demographics and who you can attract to the venue.
Central locations, yeah, I guess. Launceston being slightly more central, according to Stewart. But for what it's worth, I like Hobart, I like Launceston, I like Devonport. Why should you have to choose? Boland into Milan, it's just flying past the off stump. He let that go and it narrowed in. Adjusting that line.
You've got to pick your best venue based on the conditions to produce wonderful test match cricket. I think this is an excellent pitch.
Yeah,
it's a lovely ground.
It's bigger than that, Dirk. This goes to the heart of why is there no Tassie AFL team and its general footprint in, you know, Australia's sporting landscape. It's because supposedly these various regions don't speak to each other. That's the inference anyway. As again, Bowen is narrowing in on the off stump of David Milan, who lets it go into the gloves of Alex Carey. 3 dot balls to start this over. But yeah, it's well beyond my pay grade, this geopolitical conflict in Tasmania.
You brought it up.
Who deserves... I'm acknowledging the message. I can't, you know, I can't to tell you to text in 0467920222 and not read the texts that intrigue me, but it's just, a lot to work through. Bowen again, right arm around the wicket as Milan taps his bat, 2 slips and a gully. He is again letting this go. It's a full length this time from Scott Bowen, and it was rising late as well. Alex Carey took it up bat chest height.
There was quite a bit in the newspaper yesterday talking about how this is the biggest event that Tasmania has hosted. The biggest sporting event, full stop. And the Premier, Peter Cutland, said he was talking about the ground and said it's the best and most picturesque boutique stadium in the world, which I thought was perhaps a little bit of overreach. It is a lovely ground, don't get me wrong, but...
Second last ball, the Boland over again, right arm around the wicket on the stumps, and Milan flicks it off his legs, but will get no run to square leg, where it's fielded out there by Travis Head.
Perhaps not the most worldly view, given some of the other grounds around the world.
Oh, it's this venue.
Yeah,
it's one of the best in Australia.
Yeah, but what are you marking it on?
Sorry, the worldly. You're saying his worldly view on cricket grounds. He's being biased. I thought you meant the view itself. This vista from the Bellreeve commentary box. That's a pretty good view. Boland last ball the over. Milan, this ball again rising on him. He deflects it out to Nathan Lyon at point. Dot ball to finish. A maiden from Scott Boland early in this second session on day 2. England 2 for 37 after earlier Australia was all out for 303. You're with Brett Sprigg and Dirk Nannis. It's a message here. I'm not sure who sent it. There's an open window at Launceston's York Park where this test match should have been played. Somebody says playfully. I'm not sure York Park has facilities because I imagine the ground runs north-south. As far as the footy goals and the cricket pitch. So you have to have sort of media facilities on both parts of the ground.
What's the number 2 ground in Tasmania, Rick?
It'd be the TCA ground, wouldn't it? The old... That was the headquarters for a long time before they built Bellreeve. I'm thinking Hobart. Here's Green into Joe Root. Works it off the hips. Forward of square. Through that gap of the fielders, Head gives chase and Stark running out there as well. Heaves it back in for Travis Head. Throw comes in from the deep. Meantime, Joe Root's come back for 3. England 2 for 40. You said second ground in Tasmania. Is there an agreed status there, Rick?
Well, they played BBL games at York Park in Launceston.
Yeah.
Here in Hobart, they played second 11 games, I think, at the Twin Ovals in the Kingbrook municipality down south.
So does that play first-class cricket as well up in York Park? it a first-class
no,
ground?
no.
So this is
play.
the only first-class ground in the state?
Correct, at the moment.
So you can't
Yeah.
play Test cricket up there?
No, that's right.
Yeah. So it's a moot point.
End of. Dirt's fixed the conflict.
Because you do have to jump through a fair few hoops to have your ground classified as a first-class venue.
Milan facing Cameron Green, full and wide and driven. Again, a sparing dive from Labuschagne at cover. Races away to the rope in front of the hill on the eastern side of the ground. And David Milan has a boundary to move along to 13. England 2 for 44.
Rare bad ball from Green. Pitched this up, genuine half volley, and well put away by David Milan. Once again, I think that's the type of ball that English batsmen have received a precious few of across the summer.
What does Green do here? 2 slips in the gully. He's inside edge again, caught by Carey. They go up. Umpire is unmoved. The Australian cordon seemed pretty convinced, but nothing doing from umpire Rod Tucker. And Cameron Green will trudge back to the top of his mark. We've got 4 seconds left on the DRS timer, and Pat Cummins opts to let it tick down.
Gee, the sound of that was like a genuine edge. My finger straight away went up, just clipped the top of the pad.
There's no real deviation on that. Anyway, did take the... I reckon it's hit nothing. It's gone right between bat and pad over the stumps as Green tries again here to Milan. This is angling across him, a shorter delivery. And Carey with a simple take behind the stumps. 2 for 44. 7 runs off this over so far and 2 balls remaining in it.
So there's a whole lot of things that need to go into having a ground classified as a first-class venue. And that goes from player facilities to umpire facilities to the surface to...
I'm sure Launceston could be. Part of being a Big Bash venue would suggest it could host long-form domestic cricket as well.
You're not hosting a day-night test.
No, there's a long way to go before you get there. Callum from Tassie here, enjoying the coverage while sailing a 7-foot wooden boat on a beautiful coastal lagoon. My question to the boys, who's going to capsize first, me or England's middle order? Cameron Green's going around the wicket here to the left-hander Milan. The young West Aussie all-rounder. Here he is, another ball back of a length, patted down here to Khawaja at gully, diving to his left to stop that and prevent any run. 2 for 44 England. Labuschagne's at a very fine leg slip as well.
It's been a feature across the summer for both teams, that leg slip position.
Last ball, the Green over. His second as Milan almost chops on. Again up on his toes, trying to clear it away through point, but miscued that, and it trickles out to Nathan Lyon, who picks it up off the deck, and England remains 2 for 44. You're on Grandstand Cricket, ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and the ABC Listen app. Australia earlier all out 303 with a nice little cameo from Nathan Lyon, 31 off 27. Hit a few onto the hill.
And that was a period of really bizarre cricket from England tactically. Everyone knows that Nathan Lyon, one of his only scoring shots is that hook shot, and Wood just kept peppering him with bounces, and one of the sixes that Nathan Lyon hit went out of the ground over the road and into the front yard of the house across the road from Belrive Oval. Strange little period of cricket.
Scott Boland setting up here for Joe Root. Taps his bat, waits here for the Victorian quick, who says having Root playing at this, flying again past the outside edge. Sort of in two minds there, the England captain and Scott Boland, and his fellow Aussies would like what they see. Right, last one on this. Tristan's on the hill at Belrive Oval, and a fellow Northwesterner. To think that cricket needs to be played out of York Park is short-sighted. Many people have travelled the 3+ hours gleefully to come and see the Ashes. The conflicts come from short-sighted people interested in promoting the state of Tasmania. Boland in past the umpire as Joe Root works it off his legs this time at pace, away from Travis Head, who chases this from square leg, but he will not get there. And Joe Root finds the boundary. A little wayward that time, the line from Scott Boland, and 4 runs is Joe Root's reward. 2 for 48 here in England, the 17th over of their innings. The same people that say the AFL would never work. Let's support all areas and understand that Bellerive Oval is easily the best cricket venue in Tasmania. Very diplomatic there, Tristan, and wholeheartedly concur. Three slips and a gully as Boland continues here into Joe Root. His toes defending again behind square. And he's good enough to get 1 run as he took off for a quick single.
Again, he's having to chop one just off the abdomen, isn't he? It's just constant. It is uncanny how many balls he's had to just nudge to protect himself on that leg side.
This is a good one. Is Hobart the most subtly placed an international cricket match has ever been played? Martin in Brisbane, Vegas. I can't imagine. New Zealand is. Most of New Zealand would be further south.
Maybe ever gone down to Invercargill as an outground.
Boland here around the wicket to David Milan, who is again cramped for room, and it just comes off his pad, trickles out to the offside. Labuschagne collects a cover, 2 for 49.
Australia played a T20 game in Dunedin at University Oval. When in the recent T20 tour down there, tiny ground. It was actually the ground where I decided that probably enough is enough in terms of my cricket career.
Right.
Because every single top edge just went for 6 at that venue. You think, right, that's enough. It's about time now.
5 runs off this over so far. Milan gets set here to face Boland. Long stride forward to defend to Lyon at cover point. Dot ball.
Dunedin's latitude is about 2.5 degrees south of Hobart. So,
okay.
Yep.
What does 2.5 degrees translate to in clicks?
About 250 k's.
Is that how it works, is it?
Right. Okay. What are your memories of Bellerive in your playing days, Dirk? Aside from doing your recovery in the Derwent and dodging big stingrays, as you told us yesterday. This Boland here is in past the umpire. Milan is beaten again. It's shaping away from him, very close to the outside edge. A good way to finish off the Scott Boland over. England 2 for 49.
It's a stunning ball just nipping away from David Milan. I was just looking at the snicko from that previous over of green. It actually looked like he nicked it. David Milan just on the inside edge of his bat. So mine have gotten away with one. Yeah, playing down here. This is a unique ground as a bowler because it's one of the few grounds, certainly in Australia, where you have a genuine slope, and that's from our broadcast end, which is the northern end sloping down towards the Derwent on the southern end. And there's no other real ground in the country that you actually have that sloping ground. So it was an interesting place to bowl because you're either downhill with the breeze.
You over here as Green powers into Joe Root, works it off the hip. Behind square down to Scott Boland at fine leg, 1 run.
Yeah, because generally in sometime you get the northerly breezes and you're either downhill with the breeze or you're uphill into it, bowling from the green, the end that Cameron Green's bowling from the Derwent. And it does make a pretty big difference. So it is a unique place to play in that regard. And over that period where I played here, we didn't play on too many real green seaming pitches. It was a period where Tasmanian cricket was reasonably strong. Hilton House was swinging the ball around corners.
2 slips, gully, leg slip here for Milan, back on strike facing Green, shoulders arms to a ball back of a length outside the off stump. 2 for 50, so England's first milestone is up.
And they were a very good white ball team as well down here in Tasmania over that period. Again, that's the sort of late 2010s. 2008 to 10 in that period there. Nice place to play.
Yeah.
Again, one of those unusual venues where you're sitting dead square on from the pitch and just everything seems fast and scary, I guess, from the side of the ground.
Cameron Green around the wicket to Milan, who's driving here. Square of the wicket, although it's fielded very well by Nathan Lyon, diving to his left. Receives the applause of the faithful here at Bellerive. 2 for 50 England in their first innings.
And one of the few grounds where you're actually... where you sat in the change room has changed now with the Ricky Ponting stand, but it was almost where the change rooms were immediately off the ground, so you walked 5 steps off the ground and you were in the change rooms behind glass, so you could actually sit in the change rooms watching the game. So it's one of those ones where if it was a cold day and the batsman went out, you'd get the full fury of the blow-up.
Green to Milan, who's working it off his legs straight to mid-on. And Mitchell Stark slides across to do the fielding. Another dot ball, 2 for 50.
So you'd get a top-order fiery bat go out for not much.
Yeah.
They'd come in and you're ducking off into the showers or wherever to dodge the cricket bat as it went flying in the change room.
And it's going to push Travis Head back out to the boundary. From regulation square leg. All the way back into the shadows of the Ricky Ponting stand on the western side. Setting sun behind him. It's back of a length. Chopped away here. Lyon can't reach it on the bounce, and David Milan will find the rope. A little wider that time from Cameron Green. Milan executed the shot perfectly. 2 for 54 here, England. Milan 17. And Joe Root on 15.
David Milan really throwing his hands at this ball. Great footwork, but it's the type of shot that can get you into trouble in Australia, but I think he threw his hands so hard at it that even if he might have got an edge, it's probably going to go over the slip cord. Well played.
Milan here waits for Green, and he's defending this time, trying to find some space for a run, but he won't get up while Nathan Lyon is around there at point. A dot ball to finish. Cameron Green just doing some gardening as he gets his cap back from one of his teammates. 2 for 54, England in their first innings with Root on 15, Milan on 17. Dirk Dennis sticking around. Jonathan Agnew's joining him.
Grandstand Cricket, The Ashes. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
Well, you're being very generous, Dirk, and that's 2 possible catches behind that I reckon on review would have been given out.
Yes, I think Milan hit it.
Yeah, so do I. I thought so at the time, actually. I was next door. And it's the way he looked, and yeah, I was big inside edge, thanks very much. Justin Langer thought he nicked it. Sort of a clear shot of that. In goes Boland, starts a new over, and Root allows the first ball to go through to Carey.
It was that beautiful crisp click that when it goes past rather than the dull thud.
It's funny, isn't it, when you've got 3 reviews, because they didn't go up. There's a lot of confidence out there that was out, and yet for some reason it wasn't taken. So that's to England's benefit. They're 2 for 54, still a way to go. They're 249 behind, but it could have been worse. But, Milan and Root have been the mainstays really of England's batting, with a bit of Crawley and Sydney together again. In goes Boland to bowls, and Root drives him beautifully through extra cover for 4. Graceful shot. Boland just over-pitched a little. Root takes England to 2 for 62. Boland bowled a ball in the previous over from around the wicket to Milan that just went whoosh, as a reminder of what it was like yesterday, really. Beautiful delivery.
Stunning delivery.
Yeah. Just over-pitched a little there. Nuns are being a bit boisterous. I saw them coming in at lunch when I was talking to Kristen on the BBC, and one's got a beard, which is slightly disconcerting, but they're up there in the wet area of the hill. In goes Boland and bowls outside the off stump, and there's no runs. You don't often see fancy dress in Australia, do you? I mean, that happens a lot in English Test cricket predominantly, and usually on the Saturday actually, of course, which of course today is. So yeah, nuns and bishops and popes and you name it, they'll come along and watch the cricket. It's a bizarre tradition that we have back home.
It's becoming more of a thing now,
is it?
Especially in the last sort of 4 or 5 years. It's certainly becoming more of a thing in Australian cricket.
Nuns are popular. I mean, there you get a lot of nuns drinking pints. In goes Boland, bowls one off stump, and Root's a bit late on this.
What about the concept of the wet area and the dry area?
Oh, we have that at home. Yeah.
What do they call it?
Might be wet and dry, actually.
Really?
Yeah, but someone like to Headingley with that enormous west stand that runs all the way down. It was the stand that you saw when Ben Stokes smashed the winning runs.
Yeah.
That all went up. That's the west stand. And that can be a bit lively. It's sort of like our hill, really. But there'll be areas in that, there'll be family and not. And what we do at home, and I think they probably do it here as well. But it's a really good idea. I think it goes Boland and bowls, and Root on the back foot steals a single, pushing into a gap in the offside. 2 for 59. if you're sitting in a family, say, and you find yourself in a boisterous area or something that you don't really want to be, you could go to a steward and say, hey, come on, can you move us somewhere? And they will have areas in which they can move you and put you somewhere a bit calmer, shall we say. So there's a big drinking culture at cricket matches at home. I think I don't know if there is here. I've not sat out in an Aussie match. I suspect in parts there are, but certainly in England, I mean, people will be on the pints pretty early, and it can get by 5 o'clock. It all gets a bit boisterous. It goes Boland and bowls on off stump, and Milan comes forward, plays down to mid-on, and there is no run.
Well, it was the first place I played up in Durham, and it was the first place I saw the signs. Well, here you're used to seeing no smoking, no drinking signs, but there was the no snakes sign, no beer snakes.
Oh, the snake. Well, yes. So the snakes are... I mean, it always looks like it's good fun. You know, when you're a distance, like from that West Stand at Headingley, and you hear the banter and the noise, it's tempting from here when you hear it in your headphones, say, oh, they're having a great time down there in the West Stand. And for many of them they are. But those who are sitting with their 2 young kids in that stand, and you've got these people with their beer snakes, so they're the plastic cups in which the pints go, which usually have therefore a few dregs in them, and the idea is to build the longest snake that you possibly can with all of these plastic cups. It goes green to root. Who wants a single? He's sent back by Milan though. Probably a good decision too. Labuschagne has already shown that he's got a very accurate arm coming in there from the covers. And so of course, you know, they build them. Everyone's making a huge noise. You can't help but look over and say, wow, look at that, like, amazing beer snake. It collapses and this goes all over everybody who's sitting underneath it. So they do try and discourage people from beer snakes. But I'm looking, I can see on the screen here some people on the hill with some rather strange headgear there. And goes Green, bowls, and Root plays that late into gully. Desperate diving save there from Lyon.
Don't get me started
Saves
on
one run.
Those bucket hats. That's...
I don't know what they are. So what are those? Well, they're probably advertising it, so we shouldn't talk about it.
How we as a society can succumb to that being a wise choice for people to wear that at the cricket.
Right, okay. We have Lord Buckethead at home, who often stands up in elections. He's there on the podium with usually with the Prime Minister and people like that at the general election. Root plays a beautiful drive, sumptuous stroke, hit so well that actually Labuschagne can't take it cleanly to start with. It bursts through his hand, and one more run. So now you'll get Boris Johnson, Conservative, 22,700, and then you'll either hear such Lord screaming, monster raving loony party 3, and then you'll hear at the back Lord Buckethead again, have some sort of obscure party 9. They've all lost their deposits and stuff. So yeah, we have Lord Buckethead who pops up in these bizarre elections.
So he's just some guy who puts himself into election all the time.
I almost had to interview him once because apparently he liked his cricket. So I almost had to have him on Test Match Special. In comes Green and bowls outside the off stump. That's not far away. You heard the ooh and the ah there as Milan didn't play a stroke. But thankfully I ducked that one. But yeah, he's an interesting character. Dresses, as I said, like this huge hat on and the shape of a bucket. But that's not the same as your bucket, I don't suppose, is it?
No.
There's some noise. Again, there's a bit of rowdiness out there. That's underneath the electric screen. Anyway, as long as it's harmless, as long as it doesn't deter other people from having a nice time, that's the main thing. In comes Green, bowls, and Milan allows that to go outside the off stump. Some colourful shirts up there, that's for sure. Andrew would like those, and bright blue ones, with flowery ones, some pink ones.
This, talking a little earlier, the leg slip. It's a fielding position that's become so much more popular over the last few years, and particularly in Australia.
But do you have one?
Certainly not when I played. I mean, what it does do is protects the bowler from that tickle around the corner for 4 down leg side, but sometimes you can just get a sneaky dismissal, but it just changes the batsman's mindset a fraction.
Green bowls and Milan's on the back foot. He'll get 4. The scoring rate today, well, and yesterday to be fair, has been really positive. Boundaries flowing. It's a quick outfield. Ball flying round here and there. There's another one. Milan, who survived that. Well, it wasn't a confident appeal, but it would have been, I think, a successful one if that had been reviewed. And he moves on now to 21. Australia looking for their first wicket in this sort of early evening session, we can call it. It's not the nocturnal session, which goes through till goodness knows what time. There's still 60 overs to go today, so we haven't seen an over of spin all day. So it might be well past your bedtime, I think, tonight, Stephen Finn, by the time we get back again. It was a little bit dark and quiet in our hotel last night, wasn't it? As if they hadn't seen 11:15 before.
It's like a apocalypse or something you'd have. It's like something out of a film, wasn't it? Where you walk through a hotel and everything's completely deserted.
All the lights were off. Anyway, didn't matter. So Stark's coming back. Lovely spell from Boland, but unsuccessful. And Stark bowled from this end to start with. Actually, he bowled a nice spell, but as Cummins tends to do, if Stark doesn't get an early wicket, he tends to whip him out and then bring him back later. I think it's one of those bowlers that either gets you a quick wicket or perhaps doesn't get you one at all. So that seems to be the way they use Stark. On his way, bowls to Root, who drives the first ball into the covers. Hasn't quite come out of the middle of the bat. The ball's heading into that boundary again. Well, his runs are coming along at such a rate. It's an attacking field, so there's some gaps around. Good shot again from Root. Didn't quite. It had a bit of a sort of a clinkety sound as that hit the bat. It had that lovely sweet sound of hitting the middle. Two shouting for Nathan Lyon to have a bowl. Hello, Mark, in Adelaide. I think he might be on in a minute. Interesting to see what he gets up to on here. But nothing at the moment. And goes Stark, and that's turned away. Beats Travis Head. Arms pumping, running out towards the deep square leg fieldsman. Or deep square leg area, rather. They take a couple. Your new skipper, Stephen.
Yes.
Have you met up with him yet?
We've been trying to, but COVID travails have hampered us so far this series, but we did exchange messages this morning, so hopefully one of the mornings of this test match we'll manage to have a coffee or something. But looking forward to playing with him. He certainly looks in fine touch at the moment.
He does.
If we can continue that through to April, that'd be handy.
He's a really good cricketer, isn't he?
Very good.
I would have fun playing with him in charge. Off goes Stark again, and bowls. That's a peel flag before wicket is played round it. Blocker Wilson says no. Did he get outside the line? Stark likes this. He's got his arms folded. He's looking for support. Cummins is coming up, and he's saying, did he hit it? Did he hit it? They're going to review it for the first time. They could have reviewed two catches behind and chose not to.
Do we have a review for LBW? It's a fair delivery. We can go front on first post.
He didn't edge this. I thought this was quite a good shout, you know. He didn't get very far forward. Did it come back enough?
And that's the question. Yeah. So with this 20 overall ball, you question whether Mitchell Stark will be able to bring it back enough.
Well, he's not nicked it. Is it just outside the line of off stumps? It's not going over, I don't think, either. It's hit round about the knee roll. There's nothing on...
There we go to RTS.
Nothing on hot spot. We'll look at Snicko. Yeah, nothing there. Is he just outside the off stump? I think he might be just.
Yep.
If you're given not out...
We'll go to ball tracking when ready.
So even an umpire's call and Root will survive.
Okay, written decision's not
Let's have a look.
Pitching in line, impact umpire's call, and it's missing the wickets.
They are missing off stump.
Field. We stick to the original decision.
Not by very much. A good decision by umpire Wilson. But you can certainly see why Stark liked it.
Yeah, and the nature of when it hits the pad and goes towards gully like that, it always just looks out sometimes. But I think it's 20 over a ball. We've not seen any lateral movement through the air. It's all been off the pitch, and Mitchell Stark, if he were to get an LBW, would have to bring it back through the air, and the angle and everything was just counting against that LBW decision. So a good decision from umpire Wilson.
Yeah, certainly
Fair
was.
one.
Yeah, it was. 2 for 70, Root survives. And he's on 27. Sun behind a bit of cloud for a moment. Stark cruises in once more, bowls to Root again, gets another tucked up. He's got that ball away through square leg. It's another chase for Head. Out towards this deep square leg boundary, another sliding stop. And his throw finds Carey as Root comes back for 3 more. It's all action, I must say. I mean, this is not a dull day by any means. 1 ball to go, Rick, thank you. Quite right, says Mike, who's a Brit in Melbourne. Anyone who tries to get you to use metric should give up on quarter-pounders. Which I think are those... They're Big Macs, aren't they? They're quarter-pounders.
Yes.
So what's that in metric?
How much is a pound?
So you're a metric man, aren't you?
Yeah.
But you buy a quarter-pounder.
No, I've never bought a quarter-pounder.
What, like with cheese?
No, it just doesn't interest me. I'm a chicken nuggets man.
Oh, I know where you go. I've seen you creeping out of those chicken restaurants. In goes Stark again. There, and he bowls, and Milan works at this Head just going over a bit there. He's lost his balance. It's fielded at mid-on, and there's no run. That's absolutely right, Mike. Thank you for your support. But all sorts of metrics and imperials here. I think that what we can conclude is that everyone's a bit mixed up, aren't they? Because the Aussies are using 22 yards for a cricket pitch.
Yeah, I heard your conversation with Dirk, wasn't it, earlier about
the chain and everything.
Was it 21.0 something?
No, 20.122 metres, I think it was.
Right.
I know groundsman is ever going to mark that out, is he? Stark bowls, and Milan reaches for this and hits another boundary. Behind square in the offside, a little bit of width from Stark, and this ball just whistling around all over the place. It's a really, well, it's a full-on entertainment match at the moment. 2 for 77, England 226 behind, and we've got Andrew coming in here in a florid pink shirt.
Grandstand Cricket, The Ashes, Australia versus England. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
What you want? I ain't got it. What you want? What you want? I ain't got it. Charlie Caroline Cruz. What you want?
Boy, Aggers is not kidding, Fitty. This game is motoring along.
It's entertaining to watch, at least. In previous Test matches, we may have had a couple of more docile periods, but it doesn't feel as though any period in this game has been docile. Whether bat or ball has dominated, it's been entertaining throughout.
A lot of fun to watch with England. 2 for 77. Now it's Cummins bowling to Root, and he plays it backward a point straight to Nathan Lyon. There's no run. Root on 30. Not always looking entirely comfortable. And Dawood Malan on 25. They came together at 2 for 29. So almost a 50-run stand between this pair, and they've been the most important pair for England for most of the series, especially in those first couple of Test matches. Joe Root's just gone past 2,000 runs against Australia, averaging almost bang on 40. Raises his bat, looks up, seeing Cummins on his way, bowling his 7th over, and Root struck on the pad. There was some bat in there, you fancy. There might have been 2 noises, and it was a stifled shout by the Australian slip cordon and the bowler himself. Score remains 2 for 77. What have you made of the way Joe Root's gone about things?
Yeah, he's been nice and busy, hasn't he? I think you think about Joe Root, he gets to 20 or 30 before you've even realised, currently 30 or 38 balls. So just motors along in that initial part of his innings and then gets settled and comfortable at the crease, and it certainly feels as though he's got over that initial period of getting used to the wicket and can capitalise now.
2 slips in the gully as Cummins stops his run up as he passed the umpire Rod Tucker. 2 slips a gully, backward point. Labuschagne there at cover. There's a mid-off in Usman Khawaja in the he's got the sleeveless sweater on. Mid-on in Scotty Boland. There's a square leg in Travis Head, and Mitchell Stark at fine leg. Cummins turns at the top of his mark. In he comes from the river end, and Root is going back and across. Call of yes as he tapped it away on the offside. Extravagant slide by Labuschagne, and he gets up almost in the one movement and fires at the non-striker's end. But Joe Root gets through. Labuschagne missed, Actually, nothing's ever in one movement for Marnus Labuschagne. He's just a whirling dervish. 2 for 78. Root moves to 31. The partnership belonged to 49.
Well, like a Tasmanian devil, you might say. I encountered one of those on a golf course here once.
Did you?
I didn't believe that it actually made the noise that it makes.
What noise did it make to you?
But it was a bit like...
What, you ran into a cartoon character?
Well, the cartoon character, the Tasmanian devil, but they actually sound exactly like it. It's phenomenal.
Here's Cummins now bowling to Milan, who whips it away. Nicks it, he's out. It came off the face of his bat and he walks. David Milan is caught behind off the bowling of Pat Cummins for 25. The partnership ends at 49. It was an attempted leg glance. It's not the first time he's gone down the leg side this summer. And Milan will be most disappointed. 25 off 64 deliveries. England now 3 for 78, and he attempted the glance and nicked it straight through to Carey.
Yeah, caught down the leg side. But this time, in the last test, he was caught down the leg side, but a particular plan with the bounce of Cameron Green taking the glove and to the leg slip. But here, not planned at all by Australia. 2 straight, 2 full from Pat Cummins, a ball that you would usually think would be clipped towards the fine leg field or the deep square leg fielder. But David Milan only manages a thin inside edge, and that carries comfortably through to Alex Carey behind the stumps. And as soon as he nicked that and the Australians celebrated, there was no standing there for David Milan. Just walked straight off, knowing that if he weren't to be given out, the Australians would review and it would be overturned. So a disappointing end for him. And just as that partnership was threatening to get going, I think 49 runs potentially that partnership, England have to rebuild again. And Ben Stokes, injured in the last test match with a side strain and batted in uncomfortable circumstances. Every shot that he played, he winced. Now comes to the crease with, again, a job on his hands to carry England from 78 for 3 through to a target that is somewhat more manageable, and to reduce the deficit between the two teams.
Well, in the first innings in Sydney, Finney, and bearing in mind Ben Stokes had done nothing in the series, he would have been so keen to make his mark with either bat or ball, and as it turned out with the side strain, it needed to be with bat. And coming in with England in all sorts of 3 for 36, he scored 66 of 91 deliveries in the first innings, and then he backed it up in the second innings when England so desperately needed him to dig in, and he survived 123 deliveries and scored 60. Nathan Lyon got him both times, but it was the first contribution he made in the series, and the first time there was a fluency about his batting.
Yeah, he's had a long time out of the game, given himself an opportunity to get his mind in the right place, but certainly found fluency in the last test.
So now Cummins to Stokes, walks across his crease and gets a ball short of a length that he taps down on the onside. And it's picked up by Bolland coming in from mid-on. Score remains 3 for 78. Remembering the third wicket for Australia fell with a score on 12 yesterday in the 10th over. This is the 22nd over of England's innings. Chris in Adelaide asks, yesterday Stephen, Finn and Aggers pledged to see Hobart come alive at 1 a.m. Did they keep their pledge, and how was it? What did they do?
No, we didn't. Turns out that talking about cricket all day is actually quite tiring. So I got back to the hotel at about 11:30. It was desolate.
Cummins bowls and no stroke offered just short of a length outside off stump. And Stokes watches it pass through to Carey. Successful over for Pat Cummins. 7 overs, 2 for 17 with England 3 for 78. Joe Root 31. Ben Stokes yet to score, and David Milan caught Carey in that over off Cummins for 25 off 64 deliveries and 5 boundaries. So nothing doing at the hotel?
No, everyone slipped off to their own rooms and had a quiet night. I mean, I couldn't sleep till about 3 o'clock in the morning, just catching up with people and a bit of social media, a bit of puppy shopping,
right?
Engaging with a few breeders in the UK about the potential of going to visit some puppies when I get back in the UK. So that occupied my time until 3, and then I managed to doze off. So yeah, it was a very quiet night in my room. I tried to get a bottle of wine actually from room service, and they didn't even have that to try and help me nod off. So
they didn't have it, or they didn't answer, or
no, they answered, and I said, "Is it possible to get a bottle of wine?" And the guy's just like, "No." I was like, "Okay, thanks for your help. Good night." And
probably thinking no good comes of serving patrons bottles of wine at 2:30 in the morning.
Well, it wasn't quite that late, but I get your gist.
Well, they've got a lovely little bar at our hotel, which is not far from yours.
Was it open last night?
Yes, they stayed open. Really? There's a lot of cricket media staying there, and they kept it open. Nice little out the back area. As Mitchell Stark starts a new over into Root down the leg side, and he whips it very fine. Diving save by Bolland at fine leg. Root gets one, and with a slight misfield, and that's a harsh thing to save from a sliding save, they come back for a second run. Bolland still getting a massive cheer from the crowd for the effort. Root 33, England 3 for 80. A beach ball comes onto the field, and it's kicked back into the crowd by David Warner, and that gets one of the biggest cheers of the 2 days of the test so far. A beach ball being returned intact, and now it's bouncing around the hill as we speak.
You're always a crowd favourite if you return one of those. As they get knocked onto the field, you can make a lot of friends by giving the crowd back and give yourself some respite here in Australia.
Give us the ball back. Dave Warner did. Stark on his way to Root. Stark bowling with good pace. This one outside the off stump. And through it goes to Alex Carey at 146k an hour. 0467 920 222 to send a text message. If the pink ball needs to be changed at any time in this test, does Hobart have a range to choose from given the lack of day-night tests played there? If they don't, I assume some used pink balls are flown in from Adelaide. Asked Chris in Adelaide.
Well, I think also the ones that the players will have used in the nets, and it's not an exact science, the age of the ball, because
this one looks like about 30 overs old.
Exactly, yeah. So
do you agree? Let's get on with it.
Yeah, because also every wicket isn't the same. It will react differently to each wicket. Some will be more abrasive, some will be less abrasive. So yeah, they try and have just a wide varying range of balls in that suitcase, but not necessarily from games. They'll just be ones that have been used in practice.
Now it's Stark bowling to Root, and Root whips this off his pads, not with any great power. He'll get one run. It's forward to square, diving save in the field by Khawaja, and another to Root. He's 34, England 3 for 81, still trailing by 222 runs after Australia was bowled out in the first session today for 303. Mitchell Stark out for 3, Pat Cummins 2, Alex Carey 24, and Nathan Lyon 31 of 27 balls with 3 massive sixes. Scotty Boland 10 not out, and for England 3 for 59 for Stuart Broad, 3 for 115 for Mark Wood, 2 for 24 for Ollie Robinson, and 2 for 64 for Chris Wokes. It's not Ollie Robinson. John Lewis has made some rather strong comments, the bowling coach for England, about Ollie Robinson and his lack of fitness. Basically saying, we put it back in Ollie Robinson's court. You have to be fit, and it's on you. Get fitter, basically. They're pretty strong words and a real public message to Robinson. As Stark bowls to Stokes, down the leg side, tried to strangle him, and Stokes missed it as he tried to glance, and there is a leg slip in place, but ball didn't take it or get anywhere near the bat or the pad in the end. Dot ball. What did you make of the comments by John Lewis?
Yeah, I mean, and they will obviously have their reasons and their logic behind making comments like that. I mean, Ollie Robinson bowls a lot of overs in county cricket, and the intensity of county cricket is naturally very different to that of an Ashes series. Emotionally, an Ashes series is obviously way more draining. So he is bowling fit, and he can bowl long spells and bowls lots and lots of overs for his county, Sussex, now my county, in the UK. But
so you're not going to bag a teammate here. Mitchell Stark bowls, and Stokes works at the square leg, can't get a run, fielded by Travis Head, 3 for 81.
But also I think that there has to be a degree of leniency. This is his first overseas tour in an England shirt, actually playing cricket. He went to India last year but was 12th man a lot of the time, or a reserve backup player, so didn't get an opportunity in the test matches, and he's only played 4 test matches out the 5, but 4 out of 5 tests that have happened very quickly within 6 weeks is bound to make you tired. It's only Mitchell Stark who's played 5 out of 5, and even he looked tired last week in the SCG test. I understand where John Lewis is coming from, and yes, you can always be fitter and need to be fitter.
Here's Stark on his way to Stokes, and he slashes at a ball almost a wide outside the off stump. It goes through down low to Carey, and that ends the Stark over. He's bowled 5 overs, none for 28. England 3 for 81. Joe Root 34, and Ben Stokes yet to score. And I think coaches in any sport, Finney, and this is a general rule rather than exactly every time they speak, but they generally use their public forum to get a message to their players. So whether that's one of supporting them when times are tough, keeping their head on their shoulders when things are going particularly well, or giving a tickle up to a bowler or a player, in this case John Lewis on Ollie Robinson, that very rarely do they speak without the message actually being intended for players within that team.
Yeah, that's very much so. And sometimes a coach will use a forum like that to give a wake-up call to someone. And I don't know enough about the situation. But yeah, John Lewis sounded frustrated yesterday.
Pat Cummins is into route and he's driven back to the bowler. Cummins doesn't field it cleanly as it came back to him at a rate of knots, but knocks the ball in front of him. No chance of a run, 3 for 81. And still to come for England, Ollie Pope back in the team. He'll be going through some nervous times in that dressing shed, no doubt. Then Sam Billings, can't wait to see him back. Chris Wokes, Mark Wood, Ollie Robinson and Stuart Broad. And I think I'm right in saying going into the Sydney Test, England's third leading run scorer in the series, Chris Wokes.
Yeah, he's a very, very capable batsman.
Cummins to root, struck on the body again around the how you goings. And the ball dribbles away to second slip. Why is he getting hit there so often, Stephen? Is it a technique thing? Is it the persistence of someone like Cummins? But he's getting hit there so regularly.
I don't know. He goes slightly back and across his stumps. So the balls that do cut back in, which Pat Cummins does with the angle that he gets when they don't nip away, they do continue on with the trajectory that he delivers the ball from. And that is always just honing in on Joe Root's nether region, which for him is mildly unfortunate.
Bowls to Root, master of the understatement, Stephen Finn. He drives this down to mid-on and a sliding save prevents a run. Good work in the field there again by Scotty Boland, 3 for 81.
Yeah, I mean, I've been hit there a couple of times and it is uncomfortable to be hit there by somebody who bowls 90 plus miles an hour and consistently through the series. You'd imagine there'd be a certain degree of trauma.
So I said with Dirk before lunch when he got hit there, he must have the highest pitched voice on the planet apparently. 2 slips a gully, backward point, fine leg, deep square leg on the boundary. Cummins bowl strike on the pad, Root's given out. Pat Cummins has his man, Joe Root's gone for 34. Doesn't look like he's going to go to the DRS. He's walking in the direction of the dressing room. Quick chat with Ben Stokes. He has 5 seconds left, but his body language says, no, I'm out, and he's shaking his head. Joe Root gone for 34. Cummins gets a third, and England now reeling at 4 for 81 in reply to Australia's 303, and that looked absolutely plumb.
Did both toes of Joe Root within his crease, so even though by the way that you would look at it you think it could potentially be high, but because he's back on his stumps to give himself as much time as possible to play the pace of Pat Cummins, it means that it would have cannoned into the top of probably middle and leg stump. But that angle that we were talking about, where it's slightly shorter of a length and it comes back and can hit Joe Root in the box or the inner thigh, there it's slightly fuller, but that trajectory and that angle means that it's so hard to play when it darts back that late. And Joe Root's bat comes down straight, but the nip from that ball means that it was just clipping the top of middle stump by the looks of it. So it wouldn't have been a shocking review had he gone for it, but I think he knew he was in trouble there with umpires' call favouring the bowling team in this scenario.
Yes, and that's exactly what it would have been. So Joe Root, I'll get Rick when he's got an opportunity to get his latest figures for the series. Joe Root started so promisingly, but that average for the series is slipping away. And now Ollie Pope comes to the crease. He turned 24 on the 2nd of January. And in the 2 tests before he was dropped, only 48 runs at 12. And it started okay, making 35 off 79 deliveries on day 1 of the series at the Gabba. Then 4, 5 and 4. And he comes in with just over 1,000 test runs to his name and a test average of just under 30. So this is big for him, isn't it?
It feels that way, but I still think that he is the most talented young player that we have in England. And regardless of whether he scores runs in this test match or not, I think he's someone that definitely should be persisted with because of, one, it is such a high number of runs and the average with which he scores them in domestic cricket stands him above any other competitor.
Cummins bowls and Ollie Pope can't get off the mark as he turns at the square leg straight to Travis Head. Dot ball. So this has been a heck of an hour for Australia, getting rid of David Malan for 25. And then in Cummins' next over, Joe Root out for 34 of 46 deliveries with 3 fours. And so now with Ollie Pope, 3 slips, gully, point. There's a cover mid-off. And the onside, a mid-on. head just forward of square. And Mitchell Starc with hands on hips at deep fine leg. Cummins, who has 3 wickets for 17, bowls to Pope, and a tumbling dive by Cummins to his left prevents a run. Ends the over. 4 for 81. Stokes and Pope yet to score. Cummins 8 overs, 3 for 17, as this test match just continues to rollick along here on this early evening on day 2.
Yeah, hotting up even more, and the periods of play that we've seen the ball dominate the bat, it's been exciting. I love watching those little periods where the batters can't get away and the bowlers, it feels like they're going to take a wicket every ball. The night is closing in slightly. It's still only 20-7 here at the Blundstone Arena in Hobart, but the lights are on. You can see 4 shadows on a majority of the players down there on the pitch, so it is just feel like it's getting into that period where it's been hot and humid all day, and then the night starts to close in.
There's a little cooling breeze for you, Finney, outside.
Do you know what? It's nice. I've stopped sweating for the first time in about 6 hours, which is marvellous.
It's the freshest you've looked all day. You look like you're just starting the day.
I don't feel it.
So now Mitchell Starc. 5 overs, none for 28. Bowling to Stokes. Lefty on lefty, 2 slips and a leg slip. Starc in. Stokes doesn't offer outside the off stump. Pat from Benalla in northeast Victoria wants to know what breed of pup you're looking at.
A Cavapoo, or a Cavoodle, I think you call it over here. We call it Cavapoo in the UK.
Of course you do.
Cavapoo, yeah. No, they're friendly, loyal, small enough, nice and dainty, walking down the street in Brighton along the seafront, you know.
I hope that was caught on camera, your description of how you'd walk.
There we go, it's just like that.
What's it called, a Kapoopy?
A Cavoodle.
Cavoodle.
Cavapoo.
A Cavapoo, thank you.
Wonderful dogs.
Big, tall, fast bowler, you.
Exactly, with a little 3-kilogram dog, lovely.
Well, that's about what my 3 dogs weigh altogether.
Really, what have you got?
They're small ones, they're little Cavoodles too, all different, slightly different breeds.
Right.
Joe Root, by the way, Rick's just passed me a note. 311 runs in the series at an average of 34 and a half. And while he's been clearly their best player, it's not a series he'll be thrilled with. Here's Mitchell Starc bowling to Stokes, yet to score. And he doesn't offer again, just outside the off stump, taken by Carey.
No, and I think also...
But we've given them really manly names.
Okay, go on.
Our eldest, Cuddles.
Cuddles?
That was named by my then 5 or 6 year old son.
Okay.
Next, little white thing.
Yep.
No bigger than a slipper.
Nice.
Fluffy.
Okay, apt. Very apt.
Named by my daughter.
Yep.
Third one, a very handsome lass. She is. Teeth sticking out everywhere. Fuss.
Fuss. What does that mean?
Well, I at the time had a man crush on a rugby league player named David Fusatua.
Okay.
He was a winger for the Warriors. And we always used to refer to him as the Fuss, and I got an emotional phone call from my daughter on grand final day as Starc bowls to Stokes, and he's forward defending, back down the pitch, there's no run. The crowd just entertaining themselves with that beach ball on the hill in front of the scoreboard doing the rounds. 4 for 81. Yeah, grand final day is a reasonably significant day in my year, and my daughter's ringing me from the pet store, and I've been conned before from emotional young children, saying we need another dog, and I was fighting hard against it. Then I phoned her when I had a break, and she was too upset to talk to me. Then she sent me this reasoned text of about 8 points why it would be beneficial to our household.
How old is she at this age?
She would have been 10, 13 now. She's got me wrapped around her finger.
Exactly, yeah. She knows exactly what she's doing. Well played.
So here's Starc. Into Stokes, and Stokes flicks one between keeper and leg slip. Khawaja was diving to his left, Carey was diving to his right, and Ben Stokes says, "You nearly got me. I'll smile, but I got 4 runs. I'm off the mark." 4 for 85. That plan nearly worked brilliantly for the Australians.
Oh, that would have been a horrible way to go. You're not in control of those shots, and the leg slip there. You can't say that they're bowling particularly to get caught at leg slip, but with the angle of Mitchell Starc taking it into the left-hander, it is a wicket-taking opportunity. Ben Stokes would feel unfortunate to get caught there, very nearly losing his life to Usman Khawaja's left hand.
So I ended up ringing my daughter. She explains those points that she'd text. Oh, okay. Weak me. Very weak. Here's Starc. Bowls to Stokes, and he clubs a drive down the ground, doesn't time it or place it straight to come into mid-on, and tried to underarm it to Marnus Labuschagne and missed his mark by about 10 metres. Meanwhile, with Fluffy, our second dog, I got a call as I was about to go to air for a rugby league program 2 minutes before I went on air. Dad, we're at the pet store, can we get a dog? We only had one. I'm like, no. Please, Dad, please, Dad. Send me a photo. So I go on, I'm half an hour into the program, my phone sends a message, picture of the dog. Guess where the dog is?
In your house.
In the car, on the way to the house. So I've been emotionally roped into a couple. That's my story anyway. But I do like the idea of you prancing around with a little cavoodle.
I'll send you pictures.
Cavoopoo. Here's Stark, bowls short of a length. Thrown away the offside court. What a catch by the goat. Nathan Lyon takes the catch. Ben Stokes is out for 4. England is crumbling. 5 for 85. That was a terrific reflex catch by Nathan Lyon, low to his left. And Ben Stokes is heading to the pavilion while Mitchell Stark has a grin like a split watermelon.
Ben Stokes forcing off the back foot. It looked like a lovely shot live. Just not quite in control of the bounce there. It was short and wide-ish from Mitchell Stark, and it was there to be back foot punched. Ben Stokes had taken a thick outside half of the bat. You couldn't call it an edge, but it's the outside half of the bat, and it's gone slightly squarer than he anticipated. And Nathan Lyon dives to his left and takes a smart catch low down and wheels away in celebration. And that brings to the crease on Test debut my good friend Sam Billings.
Well, good luck to Sam. England has lost 3 for 7 in 3 overs to be 5 for 85. Drinks are coming onto the field. There'll be a double change. Brett Sprigg coming in with Kristen Beams. Thank you, Finney, as we head to the ABC newsroom.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. Novak Djokovic has returned to immigration detention. The world number one's fighting his visa cancellation in the federal court, which is set to hear the matter tomorrow. 20 people have died as New South Wales records 48,768 new COVID infections. Meanwhile, 6 people have died from COVID in Queensland, including 1 person in their 20s. A large-scale search is continuing for a missing 9-year-old Queensland girl in the New South Wales Blue Mountains. Charlize Martin was reported missing from a property surrounded by bushland at Mount Wilson yesterday. And US actor Alec Baldwin has turned over his mobile phone to police investigating a fatal shooting on his film set in New Mexico. ABC News.
The cricket conversation doesn't need to stop at stumps. Check out the Grandstand Cricket podcast with former Aussie opener Ed Cowan and host Corbin Middlemass. That's the Grandstand Cricket podcast. Download it wherever you get your pods.
To watch the latest stories from ABC News and clips from our current affairs shows online, it's time to go direct to the source. Australia's most reliable news can be found on ABC Radio, the ABC News app and the ABC News website. Download the free app now and stay across local breaking stories, updates and analysis from Australia's most trusted news. What matters to you matters to us, and it's all on the ABC News app and news.abc.net.au.
Grandstand Cricket, The Ashes, on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and on the ABC Listen app.
Here's Cup bowling to Milan, who whips it away. Nixon, he's out. It came off the face of his fattening walk. David Milan is caught behind off the bowling of Pat Cummins for 25. Cummins bowl strike on the pad. Root's given out. Pat Cummins has his man. Joe Root's gone for 34. Doesn't look like he's going to go to the DRS. He's walking in the direction of the dressing room. Quick chat with Ben Stokes. He has 5 seconds left, but his body language says, no, I'm out, and he's shaking his head. Stark bowls short of a length. Run away the offside court. What a catch by the goats. Nathan Lyon takes the catch. Ben Stokes is out for 4. England is crumbling.
Grandstand Cricket, The Ashes, on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and on the ABC Listen app.
Drinks and Pat Cummins has Ollie Pope driving forward straight to mid-on. Dot ball to start. After a short time ago, Ben Stokes became Mitchell Stark's 53rd victim in a pink ball day-night test match. England 5 for 85. You're back at Belrive Oval with Brett Sprigg alongside former Aussie leg spinner Kristen Beams. Beamsy, Australia again finding the ascendancy this time with the ball. Again, the Australian captain, Pat Cummins, with 3 wickets of his own, just loses himself in his run-up.
and it's a dead ball.
I had a little bit of optimism with Joe Root at the crease. I was thinking this could be it. This is going to be the game that Joe Root makes 100, and all of a sudden it becomes 5 for 85, and it feels like we're watching the same game on repeat. And the way that England keep finding a way to lose wickets, and unbelievable piece of fielding from Nathan Lyon as well.
Short leg in place, 3 slips in the gully as well. Cummins into Pope, who's just chasing this down the leg side. It just flies past the face of the bat. Good take by Alex Carey, but a dot ball ultimately. So all of a sudden you start looking at, they're no real danger of the follow-on. They're still 17, 18 runs away from avoiding that, so they should be okay at 5 for 85. Australia earlier all out for 303, but this game's certainly moving along as the artificial light starts to take over. Cummins in again, past the umpire, and Pope just pops it up off the leg. It's a little wide of Travis Head at short leg. He chases that ball out past the square leg umpire. In the meantime, Pope manages to find one, so he's off the mark, and it brings Sam Billings on his test debut. In fact, I think that might have been a leg bye. It was a leg bye, in fact. So Sam Billings, England test player number 700 on debut. Of course, he's got plenty of experience in the white ball formats, but a debutant at 30 years of age, and here he is at a rather precarious spot at 5 for 86.
I'm sure he didn't think that he was going to be here, and there's a fair bit of difference between Big Bash cricket and Ashes Test cricket, but form is form, and I'm sure he comes into this game and probably just feels pretty grateful for the opportunity to be here, and he could be the positive shining light that England are looking out of this series.
Crowd in full voice on the hill. Cummins into the debutant Billings, who's up on his toes and just striking it back to the bowler. Fields in his follow through. 5 for 86 England.
It feels like this is a bit of the future when you look down and you see that Sam Billings is out there with Pope, and this is where they need to build a team around these kind of guys, and we want to see them playing really good cricket, and could they be the future, and no better test than playing against this all-star lineup.
Billings taps his bat, waits for Cummins, works it away off the legs behind square. He's off the mark if nothing else. They'll come back for 2. Fielded by Mitchell Stark at long leg on the boundary. So Billings has a couple of runs to his name. Pope still yet to score. England 5 for 88.
You never want to be the stat, do you, on debut, especially as a batter. Rick would have been just quick, just firing on the number of debutants who've started off their test career with a duck.
You want to make an impression, and that's certainly what these two can do here as far as where England is currently placed, having lost Burns, Crawley, Milan, Root, most recently Stokes for 4. Last ball of the Cummins over, with Billings again pressing forward and just nudging this past Travis Head, but a dot ball to finish off. 5 for 88, 3 runs off the over, 2 runs off the bowling analysis. 5 for 88 England, and their innings currently having gone through 26 overs at the moment. We're still only just halfway through the day's play.
Which is a funny feeling, isn't it? We were talking about it off air and thinking, wow, it's unique for us from a commentary point of view, but also for players and how you feel across a day, starting so late, making sure that you're mentally present and that you can perform across a day, and especially when you're going to see a change in temperature as well. It's pretty warm here, and it's getting colder and colder, and as we get under the lights and all of a sudden the ball's going to swing around a little bit more, there's a lot in it.
Sam in Ivanhoe asks, how far to the follow-on? Yeah, it's only 15 runs from here, to be honest. I don't know why I was sort of had that in my head thinking, they could be in danger. No.
And we always talk about it. It never happens anyway, but it feels like it gives us something.
Going back to what Kristen said, Billings just leapt 24 places in England's test batting list by that shot down to fine leg.
Stark to continue from the northern end. Ollie Pope on strike. He's faced 5 balls, still on naught. 3 slips, gully, Nathan Lyon at point, Labuschagne cover, Cummins mid-on. Stark on the approach, on the stumps, it's sort of trailing down the leg side and let go by Ollie Pope. Apologies to the rather large Tasmanian blowfly who's got in my line of sight. It's the second one this week who's met its demise.
Just couldn't believe the aggression from his rear.
Well, the reason for that is because when I arrived yesterday, and I said hello to Rick, and we were some of the first ones here. I did give a blowfly a gentle tap, thinking that'll do. It'll be stunned. It'll be probably a bit more than that. And he got up and flew away. So I was just making sure that this time... I am sorry. Stark in past the umpire here with Pope coming forward, defending straight to Cummins, who is coming around to mid-wicket. 5 for 88 England. You're with Brett Sprigg alongside Kristen Beams on Grandstand Cricket, ABC Radio, right across Australia. You may be listening overseas through ABC Sport Online, the ABC Listen app. It's a beautiful evening in Hobart. Clouds are still becoming more prominent through the evening, but still a bit of blue sky to look at as well, and the light tower is just really firing up ahead of the remaining half a day's play here on day night 2. Third ball to Stark over. Builders at the ready. On the way in. Pope waits here for the left armour. He drives here through a gap on the offside. Lyon gives chase from point, but don't bother chasing that. A superb way for Ollie Pope to get off the mark. With a boundary, he's 4. England 5 for 92.
That's a nice confident shot, prepared to get on the front foot. And that's no easy feat coming up against a Mitchell Stark. But that's a really nice shot, confident, looks well balanced, hands through the ball. And that's what they have to do. They have to be positive. We saw what Australia achieved by having an attacking brand of cricket, and it's a difficult situation, 5 for 92, but to create a partnership, to play shots like that when Mitchell Stark errs, to punch that through the covers, they need to make every post a winner and play those kind of shots.
It's a little wider that time from Stark. He rethinks things here, top of his mark, steaming in past the umpire. Pope waits, it's on the stumps, clipped away off his legs, this time the gap on the onside. He beat Cummins at mid-wicket, and it races away to the rope again. Back-to-back boundaries for Ollie Pope, doubles his score to 8. England 5 for 96.
Again, just leaned on it. Really nice shot. Mitchell Stark just over pitching again, touch straighter this time. And I think they know early on that Australia are going to want to push the ball full to new batters, and trying to capitalise on that. That's good batting. That's what they need to do.
Paul in Wollongong says, hope number 700, that's Sam Billings, brings something to the Test Arena. Enjoy his performances in the BBL, and of course in the Sydney Thunder. Second last ball to Stark over. Pope waits for him. Full of ball. Beaten this time outside the off stump. He was half a stride forward. And much better line that time from the left arm. Aussie quick. Ollie Pope has to rethink things himself now. 5 for 96. Hi, Brett and Kristen. Surely it's unique with Billings driving a ute for 1,000 Ks and then getting a cap, says John and Balmain. Well, Aggers was convinced, wasn't he, last week when we were hearing about this, the drive to Sydney. He said, no, he'll debut. He'll be playing in Hobart. Well, he'd want to be for the effort he went through to get there, driving from the Gold Coast. But I don't know how it stacks up with other debutant stories as far as lengths they had to go to. 8 runs off this over so far. It was back-to-back boundaries for Ollie Pope. There he is facing Stark. Again, this time beaten. Nice finish from the over. And Mitchell Stark, 5 for 96, England, in reply to Australia's first innings all-out 303.
That's a great correction from Mitchell Stark. Over pitching, didn't quite get it right. But that want to bowl full, and for him, that's what makes him so good, is that, yes, he might get it wrong from time to time, and those were 2 really good shots by Pope. But then all of a sudden he's back on line and looks to challenge the outside edge. Pope not able to get all the way forward as he was for the shots through the cover and mid-wicket, and that's why he's so good with this pink ball. Any hint of movement, all of a sudden the lights are starting to take a little bit more effect and become more and more dangerous.
Kamat Tara asked why do the umpires signal dead ball when no ball is delivered. Well, I guess it's just to remind the batters that they can't run if there's an errant throw or whatever. It's all a formality, but it's also one of those little vagaries of cricket that no one really understands. As Cummins new over here, he beats Sam Billings this time, pressing forward, just hung the bat out there, and the bat, I should say, and that time beaten for pace by Pat Cummins.
Yeah, it just died a little bit on the way through to Alex Carey. Took that quite low, and just whether they need to come up a step. But we've only seen the one ball really die on its way through, and this has been a pretty good pitch today, and we haven't seen the big sideways movement that we saw yesterday.
England 5 for 96. Billings on debut facing Cummins again. It was no real effort in the footwork, just hung the bat there, and Cummins beats the outside edge. John in Rouse Hill says the follow-on is still in play. Yeah, for 7 more runs. England 5 down for 96.
I wonder whether we'll ever get to the point where people stop talking about the follow-on completely because it just never gets used, or whether it'll always be a talking point for us, but we don't often see it.
It's rarer than perhaps it used to be. Third ball to Cummins over. Short leg in place here for Billings. It's a bit shorter this time. He plays it on the bounce to Green at gully. Another dot ball. There's often a misnomer or a myth around Australian reluctance to the follow-on in men's test matches. The idea being that Eden Gardens in 2001, where Steve Waugh enforced it, meant that Australians became very averse to it in times since. The reality is, under Steve Waugh's captaincy, I think there were a further 7 times between that test match and the end of his captaincy reign, his career, as Cummins is in here to Billings. 3 slips in a gully. He drives this time back past the Australian captain and finds the rope at vacant long off. And that is another classy shot from Sam Billings. He ticks along to 6, and with that, England's 3 figures are up, 5 for 100. So just to finish off on that, so Steve Waugh had the opportunity 7 times between Eden Gardens 2001 and the end of his career to enforce the follow-on. Did it every single time. It has become less of a thing, I guess, under Ponting, Clark and whatever. But the idea that Eden Gardens influenced that completely is a myth, absolutely. Cummins continues here to Billings. There's a picture of concentration and driving again. Same shot, same result. 4 more for Billings on debut. He ticks along to 10. England 5 for 104 here at Bellerive.
They're really confident strokes from Billings. And yes, overpitched by Pat Cummins, no doubt about that. But prepared to jump on the front foot and attack, and that's really good batting at a time where it hasn't been easy going. Look, in terms of the follow-on, I just think no sports scientist that's tied up with teams is ever going to allow the follow-on with bowler loads. That's my take.
No, it's a fair point. That's probably the modern influences. The last ball that Cummins over is directed to gully again, where Green is waiting, and no runs this time from the bat of Sam Billings. A dot ball to finish off the Cummins over. The Aussie captain's had a pretty good run so far. 10 overs, 3 for 27 his figures, despite the somewhat expensive over yielding back-to-back boundaries. So 5 for 104 here, England. And with that, they've officially awarded the follow-on, by the way.
And just a little meeting down there between a few of the players. I think Labuschagne was in that conversation. Steve Smith as well, Pat Cummins. And I think they'd be mulling over what the next bowling change is. Whether that's will we see a Nathan Lyon get an opportunity on this wicket, how they're going to move the bowlers around. We just saw Scott Boland also go off the field. It looked like probably just a quick break.
Keep your text coming, 0467920222. Stark to begin a new over from the northern end here at Bellerive. Pope on 8 is coming forward here, defending the Labuschagne at cover, no run. Tell you what, Beamsy, I've gone early with the jacket as well.
Is that your only layer?
It is actually, yeah. I didn't bring my Tassie tuxedo, as you and Aggers have been discussing throughout. It's more of a rain jacket. No real thickness to it, but it was a warmer afternoon.
I'm a bit disappointed, Sprigg. I feel like
it'll make a reappearance at some point, the puffer, but...
left it at home.
Left it at home, left it in the hotel. And I just feel like I'll be exposed later on if it is a bit bitter when we're still on air at 11:30 local time tonight. 3 slips, a gully in here for Stark. Bowling to Pope, who's chopping this to the onside in line with the square leg umpire. Stark runs out to field and his follow through. Easy single here for Pope, and England ticks along to 5 for 105. But no one else has their jackets on. I feel like I've been...
I think you have gone a little bit early.
Shown up by... Yeah, I have gone a bit early, actually.
But as I said yesterday, it's all about the layers. I bought myself a jumper. I bought my Tassie tuxedo. Just thought Aggers might want a photo with me later with my tuxedo so that he can go and tell everyone all about it in his travels.
Aggers coming in shortly as
Billings getting a reset here at the river end, scratching out his guard. 10 runs to his name on debut so far. England 5 for 105 in the 29th over of their innings. After earlier, Australia all out for 303. So Billings' first look at Stark. 3 slips, gully, point, cover. Mid wicket is pushed back. That's where Cummins is stationed. Stark in past the umpire, and Billings is just coming forward comfortably, defending straight to Labuschagne on the offside.
Yeah, and I think he might have just checked his guard there. Might have even taken off stump. You see sometimes against the left arm, probably just wanting to cover his stumps really well, especially with the 3 slips, gully, point in play, knowing how Mitchell Stark is going to bowl to him, and each batter will do that a little bit differently, but just a change for Sam Billings there. But he looks really comfortable playing against Mitchell Stark. I'm not going to be surprised if there's some short bowling here as well. There's 2 fielders out on the boundary for that as well. I think he'll try and mix it up a little bit, Mitchell Stark.
Midway through Stark's over. It's Billings again. Waits. He's trapped in front, playing across the line. It trickles out to Green at gully. Ultimately, no run. Stifled appeal from the cordon. You're loving this Mitchell Stark. We speak about his proficiency in pink ball test matches, and he already claimed the wicket of Ben Stokes, the most recent man to fall, caught by Nathan Lyon at point just before the drinks break. As day turns into night, Mitchell Stark becomes all the more dangerous in these conditions. 2 balls to come in this over. Well, Ray Martin's at the cricket. Seeing a picture of Ray Martin on the monitor as well. Prominent Australian journalist. Of years gone by, Stark in past the umpire. As Billings, again, half a step forward, defensive stroke on the offside where Labuschagne collects it off the carpet. 5 for 105 England.
He wanted to be a part of the historic first Ashes test in Hobart. You can't blame him for that, for sure.
Why wasn't Jai Richardson released to play Big Bash, asks Novak and Yokine. I'm entirely sure for that. We were talking earlier about Josh Inglis, Mitch Marsh.
Which part of Melbourne is Yokine?
I believe it's in Perth, assuming.
There's Novak.
Oh, well, yeah, exactly right. I didn't want to take the mickey in case
it could be a cricket fan.
It could actually be a Novak. Unless it is just someone having some fun. Probably the more likely scenario. Starkey to finish the over, and almost playing on that time Billings. He checked his shot late to shoulder arms, and it trickles out to the cordon here. Dot ball, 5 for 105. You've heard the voice of Jonathan Agnew. He's coming in next, but on our way back to Bellerive Oval, let's check in on the tennis. Speaking of Novak and Ben Cameron.
Yeah, thank you, Spriggy. The final of the Adelaide International, the second Adelaide International. We've got Thanasi Kokkinakis, the Australian hope, taking on the Frenchman Arthur Rinderknecht. It's currently on serve 3-2 to Rinderknecht in this first set. So the 25-year-old Australian Thanasi Kokkinakis in his second ATP Tour final, searching for his first title at his hometown event. Can it happen? As I said, on serve 3-2 to Rinderknecht in this first set. Aggers?
Thank you very much. Well, here we've got the floodlights on. We've got daylight starting to fade, although actually the official sunset isn't for an hour and 45 minutes or so. So it'll linger. It's not a terribly easy time to bat, but certainly not making any excuses for England to a 5 for 105. And Cummins is eagerly on his way in again from the far end. He's bowling to Pope. Oh, he's edged. No, he didn't. There's a sound that went through and kept a little bit low through to wicketkeeper Carey. And there's no run, and Pope's going to do a little bit of gardening there. I thought I heard a little noise of some sort, but anyway, he survives. And you know, people say to me, well, what are England going to get out of this series? It's two players like this, for instance, if they can come in and get a score and show they've got a bit of character in a situation like this. Yeah, that's the sort of thing that England have to try and take away from this disappointing series. In comes Cummins again and bowls, and that's flicked away into the leg side by Pope, who's played some lovely shots in his brief innings so far. He's just giving a taste here of what he can do. I saw him score a lovely 100 against South Africa last time we were there in Port Elizabeth. He's got all the shots. He's got some modern shots as well, ramps and those sort of things, but he can play. He just needs to convince himself, I think, that he can play. That's part of the battle. We saw him earlier in the series at Adelaide. He was just, wow, he was wired, wasn't he? He was like a cat in a hot tin roof. He can play. He just needs to, I think, find some confidence or somewhere. Sam Billings is not short of confidence. But, he's on 10 not out at the non-striker's end as Cummins comes in and bowls outside the off stump. Now that did flick the pad, and you heard the slips there going up in appealing, but Rod Tucker not interested.
There's been a few that have keep hearing these little sounds and was it flick off the pad, and we've already seen one that Australia had have referred it. There was a little edge, so there's enough keeping them interested out here. But I think both batters have looked pretty comfortable so far. There's going to be the occasional ball that moves around. This is a quality attack, but both players have looked confident, particularly when the ball's been pitched up full.
Cummins again runs towards us and bowls a high bouncer, and Carey clutches that as he moves down the leg side. High, hostile ball. Well, Tuckers, that's one you can bowl for the over. Questions about Billings. Was he actually the next keeper in line, or was it just sort of right place at right time sort of question? It was, I think, more or less right place, right time. Ben Foakes is, I guess, probably the next wicket-keeper in line.
Bracey,
well, he had a nightmare.
He did,
yeah,
struggled.
Had an absolute stinker when he played last summer. So I think he might have been relegated a bit. Cummins lost his run there. He was rushing in and suddenly found some little steps. It looks a bit like Boris Johnson on the dance floor, if you've seen that going round recently. Anyway, he's going back to try again. So Foakes is a lovely keeper. Foakes is a classy keeper. Batting, not in this sort of class. He'd be, I suppose, if he had to select him as a batsman, he'd probably put him at 8, I guess, being honest. So they're looking again for that wicket-keeper who bats higher than that. Cummins bowls, and that's worked away by Pope down to long leg, where we find Mitchell Stark tossing it back. A big high loopy catch there for Carey. And Billings has been around for a while. He's done more drinks carrying than much else, but I mean, you know him here from the Bash, don't you? I mean, he's a bit of a character, smile on his face, and positive sort of fella.
Good energy.
Yeah, and he's been on the fringe of the England side for a while. He's played white ball cricket for England, but never a test match, and he's got a chance, got an opportunity here, because Butler, question mark, Bairstow keeping wicket, question mark. Here's Cummins, and he bowls a short ball which climbs and strikes him. This time a quick ball from Cummins, which is fielded at slip, and that's the end of the over. 5 for 110, so 193 behind. No score here. Suddenly, it's going to be a new dawn in English cricket, so we're told. We'll wait and see about that. But you've got to plan for the future, haven't you? When things have gone as wrong as they have here. So certainly, a score for Sam Billings wouldn't do him any harm at all.
Well, I think for Pope as well. I was a bit disappointed when sort of left out. I think, given the series, it just would have made more sense to say this is the future. This is the direction that we're going. And it feels like England aren't really sure whether they want to go with the out-and-out keeper or the batsman who keeps a little bit. So the Bairstow Butler conversation seems to carry a little bit. And I sort of feel like you want your best keeper. So are you trying to address the lack of depth in your batting lineup by wanting sort of one to be able to do both?
I think they get a bit persuaded by media and public opinion. I'm sure that's why Leach played at Brisbane, because all last summer we heard, of course we want to play a spinner, but we can't because Stokes is injured and not here, and Stokes is having time out and so on. We'd love to play a spinner. Of course we would. So Stokes is back, they get to Brisbane, they feel they've got to play a spinner, although it's completely the wrong game in which to play him. So I think there's a bit of that going on. 5 for 110. Scott Boland's back. He hasn't taken a wicket yet, which is unusual for him, and he bowls outside the off stump and almost gets one there as Pope tries to drive him through the covers. They've got to be so careful about the length here. Only commit yourself to drive balls that really are half volleys, because he's landing the ball on the seam. Just a little bit of movement. That was not a half volley. That was a full length ball, but it's not under your nose as you play the shot.
It's a beautifully presented seam as well, and that is something that Scott Boland does so well.
Really got to be very, very selective Boland again runs in bowls, and that's better. He lets it go through outside the off stump. And, it's collected by Carey. So is your inbox full of messages after your appearance on BBC Radio?
I haven't checked yet, but
it'll be packed.
It'll just be packed.
Yeah,
I've probably got another 1,000 Twitter followers or something like that, surely.
It's that little bit of promotion, keep you going up the ladder. BBC. No, I'm kidding. But it was nice to have you on anyway.
Thank you.
Selling Tasmania. That was the great thing.
It's an easy sell.
Well, I think it's an easy sell, especially if you keep doing the oysters. How could you not? How did Kristen's BBC commentary gig go? Asks Kent from Perth, outside the off stump this. And no stroke. She behaved herself, Kent, you'll be glad to hear. She represented Australia very well.
We'll see if I get asked back. That'll be the true test.
Oh, no, you'll be back. You'll be back. But, she did confess that a lot of these names I've been asked to read out of towns are mainly pure inventional, so it seems to be, to try and stitch me up.
Well, no, they're real places.
I got one wrong today.
Did you? What one did
Apparently,
you get wrong?
we would say Albany. Apparently it's Albany.
That's a hard one. I feel for you a bit on that.
Yeah, I got pulled up for that one. Now, this is bowling on Midland leg. It's played back to the bowler who glares at the bats and picks it up. And there's no run. Yes, that's... comes up on the screen, you just got to read it straight off, haven't you, quite quickly, so not much preparation. But Albany, I'll get that right from now on. I think he was our metric friend there, wasn't he? I think.
Oh, yeah.
I think so. Chap sitting here with a bucket on his head. I haven't quite worked that out yet. Out there on the hill.
I don't even think I can explain that.
No, well,
it doesn't make sense.
There are people here wearing buckets on their heads. I think it goes... it is an edge. Boland's got his wicket. And Pope slams the back of his bat in frustration. He'd played some lovely shots, and we'd talked about being so careful, so selective about those balls of foolish length around the off stump. And he just pushed at that. It looked a little bit wide. He's pushed at it. It's not a half volley, but he's gone at it. A little bit of movement away. It's classic Boland. Classic Boland, really. Dashing that slot all the time, and he's claimed another victim. Ollie Pope started pretty well. He hit 3 nice boundaries, but he's on his way for 14, and it's 6 for 110.
It was a confident start from Pope, but that's a beautifully presented seam again by Scott Boland. And he continues to ask so many difficult questions. It's an easy catch as it goes through, and it puts Australia in a fantastic position in this match, and just caught a little bit there, and easy for Alex Carey. And now, well, we're talking about a guy coming to the crease who's actually made quite a few runs in this series and been up there as run scorers.
Test century to his name.
But he's going to have to do
well, he is.
a whole lot of work.
It's Chris Wokes. Well, he's got a wicket today. What's happening? More noise out there. That's a riotous sound. And it's something that suggests, well, it says usually steward activity and can sometimes mean a streaker, but didn't happen. There's something going on down there.
Maybe too cold here.
Well,
as the day gets on.
I was a bit surprised. It's 21 degrees.
It's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's actually quite...
It won't stay this...
It's actually quite warm. Anyway.
That's it, mate. Sit there, waiting.
Let's see how Chris Wokes gets on. Again, he's got to be careful with that length. Boland, you think it's half volley, just go at it, looking to drive through the offside. It's not quite there, hits the seam, moves away a little bit, and finds the outside edge. So it's just classic. It's classic of what he does. And he has done in a couple of tests he's played in this series so far. Wokes' first ball, Boland's on the way over the wicket, running away from us. It's edge! Oh, dropped! And that was as easy a slip catch as you've seen in the series, and Warner's put it down. That was a dolly, I'm afraid, in so much as slip catches are ever dollies. Hard to see why on earth he dropped that. And Boland might have been on a hat-trick. It went absolutely hip high, waist high. It's a perfect first slip catch.
It's a horrible miss. There's no doubt about that. And Scott Boland continues to do that in his Test career. He's he doesn't just pick up the wickets. He goes and goes and goes, and he's able to pick up wickets in quick succession. And that makes it a very big miss. Maybe David Warner just not expecting a little lapse of concentration, and maybe that's the luck that England need at this point.
Right, a bit late, but he doesn't drop many in there. So it's one of those you just think, really? And we can see it go all the way from here. It's one of those perfect trajectory catches. Green's on his way, and Bowles almost plays into his stumps. There's a lot going on out here now. The lights are on, the light is fading, and certainly not the easiest time to come out to bat. Well, maybe it's not the easiest time to field at slip either, but that was, as far as first slips go, about as easy as they come. And Warner there, he thumped his hands together. I saw him rubbing them together now. He'll be going through it in his mind, just replaying it. In comes Green, Bowles short, is wide of the off stump, and Billings allows it to go through. It all happens so fast. That slip, it's reaction. You see it coming, and all the practice that you've had kicks into play. But yeah, Dirk, you drop them, don't you, sometimes?
Good evening, Agus.
Yeah.
You know, it's a strange drop in the way that he lifted up his right leg as he went to take it. It was zero footwork at all.
Green on his way, Bowles, and Billings shouts no there as he plays that firmly to mid-on.
Drop, count, catch for the series.
That's interesting.
England 17,
yeah,
Australia 12.
Oh, is it? They're catching up.
They had 6 in Sydney.
Yeah, they are catching up.
Fast.
Yeah.
I think that was almost 8-0 at one stage, or even more.
Yeah.
Green again moves in. Bowles outside the off stump. There's a handsome stroke from Billings on the back foot, putting him through extra cover. Beautifully played. Forcing shot, a little bit of width, and a bit short from Green.
Gorgeous stroke.
Yeah.
Again, that's one of those shots that sometimes you just can't get away with in Australian conditions, but they do tend to sort of nick those ones through to the slips. But Billings has played some pretty confident shots. It's always great to watch someone on debut.
Well, he's played a lot of cricket, hasn't he? I mean, a lot of senior cricket. So he's not a nervous youngster. So even so, first Test match, it's all a bit different. Green again on his way. Bowles to Billings. A little bit of nick there into the pad. The ball runs away for Carey to go and collect.
But in his position, he comes unencumbered by everything that's happened across the rest of the series.
Yep.
He's seen it all on television, but he hasn't lived that experience like everyone else. So he comes in with a completely different mindset.
And with a great opportunity too.
Yeah.
It really has. I mean, I was saying to Kristen, they've got to start picking something out of the wreckage. And if Billings keeps wicket well, which he did, kept wicket perfectly tidily, gets a score here. Nice little half century. Well, it's not necessarily guarantee anything, but it would at least put him on the boat, I think, for the West Indies, which is England's next tour. Then comes Green. Bowles a very high bouncer, and Work's not interested in that at all. Ducks his head. His luck is still to be there. He was dropped first ball. It's 6 for 115, so Australia in a very strong position. There are 188 runs in the lead. Andrew Moore's coming in here, but first of all, let's get an update again from the tennis. Ben Cameron.
Yeah, thanks, Agus. So Thanasi Kokkinakis, the Australian hope at the second Adelaide International, searching for his first ATP Tour title on home soil as well in Adelaide. It's currently 5-4 in the first set. So one serve, Arthur Rinderknecht of France is leading the way against Thanasi Kokkinakis, but currently 30-15 on the Kokkinakis service game. Rinderknecht leading 5-4 in the first set. On serve, Andrew Moore.
Benny's played so well, been following his run at Adelaide, Thanasi Kokkinakis, and great to see him after all of his injuries. Loving getting those big wins. Gutsy win against John Isner a few nights ago. Meanwhile, it's Scotty Bolland who's bowling, and no shot offered by Chris Wokes. Dropped first ball by Warner. And he's actually the non-strikers in. Sam Billings offered no strike there, who's 15 off 20 deliveries. Calamitous day for England's batting again, 6 for 115 after the Australians managed 303. Dirk, it's just the Australian bowlers, it's just rinse and repeat, isn't it?
Just too good. They don't have that ball that creates the scoring opportunity. And they don't have that respite in terms of quality of bowling as well.
3 slips in a gully, and Billings shoulders arms outside the off stump, and Carey didn't take that well. In fact, saw this once in Sydney too. Didn't take a ball cleanly and then really shakes his hand as if he's caught one on the edge of a finger. And he looks in a bit of pain, Carey. Like most keepers, I guess, they're used to dealing with all sorts of issues with their fingers. But there was nothing odd with that ball. It was around knee height and he just almost whiffed it.
Sort of almost wobbled through the air. It was a strange one.
Boland bowls to Billings and he's defending. Square on the offside. It rolls along to line at point. Dot ball. Score remains 6 for 115.
In terms of the trajectory, you sometimes get bowlers, and I've often heard wicket keepers in Victoria talk about some bowlers that just would have the ball start playing tricks after it went past the batsman. It's just through the nature of I don't know if it's necessarily the action of the bowler or the way where they land the ball on the seam.
Here's Boland again. Has 1 for 13 in his 9th over, and Billings is playing and missing outside the off stump. He was lured forward by Scotty Boland and maybe fortunate not to get a nick there, Sam Billings. He remains on 15.
But you see the ball, this one is a classic example. It swings a long way after it goes past the batsman. And that, sometimes it goes down and sometimes to leg side, sometimes to offside, so it's not as easy as it would always appear.
3 slips, gully, point, extra cover, mid-on, square leg, and a deep backward square for Scotty Boland, bowling to Billings, and he's forward, defending away to Labuschagne at cover. In fact, Lyon, who we haven't yet seen at the bowling crease, sprinting across to pick it up in front of Labuschagne, and it remains 6 for 115.
Might not be required at all in this batting innings, the way they're going at the moment.
Well, we're only in the 33rd over.
They all seem fresh. They haven't bowled too much.
Well, Scotty Boland's in his 8th over. Pat Cummins has bowled 5 on the bump. 2 for 16 in that spell as Boland bowls, and Will Billings nearly set off for a run. Wokes was prepared to go with him, but a good decision that they both called no and went back at the same time as Lyon picked up to end the over. Maiden, Scotty Boland now has bowled none for 13, 8 overs, 4 maidens. Pat Cummins 11 overs, 3 for 32. Mitch Stark 8 overs, 1 for 41, and Cameron Green 5 overs for 24.
5 overs on the bump,
in a row,
on the bounce.
Take your pick. But there were 5 exceptional overs, weren't they? For Cameron Green came back on from that river end. Brendan on the text 0467 920 222. Currently on a kid-free weekend, sitting by the fire at the Great Lake, listening to the coverage. I'll be at the ground tomorrow and then back at the Lakes Monday. Former teammate of Kristen at Westbury. Thanks for your efforts in the great commentary. Good on you, Brendan. We'll pass on your regards to Beamsy. As Cameron Green set to bowl to Chris Wokes, yet to score. He's only faced a couple of deliveries. 2 slips in a gully for Wokes, who's pushing to cover. And there's no rain as Labuschagne picks it up and then threatens to throw down to Sam Billings' end, at the non-striker's end. Held on to it. No run.
Doesn't seem to be that player in the England setup at the moment that would play the kind of innings that Travis Head played, that sort of counter-punch, or at least have the intention to come out and do that. I mean, you see that sometimes with perhaps Stokes plays that type of innings.
Yes. Here's Green into Wokes, who he fished it that late. He was all over the shop with his footwork. He misses it. The ball barely beat the outside edge, but Chris Wokes, it was almost like he didn't see it until it had gone past him. I guess England would have been hoping that Joss Butler could have fulfilled a similar kind of role to that.
Yep, Bairstow in Sydney.
Yep. Great shame that he couldn't back it up here in Hobart with that thumb injury, because he was brilliant in Sydney, Bairstow. In both innings, 113 in the first and a Hard-fought 41 in the second. But Wokes, who's done a reasonable job with the bat, looks all over the place early in his innings. Here he runs it wide of Gully. That's going to head down to the third-man boundary. Smith in pursuit, but the pink ball wins 4 runs for Chris Wokes, and that's how he gets off the mark. And England need as many as they can get. 6 for 119.
Lovely soft hands. It's a classic English cricket shot. They score so heavily down through that third-man area in the English game. They just seem so adept at playing it down there. You might think it's an outside edge, but it's actually a considered shot.
He played that well, didn't he, on reflection? Chris Wokes. Too deep. He's got a reputation of not being all that adept against the short ball, and Cameron Green heads down that path, but it was wayward down the leg side, and Wokes just slides out of the way. Through it goes down to Alex Carey. Lockie in Wollongong says, "Hi, all, loving the coverage just with Sam Billings. I'm curious about the strangest or most interesting story leading to a debut." We know the Sam Billings story. Be hard to beat. Catching a ute, having to isolate, getting a full-on COVID test, then flying with your teammates to Hobart. As Green bowls and playing and missing his Wokes outside the off stump. Nice delivery by Green, and Wokes misses again. 6 for 119.
Missing by a long way again. I mean, for me, it's always the Luke Pomsback story where he was going to the Wacker to
drink,
frankly, get on the booze with his mates, and Brad Hodge had a back spasm in the change rooms before the game, and they needed somebody, and Pomsback just happened to be there at the ground at the time, and he got his...
That is hard to beat.
His debut. He had to just use borrowed kit. I'm pretty sure he didn't have his own kit with him.
Green bowls and played down to the gully where it's fielded well by Khawaja, diving to his right. No run. 6 for 119. Wokes 4, Billings 15. They're still behind by 184 runs.
I don't even think he played with his...
Well, he wouldn't have had his own kit there.
No, he wouldn't have had his own name on his back.
No. I want to know about... You were telling me this off-air, I think, earlier today, about your call-up for the Netherlands to play in the T20 World Cup, and how they came to know that you were eligible to play for the Netherlands.
Yeah, so I went and played with Stephen Finn in Middlesex, and I played... This is 2008, and I went and played with them on my Dutch passport, so I could play as a local over there, which means I'm not clogging up one of their international spots. Across that season, the Dutch found out that I was playing under...
Here's Scott Boland, bowling to Billings, struck on the patch, out for LBW, not out, says Paul Wilson. You just had the impression perhaps it was heading down leg side, and no real debate as to whether to take this to the third umpire or not amongst the Australians.
So the Dutch had found out that I've got a Dutch passport, and so they just asked a question, would you be interested? And there were a few sort of qualifying tournaments that I couldn't go because I was either playing cricket here in Australia or... and at that stage I was still sort of trying to establish my career, so I didn't really want to nick off in the middle of the Shield season or something like that, so I said no to that stuff, and they said, you want to...
Here's Boland. Bowles and Billings as forward runs it, and it beats Cameron Green at gully, and the history is this will run away for 4 across this very fast outfield, and it does. Down to the third man rope, just to the right of the David Boone stand. Boundary for Billings, 6 for 123, and Billings moves to 19 on 27 deliveries. So you say no to the qualifiers.
Yeah, and then they qualified for the World Cup, and this stage, I don't know, I'd had a few years of decent T20 success in Australia, but I wasn't included in the squad of 30 for that T20 World Cup. You have to pick a squad of 30 months out. And so once I wasn't in that 30...
Boland to Billings again, struck on the body, almost Joe Root style. And the ball dribbles away on the offside, and Billings just marks out his guard again. No run.
Well, you think clearly I'm never going to get picked. So
was it humbling to know you weren't in the top 30 of the Dutch players at that time?
So I eventually just said, all right, let's have a go. I want to play in a World Cup. What a great experience to do. So, I think most people around the world know me as a Dutch player, not necessarily as an Australian player. And
interesting.
The fact is, my Dutch career lasted 3 days.
Bowls to Billings. And he pushes it to mid-off. Clearly a memorable free.
It was, because we played that first game of the 2009 T20 World Cup against England, and we beat England at Lords. It was the Dutch. It was their best win they've ever had, and it was just...
That must have been very cool.
Oh, it was the most extraordinary game of cricket, and easily the best game of cricket that I've been involved in across my entire career. And then we got bundled out by Pakistan 2 days later, I think it was, and bumped out of the World Cup. Next game of cricket that Australia played, I was in the starting 11.
So brief but historic.
Yeah.
Beating England over in England. Now it's bowling wide of off stump to Billings, and he shoulders arms through to the keeper. There's another question in relation to Sam Billings from Matt, saying that Sam has a similar first-class average to Bairstow, Butler and Folkes. Why has he never been in the mix until now? It's a fair question, but the point is he's not a regular first-class keeper in county cricket. He keeps a lot in the white ball stuff. But there's another Ollie Robinson, not the apparently unfit Ollie Robinson, bowling out here for England. But he plays for Kent at home, and he's not their regular keeper, certainly in first-class cricket. Here he defends, bowling back down the pitch. No run, that ends the over. England 6 for 123, Billings 19, Wokes 4, bowling 10 overs, 1 for 17, with 5 or 6 minutes left before tea.
It's just the right place at the right time, isn't it? Well, I said it yesterday. It's a great advertisement to be playing a T20 tournament wherever your test team are touring, because you never know what's going to happen.
100%. And he looked really sharp behind the stumps. Didn't have many opportunities, but looked very tidy. And so far he's digging in for England, because they have not had much out of their keeper when it comes to runs in this series. 6 for 123, and he was supposed to be heading to the West Indies the day after his call-up to play in the T20 games over there. His partner was already over there in the Caribbean. Imagine that phone call. Got good and bad news, love. Good news is I've just been picked to play for England. Said, I know, I'm over here. Cameron Green bowls to Wokes. Wide of off stump, no shot. Bad news is I've been picked to play here, not over there. So it would have been an interesting conversation.
That's like your conversation with your coming
true.
down here.
Yes.
How did that go? Haven't quite broken that down.
Well, Janine was upstairs, so I went upstairs, and I didn't have much time at this point. I had about 3 hours before the plane was due to leave.
Where do you live?
I live at Castle Hill in the northwest. I had to stop by work to get notes and fill out some forms. I had to do a rapid antigen test at home. Here's Cameron Green bowling to Wokes, and he's backing across, a lifting delivery, and he does well this time to get on top of it, and the ball rolls away to line, coming in from point, no run. So I had to go up and find Janine upstairs, say, I've just had a phone call from Tim Verrill, in charge of live sport at the ABC. Said, oh yes. Said, and this was the quote that Tim used to me. He said, mate, we've got a slight issue in regards to Hobart. I said, oh right, what's that? He said, I need you in Hobart. Right, and told me why. Here's Green bowling to Wokes, beats the outside edge again by quite some way through to Alex Carey. Wokes is looking like he's struggling, but he's still there on 4, and he needs to be there for a while to come. So I was actually on leave after the Sydney Test for a week and a half or so.
It's a tough sell.
And he didn't know whether I was away or not. So he kind of had his fingers crossed that I was sitting at home bludging doing nothing, which I was. So I was like, no problem. So I just explained it to Janine, and then we're trying to work out, because I'm going to Adelaide for women's T20s on Jan 20, whether I'd be home again or not, what it all meant. Green bowls, and Wokes pushes away on the offside towards cover. No run again as Labuschagne picks up 6 for 123 England. So she was a bit flustered initially, but thankfully, she owns and co-runs a PR company these days, but she's had a long history in radio, so kind of understands the vagaries of doing sport and working weekends and being called here and there. So in the end, she's okay with it. She might have been thrilled that I was going. I don't know. So we approach tea on day 2. Green bowls to Wokes, and he tickles it away on the onside. He'll get a run. Just forward to square. Stark comes in from mid on to field, and Wokes is 5. England 6 for 124.
Wokes plays that short ball horribly. As soon as a batsman squares up to you and is completely front onto you as a bowler, you just feel as though you're going to get a nick into the grippers or gully, or you're going to get someone caught around the corner at short leg. as soon as you're front on, you just cannot move out of the way of the ball, and you become a bit of a sitting duck, and that's how Wokes plays that.
Green bowls to Billings, and he edges it with soft hands along the ground to Kawaja at gully to win the over. So we'll get one more over in before tea, and just as well, because, is that right, Rick? 44 overs still to be bowled in the day. 44. 6 for 124 England. Billings 19, Wokes 5, Green 7 overs, none for 29.
Well, the scoreboard's got Australia being 2 overs behind in the over rate. That's a monster final session coming up.
It was 98 in the day, 98 and a half technically, wasn't it? And then you lose a couple for the change of innings, so down to 96 and a half.
How many were England behind, Rick?
Well, there must have been a lot. So when Australia was bowled out in the 76th over, they bowled 27 overs in the day. They're about 26.
The CA note here says 79 overs remain in the day when Australia started in the field.
And we've had 36.
Yep. 43
so
then.
43 to go now. It's going to be a late one. Hope that little bar's still open when we get back. That was nice last time. 3 slips of gully, a point. Cover mid-off. Wide mid-on, Cummins. And a deep backward square. Plenty of room on the onside for Wokes. That's where Boland will try and tempt him to play across the line. Boland to begin his 11th over. He's in, and Wokes is forward. Driving, dropped. Put down at third slip. And there's the second life for Chris Wokes, and it's Kawaja putting it down almost directly in front of Steve Smith at second slip. Kawaja diving to his left, and Wokes is dropped on 5.
It was almost going to go straight into Steve Smith's head. That was the line it took.
Oh, Smith would have gobbled that. So he was dropped on 0 and 5. Rick Finlay.
That's consecutive balls from Boland to Wokes. The other one is dropped.
Right. There you go. Boland bowls, and Wokes doesn't nick this one. Through it goes to the keeper outside the off stump. He's lived a charmed life, hasn't he, so far in a brief innings, Wokes. He's only faced 15 deliveries. He's been dropped twice. The ball's beaten the bat about 4 times. And you've described his playing of the short ball as absolutely horrific.
What happens when a batsman flays at a ball like he did on this occasion? The ball tends to fly a little bit quicker to the slip cord, and so these slips are standing fairly close. They're almost standing for the ball, just sort of dribbling off the outside of the bat.
Boland bowls to Wokes. He's forward and he drives it down to mid-on. Cummins fields. If he makes it to tee, he'll nearly raise his bat, Chris Wokes. Such has been his good fortune at this point. He'll be really happy. But maybe is that when you found when Chris Wokes is a very capable batsman. He has a Test 100 to his name. Is it the type of start where you think, especially going into a break, 20 minutes, maybe this is my day or night?
I don't think he can survive long with the technique that he's playing with. I think he'll be gobbled up.
Boland in again, and Wokes wisely doesn't offer outside the off stump. So was I being too diplomatic earlier at the start of the innings when I suggested that he was had a dubious reputation against short pitch bowling? You've taken that about 4 steps further.
Yeah. Well, he does have a poor reputation, but it's the manner with which he plays. He can have some people who don't like short pitch bowling because they're scared of it. Then you can have some that just play it technically poorly, and that's what Wokes is at the moment. It seems like a sitting duck.
England bowled Australia out today for 303 now for England. Rory Burns run out for a duck. Zach Crawley out-caught head bowl Cummins for 18. And then in this session, Boland bowls to Wokes, and he defends back down the pitch, no run. Dawid Malan was strangled down the leg side, caught by Carey off Cummins for 25, and that sparked a 3 for 7 collapse. Joe Root, LBW Cummins for 34 off 46 deliveries. Ben Stokes caught a point brilliantly to his left and down low by Nathan Lyon off Mitchell Stark for 4. And Ollie Pope's summer of horror continued. Caught behind off Scott Boland for 14, 6 for 110. Wokes has been dropped twice. At first slip, first ball by Dave Warner off Scotty Boland. And in this over, at third slip by Usman Khawaja off Boland on 5. Here's Boland, bowls, and Wokes is on the drive. Straight to Labuschagne, can't get a run. That ends the over. That ends the session. England 6 for 124. after 37 overs, trailing by 179 runs. Billings 19, Wokes is 5, and a quick look at the bowling card being ably filled in by Rick Finlay. I'll get to after you take us through what you thought of the session and the day and the state of play with Australia right on top.
Well, once again, it was a dominant Australian session. England, their scoring rate was reasonable. They scored 90 runs in that session, but it was the loss of those 4 wickets. And in England's case, it's the backbone of their side that they lost. All 4 of those wickets were the perceived strongest batsmen in that team. So it was a horrible session for them in the context of this match, and going into what is going to look like the most difficult session, being when the ball's going to move around in that evening session. It's going to be incredibly difficult for them to last out the rest of this evening.
So the bowling figures: Mitchell Stark 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 41. Pat Cummins 11 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 32. Scott Bolland 11 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 17. And Cameron Green 6 overs, none for 28. England losing 4 for 90 in the session, 6 for 124 at tea, trailing by 179 with Sam Billings on 19, Chris Wokes on 5. Thank you, Dirk Nannis. Let's take the latest now from the ABC newsroom, and then we'll update all the sport, including what's happening with Tanasi Kokonakis. Karen Ty will join you from the grandstand studio.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. Novak Djokovic will be spending the night in an immigration detention hotel ahead of his federal court hearing tomorrow morning. Nick Fogarty reports.
The Serbian tennis star was taken to the Park Hotel this afternoon in a van after spending several hours at his lawyer's hotel. Yesterday, the federal government cancelled the world number one's visa for the second time on the grounds that his presence might foster anti-vaccination sentiment. The 34-year-old's legal team say there's no evidence to support this. Australia's top-ranked male player, Alex de Minaur, says it's time to move on.
It feels like it's taken away from us competitors who just want to start.
The federal court hearing is scheduled for 9:30 tomorrow morning, while Djokovic is due to play his first match on Monday.
More than 48,000 new COVID cases have been recorded in New South Wales, along with another 20 deaths. Cecilia Connell has the details.
Just over 27,000 positive cases were identified through PCR testing, and 21,748 rapid antigen tests were reported in the 24 hours to 8 o'clock last night. While that's an overall decline of around 14,000 on the previous reporting period, health authorities say this figure is likely to bounce around as people record historic rapid antigen test results from the start of the year. Another 20 people have lost their lives. It brings the total number of deaths in New South Wales since the pandemic began to 848.
Western Australia's recorded 2 new local cases of COVID-19, both believed to have been infectious while out and about in the community. Both cases are now in quarantine. A number of new exposure sites have been added to the Healthy WA website. The state recorded another 7 COVID cases related to interstate or overseas travel. All of those are in quarantine. There are currently 120 confirmed active cases in Western Australia. 6 people have died from COVID in Queensland, including 1 person in their 20s. Authorities say all were vaccinated. 649 people are in hospital, including 46 in ICU, 14 of whom are on a ventilator. The Health Minister, Yvette Darth, says the removal of barricades at Queensland border overnight is a welcome development after almost 2 years.
I have no doubt there's a lot of happy people, family members who are now able to reunite again, not wait for those PCR tests or wait for those rapid antigen tests to be able to cross the border.
4 more people have died from COVID-19 in South Australia. There are 236 people in hospital, a drop of 10 on yesterday, including 26 people in ICU, 7 on ventilators. SA recorded 4,349 cases, down from yesterday's total of 5,679. Australia continues to be among the countries recording the highest number of COVID infections as the Omicron variant continues its spread. Figures from Johns Hopkins University show that in the past week, Australia's number of infections was the 8th highest in the world, with well over 500,000, by far the highest of the pandemic. Infections and deaths also continue to rise in the world's hardest hit country, the United States, as well as in Europe, where France, the UK, Italy and Spain are all seeing record numbers of infections. However, deaths are down on their peak earlier in the pandemic, with the world recording 44,000 in the past week, down from a peak of 100,000 early last year. The US-based Pacific Tsunami Warning Center says tsunami waves measuring 2 feet in height, just over 60 centimetres, have been recorded in the US territory of American Samoa following volcanic activity in Tonga. However, the center warns tsunami threat is continuing and sea level fluctuations and strong ocean currents pose hazards. Parts of New Zealand's North Island are under a tsunami advisory following the activity in Tonga, and local media in Fiji say officials are advising people to stay out of the water and away from the shore due to strong currents and dangerous waves. Lawyers for Virginia Giuffre, who's bringing a civil suit in the US against Britain's Prince Andrew, accusing him of sexually assaulting her as a teenager, are seeking testimony from 2 people in the United Kingdom. More from the BBC's Naomi Iqbal.
Virginia Giuffre's legal team says it is seeking testimony from Shukri Walker, a woman who claims to have seen Prince Andrew at Tramp nightclub in London 2001 with a young girl. Miss Giuffre contends the prince abused her in London after visiting that club. The second request is for testimony from Major Rob Olney, Prince Andrew's former equerry. Miss Giuffre's lawyers say she has reason to believe that Major Olney has relevant information about the Duke of York's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, the late convicted sex offender.
ABC News, and you can get more news from our website at any time at abc.net.au/news.
Stay up to date with all your breaking sports news with the ABC Sports website, abc.net.au/sport, for everything from the world of sport.
Power outages can occur at any time. You may lose your electricity, internet, mobile phone service and landline access. And outages can last for days or even weeks at a time. A battery-powered radio may be your only source of information during an outage or in an emergency. Now is the time to check your radio works, has plenty of spare batteries, and make sure it's tuned to your local ABC radio station. ABC Radio is your emergency broadcaster.
Grandstand Cricket, The Ashes, on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and on the ABC Listen app.
There is Lyon waiting for Broad. It's back on Alexi's bowl. Swing across the line, clip the top of off stump, and with that, the Australian innings concludes. Lyon out for 31, they rush off. For a change of innings, Australia all out for 303.
Cummins, and he bowls, and Ford is on the front foot of Burns, late setting off, and the throw hits the stumps. Crowd like it, the Aussies like it, umpire Wilson's waiting, the ball rolls away. No, he's out, he's going to be out. He is going to be out by literally a frame. What a disaster for Rory Burns.
Cummins into Crawley, bat and pack close together, he's caught it short leg by Travis Head. Cummins strikes, Crawley's out for 18. Inside edge onto Pat, taken a juggling effort by Travis Head. And England, as they always seem to be, are in the early mire at 2 for 29. Here's Cummins bowling to Milan, who whips it away. Nicks it, he's out, it came off the face of his bat and he walks. David Milan is caught behind off the bowling of Pat Cummins for 25. Cummins bowl strike on the pad, Root's given out. Pat Cummins has his man, Joe Root's gone for 34. Doesn't look like he's going to go to the DRS. He's walking in the direction of the dressing room. Quick chat with Ben Stokes. He has 5 seconds left, but his body language says, no, I'm out, and he's shaking his head. Stark bowled short of a length. Tried to run the offside call. What a catch by the goat. Nathan Lyon takes the catch. Ben Stokes is out for 4. England is crumbling.
Cummins continues here to Billings. The picture of concentration and driving again. Same shot, same result. 4 more for Billings on debut.
Oh, it is an edge. Bowler's got his wicket. And Pope slams the back of his bat in frustration. He's pushed at it. It's not a half volley, but he's gone at it. A little bit of movement away. It's classic bowling.
Grandstand Cricket, The Ashes, on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and on the ABC Listen app.
So tea on day 2 at Belrive Oval. England, as you've heard, 6 for 124, so still trailing Australia by 179. Sam Billings is on 19. Chris Woke still there on 5. Karen Ty in the Grandstand studio. Let's head. It's great this time of year. The cricket, we're just thrilled to bring you, but so much else is happening. The tennis, Ben Cameron can join us now. And Ben, Australia's Thanasi Kokkinakis in the final in the Adelaide International 2. What's happening?
Yeah, such is the modern landscape in tennis in the COVID world, Karen. The second Adelaide International in consecutive weeks in this final against the Frenchman Arthur Rinderknecht. Currently on serve in the second set, 2-1. That comes after Rinderknecht won the first set 7-6 in a tiebreaker. Now, we're yet to have a break of serve in this match, Karen. So the entire first set, all 12 matches were on all 12 games, in the first set were on serve. We went to the tiebreaker. The first 13 points of the tiebreaker were won by the server until the 14th point, which was won by Rinderknecht, and that gave him an 8-6 win in the tiebreaker. So he took that first set 7-6, as I said, and that's how we arrive at 2-1 to Kokkinakis on serve in the second set. So the 25-year-old Australian on home soil in Adelaide, searching for that first ATP Tour event in what is his second final. He'll have to come from a set to love down to try and claim that inaugural or maiden crown for Thanasi Kokkinakis, Kaz.
And what was the result for the women's final, which was held just a little earlier? Yeah,
it was an all-American affair. So Alison Risk was taking on Madison Keys, and Keys was, well, she started like she was shot out of a cannon, Kaz, and just continued on and was able to win 6-1, 6-2. So the world number 87, her 6th career title, a 26-year-old, already has $13 million plus of career earnings. Can you believe that?
Nice.
I know, that would be very nice, wouldn't it, Kaz? But she was dominant today against her compatriot to win 6-1, 6-2. Lots of other results throughout the day. Let's not forget the doubles, Kaz. And John Peers, the Australian, he claimed his 26th tour doubles victory or title. So he won with Philip Polasek. They took down the Italian duo of Fabio Fognini and Simone Bolelli, 7-5, 7-5. Now, incredibly in that match, Kaz, they were actually down 2-5 and love 40 in the second set. And then they won 9 consecutive points and 5 games in a row to claim the second set in the championship. So that was one heck of a momentum swing in that match. It was a good start to the day for the Aussies, but we're hoping Thanasi Kokkinakis can continue that on. And in Sydney, Barbora Krejcikova was taking on Paula Badosa, and Badosa won in 3 sets, winning the third set in a tiebreaker 7-6, having won the first set. So those are some of the other results. And, of course, we've got all of the off-court drama with Novak Djokovic that just continues to swirl as well.
Absolutely. And I can just encourage everyone, head online, abc.net.au/sport, and that takes you through to news and sport as well for the very, very latest. It is the continuing story. But it's great, Quentin Hull and our team, before the cricket starts tomorrow. We'll just keep in touch with all of that as Grandstand and our cricket coverage continues. Just a very quick one before I bring everyone the latest from the golf, which is happening in Queensland. It's great, the combination of the men's and women's tournaments there. Now, this I just discovered yesterday. And I've tweeted it. It's just so brilliant. And I would love this to happen around so many sports. But on tennis, when you're looking up the profiles of the men's and the women's players, it's got them, so many that I've seen so far, themselves saying how their name is pronounced. It's wonderful. And I just would love that to happen to every sport, because often players, they may have originated their family name from other places around the world, but it's what they want to be known as, how they pronounce their name. And for us in the media especially, to be able to so easily access that, I just think that's wonderful.
This is the time of year we need it the most during the tennis, isn't it, Kaz? But, Clint Wilden's been an advocate for this for a long period of time, that the AFL season, whatever the code, whether it be, or competition, NBL, A-League, whatever. Get the players together, stand them in front of a camera on the media day at the start of the season and get them to say their name, how they want it to be said or how they say it themselves. And at least then we know and we can go by that. And we wouldn't, for instance, let's say Marnus Labuschagne. We know that in his homeland in South Africa, the name is traditionally pronounced Labuschagne, but he prefers it to be Labuschagne. So that is what we go with. But if we had a video of him saying that, well, that would just be a great defence for us, wouldn't it, Kaz?
Absolutely. And we're just like what they want to be known as. That's great. Anyway, enough of that. Ben, thank you. Your name I'll never get wrong.
No,
Ben
it's
Cameron.
a pretty simple one, isn't it? 2 first names, Kaz.
Well done, Ben. We'll stay in touch. On our way back to the ground, it is so great to have golf back down under and the 2 tournaments together in Brisbane at the Royal Queensland Golf Club. Round 3 today of the Australian PGA Championship and the Australian PGA Championship, Zane Bojack with the latest.
18 holes of golf is all that stands between Jed Morgan and his first Joe Kirkwood Cup. He sits at 20 under par after a 6 under par round today. That's with a bogey on the last hole. His first bogey in 40 holes of tournament golf. This young 22-year-old from the Lockyer Valley in Queensland, playing at his home course, has shot the lights out for 3 straight days, and even said in his post-round press conference that he was very proud to be able to back up yesterday's course record with a 6 under par round, despite the fact that he did drop a shot on the last. He now finds himself 9 strokes ahead of Andrew Dote, who tried to put the pressure on early today, making birdies his first 2 holes, but bogey on the par 4 third did seem to stem the tide just a little bit, even though he did shoot a 68 and would be very proud of his 3 under par total for today. So as it sits at the leaderboard, it's 20 under for Jed Morgan. Andrew Dote is on 11 under. David Micheluzzi, young Victorian, he has 10 under par, had a 5 under par round today of 66, including 5 birdies between 12 and 16, and he's also got a 1-stroke lead over Jake McLeod. In the women's, it is Sue O who's leading by 2 over Sarah Jane Smith, who had a spectacular eagle on the par 4 fifth, and it was spectacular because it rocketed her up the leaderboard, and she now finds herself under 2 strokes behind Sue O, who started the day at -4, has finished at -7. She had a 68 today, including a double bogey on 14, managed to par out the rest of her round after some pretty tricky wind conditions. So the Curry Webb Cup up for grabs tomorrow on day 4 here at Royal Queensland. Suo to start with a 2-stroke lead. Jed Morgan with a 9-stroke lead. Can he better what Greg Norman did both in 84 and 85 when he won the Joe Kirkwood Cup by 8 strokes? Can he also beat the tournament score record of Nico Hearn back in 2006? We wait to see. That was 22 under on that occasion. Can he go better than that? Tomorrow we will find out here at Royal Queensland.
Zane Bojack with the very latest, and a quick update from the BBL on our way back to Bellerive Oval. The match between the Sydney Sixers and the Sydney Thunder at the SCG. The Thunder winning the toss, electing to bowl. The Sixers in the 16th over, a 2 for 137. Daniel Hughes is on 58. Moses Enriquez is on 16. Earlier today, it was the Adelaide Strikers by 23 runs over the Melbourne Stars at Adelaide Oval. Adelaide 6 for 155. The Stars 8 for 132. Henry Thornton, player of the match, 4 for 26. Let's take you back now to Bellerive Oval, place shortly to resume, and Brett Sprigg and Stephen Finn to say a very big hello to. Brett.
Thank you, Karen. Yeah, still plenty of blue sky around as we enter the 3rd and final session of day 2. But yes, we'll get the resumption happening in just a few moments' time. England 6 for 124. Wokes on 5, Billings 19. I wonder if Sam Billings is keeping an ear across what's happening with his team, the Sydney Thunder, in the Sydney Smash, happening concurrently with night 2 of this test match here in Hobart. Welcome back, Steve Finn.
Good evening. It's nice to be here again. I mean, every time I seem to come on air here at ABC, there's a tumble of wickets, and when I leave, Australia start dropping catches. So I'm sort of half not looking forward to this half now.
Wokes dropped first ball by Warner at first slip, then he was dropped on 5 by Khawaja at third slip. So a couple of lives for him before the tea break. Will be Billings here to face Cameron Green on resumption from the river end here at Bellerive. 179 runs, that first innings deficit England trails by, but these two want to build something. That's really putting it mildly from an English perspective as far as what they need is to get through the stumps without losing 3 more wickets, but this will be a very challenging session.
Absolutely, and as dusk starts to close in, this ball is old, but there's still going to be challenging conditions with the viewing of the pink ball under this light in that twilight period isn't as easy as it would be in blazing sunlight. So a challenge certainly for these England batters.
Here is Cameron Green On his way in here to Billings, up on his toes, and just defends to Nathan Lyon, who's out there at point. We were talking earlier about the suitability of certain Australian venues and the pros and cons and the attributes they have, which we enjoy being a part of. We enjoy visiting. Do you have a favourite Australian ground? Have you addressed this?
I like Adelaide Oval because it feels like a cricket ground. Albeit the wicket's usually very flat, which isn't that fun for a fast bowler.
Here is Green in again. Billings with 2 slips and a gully. He's beaten this time, shaping away from the outside edge and through to the gloves of Alex Carey.
I like the SCG as well because it feels like a cricket ground.
It's got the old grandstands and the old charms.
Something quite charming about it. The team that I had played for a long time at home play at Lord's, so I'm used to the grandeur, I suppose, of somewhere like Lord's and appreciate it being a big cricket ground. So yeah, probably the SCG or the Adelaide Oval, I'd say.
Okay. Green in past the umpire. Billings trapped in front this time. He was half a step forward, caught him very high. Loud appeal, umpire unmoved. 6 for 124 it remains. 3 dot balls early in this third session.
Just signs of the ball just nipping around slightly. One beats Sam Billings' outside edge, the other one nips back, continues with the angle. Undoubtedly high. Cameron Green would have to pitch the ball phenomenally full for him to hit the stumps, you would say. So going over the top, but it's more the angle and the nip that would be concerning Sam Billings.
Works 5, Billings 19. He's facing, he drives back past the bowler who just fields in his follow through, just parries it out to Cummins, diving across from mid-off. It is ultimately another dot ball. So 4 dots here in the green over, 6 for 124 it remains. 43 overs remaining, so play can go through until 10:30 p.m. to achieve the overs. We'll have drinks at 9:15 local time, so about an hour and 10 from now. Barmiami certainly back in full voice in front of the scoreboard and big screen on the hill.
They've moved, have they? I thought they were.
I could see them over there. Here is Green into Billings. Short ball. Just pats this down on the onside and scampers through for 1. So Billings adds 1 more to his score. He's 20 and England 6 for 125.
Yeah, it's hard to locate Barmiami, but there we go. I can see him. You see the waving pale English hands over there. Battered probably by the sun today. Unexpected. It caught me by surprise earlier how hot it was outside. And I'd imagine it's caught a lot of the England fans out as well. They'll probably wake up tomorrow morning with slightly pink foreheads, you'd imagine.
Last ball, the green over. Wokes back on strike. 2 slips a gully. This is a full ball driven back past the bowler. And that will race away to the rope at the river end for 4. Nice way, from an English perspective, for the over to finish. 6 for 129. And Wokes ticks along to 9. Even with a positive start in this third and final session on day 2. Sheik off the SMS asks, why is it still called, he says lunch and tea, it's dinner and tea in a night game, day-night game. This was a matter of some consternation when pink ball test matches came in. Theoretically, I think it was supposed to be that we had the shorter break first, tea break, 20 minutes, as you usually see it in the afternoon for a normal day game, and then a long dinner break at the end. That's how it started. And then we just couldn't wrap our little minds around that evolution of the game, and we now have the long break back at the start after the first session, and we call it dinner, even though it could be as early as 4 o'clock, depending on where you're playing the day-night game.
It certainly threw me yesterday, having my evening meal at the first break and then not eating anything until I got back and had to raid the minibar for a bag of crisps at around midnight. Otherwise, I'd have been pretty hungry when I woke up this morning.
Boland from the Northern or Church Street end. 3 slips play for him. Bowling here to Billings on 20. Back of a length and shouldering arms as Billings. England 6 for 129. Having lost Burns for 0, Crawley 18, Milan 25, Root 34, Stokes for 4, Pope 14, the most recent wicket to fall. And it's on Billings and Wokes here to navigate this tricky period in the twilight. Yeah, it does mess you up a little bit. Like Kristen said earlier, we're only approaching a halfway mark of the day's play at 6:30, 7 o'clock, and it sort of just makes you realise there's a lot of cricket still to come tonight. It's exciting. Hopefully the rain stays away. Boland here again, full ball, clipped off the legs here of Billings. straight out to backward square where Travis Head is in the deep. And just the one run here to England, 6 for 130 now, Billings to 21.
There's still 41.4 overs potentially remaining today. We're going to get nowhere near that with the fact that we haven't seen Nathan Lyon turn his arm over yet today, which has meant the over 8 has been somewhat slower than we might have been used to in the Australian innings, or the Australian bowling innings rather, during this test match. But 130 for 6, and regardless of whether we get the overs in or not, it proves to be an entertaining evening session. Hopefully the game moves at the same pace as it has done so far.
Wokes had Bowen running in, and then he's just making an adjustment here. Something in his eye line, must be maybe a patron moving near the sight screen or some sort of unnecessary movement. On the subject of Australian venues, oh yeah, it's in the corporate area, that'll be popular. On the subject of test venues in Australia, Elizabeth asked, has Finney been to Perth Stadium?
As in
the new, not the Wacker, the one across the river.
I was going to say the Omicron Stadium, but that's not right. Is it the Optus Stadium?
Optus is the sponsored name,
yeah. No, I haven't been there actually. It looks like a grand place.
Wokes here waiting for Bowen and lets it go outside the off stump. That's where this match was supposed to be played.
Yes, no, I've not been there. I've heard good things about it though. It's obviously a huge sports stadium. I enjoyed the Wacker personally. Again, it's a cricket ground with the grass banks.
It is.
It has a big charm about it, I think, but you have to move with the times, and that stadium does look magnificent. And from the guys that I've heard that have played there, have said that the facilities are amazing for cricket as well. So
Bowen here powering away from us. Fourth ball of the over. Wokes waits for him on the stumps. He defends this to Gully where Green collects, and it is just a dot ball. I was fortunate enough to call the very first event at Perth Stadium was a one-day international between Australia and England off the back of the 17-18 Ashes. So we had that last test match at the Wacker, which was late 2017, and that first ODI was January 18.
Yeah, okay.
So fortunate enough to call that. And it actually started with England running 4 square of the wicket, and of course at the Wacker you've got short square boundaries. You can never do that there, and it's a lightning quick outfield too. So the very first ball at Perth Stadium they ran 4 as Wokes is playing and missing, looking to drive, and Bowen beats the outside edge once more. 6 for 130. From memory, Jason Roy was the first batter out. Andrew Tye, who's a West Australian like myself, got the first wicket, AJ Tye. So that was a little piece of history there, but that was a little while ago now. We had James Anderson commentating with us.
Okay.
I'm sure it was a lot of fun for him after the 4-1 series loss and then sticking around to do some one-day internationals on ABC radio. But yeah, it is a spectacular stadium, particularly for nighttime sports events. Here is Bowen into Wokes. This is a thick outside edge running along the deck to Lyon, who picks up at backward point. A dot ball to finish. 1 run off the Scott Bowen over. England remains 6 for 130 with Billings on 21 and Wokes on 9. Cameron Green was saying as well, he had this in the calendar as the day he'll be returning home, or day one yesterday. And playing a test match in Perth finally. Of course, his entire international career has happened, I guess, amidst the backdrop of the pandemic, and they've not had a test match in Perth in that time, so I'm sure he'll get there one day as far as his future in this Australian team is concerned. But he was saying it was a little disappointment, no disrespect to Hobart, that he wouldn't be playing at home this time. But I'm sure it will happen at some stage. Here is Cameron Green, the young all-rounder. Bowling here to Billings on 21. It's back of a length, and he's leaving this outside the off stump once more.
Yeah, I don't think Cameron Green's going to struggle for a game in the future somehow, from what I've seen in this series. The first time I've seen him play at all, really, but especially live. And yeah, he's certainly got something special about him. His bowling, his batting, fielding seems to offer something in every aspect of the game, which is what you want from your talismanic all-rounders.
2 slips, gully, point, cover mid-off the offside field as Billings is in behind this, up on his toes and defending straight to Pat Cummins at mid-off. 6 for 130 here, England. As the twilight becomes ever darker in Hobart, still a little way away from sunset at 12 past 8 local time. A question from Joe off the SMS, 0467920222. Has the ball to the lower abdomen of Joe Root replaced the Sanchu crusher as the ball to soften Joe Root up for dismissal to break his concentration? He's been especially wary this series of the lower abdomen That's being targeted. As Billings again having a long stride forward and defending straight to cover this time. Dot ball.
I don't know. I don't think Australia would be necessarily bowling for it to hit him there, but certainly there seems to be a certain degree of bad luck on Joe Root's part to keep getting smashed in the box as he's batting, and it has to make you a bit uncomfortable. We saw him rolling around in agony and had to go for a scan, I think, eventually on it in Adelaide, but nothing quite so dangerous since then.
England 6 for 130. Cameron Green in from the river end again. Billings beaten this time the inside edge, playing all around it between bat and pad. Carey with the take. Good bit of movement that time from Cameron Green off the deck. 4 dot balls to start this over.
Big zip there. Cuts back inside Sam Billings' inside edge, and the problem Billings has now, Cameron Green doesn't know which way he's trying to nip it. It just depends on which side of the seam the ball lands. But he has to play everything almost, just in case that ball does cut back on that same angle.
138 clicks, that last ball from Cameron Green. Starkett catching mid-on as Billings is coming forward, defending straight to cover, and it is no run. You can feel the buzz around Bellerive Oval. It's always an exciting time as we approach the evening. As I mentioned, the Barmy Army are going nuts. I will say it's mostly local Barmy Armies, right? That's sort of how it's, because of travel restrictions mean we can't just have as Billings here is driving through a gap on the offside. Cummins beaten to his left, and despite the 5 consecutive dot balls, Cameron Green concedes a boundary with the last ball of that over from the river end. So England 6 for 134 after 40 overs their innings. Billings on 25, Wokes on 9. So it's mostly locals making up the Barmy Army, as I understand it. Tasmania is probably where you have the most authentic, as far as, you know, weather tolerance and whether they might sort of burn up in the sun. I mean, Tasmania has probably the closest climate to England, so the point you make about sort of becoming lobster red, or whatever the stereotype may be, probably applies all the more to the Barmy Army here in Tassie.
Yeah, they it gets you here, doesn't it? It's even on a grey day you can get burned. I got done in Sydney a day where it was overcast and got my big beak out, and it got burnt.
Bowl a new over here to Wokes, and he's beaten again, skidding through outside the off stump. What's impressed you about Scott Boland early in his career?
I just think his consistency, to be honest. He's bowling like what you would consider an English style seamer. He stands the seam up straight. His angle and trajectory means that everything is coming in towards the batter, and then it just gets the ball to dart off the surface, especially when conditions are in his favour, as they are here. And he bowls a full length. Doesn't really get played off the back foot all that often. Just brings the batter forward the entire time.
Wokes here, waits for Boland, clamps down on this, it squeezes out behind square, head gives chase. They'll come back for 2 in the meantime. The English batsman, 6 for 136 now as Wokes ticks along to 11, Billings on 25.
Yeah, and just starting to move that scoreboard along. It's been tricky. The ball is starting to dart around a little bit more than it was before the tea interval. There, the ball striking the inside edge of Chris Wokes' back, going through his legs and running away towards square leg for 2 runs. But just trying to weather this storm, but it's tricky going for the England batters right now.
Again, Wokes waits for Boland, pressing forward, nudging this straight to Labuschagne at cover, who had to work to get there, but it's another dot ball, 6 for 136.
He's just been naggingly accurate, Scott Boland, the entire time. Can't remember too many balls that he's bowled that are absolute pies where you get driven or cut. It's the sign of someone who's in complete control of what they're doing. He's obviously confident. The wickets that you take give you the confidence to just go out there and relax, and when you start your test career there's always question marks about whether you believe you're good enough, and certainly his start will have made him feel that he is.
4th ball to Boland over as Wokes waits for him, finds the gap here with a drive again, half a step forward, reached the pitch of that delivery, and a comfortable drive finds its way to the rope onto the eastern side of Bellerive Oval. So Wokes now to 15, England 6 for 140.
By no means a half volley this from Scott Boland. asking the England batters to play a drive, and if the ball moves laterally either the way off the surface, then there will be risks with playing that shot, but this one skids on, and Chris Woakes plays a lovely flowing cover drive. He's a very, very capable batsman, Chris Woakes. Yes, he's predominantly a seamer, but in domestic cricket in the UK, he's got a test match 100, but averages 35.
On his way in, Bowen. Fielders on the approach as well. 6 runs off the over so far as it's squeezed out here by Woakes behind square. Carey discards one glove to collect it. They scamper through for a quick single. So 6 for 141 England. Woakes now to 15.
Leg bye.
As a leg bye. I was wondering why he scored and ticked along. Thank you, Rick. Slow on the uptake there, didn't he? Woakes 15. Billings 25. 1 ball to come this over. Phil in Port Macquarie says massive loss not using the WACA ground. The heritage of this great ground needs to be retained for future generations. Well, they were also due to have a women's test match at the start of the summer. That was moved. Australia-India. That was moved to Gold Coast. But as far as top level men's cricket, I think it'll always be at Perth Stadium now, as it's run away here off the face of the bat by Billings. Maybe a thick outside edge. Either way, it finds the rope. So it's a desired result for England. An expensive Scott Boland over. 10 runs off it, plus a leg bye. 6 for 145 England. 41 overs into their innings.
Yeah, thick outside edge from Sam Billings, but always along the ground, never in any danger of going up towards the gully fielder. In control of it. He's played some lovely strokes so far, Sam Billings. Flowing cover drives. The Australians just trying to tempt him into playing something loose outside the off stump, but he's been disciplined. You have to in these conditions.
Internationally, we know him, Finney, as a white ball player internationally, but his first class record back home, how would you describe it?
Steady away, I'd say. I think he'd have got more consistent over the last few years. He's become Kent captain, which has come with it added responsibility, and they've become a better team under his leadership, so all round getting better.
Woakes on strike, waits for Green. He's hoiks this high in the air. Fielders back there. It's going to clear them all the way for 6. Travis Head at deep square leg. Watched it sail over his head. It was dug in short by Cameron Green, and Woakes said thank you very much. And it's 6 for him. Woakes 21. England now 6 for 151.
By no means in control of that stroke. Banged in halfway down from Cameron Green. It gets up to head height, and Woakes almost playing it off the front foot, flaps at it and just gets enough bat on it to clear the boundary, probably about a yard over it. Travis Head was interested for a second but couldn't quite reel it in. Streaky 6 for Chris Woakes, but 6 nonetheless takes England to 151.
I was going to say, it was awkward from him, wasn't it? His feet were everywhere and he just kind of chased that ball as it was short and wide outside the off stump. Perhaps tailing in. Here is Green again to Woakes. Full of ball this time, driven back at the bowler who picks up in his follow through. Dot ball this time, 6 for 151. Woakes 21, Billings 29. You've got Brett Sprigg alongside 3-time Ashes winner Steve Finn of England fame, and now Love God fame on ABC Grandstand Cricket. Driving a grain train from Dimbulla to Adelaide, enjoying the ABC coverage, hoping Green can get a few wickets, says John and Jared. Thank you very much, as Green's in past the umpire now. Woakes moves inside the line, plays it off his hip, out behind square to Travis Head for an easy single. England now 6 for 152. Dear Finney, dangerous UVA and UVB light aren't diminished by cloud cover. Sun will burn everyone, even love gods. Did you suggest the cloud was going to save you?
No. I just foolishly looked at it outside, and if the clouds are over, or if it's clouded over in England, then it's not really necessary to put sunscreen on, but here it most definitely is.
Nothing else. The sun's disappeared behind the Ricky Ponting stand anyway, as Green is in and out of Billings, up on his toes and just flaying it back past the bowler for a defensive stroke picked up by Mitchell Stark at mid-on. 6 for 152. 7 runs off this over so far, including a very unorthodox looking hook for 6 by Chris Woakes earlier in the over. Crowd, by the way, 8,364 is the latest figure early in this final session. Billings now hooks, gets it very fine though, straight down Boland's throat. He's caught. Caught it fine leg. Cameron Green gets the breakthrough.
And England's 7th wicket falls at 152.
Surprise bouncer from Cameron Green. Sam Billings thinking about his off stump, thinking about getting forward to Cameron Green. Slams one in halfway down. It bounces, gets up to around shoulder high, and Sam Billings tries to ride the bounce and pull it sort of down as he plays across the line, but it can only take a top edge with the bounce of Green surprising him. And there he holds his head in his hands, trudges off, doesn't look that happy with himself, and Scott Boland takes the catch 5 yards inside the rope, but Cameron Green celebrates. He gets the breakthrough he probably deserves, having bowled how he's bowled today. Australia make another inroad into this England batting lineup, 152 for 7. England in trouble, Australia on top, 151 runs behind still, which is so significant in the course of this game, and this game is accelerating even quicker as we move towards the middle of this evening session.
England's 700th Test player compiles 29 in his debut innings. Sam Billings caught Boland, bowled Green, went straight down his throat at fine leg. He barely had to move, as you say, about 4 or 5 metres, if that, as he was walking in off the rope. He just sort of tracked his way back, and it's a textbook catch, textbook outfield catch from Scott Boland to bring about the 7th wicket in this England innings. So Mark Wood joins Chris Wokes at the crease. End of the tail now. 1 ball to come in the Green over. It's had everything. 6 first ball, 7 runs off the over so far, and that wicket with the second last delivery. So here is Wood just scratching out his guard at the northern end. A few days away from his, well, it was a few days ago, his 32nd birthday. There'll be 3 slips in play for him. They also move Stark across to probably a 5th slip position, a gap between he and Khawaja. Going to apply the pressure here on the English tail, the Australian fielders. Oh no, taking his time, Mark Wood, to assess the field now. Travis Head wanders back to the rope as well at deep backward square. Last ball, the Green over after the wicket. Here he comes, and Wood just uses the face of the bat, runs it away to Stark at gully, diving, and that will mean he is sent back, and they won't take the single. So Wood, having faced the ball, is on naught. Wokes 22, England 7 for 152. Aggers coming in to join Steve Finn, but first an update from the tennis with Ben Cameron.
Yeah, thank you, Spriggy. Arthur Rinderknecht of France leads a set to love against Thanasi Kokkinakis. Kokkinakis leading 6-5 in the second set, but on serve. As it's been in this match so far, we haven't had a break of serve in a game so far. Quite incredible. Even in the first set, we didn't have a break of serve. The first 13 points of the tiebreaker were on serve until Rinderknecht won the 14th point to claim that tiebreaker 8-6. So he leads a set to love. We're on serve at 6-5 in the second set. Can the 25-year-old Aussie break through for that maiden ATP Tour win?
Keep us in touch, Ben. Thank you much indeed. Here we've got Boland, took a good catch down here, you know. It's never easy down there, top edge hook. He judged it very well, and now he's on the way and bowling to Wokes. Oh, plays and misses, drives and misses outside the off stump. But a lot of that going on, a little bit of movement going on maybe with the time of the day. That golden tinge to the clouds now. It's a lovely sight. I've actually taken... Did you see Dirk Nannis's beautiful photograph that he took last night?
I didn't know, but he's an artistic man, so I'd imagine it is...
He is an artistic man. He took a beautiful photograph of a white railing outside there, which is terrific. But I thought I might just add that one to the mix. It's Mount Wellington
there, yeah,
with the sun going down behind. It's a lovely picture. In goes Boland and bowls. Oh, it's edged. But he's got it away through third man. He's got a few through there. Another boundary for Wokes, and England crawl on to 7 for 156. That's what we've got just to our right out there. It's lovely, lovely setting. I think Dirk Nannis has got a picture of a drain or something to take next. It'll be really good. Really, he's got a bit of learning to do. Now, here's an interesting question from Peter from Hampton. Hampton PS. It's PS. See, I've been trying to do with these names for these last couple of months. In goes Boland, and bowls bouncer this time. Don't see many of those. Oaks flapped at it and missed it.
It's like PS in a letter, something. And
PS?
Yes.
Oh, I thought it's... Oh, right. OK. It looked like Hampton PS. It was like somewhere... Not was it? I'll be done again. Anyway, would Boland do well in English conditions? I have exclusive words, Peter, from Hampton. There's a few counties after Mr.
Really,
Boland.
that doesn't surprise me, really, because he's just such a nagging full length.
Wouldn't he be ideal?
Unbelievable.
In he goes, bowls down the leg side, and Carey can't collect that. Ball whistles away to the boundary, and it'll go down as byes.
You probably need to keep talking him up if he's going to ping him down the leg side like that.
Yeah.
And give England 4 runs. What an amazing bowler.
Be made, wouldn't he, in April?
Unbelievable. He would be an absolute nightmare. And if Australia aren't already lining him up to be part of their next Ashes touring battery of seamers, you'd be very surprised. Yeah, he bowls bowls very English style, lowish trajectory, brings the batters forward but rarely bowls half volleys, and just a real challenge. It makes them play forward defences most balls.
With a Duke's ball that we use. Oh, hang on. He ran in there and was about to let the ball go and then suddenly abandoned it. So I'm sure that was all about. We haven't seen too many problems with the footholds actually today, as they were yesterday, stamping on the ground of the area where he takes off there. So something wasn't quite right.
Actually, when the outfield's damp, or has been damp, this was completely underwater a week ago. So a remarkable effort by the ground staff to get this game on. But when the ground's wet and your feet land in the same place and you run up ball after ball, you create a little divot, and if you land on the side of that, it can throw you.
And he goes again and bowls, and that's pushed away down to that deep cover man. So Wokes picks up a single. Wood will come down on strike. Lyon throws it back. He still hasn't bowled an over yet. We haven't seen a single over of spin today. And it's 7 for 161. Luke and Lucy are driving in their van across South Australia. It's a lovely thought. With the rescue greyhound on board. Wondering what breed of dogs I have. Oh, OK. I'm a spaniel man, Luke and Lucy. Lovely dogs. So, yeah.
I'm in the market for a dog when I get back.
Well, you can't go wrong. You can't go wrong with a spaniel. There's Boland, and that thumps into the pad. That would have popped up the short leg or thereabouts, maybe off the inside edge. It's Blocker Wilson calls over, and there we go. No, Springers, Cocker Spaniels, great companions. So I'm looking forward to seeing one. All named after cricketers.
Okay.
It started with not a spaniel. It started with a Pekingese. Are you familiar with the Pekingese?
No.
Right, they are sort of small, quite hairy dogs with the sort of nose like someone's given it a right hook.
Right.
Sort of squashed in. Okay. And I decided, because it had a very big fluffy tail, this is in 2005, this is Hobart. So, Matthew Hobart, lives very close to me. And he's been my very good friend actually since he retired from cricket. But I told Matthew at the start of that famous summer, Matthew, got some good news. Just named our latest dog after you. He said, wow, that's amazing. That's brilliant. Hobart likes big dogs. Dobermans, Alsatians, all that sort of thing. So he assumed that Hobart was going to be a big dog. So anyway, we got poor old Hobart, I feel a bit sorry for him now, with these pink sort of diamante little collars. And I took him to Trent Bridge. Cummins is on his way, bowls outside the off stump. A prod, a nervous, anxious prod there from Wokes. Connects only with fresh air. He goes for a walk to think about things. Anyway, I sat there with Hobart. It was the day before the famous test, so we'd won at Edgbaston, of course, a draw at Old Trafford, that brilliant Ashes series, all set to go at Trent Bridge. And I was sitting there with the little puppy Hobart and Troy Cooley of this parish, of course, Troy, Tasmanian. England's bowling coach at the time, all the reverse swing and all the fancy stuff. Here comes Cummins and bowls. Oh, that keeps a bit low, and again beats the outside edge of the bat, and collected by Carey. He said, "Good day, Ag." He said, "Please tell me is that Hobart? I said, yes. And he looked at it, and he burst out laughing. Because clearly Matthew Hobart had told everyone that this dog had been named after, and it was this kind of big, strong kind of thing. So I heard him go upstairs to the dressing room, and again, there's more riotous laughter upstairs. And a very sheepish Matthew Hobart came down, and he had to meet his namesake. It was this little fluffy little thing. So we moved on from there. There's a short one, turned away down the leg side, and they come back for one. But no, they're Spaniels. So anyway, enjoy South Australia. I wonder where you're driving to. I love South Australia. Travelling around there. Interesting from Carl. What's the worst sunburn you've experienced from cricket or seen from someone in the game? Curious question. I often get asked that one, do you?
No, slightly strange. But thinking back, probably the first time I met Liam Plunkett on a Lions tour in 2007 or 8 or something, a long time ago, and he fell asleep in the sun round the pool.
There's Cummins again, and Wood gives off a little bit of room and steers that away into the offside and picks up a single. There's a scrambling save from Labuschagne, and they're going to go up to 7 for 163.
I've probably never seen a more sunburnt human in my life. And then he went through all the phases of sunburn where it was really sore, then it started peeling.
It peels off.
It wasn't pleasant. No, I think he even had to miss a few days of cricket because it was that sore he couldn't put a shirt on.
You see some bad ones in the Barmy Army.
We were just discussing that.
Lie in the sun. Oh dear, it's a really bad sight. Not used to it here at all. 7 for 163. Cummins bowls. Oh dear, that's a nasty one. Wokes was there trying to pull him to mid-wicket. It wasn't nearly short enough, and that struck him round about the thigh pad again. But when I first started coming to Australia, so 78, it was very much the thing that you're a white pommy, and you lie out in the sun if you're an Australian. And there's been a few lessons learnt about the whole culture has changed here about sun, and thank goodness it has. Slip, slop, slap, was it? Or flip, flop, flap or something. I remember the sun cream stuff. Slip, slop, slap, Put a hat on those things. In comes Cummins and he bowls. And there's a swipe there from Wokes. The ball went straight over his stumps. He was just trying to go down fighting here. 7 for 163. But it was always the culture then that you went out, if you're an Aussie, and you lay out in the sun. But, so that has changed. That has changed. And it's a good thing too. It's a vicious thing, that sun. You see a lot of colleagues that we've had who've had issues with skin cancer and so on. So, Angus, if you were to name a dog after Geoffrey Boycott, what breed would it be? Greg from Sydney, that's a cruel question. It would have to be something that barked quite a lot. It would have to be something that didn't move very quickly, especially between the wickets. What else would Geoffrey Boycott, I wonder, bring to a dog breed? He's doing all right. He's Geoffrey's been quite ill actually, Dirk. He's had open heart surgery a couple of years ago now, and he's doing all right. I mean, he was really in quite a bad way. Then goes Stark, beginning a new spell, and the first ball's turned away out to mid-wicket, go through a quick single. They'll make it as well. They've got to hurry, but they do get there. So he's doing all right. I mean, he had an amazing team of specialists heart specialists who looked after him. I mean, they found it. His heart. And then they sent in the stonemason to deal with it, which, so happily he's doing all right. And he's residing outside Cape Town at the moment. He loves golf.
Is he really?
Yeah.
Since when's he been down that way?
Well, a few years now. Yeah, he loves his golf. So I can feel my entire after-dinner routine coming on here. But no, he does love his golf, and he can be quite outspoken, Geoffrey. Let's watch Stark bowling, and that's has it gone away again? It has gone down to third man again, which is extraordinary. There's been a few go down there.
Is this the worst 30 you've seen?
Well, it's not great. I'll be honest. I mean, I don't know how he's got away with this.
It's an absolutely terrible innings, but credit to him, he's still out there. But he's just tried to get himself out on so many occasions.
I'll tell you a boycott story, okay? To sum him up and his love of golf. Abu Dhabi, England playing Pakistan, test match, and out in the desert, you would have played there. Very nice golf course just beyond the cricket ground, where when we were playing a test match, it was a big golfing tournament going on. All the big boys, Tiger Woods and that lot were all playing. And Geoffrey would come along, he would watch some golf first of all, and then come and work with us on the cricket after that. So he'd go watch his golf and so on. So anyway, he was thrilled because he was asked to play in the pro celebrity match that was happening the day after the championship, the day after the test. And you said to me, you're going to come and support me. So I said, well, yeah, okay, Geoffrey. In goes Stark, bowls on the leg stumps, turned away out towards square leg. Through they go for a single. I know nothing about golf at all, nothing. Yep. Don't play. But I was with Michael Vaughan, and Michael does know his golf. So the next morning, Michael and I turned up to watch Geoffrey play in this pro celebrity on this beautiful course in Abu Dhabi.
So you had to watch him alone and
go and support him. He's down there on the range, and he's driving. He does play a lot of golf, and he was hitting the golf ball not very well, further than he ever hit a cricket ball. Well, look at me, he was there, he was smashing it about, and Michael said to me, come on, he said, we've got to get up to the first tee, because I can't wait to see the professional that Geoffrey's playing with. So okay, so up we went. In goes Stark, bowls, and that's turned away into the leg side again by Wood. They take another single, 7 for 170. So there we are, with that lovely roped off first tee. You can imagine what it was like. It was meticulous. And we're standing there waiting, and Geoffrey's leaning on his one wood or whatever, waiting for this pro to turn up. And Michael said, look, I know who that is. It was a few years ago now. I know that's Thomas Bjorn. I said, oh, okay. I wasn't really sure, but anyway, Thomas Bjorn. So we're listening in as Thomas Bjorn walks across the first tee up to Geoffrey Boycott, and he says, Mr. Boycott, he said, I'm really pleased to meet you. He said, I know nothing about cricket at all, but I've been looking up about you. I know you love your golf, and we are going to go really well today. In goes Stark, he bowls, that's turned away down towards square leg, and they'll take a single, and I think, well, this will be interesting. And Geoffrey says, oh, so why is that then, Tom? Nice to meet you. And Bjorn says, I am currently number 26 in the world. And there's this pause, and I thought at the time, I'm not sure I'd have said that, Tom, to be honest with you. So Geoffrey sort of drew himself up, and he looked at Thomas Bjorn. He's just standing just a few yards from us, and I knew that he's got trouble. He said, yeah, nice to meet you as well, Tom, lad. He said, yeah, okay, that's great. He said, can I tell you something? He said, if I were 26 best in the world, I'll keep my bloody mouth shut. So there you go. 171 for 7. In goes Stark and bowls, and that's nicely driven down the ground by Wood. I'm not sure who's actually aiming for it to go there, but the ball runs towards the boundary just below us, and they think about three. They do come back for the third as Wood there gets his head down and comes rushing down to this end. So there you go. That's Geoffrey Boycott for you.
You ever praise anybody? Very rare. Did he praise you?
Oh, no, not as a bowler. No, not as a bowler. He had a little black book. He did have an entry for me in there, which he said about the most complimentary thing was a bit faster than you think. I found it. His wife found it. His wife likes to wind him up as well. So she found the entry about me, and she didn't tell Geoffrey. I was at the theatre with him, and I popped it up on the screen behind us and said, and I read it out. I said, who could that possibly be, Geoffrey? They're a bit faster than you think. It swings the ball away. He said, don't rile him so he can get angry in there. I thought, okay. And of course it was me, and Geoffrey didn't realise at the time that it was me they were talking about. So anyway, he and I are good mates, and I do like to tease Geoffrey Boycott. But there you go, poor old Thomas Bjorn, he learnt the hard way. In comes Cummins, and he bowls, there's an edge. That's flown away down to fine leg, and he won't go for 4. But it's another single to Wood. Funny old cricket this, isn't it? I mean, I'm looking for the partnership up there. How many put on, Rick? 23, look at that. 1 or 2 good shots, but they're quite off the edge as well.
So many off the edges, and it's sort of tail end batting, but it's more tail end batting that you would expect from your 10 and 11, because they're not even in the right postcode when they're playing the shots. They're giving themselves so much room outside leg to play these balls and just nicking and
all these answers coming in for the breed of dog for Geoffrey. In comes Cummins, bowls, and that's clipped away in the onside. It's in the air, but it looks safe, and lands in a big area of space. out at deep mid-wicket. Trev, you're right. A Yorkshire Terrier, of course it had to be, didn't it? A Jack Russell, chatty, quick, staunch. Boycott a Labrador? No, not a Labrador. They're nice dogs. They're lovely, gentle dogs. Basset hound, says Margaret from Melbourne. A laughing hyena, here's an Aussie one, or a dingo. Well, I'm not sure about Jeffrey Boycott being a dingo, but there you go. In comes Cummins from the River End Bowls, and he smashed him for 4. And we know Mark Wood took rather a liking to Cummins in the last Test match. And he's leant back and he's scythed that through the covers. Now, I've got to say hello to John and Gabe, but there's fishing in Streaky Bay, which is a most beautiful place.
Never been
watch
there.
Out for the sea lions, John and Gabe, and swim with them. Get your wetsuit on. Go out in a little boat. There's a fella there that does it, and he takes you out, and you can swim with the sea lions. It's absolutely fantastic. In comes Cummins, bowls. Oh, that's an edge. Was it? No. I heard a little noise. Do you hear that noise?
Yes.
I heard a noise. No one appealed.
Good. We've seen that twice so far in this innings, and both times Australia didn't review when it was an edge.
I don't know what else that could have been, because the bat's miles from the ball and there was a nick sound. Well, there you go. These things happen. Streaky Bay. It's the most beautiful place. I wish I could remember. He's probably listening. He'll kill me. But the name of the fellow who runs this, you go out on the boat, you catch some fish, and he barbecues it up, and you get your wetsuit on, and you go swim with all these little sea lions. They're bouncing around all over you, swimming, and it's wonderful. Here's Wood, and trying a pull shot there.
How did you
make contact with it?
How did you end up there?
I've got a mate who's he's a pilot in South Australia, fire bomber, good old Godfrey.
Wow.
And crop sprayer. Yeah, so he's access to planes, Streaky Bay, Parachulna, and all these places in South Australia. Yeah, the only problem with the sea lion bit was apparently their main prey are sharks. So that focused the mind a bit when you get in there and he's swimming around, because he's got to keep a bit of an eye out. But they're wonderful, playful things. Great stuff. What's a great film of that? Here's Wood driving out towards wide mid-off to end that over. It's 7 for 180. So Australia still in a very commanding position. England 123 behind. And Andrew's coming in a second, but Ben's back with a tennis update.
Oh, and it's great news, Aggers. Thanasi Kokkinakis has levelled it up at 1 set apiece, winning the tiebreaker in the second set. He was down a mini break, losing the first 2 points of the tiebreaker before coming back to claim it. So 7-6, he wins the second set. He was visibly pumped up as well. He turned around to the crowd. He was waving his arms saying, "Come on, baby, let's go," trying to get his hometown crowd behind him, trying to win his maiden ATP Tour crown and his hometown event simultaneously. It's 1 set apiece, the third and deciding set between Thanasi Kokkinakis and Arthur Rinderknecht coming up now.
Thank you, Ben. Keep going, Thanasi. And Mitchell Starc to continue from the northern end here at Belrive Oval with England 7 for 180. 123 runs behind. These are such valuable runs for England. As it's Starc on his way to Wokes, 2 slips in a gully, and Wokes is on the drive, and he gets it through the covers, and that ball is racing across the turf. There is protection from a deep point. There's a diving save by Nathan Lyon, who gets it back to a teammate. That's spectacular work in the outfield from Nathan Lyon, and he keeps it to a couple of runs. 7 for 182, and Chris Wokes 36 of 47 deliveries, Dirk Nannes.
Can't tell you how difficult this is that Nathan Lyon's doing out on the boundary, where you're almost diving. Oh, he's not quite diving on this occasion, but it's one of those ones where you know you're falling and you sort of backhand it to a player some yards in off the boundary. It's a wonderful piece of fielding. Difficult skill.
Wokes taps the bat. Starc on his way, delivers down the leg side. Does it take the edge of the thigh pad, or fancy thigh pad? Shout from the Australians. Not out, says Paul Wilson. And now there'll be a little conflab to see how confident they are. Pat Cummins coming in from mid-off.
Starc holding up 2 fingers, thinking that there's 2 noises.
They're checking it out. They're going to the third umpire. Chris Wokes given not out on 36. 7 for 182.
TV umpire to director, we have a review for caught behind. Original decision's not out, and it's a fair delivery. Could we go front on first, please?
Crowd of 8,500 or so here at Belrive roared with the appeal. What was your gut instinct there, Dirk?
Just off thigh pad.
That's what I thought too.
And it went through pretty slowly. It wasn't one of those ones that seemed like a clean click, but...
Could I have leg spot? There we go.
It looks like...
Definitely jumper, hit the...
Brush the hip. Can we have leg side hot spot, please?
So now it's whether Mitchell Starc was right, where he claimed he heard two noises. Oh, there's a spot. Mitchell Starc was right. There is a tiny little hot spot.
We have a hot spot on the back there.
Chris Wokes is just getting the bad news. He's going to be out, caught behind for 36.
Paul, there's a ball's in the back against the change decision crowd.
It's probably a dismissal that befitted the innings. It's a horrible 36, but you've got to be out there to score him, and he did just that. But just a limp dismissal in the end, trying to tickle the ball around the corner. Well, what now for England?
A very tiny inside edge onto his jumper at around hip height. Carey took it. It wasn't the most joyous celebration from Alex Carey, but Wokes out for 36. He faced 48 deliveries, hit 5 4s and a 6, and played and missed how many times? Dropped twice in the slips.
Almost every dot ball was a play and miss.
But I'll tell you what, England needed those runs. 8 for 182 is the score. That was a 30-run partnership between Wokes and Mark Wood. So one thing over the last 2 tests they've done, which they hadn't done in the previous 3, is wag a little. The tail is scoring some runs.
Spot on, and that the way the Australian tail's been able to do that has been a terrific little boost. Just that extra little bit in the innings that it gives Australia that buffer. England haven't had that, but here it's terrific to see them just get somewhere close, because they were in all sorts of trouble earlier in the afternoon.
Stuart Broad is now in. 15 off 19 in the first innings, and then he was there at the end as England managed to draw, surviving 35 deliveries for an 8 not out. 2 slips in the gully. Starc bowls to him, lefty on lefty Yorker. I tell you what, if that was online, that was out. It went between bat and leg stump through to Alex Carey, and Broad survives his first delivery. But just.
It's one of those ones as a bowler you can't work out how it's actually missed.
Well, Starc has got a big Broad smile on his face because he knew the Yorker was too good for Broad, but just with the angle it missed leg stump. 2 slips, a gully, point, mid-off. Pat Cummins at a very square mid-on, almost to mid-wicket. There's a deep square leg and a fine leg. Stuart Broad will start after the Sandshoe crusher, pepper him with the short stuff. Broad over his bat. In comes Starc. Crowd gets behind Mitchell Starc. Well pitched up, and Broad clamps down on it, this time wide above stump, and defends it back to the bowler, and he's follow through.
The way Broad's placed these first 2 balls, doesn't really want anything of it. He doesn't want a short ball to come. When you've got a batsman in this sort of position and playing as though he's scared, you just have to hit the stumps.
Coming in though at 8:50 at night as a number 10.
Shocking time.
Facing 148 km/h Yorkers.
Shocking time to come in. There's nothing to be gained.
They want to get closer than they are though, trailing by 121 at the moment. Australia in the box seat. Starc again. Bowls to Broad. Broady Yorker! And it beats him outside the off stump. That's 3 in a row from Mitchell Starc. 2 have just missed the stumps, and 1 was clamped down on by Broad at the last possible moment.
Just need to get this on target.
Well, that missed by a bees, you know what, that was very close.
Half a ball maybe.
It was actually a full toss as it went past the bat. So Broad, he's still there. It's been less than convincing. Difficult circumstances. 1 ball left of the over. Does he go Yorker again? There's 3 back on the leg side. Square leg, backward square, fine leg. Starc bowls. And Broad is bowled. He chops it on. If ever there was a certainty in sport, that was it. Broad is bowled by Starc for a 4-ball duck. And England now 9 for 182. Stark 10 overs, 3 for 53.
And it's probably befitting of this innings. Nowhere near. It didn't want to be out there clearly because he wasn't anywhere near that ball. He played almost the delivery from off the pitch outside leg. It just doesn't seem to be any fight there.
That was just too good in the end from Mitchell Stark. Broad was thinking there's going to be a short one here, but Stark didn't need to. He knew he'd get one remotely on target and he was going to remove the bails. And now Ollie Robinson, who normally bats above Stuart Broad in the order, coming in at number 11. Hasn't looked all that convincing with the bat. Broad actually played this kind of push drive. The ball was outside off stump and he inside edged it. Bat well away from body. 9 for 182.
Yeah, the reason you're going to bowl a short ball is not always necessarily to take the wicket. It's there to try and get the batsman's feet just in concrete, and that's exactly what Broad came to the crease with. So there's no need to bowl a short ball.
So now Mark Wood will be looking to put on a show here. He's 10 off 11. Had a very good 39 off 41 in the first innings at the SCG, but he's facing Pat Cummins, who's in now. Gives himself room, Mark Wood, and he clubs this to mid-off. Timed it really well, but he picked out the field in Labuschagne, so it's a dot ball.
Absolutely nailed this ball. A terrific shot for none.
Here's a clean striker, Mark Wood.
Entertaining to watch.
I think we decided in Sydney, or it was agreed upon, that he became the first player ever to hit Pat Cummins for 3 sixes in an innings. Mark Wood. It's not the first player you'd have had on your list of potentials, but he hit some big balls. The field spread, fine leg, deep square, long on 2/3 of the way to the boundary. Wood gives himself room. Clubs this over Bollinger, long on, and it goes one bounce over the rope. Only bounced about half a foot inside that rope, but that was beautifully struck over mid-on by Mark Wood. Cleared the fielder easily, and he moves to 14. England 9 for 186.
Isn't it uncanny how you get so many of the top and middle order who miss everything, or it's unplayable, and you've got one person who has this attacking mindset and somehow everything comes out of the middle.
Another goes back, Dirk. Now there's a deep mid-wicket. So deep, there's a fine leg, deep square, deep mid-wicket, long on. Wood gives himself room. He doesn't know where it's gone. It's gone to cover. The fielder couldn't spot it either. Trotting back there was Usman Khawaja. As it turns out, it was too far away from him anyway. And Nathan Lyon comes in from the deep point boundary to field, and they get 2 runs. Mark Wood to 16 off 14. 9 for 188. Nobody knew where that ball ended up.
One of those ones where you couldn't have placed it better in between 3 fielders.
But this is fun to watch. A number 9 coming in, having a dig. He knows he's probably not going to get much support down the other end. One slip only now. Cummins bowled him. He gave himself room, but he gave himself too much room. He almost ended up in the city of Hobart. And he's bowled for 16, and England is all out for 188. Another paltry total by this English team. And Australia will lead by 115 runs on the first innings. Cummins gets 4.
And that's 9 innings now in this series where England have not cracked 300. It was always going to be difficult. This pitch is still doing a fair bit, and you've got bowlers that are on song, but just limped along all day, and there's no real impetus in this England innings.
Well, they've lost their last 3 for 6 runs. So the wagging of the tail, well, it was a very short wag, wasn't it? All out 188. Wood 16 of 15 deliveries. He was very entertaining. He didn't have much choice but to do what he did.
But Woods and Wokes was a reasonable little partnership that they put on there. It was streaky, but
30 runs.
Yeah.
So the lead is 115 for Australia. And Mark Wood 15 deliveries with 2 fours. So we'll go through the card. So that's 14 wickets in the day so far, and we've still got an hour and a half to go. With Australia resuming earlier at 6 for 241. They lost Mitch Stark for 3, Pat Cummins 2, Alex Carey 24 and Nathan Lyon 31 off 27 with 3 sixes, and Scotty Boland 10 not out. 3 wickets each for Stuart Broad and Chris Wokes. Stuart Broad and Mark Wood, 2 each for Ollie Robinson and Chris Wokes. And then England, they lost Rory Burns in the second over, run out from the non-strikers end by Marnus Labuschagne for a duck. Zach Crawley caught a short leg by a head off Pat Cummins for 18. It was 2 for 29. Then in the second session, David Milan caught down the leg side by Carey off Pat Cummins for 25. 49-run partnership with Joe Root, 3 for 78. Root was LBW to Cummins for 34 or 46 deliveries, 4 for 81. Ben Stokes caught brilliantly low to his left by Nathan Lyon at point off Mitchell Stark's bowling for 4, 5 for 85. Ollie Pope caught Carey Boland for 14. It was then 6 for 110. And then after tea, Sam Billings caught Boland hooking at fine leg off Cameron Green for 29 or 48 deliveries with 6 fours, 7 for 152, a 42-run partnership with Wokes, who was the next to go. Chris Wokes caught behind down the leg side by Alex Carey off Mitchell Stark for 36 or 48 balls with 5 fours and a 6, 8 for 182. Then Stuart Broad bowled by Mitchell Stark. It could have happened on any of the 4 deliveries he faced. He ended up chopping on 9 for 182, duck for Broad, and Mark Wood bowled Cummins for a hard-hitting 16 on 15 deliveries with 2 boundaries, all out 188. Ollie Robinson, not out, didn't face a ball. 12 extras, 4 byes and 8 leg byes, and the innings only lasted 47 overs and 4 balls. For Australia, Mitchell Stark, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 53. Pat Cummins, 13 overs and 4 balls, 2 maidens, 4 for 45. Scott Boland, 14 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 33. Cameron Green, 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 45. So Australia very much in the box seat despite having an hour and a half to face under the lights here now.
And the challenge for England is their bowlers get no rest. They're a bowler down. Robinson, even if he does bowl in this innings, is going to be nowhere near his best with that back spasm. So with no rest, the bowlers are going to be on a hiding to nothing. So well, yes, it'll be challenging for the Australian top order, but England are so far behind in this contest. The disappointing thing for me in that England innings is so many of them got starts. The exception of Burns, who was run out for a duck, and Stokes just made 4, but everyone else was in the teens or greater. He would consider a batsman. So it's pretty disappointing that no one actually managed to go on with that. That's probably a measure of the quality of the bowling that they face. So Australia, once again, as they have been all tour, have just been relentless with their line and length.
All right, well, play will resume in 5 minutes' time. 30 overs left in the day for Australia to face. So we're going to get the latest from the ABC News. We're going to get an update of the Tanasi Kokonakis final in Adelaide with Ben Cameron via Karen Tide. So let's get to the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. Novak Djokovic's appeal against the cancellation of his visa is set to be heard in front of the full bench of the federal court tomorrow morning. It means the decision reached by the court cannot be appealed. The Serbian world number 1 will spend the night in an immigration detention hotel ahead of the hearing. 20 people have died as New South Wales records 48,768 new COVID infections. Meanwhile, 2 new local cases of COVID have been recorded in WA. Both are believed to have been infectious in the community. And a white boat's been taken for forensic examination as a massive search continues for a missing 9-year-old girl in the New South Wales Blue Mountains. Queenslander Charlize Martin was reported missing from a property at Mount Wilson yesterday morning. ABC News.
Ah, summer. The perfect time to dive in to ABC iView. You can stock your entertainment esky with what you want to watch by logging into ABC iView using your ABC account.
Bloody magic.
Keep a watch list, check out some recommendations, and pick up watching exactly where you left off across all your logged-in devices. It's your ABC iView, so log in with your ABC account and make it your own.
It's all yours!
All your summer streaming on ABC iView.
Grandstand Cricket, The Ashes.
He swings into this, he's got it covered.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
And on our way back to Australia's second innings, the latest from the tennis, Ben Cameron.
Oh, it's very exciting here, Karen. Thanasi Kokkinakis is up a break in the third and deciding set. So we went through the opening two sets, both decided in tiebreakers. Rindiknesh won the first set 7-6. Kokkinakis the second set 7-6. That was after he was down a mini break in the tiebreaker there, but he was able to come storming back and claim that tiebreaker, Kokkinakis. And then in the opening game of the third set, after 128 minutes, we hadn't even had a break point opportunity in the match up to that stage. Kokkinakis earned one and he capitalised on it to break the serve of the Frenchman. He was then able to hold his serve and we've moved along to 3-1 in the third set. Thanasi Kokkinakis, he's closing in on that maiden ATP Tour title in his hometown event. Touch wood, jump on one leg, whatever you need to do if you're an Australian barracking for Thanasi Kokkinakis. But it is very, very exciting. I should mention as well, it's been remiss of me, but I've only had quick updates. There is another final ongoing at the moment on Ken Rosewall Arena at the Sydney Tennis Classic. Andy Murray taking on Aslan Karatsev. Karatsev took the first set 6-3 and is up a break 2-0 in the second set as it stands at the moment. But all Australian eyes are on Adelaide as it stands at the moment. And Thanasi Kokkinakis up a break, leading 3-1 in the third set, Kaz.
We will stay in touch. Love this time of year. So much happening. And talking of that, not far to go before Australia gets underway with its second innings and that lead 115. Back to our team now. Brett Sprigg, hello again.
G'day, Karen. Yes, Australia about to get their second innings underway with a 115-run head start, having bowled England out for 188 a short time ago. We were talking throughout this match about, England's deficiencies with the bat, and they've failed to go above 300 in any innings of this series so far. Well, that's the fifth time this series they've been sub-200 as well, so that gives you some idea of their shortcomings with the bat in this Ashes tour so far. Kristen Beams back alongside me, former Aussie leg spinner. There are a couple of partnerships in there. Their best partnerships, or a couple of them, were the 7th and 8th wicket stands, although it all finished pretty quickly, didn't it, for the English, all out for 188.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate storyline, and it seems to be the same one over and over. There was a lot to like about Sam Billings on debut, and Ollie Pope certainly looks like a player for the future, but in and around there wasn't a whole lot of joy from an England point of view. And now you walk out, they have to get excited about a brand new pink ball under lights, and they need to make some headway early on.
So the Australian batsmen moving out there now, David Warner and Usman Khawaja, keen to, atone for their own little collapse in the first innings, in which Australia lost 3 wickets for 12 runs. By the way, with the ball, Australia claimed the last 3 wickets in 9 balls to finish off that England first innings. So that's the current situation. Rick Finlay, our statistician, was posed a question off air by Dirk Nannis. Completed test innings where Nathan Lyon played but didn't bowl. This is the 4th such occasion, Rick. So we got there November 2011 against South Africa at Newlands, all out 96. December 2020 in Adelaide, of course, we were there for that one, Beamsy, all out 36. He didn't bowl then. A couple of weeks ago in Melbourne, where England was skilled for 68. Nathan Lyon didn't bowl then, and same result here with that 188 all out a short time ago. So it's happened twice in the past few weeks that Nathan Lyon has been denied a bowl due to the length or lack of it in the opposition innings. So David Warner will face Stuart Broad first up here from the northern end. And keep your texts coming throughout the night, 0467 920 222. 3 slips in place, backward point, cover point, mid-off, mid-on, regulation mid-wicket. Fine leg is very wide, almost a long leg in front of the scoreboard, in front of the hill. And it's as simple as this for England. Just take some wickets, put the pressure back on Australia, because that 115-run lead is already pretty imposing as far as Australia is concerned. Warner getting set here to face Broad. Takes guard, taps his bat. Broad, right arm around the wicket. The Aussie second dig underway, and he's playing and missing. Flashing past the outside edge that time of David Warner. A good start for Stuart Broad.
That is the start they needed. They needed a ball to challenge David Warner. Obviously be disappointed with how it unfolded for him in the first innings, and they've got to jump in this game. I'm surprised that they've only gone with the 3 slips. Maybe a gully as well would have been an option. They have to all-out attack. I don't think you can be in a situation when you're already behind to be semi-defensive with the way you want to go about your field placements. They have to take wickets, and however they need to do that, whether that be someone in on short leg, but we see sort of a forward square, they can't be defensive.
Broad powering away from us. Warner with a high bat lift on the stumps. He moves in, plays a defensive stroke back past the bowler. Another dot ball.
You just wonder how he's feeling too. He hasn't had a big break. Stuart Broad, he's not getting any younger. Players into their 30s. He's had to have a fairly big workload. We saw Ollie Robinson warming up, but it's really hard to know what sort of impact he's going to have.
So he's out there at mid-on. He's just chucked the ball back to Stuart Broad. I did say he may be cleared to bowl later on today. I guess that references a moment like now, this last session. We'll see if that's what they go with, depending on how serious his injury trouble is. It's flashed away here by Warner and caught. Beautiful catch taken backward of point. Superb diving effort. And Stuart Broad gets the early wicket. David Warner out for a duck. It's a pair for the veteran Australian opener. And Australia is 1 for none after just 3 balls in the second innings.
What a start for England. David Warner didn't need to play at that. Just flashed the bat at it, and that is an unbelievably good catch at backward point. Diving away to the right, but got both hands to it. And that is the start that they needed, and they have to put pressure on Australia, and what better way to do it. And Stuart Broad, David Warner, rivalry continues.
Ollie Pope, what a superb diving catch. We saw him with the gloves in Sydney as the sub-fielder, and he's doing just as well out in the general field of play. That is a classy way to get the first Australian wicket. Diving to his right, he was horizontal, Ollie Pope. It's too much of the face of the bat of Dave Warner. He'll be disappointed with that decision, with that, I guess, dismissal. And Australia 1 for none, so early pressure on them.
Yeah, just didn't need to play. We know that that's his style. He wants to play that attacking brand of cricket. But given the swinging ball on day one, and now we see a brand new pink ball under lights, you just feel that wasn't the right option for David Warner, and he'd be disappointed with how this Hobart Test has unfolded for him.
It's a 22-ball duck in the first innings. Faced just 3 balls this time, and Marnus Labuschagne at the crease nice and early. Usman Khawaja hasn't faced a ball yet. He's just standing on his bat at the non-striker's end as Labuschagne stretches out his guard. He was one of those Aussie batsmen who took the fight to England under the early pressure, went on the counter-attack. 44 runs to his name in the first dig.
And I think we might see a bit of the same in terms of moving around on the crease. It was a bit of a comical way that he got out, stepping all the way to the offside and exposing his stumps and getting bowled. But it was a good method for him to be able to manipulate the field and get closer to that ball and counteract any swing.
Labuschagne here, heading right across his stumps, waits for Broad. He's beaten between bat and pad, and Billings dives across with a take down the leg side. Stuart Broad likes what he sees so far. Australia 1 for none. I did enjoy Marnus Labuschagne's humour on the situation, his dismissal yesterday in rather comical circumstances. He shared a frame. There were plenty of pictures of what took place. Of course, he's sort of hunched over. He's basically on the deck. The stumps have flown. The bails have lit up. He shared a picture on Twitter, and it was that old sort of, "How'd you go today, mate?" "Yeah, just got a good one." I think all cricketers know the language. Labuschagne waits for Broad, back of a length, tucked away behind square. Labuschagne's off the mark with a single. 1 for 1 Australia after having lost David Warner earlier in this over for a 3rd ball duck.
Oh yeah, I think the way to go is to always have the humour. You start the humour rather than... it was always going to become a bit of a meme, wasn't it?
Yep.
But taking it well, and it was actually a really good innings before that dismissal. But nice to see that. And we've seen that a lot with Marnus Labuschagne. He's always smiling and he's having a bit of a chat down there. And he alluded to us that he does that a little bit for himself and to G himself up, but also to nearly get in the opposition's head a little bit. And I think that would annoy me as an opposition player, a batter talking to me.
So Labuschagne, the first drop, he's off the mark. Khawaja's facing his first ball here. Broad around the wicket to the left-hander. Full ball, tailing away again, just swinging late. As it pitched wide of the crease, and Khawaja let it go. So a dot ball to finish off here. Stuart Broad with early success. 1 for 1 Australia, an overall lead of 116.
Brilliant start for England. That's what they needed to do. Stuart Broad looked really dangerous, bit of nip away with the ball. Had some full deliveries. Even that last one, Usman Khawaja thought about playing at it, even though it was wide. His feet sort of not moving as much as they should. And that's what happens when there's a bit of swing about and not sure how the wicket's going to play. It's just a matter of being on target, asking as many questions as you can. It looks like we're going to see Woakes. We didn't see him for a while in the first innings, bowling-wise. But obviously see something, maybe no Robinson and not wanting to go to him early.
Woakes bowled second change, 15 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 64 in the first innings, with the wickets of Head and Carey. So here he is from the river end.
And he wasn't overly threatening, so this is a really important spell for him to start well.
3 slips in place here for Labuschagne, plus a leg slip as well. Point, short mid-off, mid-on, and square leg. And this is short and wide, and Labuschagne offers no shot to that.
Again, we see a leg slip for Marnus Labuschagne as well. Likes to get across to that off stump. It's giving them themselves the chance to kind of tuck him up there in and around that armpit as well as another option. And I don't mind that. We've got 3 slips, but also they're giving you an offside and a leg side option.
Ollie Pope at leg slip took that amazing diving catch to get rid of David Warner, as again Labuschagne is on the defensive side of things here with that short ball, just guides it out to the offside for no run.
It's just the gentle nature of Chris Woakes, that delivery, only 127 kilometres an hour in it, and that's probably been the difference between Australia and England. It's a little different when you've got 140 plus swinging ball versus 127.
Chris Woakes debuted all the way back in the 2013 Ashes series. He's got Labuschagne trapped on the crease here. It was just going down the leg side. That sort of skidded through, surprised him late and a half part of the pill from the English cordon. 1 for 1 here, Australia in their second innings after earlier England all out for 188. And their top scorer was, in the end, Joe Root, the skipper, 34. In fact, sorry, it wasn't. Woakes was top scorer, 36. The 8th wicket to fall. A little cameo from him. Here he is with ball in hand from that river end. Again, Labuschagne is watching, waiting, coming forward to a full ball from Woakes. Bowler picks up and he's follow through another dot ball. So 1 for 1 here, Australia. 4 dot balls in this Woakes over. Showing the new ball with Stuart Broad. Three slips. Waiting, anticipating here. Labuschagne is beaten again, and his ball just back of a length from Chris Woakes. Labuschagne just takes some time to go back and assess things, walks out to square leg where Robinson's having a chat to the square leg umpire. Now he's having a chat to Marnus Labuschagne. I wonder if it's altogether friendly.
If I'm Ollie Robinson, I'm not sure I'd be saying a whole lot, because there might be a little bit coming back in the other direction, I reckon.
There we go, last ball of the over. Woakes to Labuschagne, guides it away here, past the slip cordon, deep into the pocket of that northwestern part of the grounds. Oh, and now there's a chase there, out there for Zach Crawley, I think it is, who's dug his knee into the turf. In the meantime, they've come back and completed 3. So Labuschagne now has 4. Australia 1 for 4.
There's Rory Burns there.
Rory Burns.
Just dug in. It's a horrible feeling when you dig in there. That
It looks okay for the time being, though. Australia's lead 119. Rick Finlay.
Just done some stats on David Warner against Stuart Broad. Since 2019, Broad has dismissed him 9 times in tests, and in those 9 innings that he's dismissed him, he's scored 51 runs at an average of 5.67.
Wow. So he gets him and gets him cheaply. It's what Ian Chappell talks about as far as those, I guess, rivalries, or you might be able to get a particular batter out plenty of times, but it's more about how cheaply you get them.
And it makes us come back to asking the question again of why he wasn't playing at the Gabba in the first test.
Labuschagne on strike here, facing Stuart Broad. Speaking of him, Labuschagne pressing forward, defensive stroke straight to Mark Wood at mid-on. Dot ball to start the new Broad over.
Yeah, I can't understand that one. I think it's a great little rivalry between Broad and Warner, but I think the wicket would have suited Stuart Broad, and it nearly set the tone for what we've seen in this series.
Broad, top of his run, in past the umpire. Labuschagne miscues this. It squirts out the point. Misfield allows them to get through for 1. So Labuschagne now to 5. Australia 1 for 5. So he's got all of their runs so far. Khawaja back on strike yet to score.
Stuart Broad looking very unhappy, and there's no worse feeling than it's the big quick and you misfield and all of a sudden change of ends for the batsman. And he's been a bit angry today, Stuart Broad, hasn't he? He's not been a fan of the robot.
Yeah. His body language, though, I mean, it is angry fast bowler stuff when a teammate misfields and he just sort of stands there, hands on hips, sort of gesticulating. Around the wicket here to Khawaja, the left-hander with the open stance. He's beaten again. He's pressing forward, but it was a full ball. And it's through to the gloves of Sam Billings at that far end of the ground. 1 for 5 again, Australia.
Well, fair enough for Stuart Broad as well, because he considered that he's bowling earlier on in the day. He's back out there again. Just not enough break for these bowlers, and they really are already 1 short with Ben Stokes not being able to play a role. They don't have a frontline spinner. There is a lot sitting on the shoulders of Stuart Broad, and so far he's been very good.
Khawaja waits here for Broad. This is again just moving away from him, so he shoulders arms.
It's not big swing, but there's enough movement there, just going away from Usman Khawaja, and he goes down to do a little bit of gardening and he'd be thinking about the slips. All his fielders behind the wicket and what happened in the first innings, and trying to leave as many balls as possible and play that real cat and mouse with Stuart Broad and try and get him to bowl a little bit straighter and make it easier to work the ball to that leg side.
3 slips in play here. Second last ball, the Broad over. Khawaja again, it's fallen wide though. He lets it go, not taking a chance here early on. Australia at 1 for 5, leading by 120 after having lost David Warner for a 3rd ball duck. We haven't actually seen action at this time. Of course, last night on day 1, we had play called off at 9:07. Didn't get back on.
We were a bit grisly last night, weren't we?
Oh, yeah.
We were just a bit grisly.
But despite the intention to come back at 10:15, we had an abandonment of the day's play shortly after. So we haven't actually seen any play at this time of the night here in Hobart so far, as Khawaja again is letting this ball go from Stuart Broad, this time closer to the stumps, but he's happy to see it off there for another dot ball. Just the 1 run from that Broad over. Australia 1 for 5. Labuschagne has all of those runs. Khawaja naught. Warner was dismissed for naught. Andrew Moore is coming in for me to join Kristen Beams. But first, let's, in fact, we won't get a tennis update just yet. Andrew Moore's coming in next.
Instant Cricket, The Ashes, on your radio, ABC Sport Digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
Thank you, Spriggy. I don't want to preempt Ben Cameron, so I won't tell you that Tanasi Kokonakis has won his first title at home in Adelaide in 3 sets. Well done, young man. Benny will have more details. So Chris Wokes into Labuschagne. Down the leg side, appeal for Core. Behind, he's given out. Labuschagne's out for 5. Wokes strikes. Australia's 2 for 5. And that's the 16th wicket of the day. 2 for 5.
Australia was, 3 for 12 in the first innings, 2 for 5. Khawaja yet to score, and Labuschagne out for 5 off 11 deliveries, Kristen Beams.
Unbelievable, and the plan was set. There's been a leg slip in the entire time for Marnus Labuschagne, and that's come genuinely off the face of the bat. That hasn't been edged onto thigh pad. That has gone straight through. And what a start for England.
It was a really good catch by Billings going down the leg side too.
And he's been so clean in this game. The energy's been high. We've spoken about that a little bit already, but we've seen him move really well. And we haven't noticed him too much in between other than the really good takes. And that is an important one to get a hold of. And what damage can England do in this night session?
Well, they're inflicting some now. They need to. They're still... Australia's 120 runs to the good. But now Steve Smith walks in on a pair. Out for a second ball duck yesterday, falling to Ollie Robinson, caught by Crawley at second slip. We've seen Dave Warner go for a pair. And as Rick Fenley pointed out yesterday, it was the first time in 70-odd tests that both Warner and Smith had gone without scoring in an innings. I mean, the odds of them both getting a pair in a test would be astronomical.
You've just mozzed that. It's going to happen
be
now.
my fault?
It's going to...
Oh, no.
The Twitter feeds is going to go bananas that you mozzed Steve Smith in the historic Hobart Ashes
I
test.
think you're double mozzing him now by making such a
No,
point
I'm
of it. You
just
could have let it
highlighting
pass.
it. I'm just highlighting it because it felt like we had a bit of a falling out this morning, so I'm just...
We did?
Well, you didn't like my shirt.
No, that's not true. That is not true.
That was as close as we've come to a falling out.
You had an orange shirt and declared that's the brightest you have.
Well, it's not orange, not bright.
That's not really a bright orange. 4 slips and a leg slip. Here comes Wokes, bowls to Smith. He wanted to run, but he can't. It's played just forward of square. It's a dot ball. Wood picks up, and the score remains 2 for 5. Smith just checking out his guard again.
He's going to be so animated, isn't he? He's going to be fidgeting around. He knows he's under pressure. I think it's going to heighten all of these little quirks of a Steve Smith.
In comes Wokes. Smith moves across his stumps, defends straight to Broad at mid-on. He charges in like a 22-year-old, not a 35-year-old. They keep Smith on strike to Wokes, who has 1 for 3 in his second over. Just trying to remember, all the snicks went to the slips in the first innings. I don't think Sam Billings had a dismissal, did he?
That's right.
Not
That's
today.
his
First one. Yeah, good on him. It was a good one. One to remember. Down the leg side, loved through by Labuschagne. In fact, it came off the inside edge from Labuschagne. Here's Wokes, bowls to Smith. He goes back and across, and thankfully the Moz is away. Smith gets runs to backward point, only one, however, as the return comes in to Sam Billings. And Steve Smith is 1. Usman Khawaja yet to score. Australia 2 for 6, leading by 121, and now the field a dramatic switch over as the left-hander Usman Khawaja comes back on strike.
I feel good for you that wasn't a wicket there, but I'm all about England having 4 slips as well, and to Steve Smith, and we haven't seen that a lot. We've nearly seen defensive fields where it's a bit 50-50. They're very quick to react to Australia taking the game on, so it's nice to see them while they've got the momentum to get as many fielders behind the wicket and really back their bowlers in.
So 3 slips, leg slip, point, mid-off, wide mid-on in Broad, square leg, leg slip, and a deep backward square, almost out of our view to our right. Watching Wokes bowl to Khawaja, and he's forward defending. Good pick-up by Wokes and his follow-through, moving to his right one-handed. Prevents a run. Score remains 2 for 6. England was bowled out for 188. Earlier in the day, Australia was bowled out for 303. And 4 wickets for 45 for Pat Cummins, 3 for 53 Mitchell Starc, 1 for 33 Scott Boland, 1 for 45 Cameron Green. And now Dave Warner out for a duck. Marnus Labuschagne gone for 5. Wokes bowls to Khawaja. Does an offer outside the off stump. The ball swung in a little after leaving the batsman. And that ends a good over by Chris Wokes. He's bowled 2 of them and has 1 for 4. Australia 2 for 6. Steve Smith 1 and Uzi yet to get off the mark. let's go to the tennis where Ben Cameron at the Adelaide International. There's great news.
It certainly is, Andrew. I'm not even mad that you stole my thunder because I'm just so pleased for Thanasi Kokkinakis. He's claimed his maiden ATP Tour crown with a win at his hometown event, the Adelaide International. So the way it played out, he was a set to love down after losing the first set tiebreaker. He then won the second set tiebreaker to send it to a third. In the first game of the third set, he was able to break the serve of his French opponent, and then he avoided the dreaded having to serve for the tournament by just breaking his serve again to win the final set 6-3. So that's what Thanasi Kokkinakis has been able to do and claim his maiden ATP Tour crown. Celebration set to begin over in Adelaide in good form heading into the Australian Open.
Here's Stuart Broad starting a new over to Smith, who'll get a run to mid-wicket, beats a diving fielder. They'll come back for a second run, and Steve Smith moves to 3. And Australia along to 2 for 8 in its second innings, leading by 123. A great result for Thanasi Kokkinakis heading into the Australian Open, which starts on Monday. Rick Finlay.
The last Australian to score a pair in a test match.
Oh, yes.
Who do you think?
I'm automatically going to have to think of a tail ender, but I'm assuming that you brought it up that way. That would be wrong.
David Warner.
Was it?
Yes, Headingley, 2019.
Ah, yes. Broad get him both times. As now he's in Broad to Smith, and he defends it solidly to mid-on. No run there.
And the previous genuine batsman to do it for Australia was Sean Marsh at South Africa in 2014-15.
Mark Taylor famously got a pair in his first test as captain, didn't he? Was that against Pakistan?
Yes.
It's going a bit further back.
94-95.
Yeah. But no such fate for Steve Smith.
Phew. Ollie Robinson's also left the field to play again.
Well, he hasn't spent much time on it. Broad comes in. Bowls to Smith, and Smith doesn't offer down the leg side, and a great take, diving one-handed to his left by Billings as that ball kept moving away. Sam Billings, he's making a very good account of himself, isn't he?
He's done a lot right, and we had Aggers on here before talking about whether there's been questions about whether he would have got this opportunity if he wasn't in Australia and where he sits, and you know, in line with the keepers and folks, obviously he thinks the best keeper going around, but he's done very well, Sam Billings. He looks very comfortable at this level.
Broad on his way. Smith moves across his crease and then gets squared up a little. He ends up defending it back to the bowler. No run. On the SMS, Fiona from Canberra, could we please be reminded of how much time to go in the day's play? If England could get 1 or 2 more wickets, what a day coming up tomorrow. You're right, Fiona. There's an hour and 30 seconds left in the day. Scheduled stumps is 10 p.m, but they'll go through with the overs till 10:30. And when Australia started its second innings, there were 30 overs to be bowled in the day. I'm more chance of playing for Australia in the next test than they are of getting through 30 overs in an hour and a half.
Famous last words. But yeah, you're right.
Here's Broad. Bowling to Smith, again very wayward down the leg side, and another good take by Billings moving in front of leg slip. So yes, 1 hour to go basically, so maybe 13, 14 overs, and England will be feeling they could get 2, 3 more wickets, keep them in the game.
Definitely, and I think the extra half an hour nearly seems like a given these days.
Yeah.
Like it's nearly like they should just change the hours of play, because we're very rarely in a situation, but we haven't seen Nathan Lyon at all, so there hasn't been a lot of spin.
Final official crowd today, 8,711. A little down on yesterday. Broad bowls to Smith again, way down the leg side. Something's going wrong here for Stuart Broad. Another good take by Billings. End of the over. Australia is 2 for 8, leading by 123 with Smith on 3. Kawaja yet to score, Kristen Beams.
How good is Sam Billings right now? Exceptional. Those takes down the leg side, moving really well. And maybe that's been the benefit of his time with the Sydney Thunder and having the gloves on and spending a little bit more time doing that. But he looks very comfortable. He looks the best of the keepers I think we've seen for England.
I did like Aggers talking about his chances of the next test tour to West Indies. So I don't know, but I'm sure he'll be on the boat. That seems to be something that won't be happening. Wokes bowls now, and Kawaja can't get off the mark as he defends back to the bowler. No run. But he's looked so much tidier than Josh Butler looked at any stage, given we've only had 2 days of watching him. but certainly off to a good start. Michael's listening on a ship in the Bass Strait, towing a massive natural gas platform. Loving the call, getting me through a long night shift, cooking for the crew. Good on you, Michael. Good to have your company on Grandstand Cricket as Wokes bowls to Khawaja, doesn't offer outside the off stump. He was tempted, but the ball moves further away and he lets it go through to Sam Billings. 2 for 8.
He hasn't looked really comfortable yet, Khawaja. He's let a lot of balls go, but playing and leaving a lot of balls in and around the crease. Has no big strides forward or back yet. Now I think it's for Chris Wokes just getting a little bit tighter to that off stump, forcing Usman Khawaja to play at more balls.
Wokes to Khawaja. He gets the outside edge, does he? A big appeal, given not out by umpire Paul Wilson. He's unmoved. Will they go to the DRS? There was certainly a noise, but we've been to see it before. Root talks to Billings and says, no, sorry, Stuart, I'm not checking it out. There'll be no challenge. Oh, no, he's gone late. He's gone with officially 0.002 seconds left on the DRS clock. That could be the latest one I've seen that's been allowed.
I think he got talked into that last minute because they're talking about whether it hit the back leg or not. And I think given they've got the momentum, they're just going for it. I don't mind that.
Stuart Broad, it's not quite a Marnus Labuschagne record, but it's not the best. And
looks like a big gap.
Missed the bat by a long way.
Let's flick the pad. Can I have offside hotspot?
So they're definitely peeling for caught behind, weren't they? Did you think?
They look at both though, don't they, anyway? So maybe it was a bit of a 50-50.
Thank you. And nothing there.
There's no nick.
We go to RTS. Ken.
I think Khawaja's feeling okay.
Just rock and rolling that. Yeah, there's nothing on Snicko. There's a big gap between bat and ball. Go back on field.
The LBW shout wouldn't be too bad.
Decision, not out.
That struck him in line with off stump. It's just whether or not it was going over. So I'll be interested to see the tracking there. They've only checked for the caught behind, and he's given not out. He missed the ball by some way. So Australia remains 2 for 8. And if Stuart Broad was the convincer, Chris Wokes bowls again to Khawaja, doesn't offer outside the off stump. Through it goes to Billings. He's having a bit to say. He's feeling it mid-on, so I'm not sure how wonderful his judgment was at that time.
He's up and about, Stuart Broad. It's probably asserting your authority as the senior bowler. Let's have a look at that one.
Reminder too, if you want to keep up to date with all the action from the cricket, follow our socials at ABC Sport on Twitter or Instagram or Facebook at ABC Sport as Wokes bowls to Khawaja and he defends down to Broad at mid-on. No run, the score remains 2 for 8. Damo's doing a great job here, Damien Peck, back in his old happy hunting ground. Based in Melbourne these days with the ABC. Good to meet Damo for the first time, and he's posting for us in all of those Twitters, Instagrams and Facebooks, Beamsy, and Grandstand at Stumps is up online and via the podcast store, wrapping up each day with interviews and analysis. Here's Wokes bowling to Khawaja, short of a length outside the off stump, and he allows it to pass. End of the over. Australia's 2 for 8, leading by 123 with Steve Smith on 3 and Usman Khawaja yet to score after 13 deliveries. And Rick Finlay, what have you got, champion?
We've already exceeded the number of wickets to fall in a day in a test match here in Hobart, which the previous record, probably not surprised to know, was in that South African game, 15 wickets, and we've lost 16 already with the potential to go higher.
With 55 minutes left in the day. This game is certainly fast moving. Kristen Beams moves out. Someone who'll be smiling at the moment is former England fast bowler Stephen Finn. Welcome back, Stephen. What a good start with the ball for England.
It has been, isn't it? So nice to see the Australians under a little bit of pressure.
It's Broad bowling now to Smith, and it's again down the leg side, and he doesn't play at it. It comes off his body and deflects down towards leg slip. No run for 2 for 8, and I guess they needed it. They wouldn't be happy with the batting performance, not quite lasting 48 overs, not getting to 200 again, and Chris Wokes top scoring with 36.
Yeah, it's been a story of the summer, really, hasn't it? The first innings batting of England not really being up to scratch or getting to anything competitive where they can challenge Australia, and it leaves it to the bowlers in the third innings to try and salvage something from this game, but also the bowlers in this game have not been blameless after letting Australia slip in the first innings.
Broad on his way, bowls to Smith. This time he's on target and he's turned down to fine leg where he'll get an easy single. So Smith moves to 4 as Wokes does the fielding, and Australia 2 for 9, leading by 124. Just a question from Mike Bellreeve was in sight of the water. Does the current tsunami warming following the Tonga volcanic eruption have any effect here in Hobart? Hobart has not been part of the tsunami warning. I know New South Wales and Queensland have been included in that, with that powerful volcano underwater in Tonga. I heard from a friend of mine who's in Fiji saying they could hear it for about an hour in Fiji. Here's Broad, bowls to Khawaja, and he comes forward and then lets a ball that seems away from him, lets it go through to the keeper. So no warning for the waters around here in Hobart. And I just watched a documentary it wouldn't have been a week ago, it was after the Sydney Test, Stephen, about that tsunami on Boxing Day all those years ago in Thailand and Sri Lanka and other parts, and just reminded about how horrific and frightening that was and murderous that was. Here's Broad around the wicket, bowling to Khawaja, and he's forward defending. Can't get off the mark as he plays it down to mid-off, and the score remains 2 for 9. Khawaja, 0 of 15 deliveries.
He's somewhat stuck down there, isn't he? Khawaja not really being afforded anything to score off at the moment by these England opening bowlers, lapping up the conditions that are seam bowler friendly here at the Bellreeve Oval. Wicket not quite the same colour that we saw it yesterday, but still a brand new ball under these lights offers the bowlers plenty of assistance, and we're actually seeing more swing here than seam movement. Seam movement was the order of the day yesterday, and this evening here Broad and Wokes getting significant swing.
Khawaja raises the bat down the leg side. He flicked at it, missed it, through it goes to Sam Billings. He's just been a bit wayward the last 2 overs, hasn't he, Broad?
Yeah, it signifies a guy who can't work out how much the ball is swinging or what line to start the ball on. Sometimes when the ball is swinging extravagantly, as we're seeing here, into the right-hander and away from the left-hander, it makes it very difficult to understand where to start the ball, even if you're an experienced bowler like Stuart Broad. When you start it too straight, it seems to not swing and just continue on the line, and then when you start it too wide, it just continues with the arm and isn't really that threatening. So it's hard to bowl that perfect line, as Stuart Broad looked grumpily up towards us here. I don't think it's us that's the problem. I mean,
it might be Dirk again.
Maury's shirt is bright, but it's not that bright, I don't think, to see it all the way down there.
Well, Dirk got in trouble before for moving on their little balcony out to the right, so maybe it's him again. He's out there. Here's Broad, bowls to Khawaja, and that ball started straight and moved away again. Khawaja doesn't offer, so he's yet to score. Steve Smith on 4, Australia 2 for 9, leading by 124. Stuart Broad, 4 overs, 1 for 5. It's time for the all-English attack, with England doing well at the start of Australia's second innings. Jonathan Agnew coming in with Stephen Finn.
Grandstand Cricket, The Ashes, on your radio, ABC Sport Digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
Indeed, thank you, Andrew. 2 for 9. Well, it's a start. England have still got a way to go yet to fight their way back into this game, but it is the start that they needed. It's a miracle, really, but you never know. You never know. Totally dark now as Wokes comes in and bowls, and there's an appeal flag before wicket. Wokes likes it, Billings likes it, they're all jumping up and down, but I'm afraid blocker Wilson doesn't, and he's signalling runs, in fact, as that flew down to fine leg. Very fine indeed. 2 for 13. So the lead 128 now. And Smith moves on to 8. Khawaja's faced 17 balls, hasn't got off the mark. But, yeah, definitely a little nick into the pad there. Not too far away from that leg slip that both teams have been employing in this game. It's very unusual. Wokes again. Runs in hard for the far end, bowls to Smith, who takes a step across in front of his stumps and then raises the bat high. That's collected by Billings. England giving it, well, they're giving it their best shot. They're certainly running in hard, trying to get their way back into the game. I see Robinson loosening up at mid-wicket. He's going to bowl at some stage if he's out there, I think. I haven't seen Mark Wood bowling yet. Smith really hammering away at the ground with his bat. As Wokes moves in, bowls to him, it squares him up, and he was all over the place playing that. It's an incredibly frustrating man to bowl at. And anyway, hits the middle of the bat and is fielded at mid-wicket. He's taking a big step across in front of his stumps. Gets very open-chested. And I mean, how did that ball go in the leg side? But in fact, the face of the bat was pointing out towards point in the offside. Yet somehow the ball's gone into mid-wicket. I don't know how that happens, quite. Sort of defies physics. Wokes bowls to him. Back he goes, wants a single. He's sent back now. Can this hit? No. Smith dives back into his stumps. He set off there, and Quar just leant on his bat and said no. And he was certainly halfway up the pitch. And it was the fielder coming in from cover, who I think was struggling anyway, because Smith probably jumped in front of his stumps as he went back. He had to go hurtling back into his ground again. Well, he's certainly a nightmare to bat with. Here's Wokes, bowls, and Smith drives him for 4 through the covers. Now that's more like it. Nice easy step into position. Bat comes through straight. And Smith goes to 12.
He's looking slightly frenetic out there at the moment, Steve Smith. Frustrated the ball before that Usman Khawaja was literally sat on his bat handle. Never ever going to make the run or attempt to make the run there. But here the flowing Steve Smith cover drive that we've become so used to seeing as England fans.
3 slips waiting. In comes Wokes and bowls, and no run. He yells as again he looked to be playing out towards the leg side. It's picked up at mid-off. All fidget and hand signals and scratching with his bat. Up it goes Big Khawaja, who's completely the opposite. Khawaja just looks so utterly laid back, just fiddling with his gloves a bit, just standing there and talking. Smith, on the other hand, prodding at this, tapping at that, jumping up and down. Look, he's jumping there from foot to foot. Now he swings an arm, twiddles his bat. Absolutely exhausting. Watching him's exhausting.
It must be. You must get back to your room, take the batteries out and just fall asleep straight away.
Just doesn't stop fiddling with the equipment, his pads, all twiddling of the bat. 2 for 17. Now we've got Broad bowling from our end of the ground, running away, bowling to Khawaja just down the leg side, nicely taken by Billings. He's had a pretty good game behind the stumps, I think, for his first outing.
Yeah, it's been tidy. Tidy. Can't remember any obvious buys that he's let through. No drops as of yet. I think the steepler that he tried to get under earlier today, I think you couldn't really call that a missed opportunity. He didn't get within a couple of feet of it by the end. It was probably fine legs catch, in all honesty, the amount that he travelled to get there. But yeah, tidy game behind the stumps. Looked good with the bat as well, actually, until he got out.
Broad round the wicket, bowls, and that thumps into the pad. Up goes Billings to appeal, and goes scuttling through for a leg bye. Belatedly signalled by Mr. Tucker, but it's there in the end. Rod Tucker, of course, who also played for Tasmania, didn't he? There's all these little Tasmanian connections that are coming in during this game. Now Smith waits for the field to change around. Still no sign of Robinson bowling yet. Standing at mid-on. Smith, hear him hammering away there. There he goes. That's his bat thumping into the ground. Broad's on his way. Bandana on. He bowls outside the off stump. Smith ignores it. Remains at 2 for 18. I'll say hello to Jess. Loving the call on a family holiday. She says, I've extended the holiday by 3 days to fit the game in, but I might have overbooked. This game could be over by tomorrow Arvo, apparently.
Maybe not the Arvo. Maybe this time tomorrow we could be hurtling towards a conclusion of some sort.
Yeah, it feels like it, doesn't it? Especially if England get a couple more wickets this evening. Broad strides out, runs in, bowls to Smith. That's a ridiculous leave. That is a ridiculous leave. In that he let it go, fine, but what he did with his bat and how he brought it down, it's like a periscope. Look at him twitching around. It's like a man who's being attacked by a whole hive of bees has been released. And they're swarming round, and he's trying to fend them off.
It's almost shadow boxing away at square leg there for a second, dancing from foot to foot.
It's extraordinary. Yeah. There's a swarm of bees round him. Then goes Broad over the wicket, moves in bowls to him. Oh, that beats him legitimately. Plays in the crease, and off he goes, marching off into the leg side again, twiddling his bat, playing the shot once more. Fiddling and twitching, marking out of guard. Off he goes again into the leg side, jumping up and down, fiddling with this, fiddling with that. Now he settles in again. Broad's reached the end of his run. Goes Broad. There now, over the wicket, bowls to Smith, who's forward. And, it's fielded at mid-on by Robinson, who surely have to bowl fairly soon. I'd think if he's going to have a bowl, because Broad and Woakes have been going for a little while now. It's 2 for 18. So Australia lead by 133. And the game's been given a bit of impetus by the loss of those 2 wickets. Definitely. Still Australia very much in the box seats of the game. See if England just for once can sustain this. They've been in positions in the course of the series where they've had their moments and let it slip. There's been a dropped catch or whatever it may be, or suddenly the bowling goes all wrong and the lengths are wrong and Australia launch a counter-attack. But let's see if this time England can actually maintain their discipline for a whole session. Woakes is continuing, big dark overhead, runs in now, bowls to Khawaja again, beating past the outside edge. Collected by Sam Billings. 2 for 18. Head to come in next. Brilliantly in the first innings, of course. Green, Carey, and down to the bowlers. Woakes again. Moves in. Bowls to Khawaja. Pushes it out into the offside. 21 balls. And he hasn't yet scored his first run. You'd think of the two in that situation it would be Khawaja who'd be leaping about, jumping about, twitching and fiddling and looking anxious, but he doesn't at all. He's a very laid back, relaxed sort of fellow. He's a commercial pilot. He's used to a bit of having to revert maybe to a crisis and so on, so he's certainly got the temperament. Here comes Woakes and bowls outside the off stump. There's no stroke again. 22 balls.
I'm not sure I'd want Steve Smith as my pilot,
no.
Fiddling with all the buttons.
No,
try that one, try that one. What does that one do? Oh, we try this one, that one.
No, the plane will be upside down. There'll be all sorts of things going on.
It'd be an entertaining ride, but yeah, I'm not sure you'd make it through the other side.
It's like a roller coaster. No, I think Khawaja's the man for that. It's such a contrast, isn't it? He looks up now to see Woakes sprinting in towards him. He bowls. Oh, it goes past the edge again. 23 balls without getting off the mark.
Which is one more than Warner faced for his duck in the first innings.
Thank you, Rick. Well spotted.
So he's missing the ball by so far there, though. There is pretty extravagant movement still out there with this new pink ball under lights on a grassy wicket. It's meaning that the hardness of that seam is just catching and kissing and making it zip, and Khawaja just playing the line, protecting his stumps at the moment.
Woakes again, sprints in, bowls. Oh, he's done him again. Done him again. And Woakes looks a bit fed up. Khawaja again, he just shakes his head and wanders off. Doesn't look the least bit bothered. But I mean, that's a wonderful ball. Perfect. You could look a bit at Khawaja's technique there. Perhaps he's sort of wandered into a defensive shot without really moving his feet at all. It's a bit of a sign when the back leg comes through. The balance isn't quite right. Woakes again, comes in, bowls him short, and he's away. Pulling the ball down to deep backward square leg. And Desmond Khawaja scores his first run from his 25th delivery. Lots of beating of the bat. And he's got there now, and really again doesn't look the least bit concerned. He's got a smile on his face. 2 for 19, the lead 134. We've got still 40 minutes to go of play into an Oval team now in Agnew Towers, 10 to 10. Got the news on in 10 minutes.
Put the dogs to bed.
Yeah, take the dogs out for a last run. Anyway, they are funny old hours these, but such is the way that this test match, of course, was sold as a day-nighter to television. In goes Broad, round the wicket, bowls to Usman Khawaja, who's squared up. And plays a defensive shot that Broad himself comes through and fields. And a few people have stayed. I mean, it's late for everybody, isn't it? Let's be honest. See a few youngsters there on the hill running around. A few Tassie tuxedos coming out. I see it's the black that you see. People wearing that very dark colour. It's a phrase I won't forget there.
I thought I'm all at sea here.
Tassie tuxedo?
No idea.
Is anyone wearing one here? It's actually quite warm in here. So there's no need to rug up. Off goes Broad, bowls, and Khawaja drives him. He's sliced it. You still get 4 down to third man. Broad cross. He hates giving away runs. That was not where Khawaja was aiming. Well, it doesn't matter as far as Australia's concerned. All the runs count. 2 for 27. The lead now up to 142.
I think as soon as that lead starts getting up towards 200, England become concerned. Australia become comfortable. Just have to ride this out here, Australia. England, however, will be hoping and praying that they can force one of these batters to make a mistake.
Broad round the wicket. On his way, bowls, and Khawaja allows that to move away off the seam and pass harmlessly by his off stump. Shouts of encouragement there from Billings, I think. Rob Tucker looking relaxed. He's having a chat with Steve Smith. So his legs crossed, arms folded. Does a good job, Rod Tucker, actually. Played great cricket with him years ago, back in the day in Sydney. Brother Darren. 3 slips. Waiting now. Broad's on his way again. Round the wicket, bowls to Khawaja. Once again, a little bit squared up. The ball rolls away for Robinson to pick up and bid on. Give a bit of a polish look at the ball. It looks as if he's moving okay, Robinson.
He's just doing some back warm-up exercises as well, so it may not be long until we see him. His first ball might be a little bit ginger, but then he hopefully warms up into his spell. These back spasms, they are annoying.
Broad runs in hard, round the wicket, bowls to Khawaja. And again played towards Robinson, who ran there to his right and stooped to pick the ball up. So that's an encouraging sign, I would think. Here's a good question from Scott. Who has the most exaggerated batting mannerism or eccentric behaviour or chatter? There's a bit in there. Anyway, 1, Steve Smith. 2, Marnus Labuschagne. 3, Derek Randall. It'll be before your time, Finney, I guess.
I've seen the YouTube videos.
Yeah, he had lots of mannerisms. Great contest with Dennis Lilly back in the day, doffing his cap. He had no helmet, of course. He goes Broad and bowls outside the off stump, a fuller length, and Khawaja allows that to go by. How many did he score in the centenary test in 1977, Rick Collins? Great innings.
174?
Is it 174? Great contest with him and Dennis Lilly. Bouncers. He could stand there and take his cap off and doff it. The ball whistled over his head. That's great stuff. I remember lying in bed and listening to that on the radio. Alan McGilvray commentating. I suspect Brian Johnston might have been here commentating on that great event. Yeah, Randall talked a lot. In fact, we used to say, right, no one talk to Derek Randall when he comes out. But he couldn't help it.
You must try and be your friend to make him feel comfortable.
He'd be a bit on, all right, Haggers lad, how you doing? You couldn't ignore it, could you? Terrific fielder. Now, we've got Robinson on. Let's see how he goes. He's coming on from the far end. I think he's a bit nervous about this. There's 3 slips. Robinson moves in, bowls to Smith. And the first ball's guided away into the offside. There's no run, 116 kilometres per hour. What would Robinson normally be clocking in kilometres?
I think he'd probably start around 126, 27 and then move up to early 130s as he warms into his spell. So a tender start there, you'd have to say. The keeper and slips are close there, anticipating almost that they may even have agreed that he's going to bowl within himself.
Well, he's running in again, shoulders rocking, moves in now and bowls outside the off stump. And there's no stroke from Smith. That's collected by Billings. 123. OK, so that's a little bit quicker.
Just small increments. Push the keeper and slips back slightly. Always quite a frustrating thing, I think, especially in county cricket sometimes, where it feels like the keeper and slips have stood about 3 yards away from the stumps when you're bowling.
Absolutely. Well, Billings isn't standing up to the stumps, which was all the ultimate insult.
Ever happened to you?
No, certainly not. In comes Robinson from the far end, moves in, bowls to Smith, who goes on the back foot, defends that one. 123 again. Let's say hello to Jock, because for goodness sake, Jock, what are you doing? It's late. I'm loving the commentary on the tractor in northern New South Wales. A long night to go yet. What's he doing on his tractor?
He's probably encountering all sorts of bugs and insects. And
I don't know.
Oof, I don't know.
I don't know. What is it? Jock, you better let us know. But thinking about you, mate. Hope he's going all right up there. Here comes Robinson, and he bowls, and down the leg side it goes. He didn't play a shot at that. It's a cry of catch it. Let's see what happens, what the umpire does here, what he signals. Oh, he's given runs. I thought he took his bat out of the way, so it did go off something, and there was a cry of catch it, and Billings couldn't get there. And somehow it went between him and that leg slip position.
There have been quite a few balls, actually, this test match, and yes, off the glove, strikes the gloves with the extra bounce of Robinson, but the leg slip that England have employed there, it's complete guesswork as to the line that it is going to go, and that's more for a fend around the corner. You'd imagine if they're going to be little nicks or brushes of gloves, he needs to be a lot finer.
In comes Robinson then from the far end, and this time Smith allows that to go through to Sam Billings. Well, good old Jock. That's what you're doing out there. I thought a conversation to talk about bugs and things. You know, when you used to come to Australia, you used to have to wear those hats with corks on and things to keep the flies off.
Yep.
I don't think I've swatted away a single fly on this tour. Where have they all gone? Are they isolating or something? I mean, where are they all?
Well, Bridge killed 2 of them in the box.
Has he?
In the course of this match.
I've not.
The corpses
you
are
know,
over
the
there.
Aussie salute. I've not done that once, I don't think. In comes Robinson, bowls, and now has played no shot there. It's an appeal for Robinson. Looked a bit optimistic. You heard not out there from Blocker Wilson. Robinson's still quite keen. He's asking Root if they can possibly review this. He's got his hands on his hips. Root says no. And the timer ticks away. 2 for 27. We've got, half an hour to go until the end of this second day. And Australia, well, they lead by 142. They've lost those couple of wickets. 2 for 27. And we've got Brett coming in here.
Grandstand Cricket, The Ashes. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
Thank you, Agus. Thank you. Tomorrow, 2 for 27 here, Australia in their second innings. A 115-run head start after earlier bowling England for 188. Nice to see you again, Steve.
It's nice to be here with you. Who've put a jacket on this time now, just incrementally rugging up as we get through the evening.
I went early. I had the jacket on a couple of hours ago. I don't know. It's just a wuss, I suppose. Usman Khawaja just looking at the field here. There's still 3 slips in play here, and Mark Wood to take up the attack from the northern end of Bellerive Oval. Khawaja hunched over his bat. Wood right arm around the wicket on the stumps, glanced away square of the wicket behind the umpire, and the fielder in the deep comes around to collect it. 2 more runs here for Usman Khawaja. He ticks along to 7. It's a very patient approach from him. 32 balls he's faced for his 7. Australia 2 for 29.
Certainly has been circumspect and watchful. Stuart Broad probing away from round the wicket, as we see him do so often to left-handers. Usman Khawaja gets some respite from that, and the pace of Mark Wood. It's the point in the first innings around a similar time where Mark Wood came on, and the extra pace meant that Australia could score, and they'll be hoping for a similar thing here.
3 wickets for Mark Wood in the first innings. Here he is again to Khawaja. Khawaja is beaten, edging perhaps. Big loud appeal. Umpire again is unmoved. Umpire Rod Tucker. Billings was up straight away. The ball seemed to skid through. Didn't quite get up that time on Khawaja, and as to what the noise was, we're all now fairly convinced it wasn't bat.
Sounds like potentially back thigh, but Usman Khawaja playing the line Mark Wood from round the wicket, angling it in towards off stump, and then the ball just holds it line and leaves him. Slightly scrambled scene, but yeah, hits the back pad on the way through. Sam Billings collects the ball and appeals straight away, but considerable gap between bat and ball there. Mark Wood's convinced, but he almost looks at the ground when he bowls, so he wouldn't have a clue what it's hit other than hearing a noise on the way through.
16 wickets have fallen today. There's still a better part of half an hour to go. Wood around the wicket. Khawaja on the stumps. The thick outside edge. Run along wide of third slip all the way to the rope for 4.
Just got used to seeing that off his bowling, Mark Wood. I think over the course of this series, the amount of times the ball has raced down to third man off a thick outside edge off his bowling. And Khawaja slightly loose in the drive. But again, relatively in control, never aerial through there, always along the floor. Just a thick outside edge off the bowling of Mark Wood, and the pace just makes it absolutely fly down to the boundary.
And the inform Usman Khawaja managed just 6 in the first innings, coming off his back-to-back centuries in Sydney. Here he is facing Wood, in again, back of a length this time. Khawaja coming forward, defending to the offside. 2 for 33 here, Australia. Lead overall, 148. As they continue to try to build England out of this game. Khawaja 11, Smith 16 at the other end. What did you make of last night's frivolous rain delay? The fact that we were off at this time, we're off for 2 hours. Well, play was abandoned after the first hour or so, but
it was strange, wasn't it? It was just it was almost like a sea mist that came across the ground, but slight bit of drizzle. I think the regulations mean that once it starts doing that, you can't come back on.
Second last ball for Wood over. Khawaja again in behind it, defending. Dot ball. I'll keep sort of labouring the point about this, but I did actually discover afterwards. So in the hour between 9 o'clock and 10:15, hour or so, there was no official rain gauge measurement. It was just 0.0 in the city and at the airport here in Hobart.
Yeah, I don't know. There has to be a degree of discrepancy with cricket, though, I think, because if the outfield even has a top layer of water on it, and this pink ball gets into that outfield and gets wet and swells up, and I think it just makes boring cricket. If it ruins the ball, and I think that might be a thing that's hard to fathom when you're just watching.
Khawaja waits here for Wood again, playing a defensive stroke. Straight to Ben Stokes coming across from mid-off. They run through quickly here, the English fielders. 6 runs off that over bowled by Mark Wood, his first of the second innings. Australia 2 for 33, an overall lead of 148. That's all from Steve Finn for now. And all from him throughout the test match as well. Day 3 tomorrow. A reminder, of course, grandstand at Stumps, which will be our last half hour of the broadcast tonight. Coming up after Stumps, I'll be joined by Dirk Mannis downstairs, Kristen Beams, as well as a reaction from hopefully both camps, but a former of both, Dirk Mannis, joins us in commentary right now. G'day, Dirk.
Evening, Brad. Evening, everybody. It's been a challenge for these Australian batsmen. The English are bowling reasonably well. The ball's passing the bat time and time again.
Smith back on strike here facing Robinson. 3 slips, leg slipped in place here. Robinson ambles in. He's chasing it down the leg side. Here is Smith that flies past the hip. And it is no run.
It's very gentle bowling still from Robinson. He doesn't look 100% at all. And nowhere near it. Doesn't quite. Not getting any rotation in his bowling action from his upper body. So clearly he's very stiff.
England seem to have no choice, I guess, based on limited options they have. The ball, Ben Stokes not bowling in this test match either. Smith in behind this. It jumped on him late. Trickles out to the offside, no run. Australia 2 for 33. And we were talking all about John Lewis, the England bowling coach, who sort of, I guess the expression is a rocket. Ollie Robinson referring to his conditioning, fitness, and I guess the role he plays in that. But yes, he's also had that issue with soreness, his back issue. Here he is, right arm over the wicket into Steve Smith, who's wearing this ball on the body, and it just ricochets out to leg slip, another dot ball.
Jeez, he's always doing strange leaves, isn't he? But this one is just leaping up and striking him almost on the hip.
Black night sky. They're at Bellerive. Some of this 8,700 strong crowd has filtered out. This last 25 minutes of play. Robinson to Smith. Two noises there. Plays it onto his body, and again it just rolls out to the fielder at point for no run.
Australian batsmen doing very well at the moment in just playing the line. They're not chasing the ball. They're not trying to get lured outside off. They're just holding their bat down the line, and every time the ball's nipping, it's going past the outside edge.
James here on the SNS, 0467920222, driving from Adelaide to Canberra over the Bay Plains. Thanks for the company. Bored otherwise. Here is Robinson into Smith, who's never bored, and he just pats this to the onside. Defensive stroke, no run. What's the longest drive you've undertaken, Dirk?
I just drove from Brisbane down to...
Oh, you mentioned that the other day, yeah.
To Melbourne last week.
That'd take some beating.
Yeah, and a lot of road trips around Europe where you'd put on 6,000 or so on the car.
Yeah.
It's I've always enjoyed a good road trip.
No run off the Robinson over is to make it a maiden here. Smith again sort of checks his shot late and it deflects out to leg slip. It is a dot ball. Robinson with a maiden over. His figures so far, none for 4 from 2. Australia 2 for 33, 14 overs into their second innings.
Love listening to the cricket in the car.
Yeah. You're saying it's one of the great shames of working on the ABC cricket coverage is you don't get to listen to it.
That's exactly right. Yeah, it's almost time your days when you're going on a big road trip based on when the cricket's on the radio.
Craig from Foster has an assignment for Rick around whether or not any Australian batsman has scored 3 consecutive centuries. Well, that wouldn't be the case for Usman Khawaja, who was dismissed for 6 in the first innings. Here he is facing Wood. He ducks out of the way here. It's taken some of the glove and through to Sam Billings. Usman Khawaja is out. Tried to evade that delivery. I'm not sure how he lost it, but it jumped on him perhaps late, took the deflection, and the third Australian wicket falls at 33. Khawaja out for 11. Caught Billings. Bowled Wood. 3 for 33 Australia.
This is an incredible short ball. And probably the best part about it was that it was something out of the blue. There was no hint that he was going to bowl it. He's been bowling full and bowling the ball away from Usman Khawaja, and this one surprised him and just flicked his top hand as Usman was trying to get out of the way of that ball. Terrific delivery. Well-deserved wicket. Quality fast bowling from Wood. Usman Khawaja falls for 11 after a reasonably long stint. You just felt that he was starting to weather the storm well.
17 wickets have fallen today. I must admit, seeing the replay, it was dug in nice and short very early. It's not as though it did sort of rise on him. And here's a night watchman. A loud cheer for Scott Boland. Striding to the crease at 3 for 33 with an arm guard. He's having a chat out there to Steve Smith on the way through, but we've got 20 minutes of play left tonight. They're not going to achieve the overs. And supposedly there's 15.5 overs remaining, but Scott Boland has joined Steve Smith at the crease.
This is going to take a Herculean performance for him to be able to make it to stumps. 20 minutes of the ball swinging around like it is at the moment. It's a challenge for the top order players to even survive.
Oh. We can sort of, I don't know, discuss the need for a night watchman in modern cricket as it is, but how early is too early to send a tailender out there to try to see off the new ball bowlers?
Don't get me wrong, I love it. It's great entertainment.
Usually Nathan Lyon's the go-to man for this as well. It's Scott Boland has stolen the thunder.
It's fallen out of favour. Hasn't done enough.
I figure it's not going to be all that consequential as far as Australia's hold on this game is concerned. They lead by 148. Here is Wood to Boland, who is defending this confidently. That ball did rise late, and he just sort of deflected it down to the fielder at short point. 3 for 33 Australia.
Played it fairly well. Can say that he's batted 5 for Australia.
Greg from Nowra Hi, gents. Watching the game with obviously your commentary, which is great. I noticed the pile of sawdust or sand near the start of the bowler's runner. What happens if the ball hits the mound? I guess dead ball. Has it ever happened? I'm sure it has. Is it not quite the same rule as if there's equipment, which would be 5 penalty runs?
No, because it's not the... It's
put there by the ground staff.
Groundsman put it there.
The bowlers do request it, though. But generally it's always there at either end, isn't it? Wood in here to bowl and ducks out of the way here. Just like Usman Khawaja, who met his demise, his dismissal a short time ago. But he survives here. Scott Boland, he's faced 2 balls. He's 3 for 33 Australia.
That's a ball that'll make you feel alive.
Rick, the subject of 3 consecutive hundreds?
There have been 10 Australian runs of 3 consecutive centuries by individuals. Warner's done it twice, Labuschagne. Fingleton, Morris, Bradman, of course. Yeah. McCartney, Bardsley, Voges did it.
Yeah.
And Gilchrist.
There you go. Midway through the wood over. Scott Boland face moves across the stumps and again just competently just knocks this down to the offside. A defensive stroke. 2 balls to come this over and then, 4 or 5 overs after that?
I think it's all well and good to be threatening on the short stuff, but I really do think the challenge is trying to defend balls on the stumps. The ball's moving around so much that it can be incredibly difficult with someone who's parked themselves so far outside leg stump to be able to defend.
Wood, top of his mark, turns here, second last ball the over. Boland taps his bat, waiting for him there at back of a length, and again defending here is the tall tail ender. Not renowned for his ability with the bat. He is Australia's night watchman tonight. 3 for 33. Ed off the text 0467920222. Just drove Melbourne to that's Nyngan, New South Wales, to Blackall in Queensland, to Emerald, Queensland, to the Gold Coast, and then back to Emerald. Put 3,500 Ks on the clock in 6 days. Well, remind me not to buy your car, Ed. Last ball, the wood over. Short leg in place. There's a leg gully as well here for Boland, who's coming for this time, and it runs it off the face of the bat out to point. And Scott Boland, the night watchman, is off the mark, and he'll actually have the strike next over as well. So Australia 3 for 34 with Smith on 16, Boland on 1. Australia leads by 149 runs overall.
Well, he's doing what he needs to do and shielding the batsman from the moving ball, but again, he's only been out there 3 minutes so far, and he's got to survive another 17 at least.
Hold that thought, Dirk. Andrew Moore is coming in to join you.
Grandstand Cricket, The Ashes, on your radio, ABC Sport Digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
Thank you, Spriggy. I'm on the edge of my pew waiting for you to finish that thought you're currently holding, Dirk. Looking forward to the resumption of it. 3 for 34. 15 overs gone. We've got 16 minutes left in the day's play. And Robinson bowls. And Boland confidently defends it away on the offside. Square, no run. Boland 1, Smith 16, 3 for 34. Australia leading by 149 runs. Dirk Nannis, as you were saying.
What was it?
It was a rather quick handover. But you were holding a thought that apparently you were unable to do. Bit like Chris Woakes' first couple of deliveries against Scott Boland. Now Robinson bowls, and Boland is defending away on the offside to cover. Gets a cheer for a defensive shot. 3 for 34 the score remains. What about a new thought?
Resolute defence. That's completely different to the way he played Wood, and that's courtesy of 20 Ks off the clock. Beautiful forward defence from Boland.
He looked competent in the first innings, didn't he? Which was only a few hours ago. 10 not out off 13 deliveries. 3 slips in place for the night watchman who struck on the pad. Shout for LB. There might have been a second noise because they stifled their appeal just at the end. And not out is the decision from Paul Wilson, who's officiating in the second innings down at the river end. Score remains 3 for 34. Ollie is in his third over and has none for 4. And that ball cut back in off the seam. Maybe struck him too high in the end.
Struck him in the back thigh guard.
Yeah. Over bail height.
Optimistic.
Robinson works his way in, and Bolland doesn't offer a very wayward delivery outside the off stump, taken by Billings in front of first slip, and the score remains 3 for 34. We had an off-air discussion out on our little mini balcony to the right of the broadcast box when Australia started its innings, wondering how many Australia may lose before stumps. We thought 2 or 3 around there, judging by the way the game's moving on. Still a tough 14 or 15 minutes to go.
Could be 5.
Here's Robinson again. Bolland taps his bat. And he's forward, pushing it back to the bowler. Again, confidently enough. No run, 3 for 34, Rick Finlay.
Just looking for the last time in Australia where 17 wickets fell on a test day. 2004 at Darwin. Sri Lanka.
Australia and Sri Lanka.
Playing Australia, yep.
And that was 17?
17 for 255 on the day.
Do we preempt you, Rick? Because you've been, following every ball since 3 o'clock this afternoon. When was the last time 18 fell? Just in case. Scott Bolland with a leg slip, joining the crew. Struck on the pads, another stifled shout for LBW. And Ollie Robinson feeling very hard done by at the moment. It's 3 for 34 at the end of the over. Bolland 1, Smith 16, and Ollie Robinson 3 overs. None for 4. Rick?
At the MCG in 98-99, 18 wickets fell.
Against the West Indies?
No, against England.
Oh, against England, 88-89.
98-99.
Oh, 98-99. Yep. There you go, 18 fell that day.
And 19 back in 1951-52, 19 wickets on the day.
2 more wickets fall in 12 and a half minutes.
Isn't it nice to see England actually rushing between overs? What a welcome change.
We've had 16 overs. Do you think they'll get their 30 in? And that's not their fault. 30 overs was never going to happen in an hour. Now Mark Wood starts a sharp delivery to Smith, and it really squares up the Australian vice-captain and ends up at gully. And there's no run. Because apart from the 3 wickets, there have been a lot of near misses.
An absolute ton of them. And again, I think Australia have done well in just holding their nerve and playing the line of the ball, and if it nips past the edge, so be it. They haven't tried to chase it.
But the way Smith is just belting his bat into that pitch. Now he's in the squat. In comes the bowler Wood, and the ball's turned away by Smith down to deep backward square. He'll get a comfortable run as Mark Wood watches Wokes do the fielding, and Smith moves to 17, 3 for 35, and that will bring the night watchman Bolland back on strike. Dean asked, do you think Scott Bolland can do a Dizzy Gillespie? Everything else he's touched has turned to gold. I think it would be rather optimistic to think anyone's getting a double 100 on this pitch, but why not Scott Bolland?
Why not? I'd like to see Wood start actually targeting the stumps here.
So there's 3 slips and a gully, cover, mid-on, short leg, leg gully, deep fine leg. Wood to Bolland, beats the outside edge of the bat, and that was almost at off-stump line. And Bolland just nods, says, yeah, I know, I've got a few there too.
This can be so frustrating as a fast bowler, because at the point of delivery, Scott Bolland is showing all 3 stumps. So you basically just have to, with the ball moving around like this, you just have to hit the stumps, but he's just not doing it.
Well, it took Mitchell Starc 4 deliveries to hit Stuart Broad's, although Broad assisted in the end. Can Mark Wood work it out here with Scott Bolland on 1? Mitchell Starc will join Dirk Beamsey and Brett Sprigg on grandstandard stumps as Wood bowls, and Bolland gets a short ball and it lifts off the blade of the bat away on the offside, but lands safely. Bolland, who doesn't show much of anything when it comes to emotional pain, a little shake of the hand, and then he'll come down. Steve Smith just wants to check on his well-being.
What he will be doing out there now is feeling alive. This is a fast spell from Wood. It's been threatening, and
he's batting so far back in his crease too, Scott Bolland. We're seeing some footage right as far back as you could go. Chris is enjoying the commentary from 40,000 feet, flying from Sydney to LA. Thanks for helping keeping the boredom at bay. Good on you, Chris. Happy travels. Here's a shorter delivery from Wood, and Scott Bolland jams down on it and will get a run down to point. So Scott Bolland doubles his score. He moves to 2 as Ben Stokes chased after it and did the fielding. 3 for 36 Australia. The lead now 151. And he'll be happy to be off strike, if only for a delivery. Mind you, his job as a night watchman is to be on strike, isn't it?
Exactly right. But not necessarily with one ball left in the over. You'll take the single and try and camp down the other end. Just hope that Steve Smith gets through the next ball.
What an incredible text from Tom the Truckie that will explain the life of truck drivers. I'll get to that after this delivery from Wooders. The last ball of the 17th over, and he's bowling to Steve Smith, bouncer, and that's well down the leg side. Smith doesn't have to move all that much to get out of the road. 3 for 36 Australia. Smith 17. Bolland is 2 with 9 minutes left in the day's play. Barkwood 3 overs 1 for 9. Tom says, hi guys, just to let you know, I started in Townsville on Friday morning, out to Roma, to Brisbane, to Sydney, to Melbourne, and to be back in Sydney by Monday night. Life of a truck driver, about 4,250 Ks in 4 days. Thanks for keeping me company.
That is just...
I hope that's safe to do, Tom. I hope you're obviously an experienced truck driver covering all those. Almost 4,500 K in 4 days. That's extraordinary.
That is a remarkable amount of distance. So that's at least 42 and a half hours.
It's 1,000 K a day.
Yeah.
Ollie Robinson. He bowls to Scott Bolland and he doesn't offer. Shoulders, arms outside the off stump. Ball swinging further away.
If I drive for 6 hours in a day, I'm knackered. Have to have a snooze.
Yeah. Well, Tom's tougher than you.
Oh, clearly. There's a lot of people tougher than me. Most people.
Tom's a hell of a lot tougher than me. I don't mind long drives. When we go to regional venues in the NRL, they're generally 5-hour drives, whether it's to Tamworth or Wagga Wagga or Dubbo. And I enjoy that, and just my own space and podcasts and music and listen to the radio. But 4,200 Ks in 4 days. As Bolland, does he nick it? Billings threw the ball in the air very confidently. Ollie Robinson kind of withdrew his appeal halfway through.
No, he picked his part if he did. 5 seconds.
5 seconds is the call from Paul Wilson. And there'll be no challenge this time.
The way Billings went up was as though...
It was a given.
He smashed it.
Yeah.
So you would think that Billings, the guy on the field that has the most knowledge of it...
He didn't smash it.
It's nipped a long way off the pitch, hasn't it?
3 for 36. That was just that's an out. Appeal by Billings. Robinson into Bolland, and he defends it away square on the offside.
Again, they still haven't hit the stumps. Target the stumps.
But they haven't all series. Their percentage of balls that would hit the stumps has been minuscule in every game. So it's not part of their modus operandi, and it's not going to change at 10:24 on a Saturday night in Hobart.
Yeah, but tactically you're bowling to the tail ender, and you know that if you target the stumps, you're going to get a wicket. Do it 3 times in a row, you'll get a wicket.
Robinson bowls, and that strikes him on the pad. May have been some pad in it. There's another stifled shout. This could be a world record for stifled appeals in a 1 hour period. 3 for 36, Rick Finlay.
That WinZid data that I referred to earlier also worked out that only 10% of the balls in Australian tests hit the stumps.
For everybody?
Yeah.
10%. So I thought Australia's percentage was much higher than that in this series, and England's was well under 10%.
I actually would have thought that would be lower.
Lower than 10% that would hit the stumps. A bat pad, short leg, 3 slips, backward point as Robinson bowls to Scotty Bolland, and he jams down on a delivery and works it away to backward square leg to Stuart Broad. The crowd cheers. He gets another run. And Bolland moves to 3. Australia 3 for 37, leading by 152.
Doing a beautiful job. 5th ball of the over, get off strike.
I was listening in Melbourne when Nathan Lyon came in as a night watchman, and Rick, you were giving, I don't expect you to have the exact figures here now, no notice, but his night watchman stats were much lower than when he comes in down the order, weren't they? Is that what I heard? Rick just turns his back on me. Robinson fouls. And Smith says no run as he works it off his legs to square leg. That ends the over. So 4 minutes to go. There's probably only 1 over left, although England are charging down the the pitch, they know they're better off getting 2 in if they can. 3 for 37 with Smith 17 and Bolland on 3.
Sprinting their way through. Oh, how you wish they did this through the series.
It'll be Mark Wood to bowl. Steve Smith just coming down and having a chat to Scotty Bolland. And there'll be a bit of gardening going on during this 4 minutes. So you'd assume it's going to be the last over. So Scotty Bolland, he's got 6 balls to survive to tick another box for him. He's on 3 from 19 deliveries. Wood on his way, England's fastest bowler, and it's short of a length, and it takes him on the body down the leg side. Billings scrambles to his left to pick it up, and that's taken him maybe on the hand, and this time he is showing some pain. That's hurt him. That got him right on the glove, and he's looking at his pointer finger, I believe, and Smith comes down to have a check.
Is that the perfect opportunity for a physio to be sent out? You would think it is.
I don't think they'll even need that. Well, not for time with this. And that got him, almost handled glove. He survived it because the ball just lollied away into the open space. But, ouch.
I think we'll see a physio. Yep, there he comes.
Physio time here at Bell Reeve. And he gets a cheer. Oh, this crowd is a happy crowd. Officially today, 8,711. There'll be half that or less than half of that here now.
Oh.
Is he being set off by the umpire?
Great officiating. That's excellent from Rod Tucker to say. No.
When was the last time you saw an umpire take control like that?
That is excellent umpiring.
Unless he's got a broken finger. So Bolland's still shaking it as he goes back to his stump. So Rod Tucker actually intervened and said to the trainer, no, you've taken enough time and we can't criticise that because we've been calling for it. Wood bowls to Bolland and another short of a length delivery. Took the right hand off the bat and still shaking it, but he defended it perfectly. No run.
That is, I'm ecstatic at that officiating. And it's exactly what should happen. It's just blatant time wasting, really. What's he going to do? Come out with the magic spray? Well, they don't even use the magic spray here. What would you do? Come out and have a look, say, you'll be right, come and see me in the physio room later.
Now Wood bowls and Bolland perfectly behind it in defence to mid-off. Well, Wood cuts across and picks it up himself. 3 deliveries to survive. Dramatic, exciting day's Test cricket here in Hobart. And Australia is 3 for 37.
You're right about Nathan Lyon.
Right.
Interrupted innings. He averages less at 10.62, 12.41.
I thought I heard that right during the Melbourne Test. Wood bowl short of a length. Bolland in behind it. Defends it. Masterclass. Down to bat pad. And there's no run. So 2 balls left in the day that's seen 17 wickets fall. Australia resumed its first innings on 6 for 241. Doesn't that seem a lifetime ago? And Mitchell Starc went for 3, Pat Cummins for 2, Alex Carey 24 and Nathan Lyon 31 with Bolland 10 not out. He waits for Wood and Wood tries to hook this away. Was there some glove in it? It doesn't matter. There was glove and he's shaking his left hand. The ball fell short of leg slip. Gutsy stuff from Scotty Bolland. He's got 1 ball to survive. Steve Smith coming down. Mark Wood racing back to his mark. It's 10:29 and 38 seconds. But this is sealing the fate of the possibility of another over. Trainer's not game to get out of his chair. Now for England, Stuart Broad 3 for 59 and Mark Wood 3 for 115. Ollie Robinson 2 for 24. Chris Wokes 2 for 64. And then England bowled out for 188 in reply to Australia's 303. Here we go. Last ball of the day. Wood bowls. Well pitched up a Yorker. He clipped at the short leg to Pope. Pope throws down the stumps. Bolland hadn't moved and he survives. 25 painful deliveries. Scott Bolland doing his job. And Australia at stumps on day 2. 3 for 37. 3 for 37. And they are in control of this game, if not this innings. The lead is 152 runs. Smith 17, Bolland 3, Mark Wood 4 overs, 1 for 9. For England in its first innings, Rory Burns run out for a duck in the second over. Zach Crawley went for 18. David Milan 25, Joe Root 34, Ben Stokes 4, Ollie Pope 14. And then in the final session, Sam Billings went for 29, caught Boland bowled green at fine leg. Chris Wokes caught Carey bowled Stark 36. Stuart Broad bowled by Mitchell Stark for a fourth ball duck, and Mark Wood bowled Cummins for an entertaining 16, which featured a couple of 4s and 1 6. Ollie Robinson didn't face a ball, not out. All out 188, and for Australia, Mitchell Stark 3 for 53, Pat Cummins 4 for 45, Scott Boland 1 for 33, and Cameron Green 1 for 45. Did that end the excitement? No way. Australia's second innings started rather disastrously. Dave Warner out for a pair. Great catch by Ollie Pope at backward point off Stuart Broad's bowling for a third ball duck. 1 for none. Marnus Labuschagne was caught behind by Sam Billings off Chris Wokes for 5. In the fourth over was 2 for 5 down the leg side. And Usman Khawaja couldn't get out of the road of a brutal short delivery by Mark Wood, caught behind by Billings for 11. Of 38 deliveries, it was 3 for 31, and we get to stumps at 3 for 37, leading by 152. Steve Smith not out 17 from 37 deliveries with 3 4s, and Scott Boland not out 3, the night watchman, from 25 deliveries, 1 extra. And the bowling figures for England: Stuart Broad 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 9. Chris Wokes 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 13. Ollie Robinson 4 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 5. And Mark Wood 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 9. With a 2:30 start tomorrow. Can't wait for it already. Let's get down to the team for grandstand at stumps with Kristen Beams, Dirk Nannis, with you, Brett Sprigg.
Carnage here at Bellerive. Wickets tumbled throughout day 2. There were 17 of them all up, an equal record number of them in a day's play in a test match in Australia. But ultimately, it was a continuation of Australia's stranglehold on this Ashes series by way of again dismissing England for another score under 200. This is grandstand at stumps in the cool late evening at Bellerive Oval as we look back on day 2 of this 5th Ashes test. Brett Sprigg joined by Dirk Nannis and Kristen Beams, the man who took 3 for 53 from his 10 overs. Left arm quick, Mitchell Stark joins us on grandstand at stumps. Mitch, welcome.
How you going?
I feel like both teams would feel pretty happy with how plans were executed throughout day 2. How satisfied were you from an Australian point of view?
Yeah, it's moving along pretty quickly. I guess added a few runs this morning and then got stuck in our work with the ball. Obviously, there's been a high percentage of boundaries for both teams so far this game, but to obviously come off with a lead in the first innings was a great effort from us.
Your proficiency with the pink ball has been talked about plenty. What is it about these day-night test matches that you enjoy and that you are so good at?
I don't know. I've always said it's a bit like, I find it more like a white ball than a red ball, so whether that plays a part, I'm not sure. We probably haven't seen the pink ball swing as much as we have in the past, certainly through Adelaide and probably here. We probably saw for the first time tonight some more consistent swings. So, I don't know. It's just been something that we've probably clicked with the pink ball with our attack since we started.
Tell us about that last over to Stuart Broad, where you got Wokes and Broad in quick succession. Have you ever felt like you were more short of a wicket as you were in those 4 balls to Stuart Broad and finally getting him with that 9th wicket to fall?
No, I finally found a bit of rhythm and I guess we just started to see the ball fade a little bit. So, I thought if I could attack those stumps, Broady's not going to hang around too often. So, it's probably the worst ball that it actually got the wicket. So, I'll definitely take it.
Mitch, how much say did you get in playing this test match and what was the conversation around resting pink ball? What was it for you?
There actually was no conversation. So the team had been picked and I didn't know what was going on. So, there was no conversation. I wasn't asked, I wasn't told, I was just playing.
Was it the same with your promotion in the batting lineup? Was that you, Pat, somebody else?
I'm not sure if I was night watchman for Paddy or the fact that he saw the green grass, he told me to go at 8. So, he's changed the lineup and we both missed out. So, might be something in that.
I just want to rewind this entire season and think back to what happened before the T20 World Cup when you had that long period where you could have almost a massive pre-season essentially and you worked on your bowling action. How valuable has that been across this entire year and through to the 5th test of this series?
Didn't have a pre-season, to be honest. We had the series against the West Indies and Bangladesh. Post that, I did 4 weeks straight of quarantine. and spent some time with Elisa and the girls team. So
you didn't consider that a period of a pre-season?
Training by myself. It's probably not the ideal preparation for a World Cup, but I certainly enjoyed that time spending it with Elisa and having a bit of an input when asked around the women's team was a lot of fun. They're a great group to be around, and did my work in the background there. So I guess you could call it a couple of weeks of pre-season. 4 weeks in quarantine, certainly not ideal prep for anything or for anyone. And then I came out of that losing a run-up, so I wouldn't consider that ideal for anything. It probably took me till the back end of the World Cup to find any sort of rhythm, and working with Andrew McDonald there. So I certainly felt like the 2 weeks of quarantine we had after the World Cup, where we trained very often, was where things really started to click, and where I felt in a pretty good place heading into this series. So that's probably where I felt at my most comfortable, I guess, heading into a series.
How do you feel at this point of the Test series? 5 Test series aren't common anymore. You are a 3-format player. How is the feeling for you overall?
Yeah, pretty good. I thought my pace was up throughout the first innings, so it probably helps being a bit cooler here and not playing through the heat. So, yeah, I felt pretty good. I felt different periods of time where the rhythm felt better than other times. Probably had there's a fair few bowlers had a bit of an issue with the footmarks in Sydney last week, so to come here on a nice surface was probably really good for everyone, and certainly nice on the ankles as well.
You've said a few times here, you're talking about rhythm. How do you, when you're having periods where you're not feeling in rhythm, how do you actually try and wrestle that back and get into that rhythm, as you say?
I guess there's been different things in different periods of time. There's been times where I've just tried to run in and bowl as fast as I can and play that role. Obviously my role's not to worry about my economy rate, it's about my strike rate and taking wickets. So times where I've not felt really good, I guess I've tried to come in and bowl fast and be aggressive in that way. Other time, I find a lot of my rhythm comes from my run-up and having a really balanced approach and feeling balanced at the crease. So, there's been different things at different stages that I've found help find that rhythm. This match, it was just trying to find that pace through my run-up to be in a good spot to snap over at the crease, and I think that's probably shown in the consistency of my speed through the air.
It's been a while since Hobart had a Test match. Of course, an Ashes Test match is a new thing altogether. How do you like Hobart as an Ashes Test match venue?
Yeah, it's been good. It's been interesting. None of us have probably played a pink ball game here for Shield cricket, so it's been a bit of a learning curve for everyone here. As I said before, we probably haven't seen too much swing and not really consistent movement off the wicket. It's different grass here as well, so it's not really those the big wobble seamers that are gripping like we saw in maybe Melbourne or at Adelaide. It's been a little bit different, and we probably saw a little bit of inconsistent movement or more so movement off the wicket with the older balls. So there's enough there throughout the innings. And then likewise, if we saw Trav in the first innings, he sort of turned the tables on the position of the game and took the attack to England and scored a really impressive 100.
Mitch, as always, well played. We appreciate your time.
Thank you. Cheers, guys.
Mitchell Starc joining us here on Grandstand at Stumps. 3 for 53 off his 10 overs, his figures. It wasn't perfect. There were a couple of chances given by the Aussie fielders, particularly the Australian slips Corden, and the wickets tumbled when it was their turn to bat in that final session as well. At 3 for 37, the Australians at Stumps with Smith on 17, Scott Boland, the night watchman, on 3, an overall lead of 152. 6 wickets in that first session, 4 for Australia to bring about that close of their innings at 303, and then both England openers, Rory Burns and Zach Crawley, departing for 0 and 18 respectively, and then they sort of came in a flurry when it was England's middle order batting. They fell at semi-regular intervals. 2 of the better partnerships for England with the 7th and 8th wicket stands after the tea break. But it was all over quite quickly with those last 3 England wickets falling in the space of 9 balls. So repeating, Australia 3 for 37, an overall lead of 152 as light rain is falling overhead. Just a few droplets, I think, nothing really too much to speak of here at Bellerive. Pat Cummins picked up 4 wickets and Mitchell Starc, who we just spoke to, with 3. Nathan Lyon wasn't required to bowl for the second time in 3 Test matches, and I think the third time in about 14 months. But anyway, Dirk Nannes were pondering the choice of Scott Boland as night watchman. He's the 3rd different night watchman they've used in this series. What did you make of his performance? He hung on at the end?
Oh, probably lost my house there. I gave him zero chance to make it through. Such was the way the ball was moving around. That was swinging a long way. It was nipping around a lot. I found that nigh on impossible to get through, but he did.
Let's get some English reaction from the debutant Sam Billings with Henry Moran.
Sam, good to see you. A bit of a frantic day out there. Where do you see the game at this stage?
Yeah, all results still possible, I suppose. It's a huge session tomorrow morning. We've seen the ball zip around plenty, especially tonight. So the first session tomorrow will be really key in this result.
Frustration for England at times with the ball, opportunities created, perhaps doors opening and then slammed shut by Australia. How frustrating is that for the side?
It is, of course, but Test cricket is a game of waves, and Travis Head really did put us under a lot of pressure in that middle session. I don't think we quite hit our lengths as consistently as we did tonight, for example, and he really did put us under a lot of pressure. But if we can iron that out, and still keep a manageable total to chase, who knows? There's plenty of opportunities in day three, day four, but tomorrow will be a really key session.
How many would be too many? Stands at 152 at the moment, the lead for Australia.
I think anything below 300 is possible. I think, again, earlier with the bat, we created chances in the game where we really did kind of gain the momentum and lost key wickets in myself. And when Wokesy and I were going together, it was a key point where we lost wickets consistently, unfortunately. But we created kind of partnerships, and we did create that momentum at times. Little bit of bad luck as well with a few of the dismissals, but who knows? We keep building, we keep looking forward, and I think we can obviously get a result.
It's been quite some time coming. How does it feel to be a Test cricketer?
It's amazing. Absolutely loved it. Loved every minute out there today, and it was a great challenge, probably against the best seam attack in the world, but yeah, it's far better than sitting on the sofa at home watching it. So, yeah, I just loved every minute, if I'm honest.
You seem to play with quite a lot of freedom out there. Nerves didn't seem to be getting to you?
Yeah, it's been a weird one, I reckon. I've probably been more nervous at the start of yesterday when I was keeping than batting, really. Look, I've been playing consistent cricket, albeit in a different format, but whenever you've had time in the middle and getting runs on you, about that confidence does, and the flow, the rhythm, that really does help. So yeah, I see it as an opportunity that I didn't expect to have, and I've got nothing to lose. So from an individual point of view, it allowed me to absolutely enjoy it a lot more. I suppose my one-day debut, probably 24, 25, it was all a blur. You don't really soak it up. I really actually managed to soak it up yesterday and enjoy the experience, which I think we don't do enough actually as cricketers. We don't appreciate it until it's far gone. So yeah, absolutely loved it.
How are the squad? Because you've obviously come in from a different format and they've had quite a tough few weeks on and off the field. How was everyone?
Yeah, it's of course it's been a brutal. I mean, cricket is a brutal game anyway, isn't it? And it has been tough, but again, my point of view, I've just tried to offer a different perspective, I suppose, a bit of energy, a bit of positivity, and I think there's no dead rubbers. Everyone's got something to play for, especially in this squad. From an individual point of view, there's places up for grabs moving forward. There's the World Test Championship. Every result matters. So absolutely, the group is still driven to get a result out of this game.
How important is it that England's batting shows resilience just to make a bit of a statement at the back end of this series?
Huge. Absolutely, it's huge. As I said, both individually, but as a unit as well. There's just been key moments today that have kind of tipped it back the other way, and we've made it tough for ourselves. But there are signs. I know you probably get bored of my positivity, Henry, but there are signs there that there are guys actually really fighting and they're scrapping, and we're not far away, if that makes sense. So hopefully the day is whenever we get to bat tomorrow.
Positivity is never a bad thing, Sam. Good to speak to you. Thanks for your time.
Thanks,
cheers, thank you.
England's 700th Test player, Sam Billings, speaking there with Henry Moran, courtesy of our friends at the BBC. So good to get some reaction from both camps with this match poised at stumps on day 2. Australia 3 for 37, a lead of 152 over England. Kristen Beams, Dirk Nannis alongside me, Brett Sprigg, grandstand at stumps. What did you make of, I guess, the Australian execution of their plans with the ball?
Yeah, I think they've been very good, and they've been very good this whole series. And at different times, we've seen different players playing a different role. And Scott Boland was again excellent, and probably deserved a couple of extra wickets with some catches going down. Mitchell Starc continues to be outstanding with the pink ball, and Pat Cummins just sneaks in and takes a four-fer, and we see him do it time and time again with the old ball as well as the new one.
For me, it's just their ability to be relentless. They just keep attacking the stumps time and time again and aren't bowling those bad balls that get punished. I think if you look at the English side and what the periods where they've been able to put together any semblance of pressure, they've bowled bad balls, or then they've had to go to a change bowler who's just started poorly and the pressure's all gone. But Australia have been able to increase pressure time and time again, and that's what's bringing about their rewards.
A couple of further things on the Aussie bowling before we get to the batting and discuss England's bowling in turn as well. So Chris Woakes was dropped twice on 0 and 5. Eventually, an astute decision to review a tickle down the leg side off his hip resulted in his dismissal. The Aussie reviewing, there were a couple of non-referrals there as well. It is the mark of a modern captain, I suppose, along with his teammates or her teammates, to be able to know when to review. Not all captains can do it. Tim Payne wasn't all that proficient in mastering the art of DRS. How important is it for any given captain to know when to sort of have a closer look in those moments?
I think in this day and age where everyone's got 3 reviews, you could probably be a bit more aggressive on reviewing. But I think you're leaning in those sort of caught behind decisions or referrals. I think you're leaning a bit more on the keeper. Sometimes as a bowler you don't know whether someone's hit it or not, but it's the wicket keeper that would normally be the person that you lean on the most. That was too glaring. What we heard genuine nicks through the stump line.
The Milan one, green.
It's and the Burns one earlier on.
Yeah.
So you would think that someone in the cordon at least is picking that up.
Yeah, I think they've been a little bit conservative, and it's about the process and getting I guess being consistent. We always see Nathan Lyon is the one that's judging the height, but I think it's hard when you've got like a Marnus Labuschagne who gets excitable about every ball that nearly goes through the outside edge, and also for Pat Cummins as a bowling captain. And there was a lot of talk about Tim Payne that he was getting it wrong, and I just wonder whether Pat Cummins is a little bit conservative at the start of his captaincy journey.
Yep, spot on. I think he is conservative. I feel as though there are times, particularly off his bowling, where he's a bit sheepish to go and review, almost for want of being seen as greedy, I guess. But they've got 3 reviews, and how many times have we seen people run out of reviews? Very, very little.
Scott Boland's figures so far: 14 overs, 1 for 33. What have you seen from him in this Test match so far? Obviously, the early start of his career has been tremendous in Melbourne and Sydney, and here he is again. Just another extraordinary performance from him with the ball so far. Just the same again?
Resuming normal service.
Yeah.
It's quite remarkable. I'd love to see the numbers of balls from him, the percentage of balls that are actually going to hit the stumps, and the percentage of balls that he's forcing a batsman to play or at least make a decision. A lot of those runs in this innings would have been through edges or mistimed shots that they've been able to score runs. It's just a stellar start, and it's hard to believe when you see him out there performing so well how he hasn't played before, but at the same time you understand why he's never played before, because he's had so many fast bowlers in front of him.
And based on what his plan is, which is to hit the stumps, you think he's going to be effective in a lot of different conditions as well. I don't think he's just an Australian-based bowler based on what we've seen so far. He gets the ball up, he's full, he's different, he gives good diversity to the lineup they've got. I don't see him as being a certain starter in every game, but you can see why he'd be a really good asset to have in a squad in lots of different conditions.
I'm sure you've pondered on a few occasions in the past few weeks since he debuted in Melbourne, just as to why he is the way he is, and I guess, is it because he has experience in first-class cricket? 10 years of Sheffield Shield cricket. Could you get what you're seeing from Scott Boland now out of a bowler at, say, 21, 22, 23? How important is the experience?
Probably not, because ego probably comes into it a little bit. When you're a younger bowler and you start taking wickets, you think you suddenly the enforcer, or you think you're something different to what you are. I think at the maturity level that he's shown to know that he's not Mitchell Starc that's going to blast people out. He's not Pat Cummins who can bowl the quick bouncer every now and then when he needs to and change up a gear. He's the guy that hits the top of the stump and just keeps bashing that length time and time again, and to his credit, and I think we see the results of that. He's had the patience to keep doing it time and time again, and it's worked for him. And that's, we all can come into games of cricket like this and come in with a plan, but it's the ability to execute it, and he's done it magnificently well.
Yeah, he's a do-a-job kind of bowler, and it's worked for him in Shield cricket. It's working for him here. He hasn't really had to do anything else, and I think that's a nice way to go about your cricket, is you come in and you get your opportunity at an international level, but no one's asking you to do anything different. He's not having to bowl a short ball plan. He's not having to go to plan C, D, E, F. He's been able to just come in and try and hit the stumps, and that'll bode well for him in future test matches. It'll be an interesting one when he does start to get attacked a little bit more, and what that resilience and what he will do differently. But from what we've seen, it's pretty effective.
Yeah, it can't go too wrong. You wouldn't have thought. Hit the stumps.
On the batting, David Warner made a pair, a third ball duck to go with 22. The 22 balls he faced in the first innings. Labuschagne for 5, Khawaja 11. The wickets to fall before stumps. So Australia 3 for 37. Again, England set plans. We saw that during the Australian first innings as well, and they'd be pleased with the way they bowled. Ultimately, they're a long way behind. Australia had a 115-run head start, but the Australian batting, a few things did fall apart, especially for the experienced David Warner.
Yes, and I don't like saying, well, that's just the way he plays, but with David Warner, he plays an aggressive brand of cricket. Sometimes when you do that, you're going to have dismissals where you think, oh, that's a terrible shot. But then the flip side of that, and having a match winner like that in your side, is sometimes he can also go and make 100 in a session. And that's the rub of the green that you can get sometimes. He gets out to a good catch in gully, and other times that's going for 4 and suddenly he's away. So I don't think we could be too critical of Dave Warner.
How do you assess the Australian dismissals overall, KB, that we've seen so far before stumps?
I think there's been some good bowling, and it's easy to look up and it's 3 for 37 and talk about poor Australian batting, but I think that at times there was some pretty good bowling from England as well, and prepared to get the ball up and full, so you've got to give some credit to there. I think for the players dismissed, it's more that individual disappointment. I think David Warner would be disappointed with the dismissal, even though that is the way that he plays. For Usman Khawaja, all of a sudden it's a different game, going from batting in the middle order, swinging ball up top. He's got some pretty good deliveries, so it's a bit of a change for him. So look, I think they'd be disappointed, but at the same time, pink ball under lights, I think you expect that you're going to get some pretty good balls.
I don't think you can read anything into the batting at the moment, because that ball is swinging around a mile, and it's incredibly difficult to be out there. Usman made, what did he make, 11 today, something like that, but that ball was moving everywhere, and he survived for 38 balls, and that was incredibly difficult. And you've got to say that I can't say he's done his job, but he was on his way to doing a fantastic job for surviving, because that's what Australia needed in that session. If you think Australia go through 3 wickets down tonight, they're in a great position to put on a decent score and put this game to bed tomorrow. If they come out tonight and suddenly lose 5 wickets, then you start thinking, well, maybe England are a little bit of a chance. I don't think they're as much of a chance as Sam Billings thinks, but yeah, I think this is Australia's game.
Ollie Robinson and the conundrum that is he. Back spasm, which we learnt of this morning, or we saw him go off yesterday. And then, of course, after stumps last night, there was the word from the England bowling coach, John Lewis, around, I guess, his fitness, conditioning, lack of it, and the role that he plays in getting that right. We did see him return to bowl late in that final session, by no means at full pace. What did you see from Ollie Robinson in that last hour or so?
I see a sore bowler who's just trying his best. In an ideal world, he's probably not... let's say if the test is starting today, he's not playing in it because he's not right. But I think he's just trying to do a job as best he can in the conditions. He had the ball moving around tonight, and that was all you can say is he did his best, but it wasn't fantastic, was it? And that's just through injury. That's not through lack of commitment or anything like that. And, a back spasm I don't think is through lack of fitness either. I think he's sort of got a rocket at, well, probably in the right time for career-wise and tour-wise, but probably not in the context of why the injury happened. I don't think that's necessarily lack of fitness.
Yeah, it's a big learning curve for him, no doubt, just to get through this series. A bit of talk in the media as well. No Ben Stokes, he came into this game injured, wasn't going to bowl. All of a sudden there's a bit more pressure on you. You're sore, you've got a bit of a niggle. There's a whole lot of learning in there for Ollie Robinson.
Early prediction for tomorrow?
I think Australia is going to put on they'll probably get 350 ahead, I reckon. And England will be in some strife.
I want to be optimistic. I'm going to say some England wickets early in the morning.
Yes.
Or afternoon.
Go on.
So Australia 3 for 37 at stumps on day 2, lead of 152. You can join us again tomorrow, Quentin Hull from National Grandstand from midday Eastern Daylight Time, followed by our coverage of day 3 from Bellerive Oval from 2 p.m. with play starting again half an hour earlier at 2:30 due to the time lost yesterday due to rain. Australia 3 for 37, a lead of 152 with Smith on 17 and night watchman Scott Boland on 3. Let's recap a few of the highlights as things finished off here at Bellerive Oval for this day night 2 of this historic first ever Ashes test in Hobart. The 5th test of this series, Australia continues to be in a rather commanding position. It's good night for now from us.
Here is Lyon waiting for Broad. It's stuck him a lefty's bowl. Swing across the line, clip the top of off stump, and with that, the Australian innings concludes. Lyon out for 31. They rush off. For a change of innings, Australia all out for 303.
Comes Cummins and he bowls and quarters on the front foot of Burns late setting off and the throw hits the stumps. Crowd like it, the Aussies like it. Umpire Wilson's waiting. The ball rolls away. No, he's out. He's going to be out. He is going to be out by literally a frame. What a disaster for Rory Burns.
Cummins into Crawley. Bats pack close together. He's caught it short leg by Travis Head. Cummins strikes. Crawley's out for 18. Inside edge onto Pat. Taken a juggling effort by Travis Head. And England, as they always seem to be, are in the early mire at 2 for 29. Cummins bowl strike on the pad. Root's given out. Pat Cummins has his man. Joe Root's gone for 34. Doesn't look like he's going to go to the DRS. He's walking in the direction of the dressing room. Quick chat with Ben Stokes. He has 5 seconds left, but his body language says, no, I'm out, and he's shaking his head. Stark bowls short of a length. Tried to run the offside call. What a catch by the goat. Nathan Lyon takes the catch. Ben Stokes is out for 4. England is crumbling.
Billings now hooks, gets it very fine though. Straight down bowler's throat, he's caught. Caught it fine leg. Cameron Green gets the breakthrough. And England's 7th wicket falls.
Stark bowls. And Broad is bowled. He chops it on. If ever there was a certainty in sport, that was it. Broad is bowled by Stark for a 4-ball duck. And England is all out for 188. Another paltry total by this English team. And Australia will lead by 115 runs on the first innings. Cummins gets 4.
Flashed away here by Warner and caught. Beautiful catch taken back with a point. Superb diving effort. And Stuart Broad gets the early wicket. David Warner out for a duck. It's a pair for the veteran Australian opener.
So Chris Wokes into Labuschagne. Down the leg side, appeal for Core behind. He's given out. Labuschagne's out for 5. Wokes strikes. Australia's 2 for 5. And that's the 16th wicket of the day.
Here he is facing Woody. Ducks out of the way here. It's taken some of the glove and through to Sam Billings. Osman Khawaja is out. Tried to evade that delivery. I'm not sure how he lost it. But...
Summer.